I don't know what you gather from that. I was having a fine conversation with Dave earlier, and we're not going to agree with everyone on everything. But you can believe what you want, I guess.
The difference, Philemon, is these space movies, Gravity, to all these science fiction space movies. People think that can really happen, and that's different than other genres like fantasy.
Hey, you know what?
We're talking about a hypothetical world where people recognize that. No, obviously it's not. It's obviously not. But we were talking about in a hypothetical world where people recognize the facts of that, and
you guys ever
whether or not it would change the genre of sci-fi.
Change the market.
Check. I've been having some issues with my USB. I'm wondering, if I'm being heard.
We can hear you right now.
There's a new Halo series coming out on Paramount. Have you guys seen the preview for the new Halo series?
No, but
it looks bad. It looks badass, bro. It looks freaking bad. You guys, I mean, a lot of us are gamers. Well, I'm not a gamer, but a lot of people are, and played Halo back in the day or whatever. This is like from what I see on the preview, it's like how they built the Master Chief and everything. He's like he's a sim. Anyway, it looks like a good show. That'll be a good one. Halo the series, and it's
what does sim stand for again? I forget.
Simulation?
No, well, he's a
cyborg is what you mean to say.
Yeah, right? A cyborg, basically. Yeah. He's a cyborg human.
Oh, talking about the Master
manipulated
Chief.
Human or whatever, Master Chief. Yeah,
genetically
just like in the game. If you've played Halo before, and so it's Master Chief, but it really go from the series, from the preview. Like I think it's coming out on March 23rd. I think is when it's coming out. But anyway, I'm looking forward to that show.
Oh wait. So it is a show. I thought you were talking about a game. But
no. I'm talking about a live action show. It's a series. It's going to be a series coming out on Paramount.
That's funny. When I was younger, I read I think at least one of those books. I think it was The Fall of Reach or something. Those Halo books actually came out after the video game. Even at the time, even as a child, I thought it was so strange, the idea of reading a book based off of a video game that came before it.
I'm gonna post the preview from YouTube. Watch it. It's because in the game while you're playing, you Master Chief. You are Master Chief, right? While you're playing it, and you go between two different realities, right? And that's depicted in the just from what I can understand about so far what I've seen, just through the preview. It's really cool. It's I like the games, but I'm just not stealthy enough or whatever. I'm not good at gaming, but I love the gaming stuff. I'm a geek in the way that I enjoy it, but I just can't do it. You know what I mean?
Competitive or hardcore about it or whatever.
Yeah. But I'm not geeky enough to actually watch people play video games. I'll watch some people play some video games, and if they think it's fun, fucking have at it. But I got other shit to look at. But I think this new Halo show is going to be really cool. That's all I'm saying.
It's going to capture the imaginations of so many.
It will. Well, because it actually, with the Halo thing,
hey,
if I remember playing Halo when it came out on Xbox, right? And so with you as Master Chief, right? You were traversing two dimensions.
Take a chip. Where's Tigger? Take that.
But anyway, yeah. So I think the show's pretty cool.
Teddy.
Hello.
Tigger. Stop it, Teddy. Stop it. Whoever's talking to their dog, your mic's unmuted right now. Sorry, you can hear that. Can you?
Maybe I'm the dog. Am I the dog? Stop it!
He's attacking the cat for no reason, man. So.
Hey, cats do that shit, man. Cats are fucking crazy.
Do that, Teddy. You embarrass me now in front of everyone. No, we don't mind. I was just letting you know.
No, yeah. I mean, if somebody's hot micing, we definitely let them know.
Yeah, it's not like we're in the middle of a conversation here. I'm just kind of chatting.
Oh, that guy. Oh shit! No, I lost my train of thought. I lose my train of thought about every 10 seconds.
I hope that series is as good as the book I read, because the book I read was actually pretty good for, like,
what,
off
Halo?
the beaten path science fiction book.
You talk about Halo?
It started with children. So, like, in the story, like, that they wrote about this Halo story, is that the way that Master Chief and these other Spartans with their special suits that it came about, that they kidnapped them as children, like a good 100 of them or so, like little girls and little boys, and raised them all together and just raised them as Spartans, kind of like in that old Greek way or whatever, the way that they did,
but it's with with the technology, they're gonna actually raise them with with technology and tech in their bodies, so they're raised as soldiers, not as people. They're just anyway.
Oh, in the storyline, they had, like, humanity about them. They were like brothers and sisters with how they grew up, like, in the story. But I thought it was interesting, like, the part that made them like a cyborg, I guess, as far as the story went. And I think, like, in the story, like, some of them even died, like 2 or 3 of them even died through this process. It makes it even more gruesome. Was that the handful of 50 or 100 or however many they were to begin with, when they got to like a certain age where they were around 18 or something, they had to go through a surgery that replaced a significant amount of their bones with metal, so that when they're stuck in combat and they get hit, they don't, just break and fall apart.
Like Wolverine.
Yeah, just like Wolverine, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. This isn't like that, but I found the trailer here. Check this out, man. Watch this. Livestream voice text. This looks like a really cool show. And it's cool for me because I used to play the Halo video game, and so.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I might check it out. I'm gonna head out of here for now, though. So
yeah,
I'll
it's
catch you
gonna come.
later.
It's the show is gonna start later this month. Whatever.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Well, I'm out of here.
All right. Peace, brother.
Haters, man. So was Halo an Xbox game originally?
Yeah. I think when Halo came out, it was Xbox only. But I think there's different versions, that you can play on PC now and stuff like that. But yeah, when it first came out, it was an Xbox original, which is Microsoft.
Evil Microsoft.
Well, I don't know, evil, I guess. It do what it do.
Yeah.
But the show looks pretty cool. I just came across it today. Oh man.
I always thought it'd be great to have one of those over shields, where you can get shot with, like, 5 or 6 bullets before it destroys the overshield, and then the bullets actually hit you.
Yeah. It's like shields on a spaceship. It's like. Well, I love the space stories. Where they're, even if there's no action involved, I just love like the shipman stories. If you have a good story about people being on a ship, whether it's on the water or in space, right? You have a captain, you have an XO, and then you have the second in command, under the XO or whatever. Not second in command under the XO, but third XO. Anyway, so the different. I've never been in the military, but I still love the way it goes. The stories, when people write fiction about traveling in space or traveling across the ocean, it's just, if it's a good story, there's no reason not to love it. I don't even though I know space travel is not possible, I love the fiction about it.
I just watched that. It looks good, that trailer for the series. But I did notice, did that AI woman say her name is Cortana, like the Microsoft's version of Siri? Did you notice that in there?
Yeah, but she got her name long before that nonsense came out.
Oh, was it? Okay. I don't use Windows, so I'm not aware of it really. I just peripherally know about
So,
that thing.
so you weren't using Microsoft prior to this?
I have done in the past, but no, I use Macs and Linux.
Okay, yeah. Quintana is, but I've been a Microsoft user for a very long time, and I've never even messed with that Quintana stick.
Yeah, I think I saw it on my dad's computer once, and it popped up, and I just turned it off. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, just turn it off.
You don't need it, do you? Yeah.
No.
I never use Siri on my Mac anyway. It's just
Yeah, not every once in a while I'll use the Google thing where if I say the word, "Hey Google," then it'll pop up on my phone. But that's okay, because I use it every once in a while. But hey, if I go shop for something on Amazon, guess what pops up on my Facebook feed? Ads for whatever I was looking at on Amazon.
You know it. Yeah, man.
I'm fucked all the way around. Even if I just say it here, if I say it here, Google's already listening to everything I say right now.
We're all going to get Halo program.
That shit'll pop up on my Facebook feed too.
Yeah, we're all going to get Halo adverts now for the rest of the night.
Yeah, we probably will. But I have a feeling this is going to be a good show. But anyway, and to be honest, Paramount. There is one show that Paramount Plus put out that people should watch. It's called Brave New World. It was written by. It's based on
Aldous
Huxley's book. But if you haven't seen the series Brave New World, that's on Paramount. You should watch that. That's a good one.
I've read the book a number of times, so I'll listen to the audiobook at least. But I'll check that out. I didn't realize they'd made that.
Yeah, they made a whole season. It's like eight episodes, I think, of it's Brave New World. It's totally different than the book, but it's very similar. It's Soma, but anyway, it's pretty weird, man. You got to watch it. You don't have to subscribe to. Who am I talking to here?
Flatty.
I'll send you a link to where I watch most of my stuff, and I don't have to pay for it.
Oh, nice one, man.
Yeah, I'll give you a link where you can watch Brave New World. Hold on. Do you use Chrome browser?
Yeah, I've got a few of them.
All right, cool. So you have the ad blockers and stuff on it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, let me send you a link here real quick.
Nice one.
You'll like this show, man. It's really cool.
Fahrenheit 451.
You know what's funny is it's like the cover for this show. It says everyone belongs to everyone else. It's freaking crazy, bro. It's a pretty crazy show, bro. So I'm gonna send.
Yeah, the book is mental, isn't it? So.
But yeah, this link I'm sending you, I watch most of the TV shows and stuff I watch from this server, and it's kind of like Netflix, but it's everything you want to watch. All the new movies when they come out, it's like within a day when they're released, online, it's right there. So anyway. Here's a link to that. And once you start on that Soap Today, it's Soap Today, but they have several different platforms. You can pretty much watch anything you want to watch ad free. No, you don't have to subscribe to anything. Yeah. But that is, I think that's the link for the Brave New World. But once you click on that, you'll be able to go to the home page and do whatever. And I'll go ahead and post it here in a live stream voice text too.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
That's
where I watch most of my TV shows and movies. I watch them on that platform.
Yeah, I wrote thanks so much in the DM, but it came out as thanks Soma, which is quite mad.
Thanks so much. I like it. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people don't know that Brave New World series was on Paramount. It's decent. Because I listened to a radio drama that was made in like the 60s. I listened to that shit. And it was really good too. That shit'll freak you out, man. Even 40 years ago, 50 years ago.
What's that? I love radio dramas.
Yeah, well, they made a radio drama of Brave New World.
Brave New World. Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, it was made in the 60s. And I listened to that shit. That shit would freak you out, man. It's like nobody. You can have sex, but you're not procreating through sex. New people come from
the hatchlings.
Yeah, they're hatchlings. It's kind of like what like Superman. Like the Krypton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same kind of shit.
When I used to read that, the savages in the story, the ones that live outside of the cities, I always pictured myself being one of those savages and not, conforming to the weird totalitarianism kind of rule of that place.
All right. Well, I mean, speaking of Krypton, right? I mean, who was Superman? He was born of natural union between his father and mother, and the Kryptonians. If you understand the Superman story, they were supposed to be, making Kryptonians through, their method or whatever. So they sent Superman to Earth to save their baby because they actually procreated.
I never realized that.
Yeah, dude. That's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. They, the Kryptonians totally gave up, procreation through sexual union, and they were creating their babies. And you know, Superman's dad and mom she got pregnant and was having a baby outside of that thing, and then Krypton kind of fell apart or whatever, and so they shot Superman into space to come to Earth, I guess, and that's when the Kents, the Kent family on the farm in Kansas found him and raised him as their own, because the rest of
in the second movie, when the shiny black PVC suited two men and a woman come down, were they from Krypton to come find out about him? I'm trying to remember. I haven't really watched any Superman since the original.
There's a lot of other shit going on in the background. Like I've been watching this series. It's called Superman and Lois, which it's Superman married to Lois, and they have twin children, fraternal twins, and they're teenagers. And they Superman moved back on the farm in Kansas, and Lois's dad is the head of the Department of Defense. And shit. It's a pretty good show if you want to watch it.
But that teenagers in movies, they're not really teenagers, right?
Yeah, especially if they show their tits.
Oh no!
You have to be 18 to show your breasts in a movie.
Teenagers in movies are like 25 years old.
I know. No, but I'm saying, how it's. Anyway, I've been watching the Superman and Lois show. Pretty good show, man. If you're a Superman fan. The second season just started a couple weeks ago. I've seen a few episodes of it. But there's no. I don't know why you brought that up, Jimsy. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyway,
just trying to keep it real.
Yeah, man, you trying to hold the line. No, you're right though. I mean, they do have a lot of people in Hollywood that are older that pretend to be teenagers in their movies and shit. Yeah.
Call actors.
Oh shit! Yeah, they're called actors. Yeah. Thanks for helping me out there. I like that one, Adam. Bart, get over here and do pretend science with me.
Bro, do you even science?
You even science, bro? I'm doing science. I looked in the telescope.
I'm going to jump off for a bit, but thanks, Helio, for the link. I'll speak to you all in a bit. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, you're gonna get stuck, Flatty, man. You find all kinds of shit on on that website.
You want to see me for a few weeks now. I've had you
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. That's why you guys don't hear from me a lot, because I watch a whole lot of shit on that website. He actually left. I gave him a good link and the motherfucker left. Like,
Wait, what link? Let me see.
No, it's Soap Today. It's talking about TV shows and movies. You can get pretty much anything you want. Just click on that link I just shared in there. Go to that website.
Like
Make sure you yeah, if it comes out new, movie, TV show, doesn't matter which platform, it's going to be on there, and you'll be able to find it. Make sure you have an ad blocker on it, and yeah, you're set. You're good to go. If you use, I use Chrome, and use ADP with Chrome. And it's badass. It's right above ad.
11080p. Why do you use ADP only?
What?
You say you use ADP?
I didn't say that.
What do you say that you use with Chrome?
AD. It's an acronym. Ad Blocker Plus. You install that on your fucking Chrome browser, you dumbass. You fucking
I
asshole.
only speak English or Mexican. I don't speak Chinese.
ADP. I was like, no, you won't be able to watch it if it's ADP. You mother.
I thought you were watching the movies on 80p. I wanted to watch them on 1080p.
You knew what I was talking about. You freaking prick. Anyway. So now everybody's going to click that link and nobody's going to talk. So we might as well play something. What do you want to hear? Because I don't want to talk to you, and you obviously shouldn't talk to me right now. And actually, I'm tired of talking. I got some other shit to do.
You're tired of talking, Helio?
You're tired. He's tired of talking to Jemsy. I'm only kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's what it
is. I actually, me and Jamesy could fucking take the piss out of each other and all night, and I think people probably would not like that. Do people like it when we?
Yeah, we like it. No, it's flat earth comedy at its best. It's funny as hell, man. I love it.
Jamsy's a good roaster. He is a good roaster.
I start joining in with Jemsy and dogpiling with Jemsy on Helio.
I don't mind it because it's
we do that because we love you, right, Helio?
Yeah, that's how you roast the people you love.
That's it. That's right.
Speak for yourself, Sonny.
See, it works just like that, folks. So if you're wondering how that's done, you just heard a classic response from Jemsy. Thanks.
Yeah, Jemsy always comes in on me because he knows I can freaking take it. It's like if you really go hard on some people, they get butthurt, but I don't.
I know. I go kind of hard on Bong, and he's a moderator.
I go hard on Bong too, bro. So you know. But he takes it like a champ. He takes it on the chin.
Oh, that fucker can take it really well. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's got an iron chin, bro. He doesn't have a glass chin. Yeah, Bong's great. Hey, did you see that show? I was playing it actually when nobody was talking earlier today. I was playing the Bong Show. It was happening last night. I saw he was hosting, man, and I just I was like, every time I listened, it was Bong and friends talking on. So I just clipped that part. This sounds pretty cool, like a late night show, the Bong Show.
All right, that's cool. I saw that in the list.
I was listening back earlier tonight. It's pretty good, man. Go back and listen to it. Good stuff.
Earlier today, you mean, right? It's what, 3:30?
Yeah, it was about
2:30.
12 hours ago. I mean, 24 hours
Oh,
ago.
okay, gotcha. It's 2:30 where you are, huh?
Yeah. I clipped out about 3.5 hours of like Bong and Black Flobe and Trooper Veils and a bunch of other people talking. But Bong was pretty much, and a couple of Globers or whatever, and Bong was pretty much hosting, but he didn't realize I was listening. I was like, this is gonna be good. This would be good for some content. And then I contacted. I was like, damn, you should do this as a late show on Friday, like as an addendum to ladies' night or whatever, like late night. And but anyway, we'll see how that turns out. But I liked it, man. I've listened to it a couple times. It's good.
So Helio, where are you putting all the clips? And are you doing taking excerpts from the live stream and putting them on Helio Skeptic channel, or what's the deal with that? Or is Indio doing that separately on his channel? How is that working?
No, the clips that I take, I put them up on the same channel we do the live stream on.
Live stream. Okay.
Yeah. So if you get if you're subscribed to the channel and you hit the bell, when I put a new video up, you'll get a ding. You'll get a.
Let me check the bell.
Yeah, make sure you have the bell check because. And if you don't, just go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live channel. Go to videos, and you'll see the latest thing will be our live channel or some of the excerpts that I've taken. They'll be right at the top of the list. Just go to videos.
Now, where was this debate earlier that Tunes and Witsit Gets It and Kai and the other girl?
That was on Modern Day Debate channel. Have you ever seen that channel?
Now, is that where Conspiracy Castle and McTunes had their little, whatever you call that?
Not sure.
Alex Stein and McTunes was on some show. I'm not sure. I've not heard the if that was. I was going to say if so, then that's the one thing I'd seen from them. But I'm not
really. I haven't seen Alex talk to that dude. So
yeah, he lasted that dude. Alex Stein started for 12 minutes, then McTunes went for about 3 minutes, and then they went into open debate, and McTunes bounced out in about 5 minutes after that.
Okay, but it wasn't about Flat Earth. It was about something else. Oh, I think I remember that. Hold on. Let me find it.
I'm pretty sure it was about Flat Earth.
Let me go to Modern Day Debate channel. It's a really good channel, and I support them. We're partners with them on their Discord. Let's see. Let me find. I got so many fucking windows open. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a link to Modern Day Debates channel. Hey, they have all kinds of debates on there all the time.
Good, I'll dig around and see.
So this is their.
Yeah, that one you played was like a train wreck for sure.
Yeah, that. Oh, okay, yeah. Adam found that debate there, but yeah, no, that's from YouTube's channel. But here's a link to Modern Day Debates channel. YouTube is he's a flat earther. Just is in the YouTube chats all the time. But that is that's the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. So they have debates several times a week. They host it, but this. I remember that. I remember that one, Adam. Yeah, it was freaking silly.
Yeah, I'll look it up in a bit.
But you say you remember listening to Alex talking to McToon on this? I remember that one too. Yeah, he totally lost his shit talking to Alex.
Yeah, McToons found me on Fascist Book and was thinking he was going to be clever and trying to bait me to go onto a show. And I'm just like, are you ignorant? Like, what makes you think I'm going to do something that?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I mean, you're better off hanging out here and talking to us than if we're gonna have to do something like that, they have to come here. Unless Witsit goes over there. I mean, it's not a rule or anything. You can go talk to those assholes if you want to, but
well, I'm not going on anybody's show that has a Flurf bingo on his webpage.
Yeah.
I mean, he put some thing about how he's going to hold us accountable to the things we say, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and how he's going to get us to stick to just the facts, et cetera, et cetera. And then he's got Flurf bingo, and then like all this stuff that we supposedly say, blah blah blah, and like it's really all like vitriolic and awful. And it's like, so gee, that's nice. You want to hold us to a standard you're not willing to hold yourself to.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, I don't fuck with them too much, but anyway, that's yeah, he's a something else. I won't even.
Yeah, I just kept asking him over and over. I just kept asking him over and over, like, do you have reading comprehension issues? My post that you're replying to made no offer of me proving anything or providing anything for you. It was merely and simply a question. If you want to participate, feel free to, but I made no offer to do anything else. And I'm not sure what you don't understand about that, but hey, I guess that's why he has the comprehension problems it seems like he might have.
Well, I think a lot of times with some of these guys, they think all flat earthers are going to say this, so I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. But hey, you've been here for a while, and a lot of the other flat earthers have been here for a while. We disagree with each other a lot. So we don't all believe the same thing. So whatever straw man you globers are going to throw it up, we can answer it different ways, but what are you like straw manning and say, oh, flat earthers believe this, and you flat earthers are going to have to disprove this straw man. I mean, straw men are easy to break down, right? Because I'm not a crow, I'm a fucking eagle.
Exactly. Yeah, I like to ask them. Okay, well that's great. So you say that flat Earth people say X. What evidence do you have that flat Earth people say X? Just show me that evidence, and then we'll discuss the strengths and weaknesses of that evidence. And usually,
don't scare. They're going to get scared at that point because you're asking for evidence.
Exactly, and that's usually where it ends. And usually they, oh, you guys are stupid, and you're this. Okay, well, that's an opinion, and you're certainly entitled to it. Sure, no problem. Sure.
Dumbass flat earther. You're asking for evidence when everybody knows that the earth is a globe because everybody knows the earth is a globe. So isn't that a appeal to consensus? Well, I mean, just like in that conversation earlier, like you heard towards the end, but in the beginning, McToon's opening argument was talking about several sextants with like the most powerful sextants, 2 foot long. Boom, and they surveyed certain. You got to listen to the beginning of it because it was so fucking ridiculous. He was talking about triangles he was reaching really hard. Nobody's ever done this, and he's actually lying about this. But he wants it to be true, so, and I bet some of the guys that may be involved with those measurements probably could think this true as well. But this triangle stuff, it's like he was saying that you could only have a right triangle 180 degrees, or it doesn't even need to be right triangle 180 degrees on a flat surface. We agree. But with these magical instruments these scopes that you look at with the sextant, they went across the earth and measured this, and it doesn't line up to 180 degrees. Actually goes a little bit more. So that proves globe, I mean.
Right. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what happens with his $10,000 sextant challenge. I can't imagine that's going to go unchallenged for very long. And
that's
then
something new. Is that something new that he's put out?
Yeah, see, I only heard of him about a week ago, and so I was.
Oh yeah, I've been fucking with that dude for a couple of years. Yeah, he's been in here before.
Yeah, when his sock puppet, when he got a sock puppet accounts after me, then I went started looking at his webpage, and he's got I think it's brand new because he just like within the last couple of weeks, I guess, put in the escrow for the challenge, and it's like the more I read it, the more wonky it looks. Like he's got this escrow document in there that's got two YouTube channel names, but no actual like names and no actual like signatures. And I'm like, is anybody actually going to believe this? It's really it's like it's unfortunately like he could have put just a little more effort into his show.
He doesn't have to, because most people just think flat earthers are dumb, and it doesn't. Whatever he does, he can just say whatever he wants and be as dumb as he wants, bring no evidence, and most people are going to be like, well, flat earth's dumb anyway, so we're just going to fucking play McToon's game because it's fucking weird. Yeah. And people aren't really, unless you're really interested in the truth of the topic, and you're not looking for a show, then you're not going to find any truth in it. You already have a bias, and they think we have a bias. Hey, well, we all used to think the Earth was a globe as well, but we've changed our mind now because of physical evidence, not confirmation bias or any type of religious thing or anything like that. Physical evidence that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. So you guys can play around in your kindergarten freaking globe world and watch CNN and fucking believe in NASA and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think it's just wishful thinking. I mean, I don't know. Because I mean, the squishy water ball, it does let you have Star Wars and Star Trek and all sorts of other Robert Heinlein fiction.
Well, and just like you heard me earlier talk, I'm a huge fan of fiction. I love that shit.
I'm sure. Robert Heinlein, Office of Naval Intelligence guy. Great stories. I like them, but unfortunately, he wrote that great story, Stranger in a Strange Land, and you didn't realize it when you were reading it that he's describing a suicide cult until Charles Manson, used it as his cult group's foundation of their and like.
Why? That sounds like a Fauci ouchie. My bad.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you know, you read this Stranger in a Strange Land. It's about a little boy, an Earth boy, who was inadvertently left behind on Mars. They go back to catch him, and the Martians were raising him, and so he's describing the Martian culture. And Heinlein's such a masterful writer, you don't realize he's just described you a suicide cult, and you know, that's the interesting thing. Is so many of these people like Gene Roddenberry, Heinlein, and L. Ron Hubbard, they were all Office of Naval Intelligence guys.
Sure. And I've been watching this new series, which I've already watched. The second series just came out on HBO called Raised by Wolves. Have you seen that? It's Ridley Scott.
I have not. Somebody was telling me about it just the other day, but I've not seen it.
It's pretty trippy, man. You got to watch it. It's fucking crazy. It's as crazy as what you just said.
Oh yeah.
It's freaking. It's insane.
You know, another interesting thing from Heinlein was he wrote a book called Revolt in 2100. Well, it's a short story, I should say. Revolt in 2100, in a collection called If This Goes On. And great story. But then it's about a group that is revolting against a theocracy that's taken over the United States, more or less. And then eventually, about halfway through it, you realize he's talking about a Masonic revolution that
it kind of makes you wonder why the authors don't actually. They'll write books about the revolution, but don't ever actually do anything about it.
Well, in this book, it was entirely set up that it was a you know, the Freemasons were making this revolution happen.
All right, so is this Dan Brown? Did you say Dan Brown?
No.
Well, maybe there's some Dan. I was thinking about looking at some Dan Brown shit, but anyway, it's probably the same kind of thing. But whatever.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting because like you read this and you're like on the side of these people who are revolting from this prophet and eternal president, and then you know he really gets you on their side, and then he starts describing, you know, that the one guy uses the grand hailing sign, and and they start describing lodge meetings and things like this. You're like, what the hell is this going on? You know,
have you ever seen that Mel Gibson movie Apocalyptica?
I think so. Is that the one where the daughter doesn't drink water a lot?
No.
She's got all these.
No, this is it's set in South America. It's a Mayan.
Can you say the name again, Helio? Can you repeat the name, Helio?
Apocalypto. That's
good. That's good. That's
okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I said it better.
I approve.
Have you seen it?
Yes. Sure.
All right. So it's Apocalypto. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
I have not seen that one.
It's horrifying. it's as bad as The Passion of the Christ, made by the same director. And if you haven't seen The Passion of the Christ, then
you mean as good? As good?
Really? No, I said what I said.
So you didn't like the movies? They're bad.
I would say badass. I mean, Passion of the Christ was really fucking hard to watch, and so is Apocalypto. They're both really hard to watch.
Why, you have a problem with your eyes or something?
No, the spirit of the thing. I mean, I actually have the way that Mel Gibson produced these movies were really, it helps you come to confluence with your humanity. They're both of them are great fucking movies. I love them, you know. So anyway, I mean, a lot of people don't like Mel Gibson, but those two movies, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, they're all right. But I think you're right. There's something to I guess how do you call it? Not gore, but kind of like the pain inflicted and that kind of stuff. Kind of touches a nerve or something.
Well, it touches a nerve in your soul. It goes beyond just what you're watching. You know, with Christians in Passion of the Christ, and with the Mayans and stuff. And you can understand this. It's like all of everything comes together. I think that was both of them are brilliant. They're just beyond any. Those are my two favorite movies, but I can't watch them too much. You know what I mean? They're it's just too much. I don't know what it is.
It's not that much because they have an end. So
yeah. No, they don't. They don't have an end. They actually, the end is the beginning.
So imagine if they continue the Apocalypto. When the conquistadores arrive. Imagine they continue that kind of train in the movie.
Okay, well, I know, right? All right, so it's better because they brought Western tradition.
Yeah, they brought swords. Now it's gonna be a cleaner kill. They brought swords and cannons.
That's what I'm saying. Now we have no evidence. We have no evidence that those people actually did that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what I thought was so disgusting about it. And same thing with the Passion of the Christ. So anyway,
it is kind of like a reification of the history that we've been given. I don't know, it kind of adds up to the story that I was told in school about how things happen.
It makes you think about, why did Mel Gibson make it so powerful? It's like, yeah, I want to make it the worst it could possibly be for everyone that believes this story. It's like, this is how this person suffered in both of those movies, right? And it was fucking. He did a really good job at it. I love both of those movies, but I don't necessarily believe it happened that way.
So you can feel it, and then if you feel it, you believe it because you felt it.
But I still love those movies. I can't lie, because Mel Gibson is a great director, man.
So Barrington, you've been talking to McToons, Barrington, J.E.
Not really. About a week or so ago, he was on with one of his sock puppet accounts, and then he came on trying to see if he could talk me to going on to his show. And I told him no thanks, obviously, but
oh, thank God. Did you see that show the other night? Democ went on there. I knew how it was gonna. Didn't you know how it was gonna go, Jimsy? Were you in here when?
Well, we actually with Democ, it went exactly like it will
I
normally
knew that.
do,
I
because
didn't even
that's
know he
demo.
was going to
That's
join
demo.
until
Demo.
an
Hey,
hour before. Go ahead.
Demok destroy him in a minute. That's it, right? But then they continue because they didn't want to have that kind of conversation. It was kind of weird because they were going to whatever. What was the name of the guy? What was the name of the other guy?
I don't even remember who the other guy that joined. I mean, yeah, he had the conversation.
No. That was oh my god.
I knew that Demog would not. He was just going to go in there and throw fucking rocks.
He was throwing fists.
yeah, he came right in. I knew that was going to happen, so I was just like, "How long is this going to last?" Oh, okay. But then somebody else jumped in, and I can't remember who it was. Do you remember who it was?
See, I had posted the 3 questions for Globers on Fascist Book, and he, along with others, not only could they not comprehend the questions, they got very angry, and then he was there on there with like 2 or 3 of his sock puppet accounts, and then he started acting then like, why don't you gather your information? I'll gather my mine, and then we'll meet on March 8th, and blah 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 blah, and then I'm just like, man, why don't you go reread the post? Maybe check your reading comprehension a little bit, because I didn't offer anything. I posted some questions. You can answer them. If you want to answer them, then answer them. You can set yourself a deadline, but I didn't offer to participate in anything. And
Wait, so you posted something on Facebook? Are you talking about MC Toon?
yeah, no, the 3 questions for Globers.
Yeah, but where are you talking about? Where you posted it?
Yeah, I posted that on Fascist Book, and then
which group? Which group, or was it on your personal page?
No, it was on I posted it to a couple different groups where the trolls congregate, and I don't remember which one he came back on, because I posted it to a couple different ones.
Okay.
But he so they saw that, and like, it's just like, literally, like, the first question, he literally couldn't answer it. He kept answering something else, and I'm like, man, you need to go back and reread the question. That's not what was asked in the question.
Hey, I'm going to send you my well, I have a couple Facebook groups that I run. I'll send you a link to them. But yeah, as far as, like, I don't really bitch back and forth on Facebook with people, argue about flat Earth. There's too many freaking normies on there. There's no reason to be on.
Well, here's my strategy, more or less, is for the most part, in those groups where I know the trolls congregate, I post and then I turn off the notifications, and then they spend hours and hours trying to get me to respond to them, which I never will, because I never see it unless I look back a few days later and take a quick peek through them, but I don't actually respond to them. And they can't help themselves. And the one thing is what I do know is I usually get about 2 to 3 people a day asking to, sending a friend request. And then now I get, and those are people that I have 100+ common friends with. Now I get 30 to 40 of them every day. And these trolls don't realize what they do is they bring activity to all of our posts. And so they're actually volunteering for us. They just don't realize it. So I'm
gonna send you a couple of links to some of the groups I'm involved with. The first one I just sent you, that's my Facebook
now, how did you
group.
send it?
I sent it to you.
Oh, there you go. I see. You sent it directly.
Yeah, just click on that. That's Click on
Now,
that.
don't
And I'll
acknowledge
approve you.
just what I'm
That's a
sending
private. That's a private group. You know, you won't be able to share that. That's for flat earthers, pretty much only.
Now, don't acknowledge what I'm sending you back.
All right, cool.
I just sent you something back there. Let's see. Oh no, I'm not a member of that one, but
I inherited that group from somebody else because they got banned. I was an admin, and I inherited that group.
okay. I just responded to you. You'll see my colorful answers to your questions.
Yeah, I mean to take that shit off, but it's just.
Yeah, no, leave it because that keeps like the Indian scammers and such out of the group.
Indians. All right, cool. Good advice.
Yeah. Even if you have just like, just make sure it doesn't, and you don't have to actually moderate if somebody answers or not, but just make sure they answer, because the bots that try to join those groups, the scammers, they won't actually answer the questions.
Here's another one you might like. I'm going to send, and I'm a moderator on this one too. So, and I know the person that created this one. She used to come in here and talk to us, and still contact her. That's a good one. I think that's a private group as well. So. A lot of people here in Discord don't fuck with Facebook. If you're fucking with Facebook, I'm fucking with you because I use Facebook a lot. So whatever.
Oh no, Facebook's a very, for better or for worse, it's a very important getting messages out.
Yeah, where do you think I get all my good memes from?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I steal the shit out of memes on Facebook, man. What do you fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, I could do it on Twitter, but Twitter's it's not as fun, to be honest. I like Twitter, but Facebook's just easier and funner to use.
Yeah. Now, if you would send me your name on Fascist Book.
Oh, yeah, I can definitely do that.
I'll
reciprocate.
Yeah, definitely. One of the boys was interrupting. One of the twins was interrupting me there for a second.
All right, here it comes. That's me.
Let's see here. Okay, I just sent you a request.
All right, cool. I'm about to go smoke. Get off the mic.
Now, is that the smoke that comes with the munchies, or?
No,
that was a joke. I was kidding.
No, yeah. To be honest, I've smoked enough marijuana for everybody's children for 10 generations. I just don't enjoy it anymore.
So the only thing I've ever, my dad has some of the some massage lotion that's got some marijuana CBD oil in it. I've used some hemp CBD oil, but I've never smoked marijuana or.
I'll hit it every once in a while. It's like if I take one hit, maybe two, I'm higher than all you motherfuckers. I do enjoy it, but it depends on where I am, and it depends on the situation. I can only take one, especially the strong shit they have these days. I can only take like one or two hits, and I'm like, do I actually want to be here this way? And then I'm off into fucking Disneyland, I don't even, so I don't smoke that for that reason, because I'm already fucked up. You know what I mean? There is no reason for me to hit it.
Sure. Now, are you is there a way to voice talk privately here through Discord?
Yeah, sure. Hey, like if you wanted to call me right now, which I wouldn't recommend because I'm about to go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, no. We can talk.
All you have to do is just like right click on someone's name. Are you on a PC?
Okay, cool.
Or a Mac?
No, I'm on my phone.
On your phone, just
Well, I can figure it out.
Long press, and it should pop up a thing that says call. Just hit that, and it'll exit you out of your call with this room, and they'll get a ring. Yeah, it'll kick you out of this room when you hit call.
Yeah.
And it'll kick you out of this room, and then they'll be getting a ring from you. And if they answer, then you'll be able to talk to them personally.
Yeah, cool.
Or even if you're not in the live stream room, if you're on your phone or whatever, you can. Yeah, there might be little 3 buttons or whatever. It's kind of like Facebook. Just click that, and it says call. It says call. You call them. Yeah, you can call somebody just like you can on Facebook. You can do it on Discord.
Yeah, cool. I assumed there was, but I didn't know for sure because every platform and software has its things it does and its things it don't do. I'm still not an expert at Discord yet.
I'd say it pretty much works the same way. It's just Discord's a little more elaborate, but yeah, pretty much it works the same way. So if you wanted to call someone, then you can call them. They don't have to answer, but the same way that Facebook works. Like, motherfucker, I don't want to fucking talk to you right now. I get calls sometimes. It's like, what the fuck are you calling me right now?
Yeah, anybody out there, if you want to speak to Helio, you could call him anytime.
Call me anytime. I'll just fucking be like, what the fuck? No, I ain't gonna answer this damn.
Helio is like an open book.
You wouldn't believe sometimes, like it calls in the middle of nowhere. Jens, I was just like,
that's funny.
No, I'm not gonna be just like. I know, I'm not going to answer this fucking call. Like, if I'm sitting right here and they're trying to call me, I'm just like, no.
Hey, yeah, Helio.
TV show. I'm not going to fucking answer you.
Hey, Helio, listen to this. I don't know. We might be really very similar as far as that, because I don't even answer I never answer my phone. It sits here. Sometimes I don't hear it because the ringer's off, and I don't even know. And then people I got 8 messages later. 3 days later, I get the 8 message because I don't freaking.
Also, like my telephone, my smartphone or whatever. Nobody ever calls me on that unless it's an emergency or a spammer. So I don't even answer any calls on my phone.
Yeah, nobody ever calls me on the phone either.
Yeah, I get like maybe 1 or 2 a week, and I don't even answer them. It's like if it's important, you're gonna fucking leave a voicemail. And
especially if they want to get a hold of me, they don't call me on the phone. So you figure that out. What are the other methods?
The easiest way, the best way to get a hold of me fast is through Facebook Messenger. But
just dial.
The fastest way to get a hold of me is through Facebook Messenger.
Just dial until he answers. Just keep dialing, dialing.
No, if you call me on Messenger, if you call me on Facebook Messenger, I'm not going to fucking answer. But if you message me on Facebook, I'll hear it and I'll take a look at it. I might not get back to you right away, but I will get that faster than any way you can contact me.
Yeah. Well, everybody call Helio whenever you want, especially when he's smoking. So
okay, well that's never so. Okay, cool. We're good.
Yeah. My favorite calls on the Facebook Messenger are the Africans asking for money for their church at like 2 a.m. in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, I've seen
Yep.
that. Yeah, it's just like, hey, we're friends now, and I'm just like, how are you doing? It's just like, who the fuck are you? Why are you? I accepted your friend request. No, I didn't. Maybe I did. But I don't know. Yeah, it was just like, no. Yeah, I don't. I mean, and then like,
Do you
even
guys believe in gravity?
oh,
No,
wait, believing. All right,
Yes.
all right. So, do I believe in gravity?
Yes.
All right. So, what do you mean by gravity?
I don't
The
participate on
force.
that. I don't participate on that religion, so I don't believe in that religion. So I don't believe
Yeah.
in gravity.
Why did you have to believe something if it was real?
Wait a minute, you
Oh, it
guys.
isn't real.
Wait. What do you mean by gravity? Come on, guys.
I mean the force they're lying about.
Wait, when you say gravity, what do you actually mean? What do you mean with gravity? Good question, Haley. What? Tell us about this gravity.
Well, I mean, you got Roblox. No. I mean, no. The gravity is like they say gravity is the force how things come down and how things go up and how things move. That force. Do you believe in it?
I think you don't know what you believe at the moment.
I think it's I don't know. I'm debating.
Exactly, you don't know what you believe. That's just what I said.
Learning a lot. I've been learning a lot about density as well in the server. So I'm now debating.
Hey,
So I
Blocks.
don't really know.
Hey, Blocks. We're all learning new things every day. Hey, this is it's a really good question. What the fuck is gravity?
Yeah, I don't know.
So the thing is, you gotta make a difference between what the actual experience that we live in, the things that actually happen. That's one thing. But then there's people making stories about Fantasyland, and they're trying to tell you the things that happen in Fantasyland is true, and you have to believe it because reasons.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like they for the also for the like they have like new GoPros, right? Like where they film their launches. Nah, mate, those are just fucking curved. You can see that they use curved fucking GoPros on purpose to
Curved
like
lenses.
exactly like that. Just to seem like the Earth is round. Ugh. But how you guys doing today?
Good.
Yeah.
How about you?
Fine.
Oh, hello.
Now remember, you can see what the GoPro is showing you. You can see the curving ground at 20 feet, then you go 100
Yeah.
feet and you feel the curving ground. But
Yeah, exactly.
then when you go and do something practical, like let's say build a structure or design an aircraft or communication system, it's all dependent on a flat level, motionless plane.
Yeah. Oh, that's the
So
thing. 'Cause I see like you can even curve the. I see like skiing POVs or something, right? You can even curve that right now, like, and that's like not even off the ground. So it's just a bit weird.
you can curve what?
You can curve like the ground when like with a GoPro when you're standing on the ground, you can just curve it with a GoPro. Like that.
Yeah,
That's
but
what they do
remember
now.
that what is curving is the image that you're being presented with. The ground
Yeah, that's what
is
I mean.
not curving anywhere.
No. No, that's not what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So everywhere you go on the earth, water, 6 level, you go to lake level, sea level. We build structures based on that level.
What
And
did you say?
that everywhere you go on earth and you find bodies of water, even water or
Yeah.
your bath, bathtub or the pool, then you go to the lake or the ocean, the sea, you find that they all conform to levels, right? The level of the sea. And if all the bodies of water have level, then most of the earth is water. That's what one of the big claims is, right?
Yeah.
And it's not curving on a shape. So all the waters lay level. So how can you say that it's curving anywhere? Because the argument for some of the globers is that you cannot see the curvature, but it's there.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just what you're supposed to believe because of NASA and all the SpaceX and like the GoPros they do nowadays. It's so like a bit weird, you know.
You don't see it, but it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, NASA is totally fake in my opinion.
Wait,
That's
NASA?
Yeah,
Oh, it
bro.
might be real. It might be real,
Bro, they're hiding stuff from us, man.
Yo, your internet is having some problems.
Yeah, bro.
I think the cables in the ground aren't working.
Yeah, man. The cables under the sea level aren't working here.
Lucas, so why do you not believe in NASA?
Bro, they're hiding shit from us. Like, 5 people went there, yeah? They were like exploring the thing, and they got
Went
killed.
where?
Went to Iceland, man. It's illegal to go there. You die if you go there. They're hiding stuff.
I think you mean Antarctica, man.
Yeah, Antarctica, sorry, my bad.
Oh.
Yeah, your LARPing sucks. You're not even good at it.
What?
LARPing.
What did you say?
Called
Indio?
live action role play. That's what he's doing. LARPing. LARPing. That's a flat earther. It isn't working. No one's buying it. You'd go to the Mexican embassy and try to sneak in wearing a sombrero, saying, "Oh shit, I'm Mexican. Look, I got a sombrero." That's how obvious you are. That's like literally how obvious you are. Yeah, it's that obvious.
I'm just trying to learn more
I got
about
vodka.
it.
I must be Russian. Oh, let me into the KGB.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I got a stroopwafel. That's why I'm Dutch.
I eat tacos with avocado every day. I'm Mexican.
Yeah, see.
Well, still.
See,
I do admit.
Let me explain something to you about how it works. See, you guys act like you think the way flat earthers think. That's what you think we think. And then you try to act it out. We don't think that way, and it's obvious as fuck.
Yeah, but I know because you guys are smart. You guys have a whole theory around this. I know.
We don't have a theory.
Like, no,
that's the problem. We don't have a
whole
theory.
No, but that's not what I'm. No. You see, yo. I didn't mean theory.
Because
English is not my first language.
Yeah. Okay. So let's slow down. First thing is we're empiricists, right? So being an empiricist means you only believe things directly that you see, right? Either you saw it or somebody else saw it. It can be replicated, not shit that's in people's heads, right? So if you say something, like the way to prove something is to demonstrate it. That's empiricism. So people nowadays, they're so caught up in mental models and they're Platonists, which is a philosophy. They don't even know they're Platonists. They think the shit in their mind is actually real and that the shit outside in reality is fake. So this is how they try to fake being us. They can't even conceive of thinking this way because they've never thought of the world in this particular way.
I do have to agree on that. I understand what you mean, Dio.
Yeah. So okay. So way to actually prove something that somebody. How do you do that?
Oh, you show them.
Yes, a demonstration.
Yes.
Me talking about it is not proof. It's just me talking about it. The only way to actually, but that would be evidence of something, but it wouldn't be proof, right? So a lot of people don't understand there's a difference between proof and evidence, and a lot of people don't even know what constitutes proof in the first place.
I understand.
They fail basic logic because they don't teach it in school, unfortunately.
But can I ask why you started debating about why the Earth is round or a globe? Like,
what do you mean debating?
No, I mean like well, I mean you started out debating, right? Like, what started this out? Like, did you just wake up one day? Yeah. Did you just wake up one day and think like, oh, the Earth is flat or something? Like, how did it go?
Well, it went like, have you ever seen the Chicago skyline video?
No.
So there was a news report out of Chicago, and they had like, oh, look at this picture. You can see Chicago from 52 miles away, which should be impossible on a globe, but, and then they said it's a mirage.
Yeah.
But the thing is, mirages are double images. There's two types of mirages. They're superior and inferior, but both of them are double images of the same thing. And this wasn't a double image. So I'm like, that's interesting. Right? Shouldn't be able to see this.
Yeah.
It's not a mirage. This guy, what he's saying is wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So how can you see Chicago? 52 miles away, Chicago's supposed to be 1,600 feet under the horizon, but you can see all of Chicago. So why is that? Right? They're saying it's a mirage. It can't be a mirage because that's not a mirage. You can dude, you look up mirage, you're going to get examples of mirages. Shows you why they occur. You can compare what an image of a mirage, an image of what Josh and Nowicki took, and just look at them. You see, this is not a mirage. So that explanation is wrong. So if that explanation is wrong, why can you see the city? Okay, so that made me curious.
And
so then I, and then I started looking for, the first thing I looked for was actual measurements of people have put it this way, look for actual measurements of curvature. So the first thing I ever looked at was what's called geodetic surveying. And I figured these guys must have measured curvature. They measure the whole world. They go around measuring everything, right? They survey highways, they survey bridges, they survey roads. These guys would have measurements of curvature. Come to find out, they don't.
Yeah.
So it just kept going on and on and on and on and on. Like, everywhere you look, it's like this. They'll have a story, right? There'll be this story, and then the gold story for something. But then when you look into it, look into the details of it, it's most of the time it's not even true in the first place. Right? So I'll tell you a common thing you'll hear. Well, if you measure three right angles on the Earth, they'll make a triangle, right? And that's proof that the Earth is spherical. And you go, okay, has anybody ever done that? No. No one's ever done that. So you go look, and they'll say things like, oh, things way less at the equator than they do on the poles because of the rotation of the Earth. But then when you look at the actual data, the data doesn't actually match that, right? Because it's actually been measured, and it doesn't actually match what they say. So if you actually go look at the stories and dig into them, they're a bunch of trash. They're just not true. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can pick anyone. I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years now. I've talked to PhDs in cosmology, astrophysics, physics, you name it. They've come in here. We've debated them. And the funny thing is, PhD in physics has the same evidence that someone has that's in 9th grade. They say the same things, which is kind of odd, right? So you go to university, usually you learn things in more detail, but they don't have any more details. They just have this little 9th grader story. Yeah, there's a bunch of balls in space, gravity holds them together, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here's another story that they tell you.
Yeah.
Gravity will take a bunch of particles and form it into a ball. Right? So I'm sure you've heard that, right? Pulls things to the center of mass and forms a ball.
Mm-hmm.
What's the evidence for that?
There is no evidence, I think.
Okay, so it's never been observed in reality. Number one.
No, I don't think so.
And even you'll say, okay, forget the observation. We'll say, is it predicted by the theory of gravity? So let's run a simulation. Done that. Yeah, people have done that, and you know what? They don't get a ball. A bunch of particles running a simulation using Newtonian gravity won't form things into a ball in their simulations. But people come in here every day. They come here to try to prove gravity. Oh, you guys think gravity's fake, that it doesn't exist, yada, yada, yada. And they try to prove that gravity does exist to us for literally no reason. Because even if they proved it does exist, it doesn't even have the consequence they want, which is to form things into a ball.
But isn't that like
which is odd, you know? They just don't know that. There's just a lot of things that people just don't know. It's not that they're lying or that they're dumb or they just don't know. They haven't looked further into it than they just take things at face value.
Yeah.
Their third grade teacher says things form, gravity forms things into balls, right? And they just took that at face value. Makes sense to them. They didn't look any further into that. It just makes sense. Their teacher never looked into it. Whoever taught the teacher never looked into that. Like nobody looked into that. Like nobody went to verify the information. So you have a bunch of false information being taught over and over and over again.
But
which is odd. Well, let me say one more thing. Do you know what a meme, the origin of the word meme is? You know what a meme is, right? So the meme originally was a mind virus, right? In the idea behind this mind virus, a meme, is that ideas are like viruses. They don't spread because they are true. They spread because that particular idea is good at spreading. So one idea that's good at spreading is gravity forms things into balls. And it doesn't matter that it's true or not. It's just an easy concept for people to understand by saying, hey, there's this magical rubber bands that just pull things together, and it pulls things together so hard it forms things into a perfect sphere. Yeah, that sounds good, right? It's easy for me to tell somebody that, so that idea spreads very easily, but it's actually not true.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how I got into flat Earth. Just that one thing. That one thing started me off, and then I just looked for evidence, and then come to find out, like the one thing they've never proven is the radius. And there's something called a cosmic distance.
But do you? What about those simulations though? Like, how did they make those simulations?
What simulation?
The simulations about
which
gravity,
simulation?
forming things into a ball, like the one you were talking about. Because how would they make that in a simulation? They might have got gravity all wrong.
It's computer software. They just do they just write computer code. So this particular simulation I'm talking about, this is a published peer-reviewed paper. They were trying to simulate rubble piles in space, right? So basically you got a bunch of chunks of rock and everything. They're trying to make, to simulate gravity. When it didn't form into anything. So in order to get it to form into something, they added what they called a stickiness factor, right? Because what was happening is everything as it would come together would just bounce off, and it would never settle into a place. It would just kept bouncing off forever. So they added a glue, a stickiness factor, so when things hit each other, they would kind of stick together.
Yeah.
And then eventually it ended up forming into an object, but that object wasn't a sphere. It was more like an egg. Like an elongated egg stretched out. The technical term is like a prolate spheroid.
But was that simulation in space? Like did they try to make it in space?
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Hold on, I'll just post the paper. I mean, hold on, I'll post it on live stream.
I'm not watching the live stream right now.
Live stream voice text in Discord.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. It's a publication published 2011 by the American Astronomical Society, Astrophysical Journal, Volume 7271, number 2.
Yeah.
Let me find this.
Wait.
I'm going to post it. Hold on.
Could I ask a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why is it like that? Because of the simulation they did on the Earth, that the Earth is like, it's proven to be like, well, yeah, proven to be by the simulations, it's like flat, like that gravity isn't real, and that it's supposed to be flat then. But like, why is then the moon and the sun not flat?
Why would they be?
Well, why?
Let me ask you, what is the moon? Why do you think that the moon and the sun are similar to Earth in the first place? Why do you think that they should be similar things?
Well, I'm not saying that, but like, I'm thinking that it's like.
Listen, this is your logic, right? If you went into the woods, right, and you saw a bunch of trees, you'd be like, I'm also a tree.
I do identify as a tree. No, I'm kidding. But like, no.
Okay, so that leads you to the next question, right? Why don't you think that you're a tree when you go in the woods and all you see is trees? It's because you can look at your own body, right, and see that you're not a tree, right? So when we look at, we can see that it's not a planet because the ground isn't curving anywhere.
Yeah.
And there's no similarities. I'll ask you a question.
I do understand.
I can give you a telescope.
Yes.
If I give you a telescope, most powerful telescope in the world, and you could look at anything in the sky, tell me one single similar thing that you observe in the sky to something you'd see on Earth.
Planets.
It's called circular logic, dude. Planets.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
What you observe of planets looks like things on the Earth.
It's like little dots in the sky, you know. But
so you look like on the ground and you see a little dots.
I mean, if there's salt laying on the ground. No, I'm kidding. But like, no, I understand what you mean.
See, so the point is that the way we as human beings determine things are the same is we say, okay, these things have similar properties, right? So we classify mammals and we say, hey, mammals are the same because, you know, they give birth to they give birth to live things. That's one of the things of being an animal. That's how we say things are the same. We observe similar properties, but when we look at Earth and the celestial bodies, we don't see any similar things. There's no reason to think they're the same.
But then you believe in multiple forces in space, right?
No, there is no outer space.
But how would the sun and the moon be there then? So like just a ball they created, like a simulation.
What are you talking about? No.
Well, I mean, if there's no outer
space, the sun and the moon are not in space. Okay, so this goes back to that cosmic distance ladder thing. How do you know where the sun and the moon are? How do you know how far away they are?
Well, I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, I think you could say a telescope. Well, I mean, you still can. Really
well, how would you measure the distance with a telescope?
Well, I don't really know that. Maybe measure.
Yeah, you can't, and that's the problem.
And then.
So there is a way to measure distances with a telescope. It's called triangulation, and you use something called parallax. And you could use two telescopes and measure the difference in angle.
Yeah.
You know, the baseline and the angles that these two telescopes are pointing towards each other. You can get a distance. You can measure a distance. It's how we actually survey the ground. But no celestial body has any parallax. No celestial body has any parallax. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, like, they all look like they're infinitely far away. Everything in the sky looks like it's infinitely far away.
Yeah.
But also, when something looks like it's infinitely far away, it also could be infinitely close. That's what I'm talking about. Empiricism, right? Is that, the moon isn't hitting me in the face, so I know it's not right here. And it's in my line of sight. But it could be anywhere in my line of sight, literally anywhere from here to infinity. Because you can't do the measurements. Like, we do the measurements in reality and say, okay, where is this in space? Right? Not in outer space. Where's this, like, in just space, period, in 3D space? And we can't get a measurement.
Sun is then, or would you think it is? It is. Like,
I don't know.
How do you think because how would you think that? How would you think that is like in the sky? Like, how would people recreate that, or?
What are you talking about?
I don't know if you're saying they're recreating it, but like.
No.
So what do you think the sun is then?
I don't know. I don't make up stories.
Do you believe that gives us light?
I don't have to believe it. I see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, listen. You guys are so funny, dude. Okay? Saying their story isn't wrong isn't the same thing as saying something is fake or that it does not exist. Their story that the sun is a big burning ball of fusion plasma gas 93 million miles away doesn't have any evidence to support it. It's a story. It's no difference in the story that the Greeks told where Apollo rode his chariot across the sky. It's a bullshit story that doesn't have any evidence. And I don't need a replacement story for their story. I can know something's wrong without having a story to replace it. I don't have to know that something's right, some other thing is right. So I don't need to replace it. But I can know this thing is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I want to get back to this cosmic distance ladder thing. They claim they measured the distance to the sun using what's called, you can't look at the sun and get a distance. I already covered that. But they said, oh, look, there's Venus, right? Venus goes across the sun. And if we know the size of Venus and we know how far it is away, we can time the way it crosses the sun, and then we can get the size of the sun, and then we can get the distance to the sun, right? So you can do those calculations. So how did they get the size of Venus? This is gonna. Well, there was a guy named Chris Huygens. He used numerology and guessed that the size of Earth and Venus were the same. Yeah, numerology, man. And this isn't me saying it. This is mainstream astrophysicists that say it. They admit it. That he is the one that came up with the distance to the sun by guessing Venus was the size of Earth. Well, where did they get the size of Earth? The radius. Where'd they get the radius? Oh, we're still waiting for them to measure that.
Yeah.
So the thing about mathematics is you can do pretty much anything you want. Pretty much anything you want. Right?
That's true.
So I'll give you, for instance, the sun, if the sun was twice its size and twice as far away, and the moon and everything in the sky, it could be twice as large and 2 times the distance, and everything would look the same. Or it could be half the size and half the distance, and everything would look the same. Right, but the point is that this fundamental thing, the radius of the Earth, they've never measured it. And everything they claim about the sky is based upon that. Everything. Because the way they do, like I said, there's a cosmic distance ladder. The first thing you have is the radius. And using that radius, you say that Venus is the same size as Earth. And then you say, okay, then the sun is this far away. And then, because now you know how far away the sun is, you know how big the orbit is, right? So from each side of the orbit, you measure a shift in a star from the background and go, oh, okay, here's some parallax. Well, that's not exactly how they do it. They actually just do calculations. Anyway, you suppose that there's parallax, and then you get parallax to something called a Cepheid variable, which is like a pulsating, it's a pulsar. It's light pulsates, right? So based upon that brightness, they measure the brightness of that and say, okay, it's this far away. And then they use the redshift from that, and then they use that as a sliding scale to get the distance to everything else. But so it's a ladder, right? So they climbing a ladder, right? You get one thing, measurement, then another, then another, then another, and they build all the way up. But the thing is, the first rung of the ladder, it's not even there. The first rung of the ladder is the radius, and it's not even there.
I understand that, yeah.
So they can say whatever they want about the sky. It's on a, it's like a house built on sand. It's going to sink.
I do have to go now, though, so. But it was great talking to you.
All right. I'm never going to convince you the Earth is flat. You can only ever convince yourself through a measurement.
Yeah.
It's easy. It's third grade geometry.
I will definitely do more research on it. I appreciate the information.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good day.
Yeah,
Hey,
you too. Yeah, it's not research. You said it's measurement. It's not research. It's measurement.
See, remember, were you here the whole time, Sonny?
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard me say that we're empiricists, right? And somebody telling you something is not the same as like demonstrating it. And then through all of that, and I told them that people like Globers don't understand this type of thinking. And then at the end, he just reverted right back to that thinking. I'll go do some research. Forget the fucking measurement.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I caught on the whole thing. Yeah, and so they just, I don't know how that just skips their mind. It's not, I don't think it's their fault. It's something to do with, it's a glitch. It's like the story we were told when the ships first started arriving to like South America, and the natives looked out, and then the men got to shore with their rowboats. Well, the natives didn't, from their oral stories of these things, the natives said they didn't see them until they could see the rowboats coming into shore, and then men getting off that looked like the people that they were told were gods. But they couldn't, the whole point of what I'm saying is they could not see the ships because it's so far out of the realm of their reality that it was blanked out. The human mind can actually do this. Yeah, it's a perfect example. So same thing with the
so that's also another good example of something else, right? That they got so-called knowledge from their forebears, and that knowledge told them that some people were going to come and that they were gods, but those people were only men. And they got those men, convinced them they were gods, and take over all their shit.
Exactly. Yes. And decimated the whole entire population.
Yeah, you got it.
Wait.
Yeah, well, check this out. With that foreknowledge, they can come in here, and it doesn't matter what we say. They already know that what they're saying is true. So, and with our attitude as we're not trying to convince them that the Earth is a level stationary plane or flat Earth. And it's like, well, you don't have anything anyway, so it's like there's this weird dichotomy right there, right? It's like, well, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is a globe. I'm not here to convince you the Earth is flat. Okay, well then, what the fuck are you here for?
So check this out, Helio. The natives of America, they built these structures, these pyramids, and all these big structures, and then they saw the conquistadores come in, and they looked at them as gods when the conquistadores couldn't build these pyramids themselves.
That's the story.
Yeah, that's the story. Yeah, I was gonna say, some of that's up to conjecture. Yeah.
Megalithic structures, and then these guys came in wooden boats to the shores, and they're gods because why?
Well,
because the Europeans
conquistadores. Conquerors.
What were you gonna say, Indio?
What I'm saying, the funny thing about it seems like everything in archaeology and anthropology, anything that anybody did in the past that they don't know what the people actually thought, they just say, oh, this must have been their gods. Doesn't matter what. They wrote down anything. Oh, this was their gods. That's their answer for everything. I'm saying the modern European interpretation of anything they don't understand is, oh, these people were worshiping this. They drew a picture of anything on the wall. This was what they worshipped. Maybe they were just drawing a picture.
Everybody was so dumb in the past, and they just had to make shit up.
And yeah, dude he draws a horse. Oh, they worship horses. No, he's just drawing a fucking horse.
Yeah.
It's not complicated.
Even I don't know. These days we have we do make cartoons and stories. I imagine in the past people did draw things of their imagination too.
Well, shit. People are human. People are people. So why should it be? Yes, humans existed.
People had technology.
Yes, they had their own minds. They had the ability to do exactly what we're doing now. And whether the Tartarian shit or certain empires were wiped out throughout history, there is an obfuscation of history that we're supposed to believe, and they're feeding this information to us, but it's coming out to look like a bunch of bullshit to me when it comes to how we're supposed to survive as humanity in this culture that we find ourselves in. I mean, if you buy everything they tell you about history, in the past couple 100 years, you're a fool.
What did you just say to me?
You're a fool if you think that what they told you about World War I, World War II, all the wars, but because those are the cyclical friggin' main events, if you buy everything they tell you and that they shove down your throat.
What are you trying to say? That we can't trust the authorities? Gee, that's blasphemy, Helio.
Okay, well, call me a blasphemer and a fool. I'm calling you a fool for believing their dumbass. I used to believe some of that shit.
Call me a fool for falling in love with you.
Hey, man, I want to go back. Shit, when I was born in '73, I want to be one of the hippies, man. Fuck it. But I don't want to be misled. Like a lot of people are misled through this weird movement they have now. All the little political freaking things, Black Lives Matter, and all the little freaking political shit they throw up everywhere, and everybody's influenced, but they really have no knowledge of real history. It's just it's putrid to me. It's what?
Yeah, what? Putrid's a good word. Exactly, that's a good word. Putrid.
I tried, Jenny. I tried.
The putrid globe.
Yeah.
Time.
Exactly, old Hoss. Yeah. I posted that one last night. Yeah,
hey, Jenny.
Everyone steal that meme and post it everywhere.
I support the current thing. Is that a Biden quote?
I don't know. That's definitely what do they call him? Not Normie. What's the other?
Oh, NPC.
NPC. That's the NPC in the middle of the picture. Oh.
NPC EFG.
NPC easy as 1, 2, 3.
Okay, but I support
Re, mi, A, B, C, N, P, C.
NPC moving around so fakely.
Man, you guys could come up with something good with that one, though. But to me, saying I support the current thing, the thing, that sounds like Biden to me. That's probably where they got that from.
You know the thing. That's right. That's the thing.
And you know what? You know what he was avoiding saying when he said that?
Who knows what?
I do.
What?
The creator. The creator. That's what he was trying to avoid.
Oh.
Yeah, he was about to say God, but he said, the thing.
Wow.
Yeah, he was going to say God or the creator, and that's why he stopped himself.
He couldn't even say the creator?
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep.
That's probably not allowed in Kabbalah. So yeah, you can't say that shit.
Oh, right. Yeah, because they believe in something comes out of nothing. Is that the basic, thing?
That's the thing.
Let me find that. Well, the reason he stopped himself, what was it? He was like, the thing. he stopped himself. I can't remember the exact speech, but I know he was. Oh no, it was.
Yeah, Jenny.
He was talking about
Jenny. It was an Alzheimer's moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to say God. It was a moment of having Alzheimer's.
No, it wasn't. No, it had something to do with the. Dang it.
The thing.
The thing. No. I'm having Alzheimer's moment. No, it was the national anthem or the fuck. I'll find it.
Okay, cool.
That's why they call it the thing, because you can't find it.
The thing. No, I'll find it. I promise. I always do.
Your thing.
You can't see it, touch it, taste it, or smell it, but it's still there. The thing.
It's your thing. It's your thing.
Do what you want to do.
Do your thing.
I can't tell you who to sock it to.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you were talking a moment ago, and you were saying about how those who look back at history a lot of times just say, "Oh, well, this must have been one of their gods," but God knows what the picture actually was.
Yeah, but yeah. Go ahead.
One of the things that a friend of mine and I were talking about recently was that in Rome, you get this idea from the historians that they walked around wearing these robes like they were just everyday clothes. And a friend of mine's like, well, that's bullcrap. That's what they would have worn to ceremonial functions and things like that, but that's not what they were wearing every day. Just like judges don't go out in public all day wearing robes, that they see these pictures of these portraits from Rome of somebody wearing robes. Those were portraits of the senator in his senatorial robes, but
right. Well, it's just like in picture, in movies and stuff when they say all the Pharisees, they're all wearing robes and they're just it's like nobody's comfortable in that, I mean,
why did you bring that up?
Yeah.
Why did you bring that up in the first place? I'm curious.
Yeah, I am too.
Well, it's just further proof of what
because you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's because what you were saying earlier about how they think that they see this picture of some person. Oh, that must have been one of their gods. Historians come up with all this crazy interpretations of things. It's like, that just makes no logical sense. That probably was just portrait. Well,
even with the men that wear robes,
togas.
They're not higher men either. They're just men. They're
and they turned in their robes for white lab coats and clipboards.
They might have Might as well have in certain circumstances. Yes, they could.
Very plausible. Yeah, and that's kind of the point. Is like, you know, yeah, they might have worn the robes when court was in session, or when the senators were in session, or some formal event, but they were not out farming in their robes. They were not out walking the streets in the robes or whatever they were doing.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's funny though, this version of history that never was, that the historians tell us we have to accept or we're stupid.
Yeah, it's a little ironic when people do that.
It really kind of pisses me off, and that's why we get pissed off in here a lot. When people come in here and say, "Hey, well, you don't know the reason that you think the Earth is flat, or for whatever conspiracy we're talking about, or it's because you're ignorant." It's like, motherfucker, I've been looking at this shit for 20 years. What have you done? And then it'll be like, oh, well, I followed the mainstream narrative, and I can give you all that. Motherfucker, I can tell you what you don't know about the mainstream narrative before I debunk that nonsense. So
why do people think they can
Let's try.
Why do you think people, like, without even thinking, like, not even that, but not even giving it a moment for an opportunity to maybe think about it? It's just like at the snap of a finger, they go right to ridicule, and they completely dismiss it before they even investigate it.
Their mind is poisoned. That's what it is, Jen. Their mind is poisoned. And so every conspiratard is automatically wrong because everything that they say is right. But they'll give them. Hold on. There's also a slight thing where that they can actually think outside of the box and pretend through politics that they actually have a position in this world system, and so they can, like, chess pieces, just like dance around, boom, 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 boom. And then their siblings can play the game as well, but all the poor people,
and then
all the poor people are the black end of the chessboard. And we're trying to move ourselves forward. It's a dark feeling. Dude, I feel like Bong last night.
Oh man, really? That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's just like dark, and it's black and white.
So you were being dramatic. I missed it.
Okay, yeah. But anyway,
hey, that's good. You gotta break outside the
sure. I mean, we have to be symptomatic and dramatic and overarching. Understand the overarching aspect of what's happening to humanity right now.
You know what? Have you ever thought of any flat earth jokes? You listen to comedians all the time.
I do.
You should come up with some jokes, some one-liners, something.
Yeah, my jokes. If I made good jokes, they're going to be really offensive. They're going to be really bad offensive.
Well, we can try it. Give it a go. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, your mama is so big and fat that she looks flat.
It would be even worse than that.
Well, I want to see what you can do. You can offend me. So get back to me on that if you come up with anything. But, try and keep it where it could be digestible to anyone.
Well, yeah, I won't make it digestible because I really have a.
I checked.
I don't really think people get it, and so I will make.
Oh, that you have a really dark sense of humor.
I will make fun of people in a way that they wouldn't like me making fun of them.
Well, what if you're doing that to the trolls? What about that?
I do that already.
I know, but what if you made them jokes so that I could say them too or something?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
So your mama so fat and big that she looks flat.
I don't. It's so funny.
That bitch got her own goddamn zip code.
Your mama's so fat she need her own zip code. That's an old one.
Oh yeah, well, hey, that bitch, mama's so fat she smokes turkeys after sex.
Your mama so fat she got her own refraction index.
Refraction index. Ooh, that was a good one, Sonny. I liked
that. Mine was better.
Well, fuck you, Sonny. No, Sonny's was better.
No.
Is that all you got to say? No. Hey, you know what's really interesting? No in Espanol is the same as it is in English. No.
Not really.
What? Really?
I don't
Your
think so.
mama's so fat when she wears high heels she strikes oil.
Wait, say that again?
Ooh.
I said your mama's so fat when she wears high heels she strikes oil.
Holy cow!
Damn, that's some stretch the ground. That's some
They could probably shoot her at an asteroid and break it apart, y'all. She's so fat.
Guys, open up the room, lay the carpet. We have Johannes Midgard in the room. Johannes.
Back for the attack.
Excuse
back
me,
for the attack.
That's a Johannes.
Johannes Midgard.
No, it's Johannes. Am I correct?
No, it's Joe. Hands.
Joe?
Well, how about if we give the new person a moment to just slide on in the room and say
yeah, why don't we do that?
What should we call you if you want to speak? You
don't have to answer that question for the record. Just, hey.
You actually do have, if you want us to talk to you. We have to know how to address you. Do you want it Joe or Yo?
Those are his only options.
Well, it starts with a J. What the fuck else do we have? And you know what? This person is not talking, so the other option is for us to just fucking punk each other all day.
Johannes.
Johan.
Yo, mama.
Johannes.
Garter. Whole hammer.
Yeah, in Spanish you will say Johannes.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying,
Hemsy.
How do you use a G in Espanol? Is there even a G in
Wait,
no, this is a serious thing.
I know,
sorry. This is a serious thing. Jemsy, is there a G in Espanol?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. You motherfucker.
Well, and then there's
I
a
fucking love you, Jesse. Man.
The one word cracked the whole panel up from Jemsy.
Yeah, because if you understand Spanish, he's a fucking liar. There is no G.
Damn.
And it's,
Yes, there is. There's plenty of G's. Gato,
it's a whole
negro,
what the G spot? Oh,
el gato negro.
Come on now.
They have that in
my
Spanish.
bad.
Huh?
I don't want to have to be forced to say something unladylike, you guys. Come on now.
Domo.
But, yeah.
See, I see Jemsy fucking fucks with me all the time, and I just fucked with him back, and look what happened.
Y'all been doing that all day, I suspect, because I was here like 4 hours ago and you guys were doing it.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And now I just got him. I got him.
Nice.
I don't know, man, with that Jess.
Jesse's my bro, but sorry, I gotta it's yeah. Yeah, it's all good, you guys.
Yeah, I mean it's Sunday. Sunday. So good to me. No, that's Monday. That was never mind.
I just saw this direct flight up in the sky. You see this direct flight going towards the sunset? Going towards the sunset. You saw it? Directly towards the sunset. Comes from the seaside, from the ocean side, the Atlantic Ocean, to the east, makes a curve, goes across the whole city, and goes towards the sun.
Hey,
beautiful.
Isn't it true that you can do live tracking on planes or no?
I think so.
That looks like a chemtrail plane. Yeah, they crisscross the.
I've never seen a curved chemtrail, but all right.
They crisscross the whole sky here. They do like a crisscross pattern across the whole entire sky, and then it completely blocks out the sky.
So someone said yes or no.
Jen. Yeah, Jen. If you go on, I think it's called Flight Aware 24, something like that. There's another one. They'll show you the ones that are tracked live are over land, but when they're like out over the ocean, they're estimated.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
that's
yes
weird.
And no. They're over the ocean, even though they quote unquote have GPS or whatever. Their estimated flight, their position is estimated when they're like 100 miles from shore.
Okay, I have my keyboard open now. What did you say it was again? Flight Aware?
It's like Flight Aware 24 or something like that. If you just type in Flight Aware, you'll find it.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about flat Earth jokes or like a flat Earth comedian. I feel like a flat Earth comedian would have to tell almost kind of troll-like jokes where you'd have to be something along the lines of, yeah, I used to think the Earth was flat and stationary, but then that wouldn't explain why I feel the Earth spinning and I see the curvature on the horizon.
That would be all right. I would be okay with that, maybe. That would be something you could maybe do, or do you think it sounds bad? What do you guys think? I mean...
No, you have to...
you have to be a little trolly and sarcastic. Yeah, of course. It wouldn't be a
the
bright
audience wouldn't have to be like, oh yeah, we feel the spin. Wait, no, we don't.
Wait, what? Ed, wait.
Huh?
Yeah, looking around confused, you know.
You know what's really crazy is I come across a video on Facebook that someone put out today, which it's a very popular comedian named Pete. Am I overstepping?
Oh, I couldn't even hear you. Sorry, you're talking a little soft.
Oh, I must.
Go ahead, one more time.
No, there's this guy. Fuck. Pete something. There's a video. There's a short video. I think I can play it here. It's really cool. I mean, it's on Comedy Central. I think you guys.
Well, we're going to be
it really has something to do with what he just said.
Yeah, so we're going to be listening to this clip for educational purposes, correct? And commentary. So we should be good, like you said.
Now I got to find the video.
Yeah, find that, dude. We can hang on. Hey, Indio, so could you potentially track a chemtrail plane? I mean, would you have to know the information of the aircraft first?
Well, let me tell you a little true story. So, I think it was 3 summers ago in the old server. It was a holiday weekend, and I saw a plane, making like a chemtrail across the sky. So I went on the FlightAware website and I looked up to see if there was any planes, and it wasn't showing.
Damn.
Yeah. And so the thing is, I live near I live like 2 miles from Boston. From Logan Airport. It's an international airport. So I see all the planes all the time. It's not like really a big mystery.
So
But I went on the live stream and said, "Yo, I'm looking at this plane right now, and it's leaving a chemtrail, and I'm looking at FlightAware, and it shows nothing on it.
What about
no plane there?
Air traffic control? Is that any of that information available to the public?
Ooh, that's a tough question. Because
mean,
I know the federal government took over that shit, right?
Oh, that's a.
Remember when they went on strike and Reagan fired everybody? And it might be because if it's federal, if air traffic control is a federal job, you might be able to Freedom of Information Act their stuff.
Dude, so you can like note the time and the date and such, and then request that information.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want
it was a while ago, though. Well, the reason I noticed that plane is because I live near an airport. The planes are only in certain places. You know what I mean? They take off and they go in one direction.
Right.
I know where the planes, the way they come into Boston and the way they leave Boston, and it's actually different in the morning than it is at night. So like the flight paths, like their landing routes, and like the way they taxi and circle around the airport. And then there's another airport in where the hell is that? Chancellor Air Force Base. Land planes there sometimes, and that has a particular flight path. This plane was flying like it's like it was flying at like an altitude that a plane would fly to land, but it was going in the wrong direction, right? So the planes take the runway where they take off in the morning is they take off from north to south, right?
Okay.
And this plane was flying north to south at the altitude they would be, because you come at like altitude, right? And then you do like a 180 and then go down a little bit and land at the airport. He was going in the other direction, like he was going to land on the runway the wrong way. But he wasn't exactly going as if, you know what I mean? You can tell, certain altitudes, the planes are supposed to be at certain altitudes are doing certain things, right? You can't just like fly wherever you want to fly.
Right.
You have to be at a certain altitude. So he's at the altitude of like landing, like a landing altitude, but he's flying in a direction that's like, it's not a takeoff route and it's not a landing route. It's like, what are you doing up there? Like, what are you doing? But it's leaving this big long chemtrail across the blue sky.
Son of a bitch.
And like I said, I saw this. I'm like, man, that plane, like, first of all, I noticed the chemtrail, and then I'm like, that's a weird place for the plane to be. So then I went on the computer and I looked it up, and there was no plane there.
Dude,
in fact,
I have
there's
a
no
similar.
planes at all in this sky. Now I think about it, there was no planes at all.
Listen,
I have a similar. I didn't look on the flight charts or whatever, but I was standing right in the middle of Little Rock, Arkansas, and there's a national airport like 5 miles away from me, and I'm looking at these low flying planes, and there was all kinds of like weird like trails, and it was like that plane shouldn't be right there. That was like I know where this plane should be because I lived near this. I grew up in Jacksonville, I grew up in Jacksonville, which is where the Little Rock Air Force Base is.
Yeah,
so I know where airplanes be in the sky.
Right,
And
they do.
I was
certain
standing.
things. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Sorry. Please continue. I'm sorry, Helio. I was
Quick
trying to
question for the panel.
wait. No, I interrupted Helio and he needs to finish. He was about to say that he looked up. I do believe that's where he left off.
He cut out.
Well,
He kind of dropped off.
I feel bad. Sorry. Anyway.
Maybe it wasn't even you, Jen. Maybe he just had technical difficulties.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was Helio was in. But quick poll question for the panel. Chemtrails, planes in the sky with the dispersants. Is it A, chemicals intentionally harmful for human beings, B, chemicals for weather modification, or C, both, or D, none of the above?
I go for B. They don't want to poison the slaves. They need the slaves.
So that's one for weather modification. Anybody else want to chime in? Or E, expound upon something else.
Oh.
On the E one.
Well, when you look at it, they basically kind of like throw the lines of whatever it is towards the sun most of the time, even when it's sunrise and sunset. So it's towards the direction of the sun all of the time. So there's something to that. I don't know exactly why.
I think they're doing both. I think they're doing both, and what I think actually, which is actually evidence of that they're dropping antibiotics on all the crops, on all the soil, all kinds of things into the soils and onto the living plants.
I have to add to what I said, so my answer would have to be E. I don't know, but I have thought that for the longest time, like years and years back, that they're hiding something hiding things in the sky.
But what if they're disposing of toxic waste? Does the EPA have jurisdiction up there?
That's what I was just thinking. It's so funny. I was just thinking the same thing. They found a loophole. They're like, yeah, it's not illegal dumping if I throw it into the sky.
Damn. But yeah.
Like it's not illegal.
And the other thing is, with toxic chemicals, it's usually in a certain concentration. So if you disperse it everywhere, maybe it's like instead of like if it's a concentration like 1 part per 1,000, you throw it into the air and spread it out. Then it's like 1 part per million. Because that's what I hate to tell you. That's what fluoride is. Fluoride was a toxic chemical they didn't know how to get rid of when they dumped it in all the drinking water. Like, I'm dead up serious.
Yeah, I knew that, but I'm just saying, I don't know if I believe that, the whole idea that's
nothing makes fucking
poisoning
sense.
people.
Life makes no sense. You're on a
fluoride
right
is
now.
a byproduct
You're in America
of making nuclear weapons.
You're on a space rock floating in nothingness, infinite nothingness, and the infinite nothingness is
it's a byproduct. They had a lot of it from the Manhattan Project and all that stuff. They did do something with it. And some people that had possession of it, people like Donald Rumsfeld, they convinced everybody this is good for your teeth, and let's dump it in the drinking water. So not only did they not have to get rid of this toxic chemical that's so poisonous, you have to wear like a complete freaking bodysuit to handle it. Like they got paid to get rid of it.
So was it 2017 that we had the solar eclipse, or was that 2016? I think it was 17.
Basically, they dilute it down where it's not quote unquote poisonous, right? In your water, they dilute it down but they don't account for how it builds up within your system over time. So they can dilute it down through water to where it's not technically considered toxic, but they don't account for the accumulation over time within the human body.
And also, you're getting fluoride from lots of sources, right? Not just like you're brushing your teeth with fluoridated toothpaste, drinking fluoridated water. Your dentist is putting that fluorine goo in your mouth. So you're getting it from everywhere.
Yeah.
You're watering your plants with fluoride.
Yep.
Well, my plants got the nicest teeth you've ever seen.
They got the nicest what?
Teeth.
My plants got the nicest teeth you've ever seen.
Okay, yeah.
So it's kind of like what they used to do in the 50s when they'd go around in the neighborhoods and just spray bug spray. Is that kind of what they're doing?
Well, we don't know really, but
I mean,
check this out. Like I live right near this is a huge military area here, right? So they have this kind of secret naval base. It's on land about 10, 12 miles from the coast. I've seen them shooting up. I don't know what it is, man, but these things are going up, so if you're at the vertical, right? These things are going up not more than about 15 or 20 degrees from the vertical. They're almost going up straight up. And then after that, they get up to a certain level. Then they're crisscrossing the skies back and forth with these trails. So I don't know if that's an aircraft because it's going almost vertically straight up.
I mean, okay, so wildly speculating here, if there were to have, other things in the sky, whatever that could be, UFOs. I know they don't call them that anymore, but I'm gonna. And then, who knows what other things could be up there? I mean,
yeah.
If you add all this stuff in the air, even the visibility for long distances get obscured, because we're talking about they throw this stuff in the sky over the cities and states, and then it creates this non-visible atmosphere. Like this whole, it looks like a freaking cloud when it's supposed to be a clear, sunny day, clear skies. They create these man-made clouds that doesn't allow for good visibility either. And it's all across the areas that people live on.
well, what would your answer be, Gemsy? What's your answer, Gemsy, on what's going on in the sky if you were to give your guess? Oh, come on, man. I mean, I think it was Napalm that read the question better than me.
I've seen some research they call aerosol jibby jabs. I don't want to use the word, but the V word, and they call them aerosol V word. Yeah, there's something related to that. So I don't know. Is that I think that's a thing, because I've seen some cases of them throwing things in the sky and people getting kind of weird symptoms from it. But that's probably one thing. But the daily thing that they do every single day, it's weird because it's very constant. And I think the visibility thing is one thing. I don't know why, but definitely it creates like a fuzzy view. And then it might be also, I don't know, temperature, or something to do with the the charge that is supposed to be in the sky. They're messing with that.
I like that answer. I like that one.
What I found really fascinating, I'm going back, I'm being redundant, but when I was standing in downtown Little Rock, airport is pretty much right next to me, and I'm looking in the sky, and I'm seeing these weird formations in the sky. And I'm with friends that aren't aware of what we talk about all the time. It's like, why the fuck is this weird shape of clouds going in the sky? And it has nothing to do with an airplane, because if an airplane was going to land at the fucking airport, I'm only four fucking miles away from the airport. The plane would be coming from a different direction. I know what I worked at the airport at the time, and so I was like, but I was standing there looking at all these weird shapes of like foam, or I don't know what the fuck it was forming in the sky, and I hit my buddy. And I was like, "You see that?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Is that a cloud?" He's like, "I don't know." And he's worried about other shit. I'm like, looking at it, I'm like, definitely not a cloud. This shit's like 20,000 feet, and it's just making all kinds of weird shapes. And it's definitely not it's not contrails, because this was right next to the airport. So yeah, it's really fucking weird. Unless I took pictures of it, you guys wouldn't believe me. So you can believe me if you don't, or not. But yeah, I mean, you might see something like this next to an airport. When you're that close to an airport, and you think people will say, "Oh, well, that was just contrails. That's all those things are contrails." No, and it's still the same way where I live now. I see strips across the sky, chemtrail stuff. I see it all the time, but not like that day. It was weird. It was something very low in the sky. But I still see chemtrails all the time. So I'm not discounting chemtrails, because I see so many chemtrails even in northwestern Arkansas. It's freaking crazy, bro.
So do you think it's weather modification, Helio?
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily attribute it to that, but
Well, what's your opinion?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, what?
I've looked into it a lot.
Gone, but we started speculating on the why, or what they're doing up there.
Yeah, up there, but what are they doing down here as well? So you have the HARP thing, right? So it's like, is it connected with HARP? Who knows?
Right.
And is there a HARP program, similar to the one in Alaska, maybe in Canada, in Russia, in South America? Who knows?
There's that many locations? I didn't know that.
I didn't know. I don't know either. I'm just saying. Okay. We know about the one in Alaska, but why couldn't they build another one? In different parts of the world.
Ariel, check your mic, Ariel. Is it working?
Mine?
No.
Ariel.
Oh, Ariel. My bad.
Yours is working, but we have our friend Ariel. She's been here for a while, but I guess she got a new account. I don't know, because she doesn't have any roles. So I just gave her VC verified.
All right, cool.
I just want her to say something.
Just to be cool. Jemsy wants to talk to you. He's tired of listening to Helio.
Hey, wait. Isn't that Ariel from Europe? From England?
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that's her picture.
Okay. I wasn't looking at my phone.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Ariel, is that you? Open your mic and talk to us.
Hey, girl, hey.
Dude, I remember her profile picture. That's her. She might have somehow got her account messed up or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that's her.
Jenny, what are you cooking, Jenny?
Oh, I'm making some guacamole.
Ooh, guacamole.
Holy.
Yeah, and then I'm going to make like a little bit of a, like a dip, like beans, and I got
Holy
some.
guacamole.
Yeah, I'm going to have something to eat.
You want to know what I said when I found out the Earth was flat? I said, "Holy moly, guacamole!"
Yeah, guacamole's awesome. You know what's really good in guacamole? You might call me crazy, but diced radishes and celery, along with everything else in it. It's super good. And then I'm gonna make later. I need to make a grass clipping slushy. I'm gonna make one.
Ariel just messaged me, said that yes, it's definitely her. She said for some reason she can't unmute herself.
I get VC verified. Just hang up and come back.
No, well, I just unmuted her.
It's fine now.
Okay, there you are. Okay, cool.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I've been listening on YouTube.
Sweet.
I just had some issues with PayPal, guys, and I'm thinking that that's going to be like going around a bit because I've had a Discord account since 2016.
Can barely hear you, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, can you adjust your volume? Just turn your increase your volume on your settings.
How's this video?
Is
this not better?
It's not as good as all of the rest of us.
Oh, sorry.
No, I can still hear you.
Okay.
We want you to sound awesome because you are awesome.
Thank you. I was just saying I've had issues with Discord. I don't know if someone reported me for something.
What?
I don't know what happened, Jenny.
Oh man.
But I was just talking to somebody on Discord, just the two of us, and suddenly I got disconnected. So Discord doesn't tell you the reason why, and then to get your account back, because I had Nitro and all sorts. So I was like, what the hell? They don't talk to you. They're horrible. They like their customer service is completely shite.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the same with all these big tech companies. Yeah, it's the same way.
They do not care.
Yeah, if you ever want to talk to anybody on Google or Amazon, you'll never be able to talk to anyone.
Yeah, so I went on Reddit to go and see what people say about Discord and issues that they have with Discord. And, there are malicious people who will report you or, I really don't know. I don't know if they've got an AI running that looks for like trigger words and shit. But it wasn't a very nice experience because, on my Discord, I was on so many channels. I had so many like people that I was talking to, friends and contacts and stuff. So it was a real pain in the ass. So for a while there, I thought, so Discord is just a damn utility, but they want like, your phone number, and to me, it's just a little bit like,
Hey, Ariel, didn't you have you were silver before, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give you your silver back.
So for a while there, I thought I'm not even gonna make another Discord account because I get really peeved when stuff like that happens.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Yeah. It's.
I get really outraged when
I know.
when I get treated that way.
Hey Ariel, I'll be your friend in Discord. So if you don't have any friends right now, I'll send you a friend request.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just listened on because I was banned off of YouTube as well.
Hey, fuck them.
And you know what I think that was? It was because I was talking on one of NASA's live streams.
Hey, if you get to Helio to be your friend in Discord, that's all you need. You're good.
No, now I'm her friend too.
Oh, you got Sunny? Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
So yeah, but although I've not been on Discord, I have been flat smacking people. And funny story, I'm talking to this guy and he goes, "Yeah, I was telling these people at my work about the black swan." And
nice. High five, sis.
It's so funny, Jenny, because I almost wanted to punch him.
Oh.
Yeah, because to me, he wouldn't. I would say to him, "So tell me now, are you a flat earther?" Then he'd go, "Yeah, I'm still thinking about it." And then in a conversation, he just let it slip. He says, "Yeah, he was showing some people, like two guys at his work that he knows very well, the black swan." And I was like, "What?"
Wow.
So yeah.
Awesome. I love in IRL stories. Yes.
Yeah, and for me that was such a big deal. It was like, okay, so you can see what I'm getting at. You get it now.
Yes. Once the light bulb's on, I don't know. Like 5 years ago, I had a fucking moment, especially when I figured out what scientism was, because I have always been interested in the sciences growing up and as an adult and everything. But I figured out scientism, that was a hard, So I found out about flat Earth, and then soon after that, what scientism was. It's like, oof. But yeah, I kind of had it like was kind of like an epiphany.
My friend couldn't handle too much truth, so.
Really?
Yep. Plus, some people are a little bit. They have this little setting in them, the crazy knob. Sometimes that's turned up. That's a little too high.
Oh, good to know, honey.
For my taste. I mean, some people like that crazy, but not me.
Oh boy. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty heavy, dude.
No, not really.
Oh, good.
I'm already over it.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, you can't speak the truth.
I recover fast. No. Water, like you gotta go through life where the water, you just let it roll off you like a duck's back if you can.
Well, yeah, because holding on to negativity in any form, it's not good for us. I mean,
plus I can't handle people that choose to be enslaved rather than opening up their eyes, thinking for themselves. They want.
Wow.
So I mean,
so we're talking about a glitch. Somebody glitched out.
I can't. Yes, and I can't go back to a primitive way of thinking.
Right.
I can't do it.
Once you see this shit, you can't unsee it. Once you get unindoctrinated, you cannot be reindoctrinated. And if somebody makes claims to the otherwise, you're sus. That's my opinion. Because I don't think the brain works like that. Like you can be a flat earther and then you go back to the globe. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You're just trying to hit the drama button and, take us all for a fool. Because you don't want to work. You want to get paid.
Well, there's a lot of people that are under this serious delusion that people just know what they want and need, and they don't have to say anything. And then when they don't get what they want, even though they haven't talked to you or said anything about it,
So profound.
they start acting in ways based on something that they've never communicated about. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So if people can't
Well, for
communicate,
lack of a better word, I would agree
it's
with
not,
you.
listen, it's not my job to teach adult people
How to
how to
talk.
communicate on an adult level. That's none of my business. I don't have time for that shit.
You're right, Sonny. You are
I got my
absolutely
own
right.
I got my own life.
You know what? I really appreciate you sharing that like you did, because we all need to be careful. You know, it's some people need more time to process things and shit. And, you know, if we get, I know how it is. You get excited when somebody's vibing with you on it, and then you go a little too far. I get it, Sonny. You're like, ooh,
Yep.
oh. And then they're like, oh, yeah.
Because they feel like they'd be lost without whatever they've listened to these authorities, and they think that's giving them security because, oh, someone's telling me like what I should do and shouldn't do.
Well, you know,
But
I mean, somebody.
well, wait, I wasn't done. So the idea of like being free from all of that scares the heck out of people. I understand why, but when someone's doing it kind of like, well, we talk about it here, deliberate ignorance.
Yeah. Willful ignorance.
Willful ignorance, that's another level. So
Yeah, it is. And you know what? Yeah. Some people don't want to know. That just confirms it for me. Or they're just not ready. They're just not ready. That's even simpler.
So on that note, Ariel, when are you coming to visit me?
Okay, I'm breaking up this love affair. So Sonny, the reason is they don't want to take responsibility, right? If you have somebody else tell you what something to do, and whatever happens, and you do it, and if you fail, it's their fault, right? It's not your fault; it's their fault. You don't have to take responsibility for anything.
Yeah.
And that's a lot safer, right? It's like I can't be a failure because I'm a follower. The way I can fail is if they fail. You fail. You can just live in this delusion, and that feels better to some people. Is to just live in the delusion.
Does.
It's really bizarre because, excuse me, I'm trying to eat too. It's really bizarre because, yeah, I can spot it really quickly now. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, when they're viral?
No.
Oh.
Just that they're stuck inside that kind of loop that Indio just described.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it where you just talk about something that is not difficult. You talk about measurement, you know, where you can actually discern that there is something completely wrong here. Why can you, you know, testing with a laser beam, just seeing with your eyes, or you know, showing people the black swan. And if they get stuck there, and I've seen it, and then you think, okay, I'll try something else, and you try another approach, and they've gone. You just can't. And it's, for me, it's been a very bitter pull with people that I thought would really get it, to have to totally back off and just say to myself, oh well, you know, therefore for the grace of God go I. Because yeah, I'm quite comfortable talking about it, and I feel it's such a loss for people that they can't engage with you. And it's because you know, public figures are spreading the stigma that you are literally you're stupid, you're retarded if you even want to think or engage with this topic. So the wins are you know, the wins are really great, I mean, I have a totally emotional reaction when somebody engages, and when you finally see that they totally get it. So yeah, and take the good with the bad, I guess.
Yeah, it's true.
And it is. People think they are too educated for this. They think they are too smart, but yeah, it's just hard. I think from our standpoint to open our mouths and try to put this across to somebody, and then they just completely spiral from the get go. It's like a total refusal to even consider anything. It's really hard for me in any case. But yeah.
They think they're too smart and too dumb at the same time. Because they always say I'm not a scientist, right? You start asking them questions. And well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
Exactly. Yes.
But then they go on to explain Narnia like in detail and still holding on to it, even though I'm not smart enough. But they're like,
and they don't understand.
True. But it's still true. I'm not smart enough, but it's still true. Like what?
Well, I was having a conversation with somebody about the current world, the trend in the world that is veering towards fascism, especially, with regards to what has happened in Canada. And you know what this woman turned around and said to me? It was because of the mandates here as well. And she turned around and said to me, "Oh, I'm not political." That was why she wouldn't engage in the topic or even express an opinion. Her response to me was, "I'm not political."
But it's been politicized, though.
Well, but what she was saying in effect is, I'm a subject. I'm a subject.
Yes. Yes.
Pretty sad. It's pretty sad.
I asked a friend of mine, I said, "Why do you think we see through all the bullshit? The current bullshit?" And he had quite a good response. He immediately answered me. He said, "I think we can sense danger." So, yeah. Because, that's puzzling to me. Why are people so blind? Why are they... The cognitus is like... It's terrible. And then I look at them and I think, what do you think about when you like... what's your overall view of things? You are just a slave. You just... the next thing they tell you to believe, you will believe. And, so this guy said to me, "I think it's because we can sense danger." So that made a bit of sense to me.
Well, I couldn't... What do you mean by couldn't sense danger?
Okay. So at the beginning, when they started with the C word,
yeah,
we were skeptical. Why didn't we just go with it? Why are there some of us that are completely... We can't be fooled?
I saw it for what it was right from the beginning. That's just me. And I think a lot of people here, and probably including you, we all saw the bullshit, right?
Hey, you know what? I think a lot of people did because... Oh, go ahead, India.
Well, I was going to say, because it was so ridiculous in the beginning. Remember, people were like falling down on the ground, having seizures, like instantly. Oh my God, I got coronavirus. It's falling on the ground, start flopping around, drooling at the mouth. And then they show like these images of like Chinese people like fumigating an entire city. Like, come on, man. That's cartoon land. Like, you can't fumigate a whole city.
Hey, I got a very interesting YouTube screenshot I did the other day. And this is from, you guys probably recognize this channel from, 5 years ago and whatnot, True Stream Media. And this came up in my or whatever. And I thought that was pretty interesting because that's from 5 years ago that video was put out about the person in the picture. So a lot of us weren't paying attention, or really, I mean, I don't know what date you're talking about, Helio, but I was kind
as
of.
soon as they came out with that bullshit, I was like, oh my god, here we go.
Well, no, but this was 5 years ago. We were kind of onto it like
I mean, I knew they were going to do it before it happened. That's when they said it started happening. I already knew it was going to happen. Anyway, it wasn't anything new. It was just another. It was another pandemic, or whatever. It was like the H1N1 bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like people are so fucking gullible. It's just boring.
Yeah. So Gil Bates told us a long time ago that what they were going to try to do. Gil, if I say Gil, like fish Gil.
That motherfucker can breathe underwater.
Mr. Fishhead said.
Hey, anyway, Ariel, if there's any way you can increase your microphone volume, that would really help us out. I have you at max on the live stream and on my side.
Ariel. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, is there any way you can increase your microphone volume? Because we want to hear what you have to say. Because you are
settings.
You're a badass bitch.
I will look at it. I don't know what's up. I've got it all maxed out. So
are you on your phone or PC?
No, I've got my gaming headset on.
Wow.
Don't know what's up with that. Spooky.
So if you go to your settings and go to input volume and turn it up.
It's maxed.
Wow.
Do you have a volume on the cord of your headset?
Yeah, and I've pushed that all the way up as well.
All right. Check this out. Why don't you go ahead and close down Discord? Yeah, close down Discord and then rejoin, and maybe that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Because there's been a recent update on Discord. Maybe that's.
Yeah.
She could. There's a couple of other settings in there. Those echo reductions. Some of that causes problems with some systems. Yeah.
Just let it stay standard. If you input volume is all the way up and it's not working, just try it. Just go ahead and close Discord and then come back in.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks.
Yeah, we want to hear it, man. Ariel's great, man. I love Ariel. She's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
No, I'm just saying. I just and I love everyone. I want everyone to sound really good when they come in. So awesome.
I love you too, Helio. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, cool. Yeah, try that and see if it works.
I hope she doesn't have trouble logging back in. So anyway.
No, well, that's her new account, but Anyway.
Yep. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Hey, check this out.
Okay.
I'm working on another meetup here in Fayetteville.
Really?
Next weekend.
Well, next year I may have transportation.
All right, so Sonny, ride your bike ass. Ride your ass on over here on your bike to Fayetteville, Arkansas next weekend.
Not going to make it.
Well, you could probably make it in 5 days. I mean, come on, man.
Listen, it would take me longer than that to prepare. I don't even have the resources to get what I would need on a journey like that.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
But
hey, Sonny.
Wait. I'm not that far.
Why don't you set up a meetup in San Diego, man? I want to hear about it, man.
I will. I guarantee you it. I will be. I'm just trying to, I've changed my place around, and so I'm still trying to get everything settled to have it exactly the way I want. Like, now I'm in my kitchen, which is where my studio is.
What, you're going to have a meetup at your house?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow.
I just have things I need to get done, and like I don't have time to like do organizing and add another element like that because there's things that are in the process of being settled, and my place being set up exactly the way I want it. So there's a few things I need to do yet. I want to finish.
Dude, that would I would have flat Earth meetups every weekend if I had the right place. I'd be like in the like
I could have
my house party.
I could have meetups. Listen, I could have meetups at my place. I have a nice. It's a studio. It's a studio, but it's a big size studio. It's about 30 feet long.
But you live in an apartment, right? Yeah. Wouldn't your neighbors get pissed? Hey, but
no,
your neighbors would be like, "What the fuck's going on here?"
No,
and they'll come in and everybody be like, "Oh, flat Earth meetup, fuck yeah! Oh, you got tequila."
Are my neighbors gonna get pissed? Look, I live in a concrete building. 3 sides are concrete. They don't hear shit. I don't hear anything from them either when I close my door.
Nah, they'd be like, "What? You guys got tequila? I'm over here with the flat Earth meetup. Yeah, flat Earth, motherfucker."
Red flats. I'm about to flat smack everybody I run into. This one lady's like,
wait, who was in here in your apartment the other night?
My neighbor Chrissy, but she's a little cray. I'm trying to be nice here. So anyway.
Okay, well, never mind. We don't have to talk about it. Never mind.
Yeah,
she seemed pretty cool. So,
I mean, she's okay. She's got her own thing, but she's.
I think you were talking about her coming in before, and then she did come in. She sounded pretty good.
She's got her own login and everything. I tried to help her with Wi-Fi and stuff like that, but there's some stuff going on, and I just have to know when to separate. When I don't feel good about a situation, I have to cut it off. Like I can't.
That's cool.
It's
okay. It's all good. All good.
Yeah, it is. I'm still a neighbor, and I plan on being a good neighbor. But I don't have no funny business. I don't play games, and I don't allow games to be played with me either. And I spot them really quickly, so it's okay. I know myself pretty well now, and I don't allow people to run over me. You know, especially people that want to be enslaved and don't understand and are afraid of the idea of freedom and responsibility. So anyway, I digress.
That's what I was saying. I mean, you had her in your anyway. We don't have to.
But it was fine. I mean,
yeah, that was a good time. I think she enjoy ladies' night, talking to the ladies.
I think so, but yeah, it seemed like she was laughing her ass off actually.
Cool.
I just think there's some personal issues going on, and it's none of my business to talk about it. And so,
well, sure. I mean, you don't have to talk about it here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, moving right along. Maybe I could go to England now and go visit Ariel.
Hey, ride your bike to England over there. You can't even fucking go to Fayetteville. You're talking about going to England.
I'd need a special machine to go to England. That would be
a special machine like an airplane.
How about a personal pedal powered? Where you could fly across the Atlantic and have all your creature comforts and everything you need in your little capsule. Yeah, dude, flying across the floating.
What you could do is just launch a balloon, a capsule, and wait for England to come to you, and then just land on it because the Earth is spinning.
No, I'm talking about an actual reality of having a personal dirigible, a solid dirigible filled with whatever gas and that has enough lift to lift you in your little thing like an ultralight, but a completely enclosed ultralight where you have different choices of power. You could use pedal, solar, internal combustion, or steam turbine powered by HHO. I mean, this is my dream, to do something like that. So when you land on the ground, you have power to roll, possibly even float and power a boat. Like it could be all of the above. It could be a wheeled boat that has a dirigible that you could lift off and still be powered with props or whatever you want to do.
Hey, Ariel's back. Can you check your mic, Ariel?
I think it's better now. What do you think?
It sounds the same.
Slightly.
Oh, no.
It is. It's slightly. Let me put you at 100 and see. How about 118? Try it.
The quick red fox jumped over the. How does it go?
It's not bad.
How do you know that?
I'm just going to leave you up at a 200%, and that's fine. It's good enough for me.
Where is that from, Hank? The quick red fox.
Good enough.
I have no idea.
What's
I know
the
about the
rest
Fox
of
and the
it?
Hound. You got me? I thought you made that shit up.
It was part of some training that I did. I can't remember. I'll look it up. I'll sort my sound out. I'll just be quiet.
That's the last thing we want. Please continue.
No, I have my sound's too low. Helios says he can't hear me properly.
No, you're not going anywhere. We hear you just fine. I assure
Elio
you.
has years of hearing damage from being in a rock and roll band. Oh
yeah.
I kind of can't hear her as loudly as other people in here. So, I mean, you can hear her, but just you can tell that you could probably hear her a little bit louder.
Yeah, but Jenny, you were part of the Walkman age, and I know you listened a little too loud.
Right.
I'm just fucking with you.
Got me, dude. There might be some to it. But if everybody else can hear her good, that's great.
It's still a little low, but I can understand it. So, how long have you lived in Britain?
Me, 15 years.
Oh, quite a while. Okay, I was just going to ask you, have you had a chance to like tour around and see much of the island?
Oh my God! This is a funny story, Sonny, but when I first got here, I had an issue with my visa. So I was told that I can't work for 6 months. And I was in Scotland at the time. So like 2 weeks later, I had a job. But because I was basically an illegal, it was a job that was for cash in hand. So I was in a real predicament. So I saw an ad in the local newspaper, and I called this guy up, and he said, "Come and talk to me." So off I went, and I got into this guy's office, and he's so Scottish that I can hardly understand his accent. But he's like really glad to meet me, and I'm a South African, and he's been there, and he talks to me about all the South African stuff that he's heard of. And he goes.
Wait, I like the part where you said he was so Scottish, I couldn't fucking understand him.
I promise you, I had a hard time because they've got their own words and stuff. Where is old dude?
Yeah, where is old dude? Because he'd be like, no, we speak English too.
Whoa, take it easy, you racist bastards.
So I just needed a quick job to tide me over because I couldn't stand the thought of not having like an income. So this man gave me like from nowhere in a company that employed no other women. He gave me a job as a driver. So I'm in a country where I've only been for 2 weeks, and I'm going to drive all these people around. So he gave me this Mercedes van, and I crisscrossed the north. I crisscrossed the north of this country, Scotland. I mean, there's not a place, a hamlet, a village, a town, a city that I haven't been to.
I just got completely kicked from Discord, and then all of a sudden restarted by itself. Boom, kicked, and then started. Weird.
Very weird.
But you said you were crisscrossing across England, like yeah.
Yes, what I was doing is I was the driver for a crew.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, So this was
driver for a crew. What
yes.
crew?
Like a sailing crew?
What does that mean? Driver for a crew.
So this crew, I used to drive them. I had to get up like 5 in the morning and then go pick them up at their houses. And then I was taking them. So if they built a brand new mall, for instance,
So you were basically a cabbie.
Construction crew.
Yeah, a construction crew.
So you were a cabbie.
I had to drive these guys around.
She was a company driver for. She was a company driver. She was a company driver for a construction company. The driver for a construction company. Yeah, yeah.
And,
so they drank and you drove, right?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody.
That must have been fun times,
dude. I'd love to drive around instead of fucking work. I'm a worker, and you know.
It was brilliant. So I got to control the music.
Yeah. Did you play some heavy metal for?
I got it. And so I used to get up at 5 in the morning, pick the guys up, drive to the destination. I could be driving to Edinburgh in the morning, and like 12 o'clock, I'm driving back to Glasgow. But some of these shifts were like really long. So I'd be driving at like 1:30 in the morning with all these guys in the back getting drunk.
Oh boy.
And talking.
Very curious about what type of music you played while you were
me too.
driving them.
I wanna know, but
it's like you hooked up at the wrong people at the wrong time right now, Ariel. I'm fucking curious about what type of music you played since you had control of the dashboard while you were driving them around.
Okay, so along with all the pop songs of the time, it was Pink Floyd, Rush, Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. I come from a long line of musicians.
All right.
Yeah, see, that's why we all connect. You know, it's all boom, shit like that.
Bada boom.
Like you could. I'm driving construction workers from one place to another, and I'm gonna play some Yes and some Rush and some fucking Queen and shit. You know, fuck yeah.
So that's great, Ariel. You can share the driving, traveling across the country. We'll go play music all over the U.S. How does that sound?
Yeah. So you were driving across Scotland. So you drove construction workers from different points in Scotland.
Yes.
Oh, cool, awesome.
So when my visa got sorted, I said, "Fuck it, I'm staying in this job."
Dude, I'd love to be in Scotland right now because I fucking hate America.
Oh, shut up,
So one time, I can tell you, during that job, I was on the Queen's yacht in Edinburgh. The Queen's yacht was decommissioned.
All right.
But they kept it as like a tourist attraction. I was on that thing during this working expedition. I was in the nuclear power station for a week.
Whoa.
I've been to the most weird and wonderful places, and that year was just, it was great fun.
Wild.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Somerset County at all?
So so I've been in England now for a long time. I don't feel English. I feel like a displaced person feels, because whenever you leave your homeland, your motherland, I don't think you ever feel the same.
Have you ever traveled in Somerset? What's that? That's like the south, right?
Yes, I am in the south. Yes, and I've been all over. I love road trips. I love driving. I'm not giving my car up to the...
Because I'm supposedly have my ancestral home in Somerset with the family name still, but so one of these days I hope I can make it and see it.
I hope so too, Sonny, and I hope you'll get in touch when you do.
Absolutely.
Hey, Aria,
Yes.
your origin is South African.
Yes.
Does that mean you're Dutch?
Yeah, I only started learning English when I was like a 10-year-old. So when I was a kid,
I know who this is.
So are you tall?
who, me?
Yeah.
I'm 5'6".
Oh no, yeah.
That's perfect. Sorry.
So yeah, my as far as we know, my father is from an area of Germany, the most northern province, but we think
I
he's
knew you were going to say Germany when you said 5'6". I was like, she got some German in her. I knew it.
Yeah, I knew it too. I was going there too. So German, you said? Some German as well?
yeah. So my dad's
Yeah.
from Schleswig und Holstein.
Did you say
Okay.
Germanism?
9.
9.
Anyway,
And
I
my
know who
mother.
this is. It's already over. It's already over now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my dad, he's no longer alive. He was 6'4", very pale, blue eyes. My mom's 5'2". She's from French extraction, from an area called La Rochelle.
La
So
Rochelle? I've heard of that.
yes,
Isn't that in one of the Dan Brown novels, La Rochelle?
it's a very romantic sounding place.
I think it is.
Funny, isn't it? I know who this is.
Yeah.
She
So when I was a
knows.
kid, I went to a Dutch
I
school,
know.
basically Afrikaans.
Hmm.
And my dad spoke 5 languages. So I also spoke Zulu. And then when I was 10, I started learning to speak
Oh, you
English.
roboted.
Oh,
There sounded like you said your father had a Malibu. I was thinking cars. So I think I got that wrong. But you never know.
yeah, no, my father was an engineer. He loved cars, actually. He always had like 3 cars, motorcycles.
We know who you are.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, you've talked to me before, haven't you?
Yes, I've just been away for a while.
Because you're so fantastic and boring at the same time.
Oh, brilliant.
Shut up, Hero. What the heck?
No,
Hey, Ariel.
if you
Ariel,
know
I
who
think.
I'm talking to, you know exactly what I'm saying.
What?
She's not allowed here.
Who isn't?
That person.
What person?
What?
This woman is not allowed here.
Ariel is not allowed here?
Yeah. Don't you banned her Discord account because they were jealous of how good sounding her voice is?
I know, that must be what it is. So what is Helio talking about, though?
Oh, maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, don't trip. Helio, please don't trip. All right, anyway, moving along.
Was that Ariel? I thought I was talking to someone.
No, it's not. It's our Ariel. And she was talking about the Afrikaans, and we were all listening.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've told you guys these stories before.
Yeah.
Not the part about Scotland and when I was traveling
That was
around that part of the world.
really interesting. So, to be continued. Anyone new in the chat? I don't see anyone new. It's a bunch of bloody flat earthers. What in the entire hell is happening? Yeah, it's so great to see the spinning globe fantasy be obliterated beyond recognition. It's always a great pastime. But alas, I need to get ready to do an excursion to get my daily dose of fresh air. I'll be standing
All right,
by.
Sonny, be careful out there. Remember, keep the shiny side up.
Shiny side up. That's right.
That is right.
That would be the face, y'all. Don't get it. Don't make it this weird.
I didn't. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh man, we got any new people? Who is this? There's a globe skeptic. Have to remember that name. Everybody else I recognize. Have you guys had any new people?
Helio and Gemsy.
Oh yeah.
We got Glad Flobe in the house now. Hey, Glad. Nice hearing from you, Ariel.
Hey, guys.
Likewise.
Hey, Ariel. It was good to hear you.
Hello. It's good to hear you too. I've been listening on YouTube all the time.
What happened on YouTube?
No, I mean, my Discord, I had an issue with Discord. So I've got that resolved now. I had to make a new Discord account. Big pain. I reported them to PayPal for taking my money and then not giving me a service. But their customer service is totally, it's terrible. If you have an issue with Discord, you can't get it resolved. They just give you like rote replies and.
Oh, I bet it's like a bunch of 13-year-olds just sitting there eating Doritos. There's no tech support for Discord.
No, nothing whatsoever. I actually went to Reddit to find out.
Of course, yeah.
So I did my best to get my account back, but there was just no way. And they don't. It's like you don't know what you've done. You don't know why this has happened.
Right.
There's nothing that I can put my finger on. So
I would say Reddit is always a better bet than the tech support for the actual like the you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The proprietary tech support.
Yeah.
Well, neat. Yeah, I hadn't heard your voice for a while, so it's good to hear you speak.
Yeah, I was in 2 minds about coming back on Discord because their two-step verification, it's very freaking intrusive. And they tell you explicitly that you can't use a burner phone number to verify. And there are programs on the internet where you can just like get a number.
You can clone someone's phone from 5 feet away.
So like that's what I did in the end because the outrage just boiled up in me and I thought, this is just a utility. I mean, come on.
Right.
What do you want to know next about me?
Exactly. Like you should never need to know this stuff.
Yeah, do I have to send you a DNA sample?
Right, it's like, do I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to use Facebook anymore?
Exactly. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the world we got here. Technology is slowly, in my opinion, making us worse as people. I think it's more bad than good, but I don't want to be a pessimist. I try to be a bright, shiny person, but I just think that this technology thing is way too dangerous for those in power.
I mean, we've got one of the biggest databases in the UK for the National Health Service. And I've got special permission on this database. I mean, I've got, the kind of access that I've got. And everything is now interconnected. It's not just your health information, it's your criminal record, it's like social services. Everything is connected.
Yep.
And this was never the intention with this bullshit. And they are dying to sell this information because we know that, information is one of the biggest assets now. It's like buy a plot of land.
How much do you want? How much do you want? How much do you want? 10,000 for my social security number, like for that. How much do you want?
Yep.
Well, they are building your digital profile, and if
Well,
you
you said you have access to it, so
I do.
let's hear the numbers.
Yeah, I do. Well, don't tempt me.
Now, Helio.
And
no, I'm being fucking serious. Yes, I'm being serious because
just DM me.
no, I'm not. That's
She's like, I'll take them. Sure, I'm a nice person, but if someone's offering their social security,
if you're saying this, then yes, I mean, I'll give you $25,000 for my social security number for a new social security number. I mean, what are you fucking offering here? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking in a broadly philosophical way about the encroachment of governments and corporations into our private lives. By the mere fact that they are gathering all this information on
everyone. But prior to this, you were talking about like I have this.
No, Helio.
I have access to a mega database.
Oh, right, that.
And so
see, I told you.
Shh, let her speak.
So from that perspective, having like high level access, I just think it's outrageous. The kind of information that they want from people is totally unnecessary. And the claims that they make that, oh, this will help us to provide better service to you, or, if you look at what the World Economic Forum has just said about the
she thinks we're this
revolution,
dumb. This is fucking stupid.
The guy who's like pitching it says, are you tired of remembering all these passwords that you need to log in when you're on the internet? And I'm like, oh, I don't do that.
Well, not only that, it's like...
Teach us about the loopholes, Ariel. Go ahead and teach us.
I'm not trying to teach anything.
Especially not on the live stream. There's another program that, so my mom's a lawyer and she uses a program called LexisNexis that does the same thing. I'm sure many have heard of it. It's just, if you are in a society, it knows mostly everything about you. If you've ever even lived in a society, right, and gotten one piece of documentation, like most of your life's now going to be on the internet somewhere for someone to find.
Of course.
That said, if someone can find everything about everybody, they're only going after certain
right
people.
Now, Ariel is she's not a flat earther. Not. I'm just calling her. I'm calling her out, bro.
Oh,
she's here. Either if you are trying to help us,
Helio, I'm all about refraction and the Coriolis effect.
All the right. See,
Helio is not drunk. I'm calling you out. You're not drunk. You're just acting up.
All right, call me out. Call me out. I've been here since the beginning. Call me out. This is really kind of
Helio, you don't know what you're talking about right now. Unfortunately, you're full of shit.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about the redundancies.
So leave Ariel alone, Helio.
We could probably do flat Earth talk if you wanted to.
My bad. Let's go back to the redundancies in the.
Ariel's done nothing wrong. Just lighten up.
I will.
I must apologize for my friend Ariel. He seems to have had a drink or two.
Or probably 30.
Yeah.
Helio, do you know how I came to the flat Earth realization? I was watching.
I told you so.
Yeah, I was watching James True, and he was talking about something, and he just happened to mention that satellites are not what you think they are. And I was this was in about, I think, April 2020. So I started looking into satellites. I'd never paid any attention to NASA because I thought it was like a vanity thing. I thought it had no benefit for mankind. And then I turned my attention to NASA, and then it was a real struggle for me because I didn't, the term flat earther, it was completely not familiar to me at all. And then when I did go on the internet, I found people who were making jokes about things and, talking in ways that weren't logical to me. So when I finally found this Discord, it was like a gift because I found so many teachers here and I found so many pieces of the puzzle that I wasn't even aware of. So yeah, I'm not a baller, Helio. If that was what you were trying to assert.
I wasn't trying to say that. I'm just there are some things you were saying that kind of triggered some things that I was thinking. But as far as the leading to the conclusion of the ultimate manipulation of what humans might or might not think about globe, or even flat earthers might think about globe. There's connection between physicality and spirituality as well. So I just want to. I'm a protector. I pay attention. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that everybody's okay.
Helio, if you're good, I'm good, buddy.
I think all you guys are good. I think everyone that understands it in their spirit and their mind completely understands it. Boom. Solid understanding.
Kapow.
Kapow. Wait, kapow. Right. That's the end, right? Kapow. Understanding.
This is so funny.
Broken geometry, right? I mean, it's just like, woo, woo. Is it flat globe? Woo. How does geometry work on the curved globe? Weirdo. I'm really just fucking with you guys. I fucking love all you guys. I just want all this to be straight, like straight lines,
straight up flatness, y'all.
Straight vertical,
straight horizon,
straight curves,
flat horizon, as you can see. Come out to the coast, let's go see.
Hey, and no lie, I've been up for a long time, but I still pay attention. I still have enough intellectual coins to spend on paying attention. Y'all motherfuckers talk about this globe Earth. If you have any globe to show us here, why don't you go ahead and bring that globe? We've been waiting for the globe for several years.
Yeah, bring the globe so we can trash it.
Yeah, when you talk about having faculties to pay attention, Helio, obviously you do possess those abilities, but the Globers do not. They don't pay attention to anything.
Well, do you know what they do pay attention to?
What's that?
CNN, NBC, ABC, Fox News.
Yeah.
And every goddamn word they say on there, and they're just like, you fucking flat earthers obviously aren't paying attention. It's like, no, we are paying attention to the flat earth.
Well, in truth,
It's MSLSD because they're always tripping.
They are always tripping. They be on that LSD, but they ain't even taking LSD. Anyway, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say that. Yeah,
come on, God Rockin', you're about to say something.
Yeah, I was. I was going to say they're paying attention to, like you said, to CNN, NBC, whatever, all those news fucking stations. Obviously, they haven't been paying attention to stuff like Operation Mockingbird, which is declassified information about the CIA taking over all the news stations many years ago. It's been and the ability also Mockingbird. It says that they have made it not against the law for them to lie to the American public. Propaganda is now legal for them.
Yeah, that was under Obama. He passed that law.
Okay, well, wherever it was passed, and so if they're not paying attention to those kinds of things, then obviously they're way behind us. I mean, they're leaps and bounds lost, and so I'm not so sure they're even savable at this point. There might be a handful, but by and large, the general population are all so brainwashed and so far gone at this point that I actually feel sorry for them. You're so fucking ridiculous.
I try not to, but I agree with you. Yeah, I try not to feel sorry for the dumb masses. They're following, in my opinion, depending on which side they're on, doesn't really necessarily matter, left, right. It's like popcorn, right? It's just like, oh, this shit's coming together, right? They just pick a side, and they're pretty much ignorant about why they're fighting for that side, and they just
you're right, they are. Yeah, the divide and conquer, keep us all arguing about pointless shit, and that's what they do. They keep them arguing about the left, the right, conservatives against the liberals, and all that kind of shit. And they're all on one team. They're all on the same team. They're all pulling the shit over everybody's eyes, lying to everybody, nothing but propaganda.
You know what's really weird about this, God Rockin'? It's like the red and the blue. Like the red is the elephant, right? Which is the elephant in the room, and the blue is the donkey, right? These are our representatives, right? It's the red and the blue, the elephant and the donkey. It's so it's
pathetic.
It should be mysterious, but it's so pathetic. Yeah, exactly. So simple. And this is what your elephant, the red side, the Republicans or whatever, and the blue side is Democrats, which there is no such thing. It's you are being
totally manipulated
and composed into a certain to a certain situation that you can't control. But also, without this system, here's another thing: without the system, you could actually have the system work, and there would be no parties. And I've always been a libertarian, so But you will never be able to convince people that of this. I know they either want freaking socialism or capitalism. They want one or the other, and they're gonna put a label on.
Well, the sad thing about that is the socialism is a disguise for communism, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course it is. But as it, at least under the the United States, which the United States didn't exist after 1781. But anyway, at least at this point, people have a semblance of voting for a certain, semblance of freedom, for the states. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much over for humanity. As far as all that goes, we don't really have any freedom when it comes to that shit.
It's not over, Helio. It's just starting to get good.
Okay, maybe it is. Okay, so let's instead of looking outward, let's look in Washington D.C. The District of Columbia, Act of 1871. That's Washington D.C. That's not the capital of America.
It's not even
a corporation that doesn't exist.
Not even part of the United States.
Yeah.
Helio, all the governments, eventually.
Yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started on this
Helio,
shit.
Entropy will kick in. Natural law will prevail.
It will. Yeah, I'm totally with that. I'm totally with that because yes, the government, the corporation of Washington D.C. will collapse in on itself, and it will take the rest of the world with it, though, and that's the sad part.
Yeah, the war is gonna be here. People are gonna, even if the governments go away, there's gonna be people everywhere. There's gonna be nations, families. If the governments collapse, there'll be a favor for humanity.
There are no governments outside of this collapse system. It's going down, and so is everything else.
Yeah, but the people, they will. I agree with Jimsy. We'll band together at that point, and we'll do trading with one another to, keep everybody supplied with what they need, at least as best that we can. And there's going to be a lot of people that suffer, obviously, but at some point in time, things will start to be manageable on their own. At least I hope so.
I mean, it's going to be terrible, but there will be people that survive. But this financial weirdo system and their fake wars, all this shit's coming down probably sooner than later.
Yeah, I'd say you're probably right. Sooner the better, actually. To get, I mean, we need.
Yeah, but I don't want to fucking suffer.
Oh, I don't either. But I just think the longer we postpone the inevitable, the harder it's going to get. They're just going to keep taking.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it, though. No. Gonna happen. Happen.
Yep, that's when just a few good friends can band together and make their best effort to,
Yeah, and try to survive.
Yep.
And I've not often been a doomsdayer, but this shit is so fucking weird that I'm just like, holy shit, they're actually fucking trying to pull this shit off. But I mean, I'm sure during the last reset, everybody was probably like, holy fucking shit, I can't believe this shit's really happening. And it could be like 10, 20 years. And then people will just look at me and go, I told you so. And then 10 years from there, they'll be like, oh, fuck, he was right. You know?
Yeah, it's just too bad that there's not more of the masses that are aware of what's going on. They're just not. They're just too enthralled in all the propaganda, you know, believing in what they see on the TV. You were right. You nailed it right. One of your first comments about watching the news and believing what they see. That's the biggest problem we have right there, I think, because not everyone.
Dude, if nobody watched the news, they wouldn't even think anything was going on at all. You know what I mean? With all like the war and the weather. It's like, hey, it's okay to watch the weather report. It's like, oh shit, it's gonna snow. Oh, maybe we should, stock up. And just hold down for a few days. Oh, okay, cool. Everything's good. I'm gonna go back to work. I'm gonna do this. But if you watch the news and you hear, oh, fucking Russia's attacking Ukraine, and that's all that's on the news all fucking day long, you're in America? What the fuck do you give a shit about Ukraine?
Well, they want to try to pull everybody's heartstrings. Look at what Russia's doing, whatever. All a bunch of horse shit anyway. But, like my mom, I went and seen my mom yesterday, and she's like, oh, these poor people in Ukraine, they're starving to death, and they're being bombed, and
She's watching the news, right?
Yep. I tried to tell her, don't watch that shit. Just turn it off. And she says, well, how am I going to stay informed? And I just went, oh, my God. You're not being informed of anything that's true, Mom. Well, yeah, but that's all she could say. But I
totally get it, because I was watching the news during 9/11, so I was total fucking news hog back then. And the Waco shit in Texas.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was a news hound then. All the way up to 9/11. Matter of fact, I was the guy listening to the news, working in a cabinet shop of like 20 people, and I said, holy fuck. I was like, everybody stop what you're doing. A plane just hit
the towers,
the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And so everybody turned their radios to talk about that. So I was the guy in the shop. I was already listening to the news. I was listening to live radio.
So, yeah, I watched it. I watched it live on the couch. I seen it, a news flash thing where it showed the first tower getting hit. So I instantly sat down, found a live broadcast station, which probably wasn't even live for all I know at this point.
Dude, and when I got everybody started listening to that shit, everybody in the shop was listening to the radio because we still had work to do. We didn't have TVs in there. When they announced that the tower fell, everybody in the shop knew it at the same time. And then I went home for lunch, and then I turned the TV on, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm like, fuck, I feel stupid at this point almost.
Like, yeah, me too. I feel dumb. It's like an airplane can take that building down that way. Yeah, that's retarded. But yeah, I was like, at the time, I was like, holy fuck, an airplane, terrorists, and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I was right there with you, bro. I was right there with you.
Then I went back to work, and I couldn't. All I listened to for weeks on end was about shit about 9/11. And then several years later, I found Alex Jones. He was saying, "Hey, man, there's no way those fucking planes could have taken down that tower," Or well, at first it was like, "Oh, there's a conspiracy. There were airplanes, and they hit the tower, and they took them down, and so did it this way." There's no fucking way one airplane could have demolished an entire fucking 1,100-foot tower. You have to be out of your mind to actually believe that really happened. One airplane.
Yep.
1,100 feet. A building that's been there for 33 years. One airplane hits it and it disappears.
33.
Bullshit.
What a number.
Yeah. 33 years. They were built in 1968. They disappeared in 2001. 33 years, one airplane, building, boom, two airplanes, building, poof, they just disappeared.
Yeah. Amazing.
1,100-foot tall towers. They just disappeared. They disappeared.
I watched one of the clips.
11 seconds.
Yeah, I watched one of the clips, and it showed the building coming down, and there was this section of the building that was still standing a little bit higher than as that rest of it was collapsing alongside of it, and it just disappeared into dust.
Yeah,
it just like
smoke. Yeah, I
just turned to smoke right before my eyes. Now I don't know if that was CGI or if that's actually how it fell or whatever, but
doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because if you think two airplanes can take down two 1,100-foot towers and make them disappear, you are a fucking idiot.
Yeah, what happened to all that material, all the I-beams and all that? I mean, there should have been a huge pile at the bottom. And there was hardly anything down there left. Either those buildings were empty or, which I think is the case, at least with one of them, it was probably empty the entire way up. At the top couple floors and one on the bottom floor. But one of those buildings was never even really used.
Both of them just completely disappeared within like 12 seconds. They were just gone because an airplane hit it. Okay.
There just couldn't have been that much material there to begin with. They were just hollow shells because you can't make that much material disappear. I don't even think with the dustification technology or whatever you want to call it, I still have a hard time with all that material not piling up at the bottom. There was a hole. There was a hole in the ground. There wasn't I mean, it was fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, it was a weird situation. But anyway, But the bottom line, I mean, airplanes can't knock down, make building. Airplanes can't make buildings disappear.
But they sure did.
They did. Well,
they sure disappeared. I'm not saying it was
with logic. If you use logic, you can say, "Hey, I can throw an airplane or fly an airplane into a building and make it disappear." Yeah, good fucking luck with that one. Shit, that shit happened on 9/11, 2001.
I mean, how ridiculous does that sound? I mean, really, I can hit this building with one airplane somewhere near the top
and make it disappear.
Make the entire building disappear. Yeah. That's a fucking magic trick right there. That's fucking true magic, whatever they did.
No, the magic was the sci-fi, sci-fi.
Well, I'm not saying it was I'm not saying it was like literal magic, but I mean,
those buildings were there.
It was slightly.
I don't think any airplanes hit those buildings at all.
Oh no, No, me neither.
Yeah. So I mean, the buildings were there, then they weren't, and everything else is a programming.
Yeah, that was just a weird fucking deal there.
It was fucking weird. I didn't realize it till like 5 years later.
Yeah, me neither. No, not until I heard people saying they had, this and this and check this out. Look at this. How does this happen? It was a demolition. You could watch the floors. People heard the explosions one after another. Boom, 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 as it come down, and
Well, that was building 7. I think there were bombs in building 7.
I think there was some in all of them myself, but that's just my opinion.
No, it could be. Well, I mean, there must have been, in the other towers. Yeah. So of course, but the airplanes could not. One airplane could not have made that fucking 1,100-foot tower disappear.
Then I seen that video where it showed the second airplane hit, and the nose come out the other side of the building undamaged.
And there's no fricking.
Yeah, they actually showed the nose come out at the other side of the building real briefly, and it didn't have a scratch on it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of weird shit about where the planes hit and how it might have affected the building, whether explosives were at the top of. Because when the first, which is the second tower collapsed first, it fell into itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fucking weird, man. There's a lot of weird stuff.
That's because I think the internal parts of it were empty for the most part. That's the only way it could fall in, because it was the empty spot. It collapsed inward.
Did you watch some Brian Staveley's stuff about his?
I don't think so. I might have.
Oh yeah.
It's been so long since I watched any of that stuff. I mean,
No. Brian made some good stuff about about the hollow buildings.
Yeah.
And there's some interesting stuff he's put out about 9/11. Brian Staveley. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's just been so long since I watched anything about 9/11. It's been at least probably 7, 8 years at least since I've watched. I mean, I just quit watching it after realized what happened. I just figured at that point.
And it's what's really weird is we can talk about 9/11 like nobody's business, but if we get into some of the other crotchety, weird conspiracy shit, which is not like the SH.
Yeah. You can't talk about that because it's
Can't
not
talk about that. But I know for a mother fact that was a complete hoax. And the BM.
Seems like all of it is, anymore. I mean,
The BM, I'm talking about the BM, the not bowel movement, but it might as well be. It just happened to be in Connecticut. I mean, not in Connecticut, Maryland. Boston. That's in Maryland, right? Boston is in Maryland.
I don't know.
It's in Maryland, I think.
No, Massachusetts.
Oh, it's your mama town.
Boston, Mass.
All right, so
I live behind the Zion Curtain, which is what we call it here in Utah, behind the Zion Curtain, because of the LDS Church. So I'm pretty well shielded from all that stuff.
India's gonna come in here and fucking motherfuck. Yeah, Maryland. It's Maryland. Anyway, the BM, the marathon stuff. That was such nonsense. But we can't talk about it. We can't.
Yeah, well, you guys should experience living behind the Zion Curtain. It's quite something. Let me tell you. a whole different kind of a way and a place to live. You're shielded, and yeah. The LDS Church has got so much power over these people.
Imagine up there in Utah, man. Fucking
And they're globers. That's the worst part.
You got the power.
Yep, they preach the globe.
No, they don't. See,
oh yeah,
nobody,
they do.
Do they really like?
Oh yeah,
like here. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. Oh, because the Mormons, you get your own planet, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Never mind.
So yeah, they're all about the globe. Let me tell you.
I bet they. He's like, you're the god of your own planet.
Yep.
You get a horde of women.
Well, that's the that other religion, whatever. Which one were they going to get all the virgins or whatever? But the LDS Church does say that there will be multiple marriages in heaven. You will be able to have more than one wife. Not that you're going to have hundreds or whatever, but they're saying you have your own planet and a couple of wives, and yeah, you're going to be.
Well, in Utah right now, you can have more than one wife, right?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
it's been outlawed for many years. A lot of people have actually been arrested, put in prison for it. Actually, yeah, there's only ones that practice that are the fundamentalist groups. They have their own like little compound they live in, and like that Jeffries dude that was on the run. He had a compound down in, I think it was Colorado City, which is on the border of Colorado and Utah, and they had this little compound down there that they all lived in. They have their own school, they had their own doctors, they had their own like little city, and nobody left that place for anything. They didn't need to. They supplied everything, medical. They had their own doctors, kids they sent to school, had their own schools, taught their schools inside this sort of a compound thing. And yeah, the women couldn't leave, the kids couldn't leave until they became 18 years old. And by then they had them brainwashed, most of them, to stay. So they had multiple wives in that situation. And there's a few other groups like that do practice that still today, I believe.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I mean,
yeah, but the main LDS Church
USB is fucking up.
I mean, you make it sound like it's bad to have multiple wives.
I didn't say it was good or bad. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm just saying that the way that you said it made it sound like it. That's all.
Well, I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. I mean, you can make your own decision on that.
I've been married twice, and I wasn't good at it, so I don't even know how I could even deal with more than one wife. That would be
bad.
insane to me.
It's bad. It's not good to have multiple wives. Yeah. Or else God would say, "Hey, have multiple wives, guys. Like, have 5, have 10."
Wait a minute. Wait.
This is I have no judgment here, but
there are people. God did condone certain situations
where people that can handle 500 wives. Nah.
500? Nobody said
okay. 300. No.
Well, there's
Bong,
another.
Did you know Noah had more than one wife? Did you know that, Bong?
I know, but it doesn't make it good. There were reasons.
Are you gonna condemn him then?
There are reasons why having many wives is bad.
But I'm just saying, are you gonna condemn him because he has multiple wives?
Condemn him. God is going to do whatever God wants to do. Okay? I'm sorry.
How many wives did Solomon have?
Just passing the message.
Oh man, you don't want to bring King Solomon.
Yeah, how many wives does Solomon have?
Oh, you failed.
Do you guys even know why?
Well, I mean, and concubines. How many concubines and
not
wives?
only concubines. He was having sex with the jinn
And he
too.
doesn't make it right. That's what caused his downfall.
Okay.
His downfall was caused because of his dick.
Why is this even a thing? Y'all nigga brought this shit up. I was just saying.
So, do you guys even know
Bro,
why
all I was
started multiple marriages? You even know why they allowed that? Does anybody actually even know why?
Allow?
Well, because most of
who
them
allows
died at
what?
war.
I'm talking about the Mormon Church when they first came over here, when they came from Missouri to Utah. Why did they allow their members to have multiple women marriages? Why? Why did they do that?
That's because they
didn't want to condemn them to sin, bro.
No, that's not it. It's not why they did it.
No.
They say it's to bring down spirits from heaven, right?
Nope. They did it because when they got here, they were persecuted the whole way here. And when they got here, there was only a handful of men left and all these women. And these women wanted families, and they were not willing to. You couldn't marry outside the church. You couldn't marry a member of society that wasn't a member of the LDS church. So they said, rather than make it so these women have to live with no children, no families, it's not fair to these women that they cannot have a family and children. So you can if you can support them, if you can provide for these women and these children, you can take on one of these women that can't find a husband because they're all gone, they're all taken, and you can go ahead and take another one, but you have to be able to provide properly for these women and children. And so
That's exactly what it says in the Quran too.
So that's why they allowed it, because there were women that were going to have to live and die with no family, no children, and they didn't think that was fair. That's not how life is supposed to be. A woman should be allowed to have children and a family.
You know what's really interesting about that? I mean, looking back on stuff, if a man is married to a woman and he dies, his brother, oftentimes in the Hebrew tradition, he's obligated to father a child with his brother's wife.
Yeah, and take care of the children and the wife. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So anyway, so that's traditional.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why they did it. They didn't just do it because they were wanting.
Because they want to just fuck the whole
right.
Yeah,
they did it because there was all these women that couldn't find a husband. There were no men left. They all most of them got killed and persecuted on the way here. But it didn't take them very long to get more members and prosper.
Hey, check this out. On top of that, God rocking, what was happening with Joe Smith there in St. Louis? Holy shit! There was some rambunctiousness going on there, bro.
Well, yeah, they shot him when he walked out of the jail.
Yeah, they were pissed off. Everybody was pissed, and then everyone fled to Utah.
Yep. Did you know that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young both had this guy? He was a very famous gunslinger. I can't remember his name right now, but he was with them all the time to protect them because they were persecuted and people killing them. Anyway, this guy was a real famous badass gunslinger, and apparently he killed quite a few people that tried to kill Brigham Young and Joseph Smith along their journeys.
I don't doubt it. I mean, you got to have some. If you got to have this kind of knowledge or whatever you're trying to preserve, you're gonna have some pretty close brothers, and you're gonna have to kill somebody because hey, hold on, Bong. Do you know what happened in St. Louis with Joe Smith when he was killed, and then everything moved west to Utah?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, but I don't think
it's
it's
pretty
because they were.
That's pretty hardcore, man.
Yeah, but I don't think it's because they were trying to protect something. I think it's because people knew what they were up to, what it was really all about, and some people saw an opportunity trying to get some money because these guys probably had a lot of money. Brigham Young. And,
No.
oh yeah.
They
Okay.
didn't get money till they got
They-
here in
yeah,
Utah.
right,
There
right,
was
right.
where they
They're
got their
trying-
money was when they got here. There was a chief called Chief Wakara. He was a Ute Indian tribe chief. He said he had a dream that he was supposed to give the gold to the white big hats. And when he seen Brigham Young with this big tall hat, he thought, "Oh, that's the guy I dreamt about." And he got all this gold when he massacred the Spaniards. The Spaniards had been already in Utah for 200 years or a little bit longer.
They came from the south, right?
Yeah, they came up from the Gulf of Mexico. That's where the Spanish Trail comes in. It comes all the way up through Utah. These Spaniards were coming up with pack trains of burros and coming up in here mining gold for over 200 years.
Yeah.
And then the Indians, they were slaving the Indians in the mines in the end there. So the Indians all got together and massacred all these Spaniards, killed them, like thousands of them one summer. And then they covered up all the mines. They took the gold bars that they had smelted up in their burrows and they hid them. And Chief Wakara took a bunch of the gold home. He thought it was his. He said, "These fuckers stole this gold from our land and our people." He took it. And when Brigham Young got here, he gave that guy a bunch of fucking gold. And I mean, like wagons full. And so that's where they got their money from initially. It was just given to them when they got here.
Of course, I mean, imagine like if just a bunch of foreign like people you've never seen before arrived on your island and then they started like digging this thing up from your island and started killing your people because they wanted this thing that's in the earth.
Yeah,
and it means nothing to you guys, right? How would you feel about it? I'd be like, kill them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, they're not here because they're trying to spread the message of love and truth. They're here to kill us for our gold. What is wrong?
That's right.
What's wrong with these people? It's like, what's wrong with these people? Like, look at that. Like,
you're talking about you're talking about that did that. They're called Jesuit priests.
Yeah.
That's who was here.
You could also call them America.
Yeah, there were Jesuit priests that were fortifications built here, and they were running the mining operations. And they had some of these mines tagged as the King's mines and different mines. They had different names to them. Lost Josephine is one of them. They call it Lost now, but it was the Josephine de Martinique. I can show you a waybill on this mine that was all written up about where it was, how big it was, all the gold that was taken out of it, blah, 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 blah. As a matter of fact, my dad had a claim on it once. But he lost that. The Forest Service took it away from him when he tried to do some digging up there. Anyway, it's a long story. Never got to get into the mountain to see if there was anything there. But the story led us right to a spot up in the mountains. And there was actually the landmarkers were there. Everything was there that was supposed to be that was on the waybill. But we never did find anything because we got run off. My dad did because my dad's dishonest. Let's see, shyster, I guess you would want to put it. Anyway, so he lost his right to be able to explore the mountain enough to actually find out if there was anything inside of it. The waybill said there was all this raw silver and gold that was hidden in the mine because the Indians were massacring them and killing them, get hostile Indians. They had to leave a bunch of gold behind, so they sealed it off in the mine and then left. Anyway, so this Indians massacring the Spaniards was a real thing, for sure. And the Spaniards leaving and running for their lives is a real thing. I can show you a spot on the mountain. I've been to it myself. It's a big round circle, and it's a big burn. Like they had this big bonfire. You could still see it when I was 12 years old. I went out and dug around in the hole in the ashes with a stick and pulled out 3 soles to shoes. There were Spanish shoes. They were all curled up and burnt, and I found them in the dirt in this pile of ashes and cinders. And it was a big round circle, and it was supposedly where they piled up all their wagons and all the Spanish after they massacred them and burned them all right there.
Oh.
Anyway, so I can testify to that personally. I actually stood in that pile of ashes with my own 2 feet with a stick and pulled up shoes that Spaniards probably were wearing before they got killed. And
wow.
Yeah. And there was supposedly all these gold bars that were in that pack train of Spaniards that left, and they supposedly took those gold bars and hid them somewhere nearby that burn spot. I think I know where they're at, but it's on Indian land. Can't go up there no more. They don't want nobody up there messing around.
Oh, the Indians would have took them by now.
Well, maybe, but they claim that they hid all that stuff from the younger people because it was cursed. They said if we let the kids, our younger Indian kids and children and grandchildren, have the knowledge of this gold and where it's at, they'll just become more corrupt again, and something bad will happen. So they covered the mines and wouldn't tell any of the youngsters where it was. And that's the story they tell. Now, I don't know whether it's true or not, but I don't know any rich Indians up here. But
the story of greed.
Yeah. So I don't know really what's going on there, other than what the story goes, that they hid the gold.
They call it gold. You know, if I was Native American, I'd be like, they call it gold.
Yep.
What, shiny rock? Yes, the
shiny rock. Anyway, so it's an interesting story. But my dad was a prospector, and I spent many years going up there with my dad and looking for this and that. And we found a lot of stuff that's cool. I can take you to a place up in there in the Uinta Mountains where there's Spanish carvings in the trees. I mean, hundreds of them, hundreds of trees with Spanish carvings in the pine trees. And and there supposedly was a big camp there where they camped. There was an ice cave there where they kept all their meat and stuff in because there was an ice cave and a spring. And so right around that ice cave, you can find just hundreds of trees because while they were up there camping, I guess they were like making their little mark in the trees. And real fancy carvings too. They're pretty. So they're pretty cool. So they were here.
Carve.
They were here. I can tell you that the Spanish were here. Mine.
Back when carving was a common skill because we didn't have cell phones.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So we played with knives and wood. You know, like with your hands. You know, carve something.
You're right, though, Bong. You're absolutely right, brother.
In the future, I imagine we're gonna be saying to ourselves, in the past, we used to draw things. We used to write things.
Yeah, on a tablet, on a cell phone.
Yeah. In the future, we're going to be so dull and like have no skill because computers are going to do everything for us. You know,
they already
you're going to look at you're going to look at somebody's beautiful handwriting and think, wow, we used to.
They don't even teach cursive anymore in school, I guess.
Yeah,
right. They don't even teach you how to write cursive.
Hey, bounce out. Is the computer gonna take a shit for you?
But if you do take a shit, it will do a health checkup for you. Yeah, it will check your health for you.
You have to shit in the box and send it to the lab.
Well, your toilet will check it for you.
Oh yeah, you're probably right. There'll be a little sensors in there. Come on. You need a jab. You need a jab.
You have SARS in your poop.
Your Jibby-Jabby's readings are low. You need to refuel.
People are gonna look back and wonder, like, how did they used to do that? Like, do what? Like write those things and draw those things. Oh, they used to have these things called pencils and pens. It's like writing stuff. Like, it's so weird, man. So people used to write things. Wow, why? Before computers.
Yeah, what's that digital art called? NP, whatever they call them.
Pixel?
No, there's a name for digital art. And there's
NFTs.
There you go.
Non-fungible tokens. Right. It's called prompt engineering, man. Prompt engineering is when you tell the computer, the AI, right, what you want. So you
don't use a pencil, Bong. That's where the pencil disappears.
Nobody uses pencils anymore, man. Like,
right?
Why would you guys do that? People can't draw. People don't know how to draw as good as machines. I mean, why would you even attempt that? Like, just let the AI do it. Like,
the AI, they do it so pretty and so nice.
Little Bong Jimmy doesn't have a computer. He's trying to draw himself.
Bong doesn't love his son. You better draw that flower. Draw it now. I'm back. Check on. Oh, my dad is abusing me. He's making me draw
that, right?
Jimmy, tell your daddy Bongs out to buy you the new Samsung 17,700S Ultra Note with the 17 pens that comes with it.
It washes your dishes too. Tell your dad to get that new one.
This new phone does your laundry, man.
I want the one that wipes your butt because I'm getting tired of it.
I'm getting tired of all this toilet paper.
Yep.
Imagine a closet.
Tired of having to fight in the grocery store. You have to get in a boxing match just to get a pack of toilet paper.
Imagine this new closet that you take your whatever you're wearing, you take it off, you put it inside the closet. By the next day, it's clean.
It's clean.
That actually sounds not too bad. I mean, I'm a bachelor. I have to do laundry. I think that sounds pretty fun. I mean,
nobody steals that idea. I'm gonna make it.
I could go along with that one. Do my laundry? Yeah, sure. Here.
It even folds it for you.
Good. It's wrinkly clothes.
Wait, the closet folds it? Yeah, it folds it and everything. Washes it, folds it. Just like Mom used to do. Wait, Mom used to do that?
I'm wrong.
Yo.
Have you guys talked to Millennium Envoy? VC verified in here. Go ahead.
What's his name?
Millennium Envoy.
Envoy. Yep.
Oh, am I getting a spotlight moment?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, you got it. You're on board, brother.
Yeah. You guys are my people, from what I hear.
This is your home. Welcome home.
Tell us about your journey.
Wow. That's like 7 years long.
Well, it's parts of it anyway. Let's hear the good parts.
Well, the good part would be that I'm no longer a glober, so I'm not some little speck of dust on a rock zooming through a black void. And
that's very good news.
Yeah, I work to kind of show people that as well as other things. And I mean, my whole journey in general of truth started way back. I remember the exact date. It was September 22nd, 2015. And
wow, you're a fucking OG, bro.
I mean, sort of, because like that's when I was first exposed to the New World Order as a concept, and I was like, okay, because it was my first year in college, and I was 18 years old, and I was walking through the library, and they had this hallway that's always having a different theme every semester, and this one was kind of random, but they had this magazine behind glass, and on the magazine was this page with like Tom Cruise on the front, and it said Hollywood Cult ? I'm like, Hollywood Cult sounds pretty interesting, because back then I had ambitions to pitch movie ideas. I still have these stories. I'm sitting on these stories that I would have pitched, but I'm like, that sounds interesting, so I checked that out. I looked it up back when YouTube searches worked. And I got a bunch of results, and I'm like, after about 4 hours of watching all these compilations of New World Order I just kind of shut my phone book and, stood outside, and that moment was like the most vulnerable experience I ever had. I'm like, wait a minute. So the people in high places aren't looking out for my best interest. Like, it was a lot to take in. It's so foreign to me at this point to think of that as a big realization that kind of cripples you, but it did back then. And I spent a whole year just denying it. I mean, like, trying to explain things, but every time I tried to explain something, I ended up with more questions that weren't adding up if there wasn't a New World Order. And like, I was genuinely one of those people that would probably troll you guys and just laugh away with Jimmy Kimmel.
Well,
So
I'm
here I am now.
I'm interested to hear your flat Earth epiphany.
Oh, okay. So that started, like, the very first time I ever heard of that was like 2017, and I was like, that's interesting. And then 2018, like around late 2018, I ran into someone online. His name is Benjamin.
Owen
Yeah.
Benjamin?
Yeah. Someone here probably knows who he is. He calls
I think
all
we
his
all
followers.
do. We all
Yeah.
know him.
So, like, okay, and he presented it in a way that it's like, wow, like the simplicity of it, like, it's not hardcore complex arguments. It's literally just seeing through the layers of spells that have been put over our eyes. Like, satellites are floating in on balloons, and the curvature rate is not visible when you just zoom in on objects and they reappear. Like, you can't zoom in through a physical curvature, you know what I mean? And then there's like the black swan, and 2019 is when I just converted, and
Where did
towards
you
the
see
end
the
of
black
that,
swan if it wasn't here?
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found it before I joined Discord, because when I was looking into Flat Earth, all I had was YouTube. I didn't even have Facebook. So, at the end of that, when I was like, had all these arguments and all these points that like totally 100% assured me that we're not on a globe, I did a presentation in college in front of a whole classroom, of
You
just
did?
like, of people that believe all sorts of, things like more than one gender, or more than two genders, and
Fantasies.
How well did that go over for you? That
round zero. Well, you got to choose. It's a cool class. It was just like it was a boring literature class, and one of the things that you can do a presentation on is any conspiracy you wanted. So I'm like, okay. So I chose Flat Earth because Flat Earth is not a condescending truth, or it's not even slightly depressing. It's all uplifting, and you're kind of in that underdog approach. Like, you're not talking about chemtrails or vaccines or something where it's just nothing but doom and gloom, So I chose that one, and I did it charismatically, and they were kind of laughing here and there. I showed them the globe paintings, or Mr. Blue Marble, like the very basics, and they were silent. Like, no one was making a sound when I started going over image after image of fisheye lens curvature and comparing it to the real thing. And then, like, I got all this feedback like, wow, I hate to say this, but I'm kind of a skeptic of the globe, and like, it worked. So that's my whole journey. And then nowadays I'm still learning about what the esoterics of Flat Earth, what it communicates, why it's that way to begin with, what it's communicating, the whole North Star and True North and all that stuff, what that represents, because it's all designed for a reason. It's all, this whole realm is a collection of analogies that are expressions of truth.
Yeah, you sound like you've gone through a lot of the same stuff everyone here has. You're pretty much right on board, on point with pretty much what most of us experienced along the way as well. So, right on, brother. Good to have you.
Yeah. Cool, man. That's awesome.
Welcome to the server.
Yeah, I had to return. I had to return because my account got deleted in January for a really vague charge of misinformation. Or it said I got an email saying like you were involved in misinformation or you were in a server involved in misinformation, and they just deleted me. And I'm like, okay, so I just remade my account in 5 minutes, the exact same name, exact same picture. So I had to find you guys again, this server, because it's the best Flat Earth server. It's got all those channels with all those images and links and everything. It's really a treasure.
Oh, yeah. Welcome home, bro. Welcome home.
Feel the same way, brother. We feel the same.
Well, thanks for the spotlight. Felt like first day in class, when you get called on to introduce yourself. Except this isn't. This isn't a college you get in debt for. So
you've
all free knowledge.
You've done a stellar job so far, my friend. I must admit.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, because I've been in the lobby unverified for a while, like a month, because I'm lazy and I don't want to. Like, I'm just like, I'll verify myself in voice later. The lobby is a battlefield every day, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen They Live, the movie?
Yeah. Parts, like the most important parts. Like where he's walking down the street, or
there's this guy on the radio. Yeah, they have this organization in that movie, and they're the ones handing out the glasses. Yeah, but they're the ones also on the radio that you hear. They're controlling us with it. It sounds really crazy. That's what we're like. We're like those people. You hear our voice, right? We sound crazy, and we're handing out these glasses. And that's all. Yeah, so I'm so happy to hear your story. How your journey.
Thanks for hearing it. Yeah.
Some people have a really bad experience. Getting to Flat Earth. They lose families and they lose friends and jobs and yeah, it sounds like you had a good one. I'm really happy to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Flat Earth hasn't caused any losses, really. Now, what's causing me losses right now would be awareness of certain prescriptions that are going around. I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if I could say the C word in here. Would they get you in trouble?
We try to code it, right?
Right.
Yeah, we say I don't know, like you could call it juice, you could call it And they are causing us a lot more troubles now. The 28th of March, they're going to crack down more on misinformation, right? Anything that's not part of the narrative, and we consider Discord will be so.
Yeah, so it's we try generally, especially on this live stream, to stick to the flat Earth conversation. And there are other rooms here that you could engage with people on a few different topics. But as far as where you're at now, we like to try and keep it on the flat Earth subject. And then if you want to go beyond that, there's always someone willing to talk to you in a different room for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah. I wonder why, isn't flat Earth the most counter narrative thing out there, and why can't we talk about it, right? It's like, hey, why are we allowed to talk about this? Isn't this the biggest conspiracy out there?
It's like a trickle down. Like a lot of them just trickle down from the globe deception, right? Like I heard it as an analogy of you toss out globe deception, and it's like chopping down a tree with all these different branches of lies, like evolution.
But I wonder why they don't ban us straight out for talking about flat Earth.
I think it's because they need a certain number of people to reject the flow of things, because like when it's all said and done, because I believe in Bible prophecy 100%. So from what I see, I think the people that are going to see the real end times are people like us. But a lot of people like us aren't going to really know the spiritual truth, and they're going to fall for a very charismatic figure that overthrows all the corrupt powers that we see today. But this figure is going to be a wolf. I'll just put it that way.
But the flat earth, even the flat earth, how do you say, the flat earth topic or whatever, or the term flat earth, that's even part of the control system. It's like a duality thing. You need some crazy people out there to make fun of or to accuse of. These days, if you're a flat earther, you don't believe in, the V or the C or all the other stuff. And when you actually want to talk about real things, because obviously the flat earth is something that is real, but it's a description of reality, but it's not the meat of it. But then whenever you want to bring up something that is happening on the flat earth, like the politics or the wars or the V or the C's or all that stuff, medical advice and that kind of stuff, you can't do that, because if you actually start doing that, then definitely trouble.
Okay, because it's easier to make fun of flat Earth, right, than it is to make fun of their other stories.
Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna get persecuted over, rejecting the globe. Like, I don't think that'll be our source of persecution. It'll be
Don't
more
be
like
surprised.
it'll be more like not acknowledging their climate change thing.
These days, being a flat earther is a medical procedure denier recommended by the government. Like if you're a flat earther, you don't believe in the government's medicines and stuff. So that's dangerous. And if you're a dangerous person, we're gonna have to pass some laws to put you in check and maybe get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like have you guys heard of I'm pretty sure you've heard of it. The Agenda 23 goals or Agenda 2030 goals. Like I think we're gonna be people on the outskirts of those smart cities. So it's good to hear you're ranting about the smart devices, the smartphones, the smart houses, everything but smart people is being encouraged.
Smart contracts. You guys heard of smart contracts? They're actually dumb.
Wait.
And they're actually not contracts. So yeah. Everybody says
smart
it's small.
Contract?
Yeah, the blockchain, the whole new Web 3.0, everything's going to be built on it, and yeah, contract. It's like a utility. It's a contract that you can write up and put on the blockchain for whatever, or anything, services, transacting. But it's like a proof of ownership. It's just like a title. NFT, the NFT craze that's happening. We call them smart contracts,
Interesting.
So,
well, I just activated my first smartphone ever today. Like, I haven't had a smartphone before today, this whole time. So, like, I'm really out of the loop. Technology. I'm using a flip phone.
Yeah, Siri, Alexa, all these so-called AI programs, like those are like old. You know what I mean? Those are old. Like they haven't added in the new stuff yet, the new AI that's available. That you can play with it online. I think that when that's in your phone, in your thermometer, in your fridge, in your microwave, in your bathroom, when those things are everywhere to monitor, regulate, to run the code, to make sure that the code is running properly. That That's when it'll AI. I'm talking about like automated. I'm not talking about like consciousness or anything. I'm talking about just automated. When everything is automated, um, like what do you do? Like, but you can't smile. Imagine there's cameras. There's cameras everywhere, okay? But they can see your face. We have facial recognition. There's these things, right? Can pick up micro gestures. Do you know what a micro gesture is? You know when you like a girl, when you really like a girl, right? But you don't want to show everyone that you like her, but you keep doing this thing where your eyes might dart over. You know what I mean? You might fickle with your hair because she's looking at. Those are micro gestures. And these algorithms can pick those things up. It knows if you have some kind of contempt for what you just heard on the news. It knows how you feel about certain topics, whether by looking at you, right, with the camera, or listening to your words, like the text, and then there's the inflection in your voice. So this thing, it's like a human, right? Just like a human with senses can pick these gestures up and process it and know what you're thinking. How about that? Isn't that amazing? Now you're going to be walking around with the stoic face, expressionless, because you're afraid that the camera is going to pick up your expression, right? Going to know what you're thinking, how you're feeling about whatever is going on around you, about this ad, about that slogan. Own nothing and be happy. Look at all these faces. Look at all these people making all these faces. I don't think they're ready for it. You know what I mean?
Apparently, there's some ad billboards that can know who's looking at them. They know the traffic of people and who's looking at the billboards.
Exactly. It knows what you're looking at. It is amazing because it's neural. It's based off of our brains. They've designed something that works the way our brains work, and that's what the whole internet is about. That's what computers is about. It's about learning how people learning how the brain learns. Crazy, isn't it? That AI started before the first computer was ever thought up, right? That's crazy, right? It's math.
The Internet of Things.
Yep.
That's what they call it, right?
Yep. And then in like a couple of years, in 5 years, it will be called the AI of things. You see how this is see how this is working, how this is being applied, right?
Transhumanism.
Yep. Go ahead.
Right.
And when
See,
everybody
that's
can
why.
link up to the digital ID, transhumanism is going to be something that is going to happen, and it's not going to be good.
But well, we don't. You don't want people. You don't want people monitoring things because people make mistakes. People miss things, but the AI doesn't miss anything. Anything. It's perfect. Well, it depends on the programmer, right? What the programmer wants out of it, but it doesn't get tired. Doesn't complain. It does need sleep, though. Can you imagine that? It needs sleep, just like you.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. If you let it run, it's going to screw up. If you shut it off, the only way they could stabilize these things is to turn it off for a couple of hours. Simulate sleep. Because it's a brain. It's a simulated brain. That's why. It's crazy. It's scary, weird, crazy, strange. But it needs sleep. It was the only way for computer scientists to stabilize these algorithms. Isn't that crazy? It's what your mind does when it's sleeping. There's this noise, okay, that your brain hears. It allows you to go into deep sleep. Rapid eye movement. That white noise. When you it helps you go into, and then your brain hears this signal, this frequency, this noise, and they did that. They did all that, and that's how they stabilize these algorithms.
I was like, all right, is this even real, or are they just writing this shit? Like, like I know these guys are working on this. Look at all this work. Then you download a program, run it, like test it on an AI program, like little AI thing you have.
Some Black Mirror plot.
So they got these things called ASMs, autonomous state machines, altered state machines. It's a brain. These are games now. It's a brain that you can buy. You buy this brain, right? You buy a piece of art, whatever, and you give it a form. Now you've got a brain and now you've got a body. Put these things together, then you train it. Brain that you buy depends on what you need it for, right? Somebody might build a brain that's really fast at doing this, right? And you need that for your app, for your video games, for whatever you're building, right? So you go buy that brain, you train it, put it in a form. You can sell it if you want. Basically, it's a tool, it's an AI tool, but it's customized. There's all these dangers, but then there's all these benefits. It's a brain in a
Right.
bottle, in a jar. Hey, you want a brain in the jar? You can train. Is this a movie?
Imagine buying a brain instead of using yours.
Exactly. Exactly. And the idea is that eventually you're gonna have an AI of yourself, copy of yourself, doing things
Like an avatar, right?
like an avatar, doing things for you. You can have many of them, and they're all you doing things for you on the internet, on the metaverse or whatever, while you're plugged into the matrix in your bedroom. Isn't that cool? Doesn't that sound like a movie? Who wants to be a rock? Sorry. But yeah, I'm not, trying to scare anybody. I'm just telling you guys what Google and Elon Musk are doing. Their companies. OpenAI, yeah, and DeepMind. And Facebook. Facebook has an awesome AI too. It's a chatbot and everything. It's very human-like. It just came out. I mean,
Really? They have an AI that talks to you?
yes, that is better than all the other chatbots that come before. I mean, this is because they have the data. This is because they have the data, and they feed these things like freaking terabytes. Like all the data they can feed. That kid, when you're a kid and you just want to try something and you just throw everything at it and see what it does? Well, that's what they did. And this is what it came out to. I was like, of course, if you're going to feed, that's how brains work. Hey, how old are you? I am 40 years old. That's a lot of experience. Oh, yeah, 40 years. Yeah, it's a lot of data. It's a lot of data. Of course, you're going to know more than this 10-year-old who barely walk and still learning how to process data. That's what data is. Learning. Think about your brain, hey, and how you learned things and how you forget things. They built these machines off of the brain. They were trying to, figure out how the brain works. They're trying to simulate the brain.
Isn't Data that dude from Star Trek?
Yes. Yes. The robot, android.
Yeah. Yeah, the next Data. I can't wait for him to come along.
It's Google. Yeah, David. Google. Google is Data.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because they do listen. I mean, it's so weird. I mean, first time I noticed that one day I was sitting here and we were just talking about, I was talking about buying a tent. As a matter of fact, I was looking at there's this Something Duck website, Something Duck, and they sell tents and all kinds of outback equipment and stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here, just kind of having a conversation with a friend. And then I pulled up, went on YouTube, and I'll be damned. There was like 10 different things on there about buying a tent. You know what I mean? I hadn't done one search. I hadn't done anything but sit here and had a conversation about I was wanting to buy a tent.
Yep.
And then, lo and behold, all of a sudden my computer starts spitting out all these fucking websites for me to look at tents. Fuck.
Yep.
And I just thought, because I'd heard about that shit. And then that was the very first time I actually seen it actually happen. I mean, it was within 15, 20 seconds even. I mean, it was quick, bro. They're talking about it. The next thing you know, the shit's appearing on my computer. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Before you can even finish your sentence, it can complete your sentences for you. That's how crazy it is now.
Yep.
It can complete your sentences. It can it can write more scholarly than you can. Like it can totally it can fool a professor, a university professor, like that. It's a human that wrote it. Not just any human though, a great student human, like, oh my gosh. Who is this? It's how good it can write stuff. It's how good it can.
Well, it wouldn't be hard to outdo me when it comes to writing. That's for sure. So, a kindergartner might be better at it than me, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it seems like humans are starting to be less human, and machines are. We're trying to get machines to be more human. We're trying to get people to be more machine-like. It's weird, man. Why?
I think it's to make people yearn for what makes you human. I think that technological dystopia will be the New World Order before the really, deceptive New World Order, where it's going to be like the real New World Order is going to feel like a utopia to people.
Yeah.
But that's after this total dehumanization of AI and all that crap. We're going to crave warmth, and it's going to, the blind, they follow warmth and fall into a pyre. So it's going to be a real doozy, I think. When the beast comes from Revelation, that's what I see happening. He's not going to be a scary guy. He's going to be a very refreshing figure to the world.
Or when Elon Musk talks about the metaverse, he calls it the metaphysical, of course, right? That's the spiritual world. That's the spiritual. And he's like, what would you ask? What would you ask the AI if you can ask it any question? That what would be? And then this is what he said he would ask. He looked around for like good 30 seconds, and he said, "What's outside of the simulation?" That was his question. What's outside the simulation? I was like, oh, so you're just gonna assume a simulation, right? This guy's pushing simulation, dude. Like, look at this guy.
Have you been into the metaverse, Bong? Have you checked it out?
It's just the internet. That's what I mean.
No, it's not really just the internet. Have you been there? I have. I got taken into the metaverse one night with a guy that streamed his VR set for us and was telling us and walked us through the city and met people that were also walking around in there and stuff. It's kind of like Discord. You'll see a robot person walking down the street in the city that you're in the metaverse, and on his helmet there's a screen on the front of it, and you can either have his real face on there, live face where you can talk to him, or you can put an avatar on there or whatever. But nonetheless, it's another person sitting at his computer with a VR headset on. He's walking around, and you can walk up to him and say, "Hey, dude, what's up?" Shake his hand, and you're talking to him just like we are right here. And it's somebody else sitting somewhere in the world with a VR headset on, and he's in this virtual city, and they're walking around, going to the stores, going here and there, shopping for furniture for a new apartment that he just bought in the metaverse, and whatever else that you do. You can go rent a boat, go deep sea fishing. You can go do whatever you want with your buddies when you get there. You just hang out and go do shit, whatever. And it's fucking weird, bro. I'm telling you, it's a weird experience.
Yeah, so you have to experience it through virtual reality. VR, it's like going there into it. Yeah, I've always felt since I was little that the internet is the metaverse. That movies is the metaverse. That video games is anywhere that your imagination has to leave the real world. right? In order to be in. Yeah, it's like the imagination world. It's the spiritual world. It's the world of dreams. It's the world that's not real. And and now that they're calling it because metaphysical. So when you're reading about metaphysical when you're little or before the internet, there's no way for you to understand what it is except it's spiritual. It's a spiritual world, right? Well, yeah, it's a spiritual world. When people tell you stories, you go to that world. When people gives you a parable, that's the world we go to. It's like it's the imagination. You know what I mean? So like the internet, one big brain with all these brains connected to it. So it's always the internet for me was always like this big brain body, this big body that can be inhabited by spirits, by the metaphysical.
Well, now you can put on a VR headset, go to cities, go meet up with your buddies, and go to the bar or go to a movie or go shop for furniture or whatever you want to do, or rent a fishing boat, go fishing, go on a vacation, whatever you want to do, and you can have these 4 or 5 buddies you hang out with and you're going to do these things. And they're also one guy's sitting in Australia, one guy's sitting in the United States, another guy's sitting in fucking Japan. Maybe he's one of Jen's buddies, who knows? And then we all just go hang out in the metaverse and have these experiences and go on vacations and weird fucking shit. And it's like they're making it so you don't ever have to leave your fucking house to go have these experiences, to go deep sea fishing.
God rocking, is there women there? Is there sex in the movie?
I don't know. I did not grab their ass.
Is there women there though?
Yeah, of course there is.
Okay.
But they're just virtual. I mean, the voice is real. It's just like your voice, the way we're talking to one another. That part of it's real, but everything else is just virtual reality on the screen. So click on whatever you want to do. Go wherever you want to go in there while you're in there. Getting all set up right now. In fact, I own one penthouse in a city. A friend of mine bought it for me. I'm not a member of the metaverse yet. I don't know if I don't know if I'm ever going to be, but he bought a bunch of penthouses and he gave me and another friend of mine each one. If we decide to ever become buy a VR headset and go into the metaverse, he said he put it in our names. Well, apparently he bought it for $1.50, real money. Well, it's worth like $10 now. And this was only a month ago. And when this city gets fully populated, sorry, I got to go. I got a phone call. I'll talk to you about it.
Yep, all good, mate.
Is there crime and violence in the metaverse?
Sounds like God Rocking got a phone call from the metaverse.
On digital assets, that's what they're calling it.
Prostitution in the metaverse. These are questions we didn't answer.
Yes. How much is property taxes in the metaverse?
75%.
They're still building it. They're still working it out. Yeah, I just wonder what it's going to be like in 10 years, when everybody's in the metaverse and not in the real world anymore. So where do you live? Oh, I live, down the street. No, I'm talking about like on the metaverse. Oh, Decentraland, whatever. Here's my address.
Like, are they going to go like in the metaverse and then go into a metaverse in the metaverse?
In the metaverse, we have to go deeper.
Metaverse.
But, yeah. The Inceptiverse. the Inceptiverse. Like Inception, yeah. NVIDIA's AI. Man. I don't even know where to start. Just look it up, NVIDIA AI. I don't even know what to say. Like, man. When I was little, I used to think, so what, computers are going to build? Computers will never be a better artist than people. That's so dumb. Now it's like, I can't believe it. It's like, I can't believe I was wrong. Like, shit, what is wrong with the world? Like, anymore. How can the digital world, right, look like the real world, feel like the real world? Like, that doesn't make sense. Eyes. It's just eyes, man. It's just eyes and brain, dude. Eyes, brain, and finger clicking a mouse. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's experience with your eyes and your ears. Yeah, man, that's not an experience. What is an experience? We're telling people to go look at the world, right? What do you experience? I experience a flat, motionless plane, right? Imagine people not trusting their experience anymore because out here in the real world, everything's augmented, right? The technology is out here, not just in your mind, not just in your computer. It's going to be out, like, in there. It's going to affect out here. Out here is going to affect in there. Just like as without, so within. As above, so below. Right? The metaphysical and the physical communing with each other, right? But not God. Not God. No, it's something else. Aliens. Who cares? As long as it's not God, we're cool with it, right, guys? This thing they say. There was this thing they called it prayer back in the old days. Yeah. It's how you'd enter the metaverse. What? Yeah, you gotta do all these rituals and stuff. Well, now you just push a button, put on some glasses. Put on some.
Hey, Bobby, is there a globe in the metaverse? They ever talk about the globe? I wonder.
It has to be. It has to be, right? It would have to be a globe.
It all looks flat, but everybody talks about they're on a globe, probably. Kind of like
Just like
here.
the real world. Yep. It's like the real world. You can't model it in a computer, but people are just gonna have to believe it because that's how it is in the real world. So it will be in the meta world. As above, so below, right? A copy of a copy. Elon Musk says things like, "I'm afraid of Google." Like, oh, you better be. He's afraid of
You know
what
it's
Google's
real because it
inside.
looks so fake, guys. That's how you know it's real. It looks
Yeah,
so fake.
we have way better CGI than that. In other words, if it was real, I mean, if it was fake, it would look so real. But then that's how you know it looks so fake.
So did y'all see a couple of weeks ago, NASA had to push back the moon landings to like 2026 because they don't have enough money or something like that. Poor NASA.
Damn, must be inflation. All right, must be all this inflation that's diluting all $70 million a day. It's more like $20 million a day. It's not enough money. It's like, oh, 20 million a day is not enough. It's enough. How about a trillion? How about 100 million trillion fulfillion dollars? Is that enough? Will that get us to the moon? It's not the money, is it? There is no ball Earth, right? It's 2022, man. AI is here. You can tell us. You can tell us the Earth is not a ball. It's all right. We're not gonna freak out.
Wasn't there like a post of someone where Google actually told the person that there's no curvature? You know, like when you do a voice search, there's like a clip of someone getting Google to say pretty much that there's no curvature.
Wow. Did he manipulate Google to say that?
Think so. He just kind of asked a basic question. I think I might have downloaded the video, but I'm not sure. But
Yeah.
there's some real gems out there where, you know, it does leak.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on how you ask your question. It's called prompt engineering. So if you ask a question a certain way, the AI, is not going to know the context, right? But then and hence might accidentally say there's no curvature. But if you phrase the question a certain way, then Google is always going to give the answer, the narrative. Like you have to try to trick the search engine. They call it prompt engineering. These brains, these algorithms have already been like trained, like they're context aware. That's why it's not like before you had to feed it so much data. Now it can learn on its own because it's a different kind of brain. I hate saying the word brain algorithm, but it's a neural network. That's why you have to call it a brain, because it's a brain technically. Yeah, it's a brain. Of course, what's a brain? It's a bunch of neurons talking to each other, sending signals about what the sensors, right, are receiving. I don't trust my senses. Then you don't have a brain. Come on, man.
It's not that they don't have a brain, it's that they're not using their brain. Come on, Bone.
Yeah, exactly. And you can only use your brain if you use the senses, the input. Like it needs input in order for it to give you output. That's how your brain works. And input is ears, nose, eyes, skin. These are all sensors.
Right. Well, it sends signals to the nervous system, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then you send those signals to NASA and ask them to interpret them for you. Hi, I don't know what I'm
Oh, you
seeing.
tell them to go fuck off.
It's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to send NASA what I saw so they can tell me what I saw. You don't know what you saw? I'm not qualified to answer the question. Not my brain. Dumb, right? The definition of dumb, right? Without senses, right? Without sense, cannot sense the real world, the thing, the environment. You know, they call them agents, and they live in environments. And some agents, an agent is a brain that can make decisions based on the inputs it receives. Yeah, just like people. Agency to drive your machine around and not let someone else drive it, so that you're the driver and not the passenger. I want to go here instead of I'm taking you here, and all you can do is watch, right? In action, like double-minded. I want to live, but I'm scared. Scared of the government. I'm scared of the consequences of living, of thinking, doing things with my brain. I'm scared. And if you're scared, then you're not really living, right? I mean, living, growing, right? That's learning. That's living, right? Like you're alive because you're growing. You're always growing because you're always learning. But if you're not learning and growing, are you living? Are you alive?
Or are you just a rock? Or are you just a complicated rock? I know, right? Agency. Free will, God gave it to you so that you can make your decisions and be responsible for your decisions and actions and not blame the government and say, I didn't know that I was responsible for this body, for this mind. I didn't know. Well, now you know. Your body, right? Your choice, right? Is it? Is it really? My brain, my choice. Is it though? Sorry, guys. I've been ranting.
Yeah, nonstop.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Punch another cone here. You guys scared yet? Is it scary? Is it scary enough yet? Should I add some more scary stuff or what? Scary enough? We need some Arnold Schwarzenegger scary stuff, right? Some kind of actual killer robot, right? Well, killer drones. You know, drones are scarier than the T-800. You know that? You know, drones that we have today are like way more advanced than the T-800. You know that you saw in Terminator. That thing can barely walk. Like the thing. DARPA made a dog. It's called the dog. Yeah, you kick that thing over. You kick it over. You run up to it on the side and kick it on the side. It's not gonna tip over. It's not gonna tip over. Yeah, it can carry like hundreds of pounds. You can run and kick it, and it won't tip over. T-800 will definitely fall over if you run up to it and kick it. Only has 2 legs. So what's scarier, the T-800 or a drone, a UAV sent to bomb your village, sent to track you down and kill you in the sky? What's scarier? Exactly.
Don't do machines need oil to oil themselves? Is the machine gonna be able to make the oil to oil itself?
Oil? No, I don't think drones need oil. No, it's electronics.
No, the drone doesn't need oil.
I don't think so. I mean, not that I know of. Like bearings, ball bearing. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, but it's not the machine. It's the person behind the machine. It will never be machines that come and kill you. It will always be people. Machines
Behind the machine, moving the keys, pressing the kill button.
Yes. Behind the gun is a finger, and behind the finger is a man, is a woman, is a person. Yes, is a mind. A machine.
We have Sin. Sin has a VC verified. Sin, Bong would like to speak to you about the flat Earth. Go ahead, Sin. Ask Bong anything you like.
Hey, what's up?
Yo,
Welcome.
I just joined this Discord. I'm just curious of why you guys think the Earth is flat or globe or whatever. I'm just genuinely curious.
Because we couldn't find evidence that it's a ball. Well, no one can. Not that's why. So it's not that
we are ball Earth seekers. We are curvature seekers, but we cannot find it anywhere on the Earth.
Yeah. It's not that we think it's flat. We know it's not a ball. We know that we're being lied to.
Why?
Why we're being lied? How?
Yeah.
Using technology. Why we're being lied? For control, because that's why people lie, so they can control other people.
What technology? Like, I need to understand why you guys think the Earth isn't a globe.
Technology to spread propaganda more effectively.
Yeah, like
right?
what? Like what method do they use?
Like, do you not have a computer? Do you not have a cell phone? Do you not have a tablet? Technology, bro. Or are you just
Yeah.
playing? Are you just gonna sit here? I don't know technology.
The radio, the printing press. This is all technology, right?
Come on, bro. You know what technology is. You can't just come in
A
here and
screw.
act like you don't know
A,
what technology is.
a typical screw and bolt is technology.
Yeah.
The problem, we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
We have cars, we have planes, we have trains. Come on, bro.
I
Technology.
gotta ask you a question. How do you destroy technology? Right? Because if I wanted to, this day and age, how could I destroy the screw and erase it from mankind's memory? Right? Well, that would be pretty hard to do because there's screws all over the world, right? But let's say I was in NASA and I wanted to destroy the technology of the blueprints of, let's say, the Saturn rockets, right? Well, I would have to deliberately scrub everything and throw it in the trash and kill all the people who knew the designs, or they would have to be old and die off. Like that would be like deliberate. Why would they intentionally trash all that information from the greatest achievement of mankind in the history of the world, and dare I say it, the future?
Yeah.
I think what they're saying is that they've destroyed the entire infrastructure they set up to do a pointless task in the first place.
Well, no, think about it. Destroy technology. Like if you did everything that you just said, all they would have to do is pull up the archives and make it again. It wouldn't be destroyed. It would only be terminated, right? There's a difference between terminated and destroyed, right?
Yeah, but I think what they're saying is that during that period of time when they did the Apollo moon mission, they spent a fuck ton of money and a fuck ton of resources and brought together all those people to do that task.
Wait, pause.
And now that entire yeah.
We spent a fuck ton of money on a Nazi rocket program. Please continue.
Yeah, you can describe it how you like, but they spent a lot of money and they spent a lot of time and effort to get some people out to space and onto the moon, allegedly, just because it was part of the Cold War. That's why they did it.
Actually, they just stole a bunch of taxpayer dollars to put on a big show, but glad you fell for it.
Whatever they did, yeah, there was thousands and thousands of people involved in it, thousands of companies subcontracting, putting together an infrastructure, and they haven't got the money or the effort or the time or the inclination to put them together now.
Exactly.
That's what they mean by destroying technology. What they actually mean is destroying the entire infrastructure which contrived that situation in the first place. That's all you can really draw from that, if you're being honest. You can't destroy technology. You can't destroy the knowledge of something. You can only destroy. In the same, wow, let's put it this way, okay, right? There used to be people who used to make barrels a lot. Yeah, we've destroyed the technology of making barrels by and large because hardly anybody ever makes barrels anymore.
It goes beyond that, though, man. They claim that they lost all of the telemetry data from all of the Apollo missions.
They don't claim that.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
they do.
Well, it's completely unverifiable that they ever went. It's just a cool story that you believe.
They've got all the telemetry data still.
Most famous
As
achievement.
far as barrels go, dude, I can build a barrel
mankind.
today. I'm a good builder. I can build a barrel any day you want one, bro. That knowledge has gone nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I work in wineries and stuff. Barrels are still around.
Yeah,
sure.
even if there weren't any barrels around, I could build one, dude. It's
maybe it was a good, maybe it's a good
that's a really
example.
bad analogy.
Yeah, bad example. Maybe it was. What about a longbow? What about a longbow?
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back. Right.
Would it be a painful process to build a longbow? Would it be a painful process to build a barrel?
No, be easy as fuck.
Yeah,
we're not going to use the technology. Whatever Don Pettit said, Don Pettit should never have been saying stuff on the TV. And the way he said that is like, what? No, that's not true. Okay, we have way better technology today than we did
Yeah,
in the
we sent a
60s.
Tesla. We sent a Tesla
Right?
out of space. Come on.
You can't. If you believe that, then something is wrong with your brain. Okay, all you have to do is look at your phone.
But you understand that the technology that they used at the time to the attempts to put man into space at that time were absolutely suicidal. We were in test pilot territory. Yeah, it was suicidal.
Oh hell yeah! If you've seen any of the test launches, none of them succeeded. Like what person in his right brain would go to
People burnt to death on the ground as it's setting off. Yeah, the point is that nowadays space exploration is a commercial entity. It's about making money by putting things into space. So reliability.
Sorry.
Yeah, the excuses, man. It's pretty desperate.
I mean, anybody that looks into the moon landing knows that it was a sham. It was a fucking made up bullshit. All you got to do is look at all the videos that show the wires that they're hanging from, the shadows on the moon when they're saying they're taking this film on the moon. There's the lights from the lights behind you that are shining on the ground, making a shadow, and then there's a shadow from the lights on the other side of the movie set, or the sun that have got an angle of another shadow on the ground. So it's pretty obvious that there's so many things. If you actually watched any of the moon footage, there are clues after clues after clues atop of clues.
There's documentaries.
There's
documentaries 3.5 hour long.
Yeah,
3.5 hour long documentaries.
It's all the shit that's wrong that shows that it was clearly a fucking lie. And if you don't know that by now, you are way behind times, brother.
The name of the documentary is Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon.
That's a different one. I was talking about the American moon. It's probably pretty hard to find. It's probably pretty scrubbed, but the American moon is 3.5 hour long, and there's all kinds of specialists, right? Photographers that are saying, I'm not going to get into whether they landed on the moon or not, but these photographs are absolutely fake. And when you see something like that from a photographer that's been a photographer for like all these like models and Vogue and fashion magazine for like 30 years, like a photographer for 30 years saying this photograph is fake, and that's the one that NASA gave us. Like that's pretty impressive.
People who spent their lifetimes taking pictures of women with their tits nearly out are a good source for information about.
Dude, come on, that's dude. We're talking about a 30-year photography. Hold on, give me a second. Are you telling me that a diesel mechanic for 30 years isn't going to know how to work on different types of diesel? So he's a tank mechanic. You're telling me he's not going to be able to figure out how to work out his Dodge diesel dually? Like, come on, bro. 30 years of experience taking photography. He doesn't understand how light works. He doesn't know about the inverse square law.
These are arguments for incredulity. They really are.
Well, it's not just that, too. It's the equipment.
Hold on, bro. I got to stop him right there. 30 years of experience, and you're saying that dude's a specialist in his field. You're saying his argument is an argument. Hold on, bro. Let me get it out. We're talking about a student. Hold on, bro. Relax. We're talking about a photographer with 30 years of experience, and you're calling his argument an argument from incredulity.
No, calling your argument an argument from incredulity.
It's not my argument. I'm quoting him.
And he is someone who has spent 30 years photographing women in a studio. Yeah.
Who said women?
So does he know how lighting works? Yes or no?
Yes, he does. He knows.
Are you sure? Because it might be incredulity, right? He might be he might be getting paid millions of dollars to take a whole bunch of fuck all photographs with bad lighting, right?
I don't know where you're going with this. You've just completely flipped around there.
He's saying that.
No, you did.
No, he's an expert in the field, right? So, okay,
he's an
remember
expert.
the 9/11? Okay, experts in fire, okay, and demolition came forward and said, experts in building these structures came forward and said,
This is not how these buildings should fall. So in the same way, an expert in photography and light, right, came forward and said, "This photo is not possible." Do you get what he's saying?
I get what he's saying, yeah. But the point is that this someone who spends their life for photographing people in a studio knows nothing, for example, about photographs that are generated from an electron microscope.
So light is different on the moon than it is on Earth. So you tell me the inverse square law is not going to be the same on the moon as it is on the Earth. It's going to be different somehow.
You're leaping around now because photographers don't know about the inverse square law as a general rule.
You gotta be fucking shitting. You gotta be shitting me, dude. Are you serious?
Photographer, are you fucking serious? I'm an amateur photographer. And it's something that you have to learn when you're trying to light your subject. You're like, why is the light? Why is the light? And you go look it up. This is how you set up your light.
Most photographers.
Law. Are you serious?
Most photographers
don't know about the inverse square law of light, how light works.
The usual ranting without letting him talk.
Duality.
The inverse square law is a scientific model that describes the effects of luminosity over the God. There we go.
How light behaves.
Can't get a word in edgeways.
It's how light behaves.
You don't win an argument by you don't let an argue. You don't get an argument. You never win an argument by interrupting people.
You're wrong.
I'm trying to win.
You're wrong. I am right. You are right.
So far, you've only spit horse shit out of your mouth.
You don't really have an argument, so there's nothing to argue with.
When it comes to this place, you do win an argument just talking continuously. You're right. I'm wrong.
We're talking about whether or not the photos that were taken from space are real or not. That's what we're arguing about. Okay, when we say this is how photos work, and then we go off into the weeds and argue about how photos work. What are we doing?
So what about the thousands of photographers who say they can't either corroborate or deny the photographs from space because they haven't got the expertise, or the people who say, all right, here we go.
Who cares? The stuff from space, most of it is admitted to be composites and photoshops. So we don't really need somebody to verify it for us anyway, because the source itself told us how they did it.
The source told you how they collated them. Yeah, it didn't tell you where they sourced them.
No, they told us that they just took thousands of pictures of the Earth's surface, composited them together, and then wrapped them around a sphere. Do you think that that's a photograph? And why do you think that they would have to create it that way? If it's really a blue marble spinning planet in a vacuum, just go out there and snap a picture. You shouldn't have to contrive it like that. But you would have to if it's just an imaginary thing that doesn't actually exist that you can't take a photograph of.
I got a photo of the sun, but it has to be.
They take aerial photography.
That's why photos. Well, in the first place, photos.
You win. Talking continuously, you win. You're right. You win. You can talking continuously.
Yes, cartoons. It's unverifiable stuff. Go out and measure some surface curvature for us. If you can't do that, then what they're presenting is definitely bullshit.
This is how the scientific community works. Just talking continuously so everyone else can talk. That's how it works.
Okay, whatever. You think they went through hundreds of thousands of miles of thermosphere and radiation and a lunar lander with
Come on, everybody, let's calm down. Everybody relax. Let's take it down a notch. Okay, so he's claiming he's made a claim. Hold on, relax. He's made a claim that photographers don't know about the inverse square law. Is that your claim, sir?
They know the basic premises of exposure, but they only know it in the context in which they work. Some guy working for Vogue, taking photographs of women with their tits nearly half out, isn't concerned about the inverse square law.
We're not talking about some guy that works for Playboy.
Okay.
We're not talking about photography.
What?
So I want to give you an opportunity to back up claim, right? So a guy who photographs tits, he's not going to know anything about light. Is that your claim?
That's not what I just said. He's not going to call it the inverse square law, is he?
What else is this guy?
Well,
come on, darling.
You know people go to college. Hold on, relax. You know people go to college for photography, right?
Yeah.
Do colleges know about the inverse square law?
Let's go and source some photographic tutorials.
Yes or no?
See what he's trying to do?
Yes or no? Yes or no, sir? Do colleges know about the inverse square law?
Which colleges?
Yes or no, sir?
Photography
colleges. Yes or no, sir?
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
So you're saying astronauts are better than photographers at using photography?
No,
They're better
people
photographers.
people who engineer. People who engineer. No, shall I finish the sentence, or is you just going to continuously blathering in again? People who make optic systems and photographic systems that work in, whether it be the sky, whether it be in aerial photography, whether it be in stellar photography, they know more about photography or different type of knowledge of photography than people who photograph birds or wildlife or things on the surface, or people who even use. What do you mean? How do I know? Oh God. Okay.
Did you do a
Right.
survey?
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. One of us has worked. One of us has worked. One of us has worked on optical systems before. One of us hasn't. One of us has actually designed and built optical systems. One of us hasn't.
So you just gonna go off of your pride, right? Off of your pride.
Pride.
Yeah.
Pizzazz or whatever your name is. Take a break for a second. Take a break. Just give me.
I will. I'll take my pride and I'll take a break.
Yeah, take a break. Okay, so I just want to say that I've been delivering pizzas for 20 years, right? And because pizzas are a lot like titties, everybody loves them. Therefore, I don't know anything about driving. Only a professional truck driver.
Man, can we not refer to people's body parts out of respect? For the women.
Master Chief, don't interrupt me.
Yeah, shut up.
Everybody knows that everybody loves pizzas and the other things, right? It's not a secret, right? So what I'm trying to say is I don't know anything about driving because only truck drivers know about driving. I am obviously only a pizza driver, therefore I don't understand anything about driving.
You don't know the roads. You don't know your way around.
Yeah, I don't know the roads. I don't know how to get around. What's GPS? How do you use that? What's a phone? I just want to point out how retarded that argument was. Because he is a photographer of models, he doesn't know about lighting.
And how does he know
he doesn't know about lighting?
Where did that come from? He just made that shit up.
Best photographers in the
I've
business.
never heard an argument that bad. I've been doing it 6 years.
Right?
He knows about lighting, but he doesn't necessarily know the science behind lighting, like the inverse square law or the factors of luminosity over distance. He uses
Dude, I just posted. Do a quick search on YouTube, bro. I cannot tolerate what you're saying. Please stop making this argument. I don't want to mute you. And it's not because. Listen, bro. It's not because I don't want you to talk and I don't want you to make your point. It's because I cannot tolerate this level of stupidity. If you do a quick Google search on photography, inverse square law, you're going to see that you're absolutely, completely, 100% incorrect.
So when a photographer buys a skybox, right? When a photographer buys a skybox with a diffuser, right? Do you think he's just buying it based on how cool it looks? Is that it? I want the big one, right? He has no idea what that thing. When he buys a reflector, when he sets up the reflector, you think he's just putting it wherever and see what works? Is that what you think is going on when the photographer is setting up the room, the lighting? Yeah. You think Hollywood directors hire people that do that? Right? Do you think lighting Batman, The Dark Knight is that's only done by people that work with astro stuff, that look up at. So like, really?
No,
you don't know.
It's all by chance, just like the moon landing and all the space flights, all by chance.
I want to say one quick thing, and I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to say one quick thing to Mr. Pizak, or whatever his name is here. You obviously think that you're the smartest person in this room, and I'm telling you what, dude, you need to take a couple steps back because you are far from the smartest person here. So you need to realize that right now.
It's not about him, bro. It's not about him. It's the argument that he made. I'm sure he's a smart guy. I'm sure he's a smart guy, but he had a lack. He had a lack of judgment. He had a lack of judgment, bro. A lapse in judgment. Sorry. He had a lapse of judgment, and I'm pretty sure when he calms down and he does a little research, he's going to realize that he was 100% incorrect, and that every photographer knows more about light than your average person. Not just a little, but a lot.
Hank, I think I know what he was trying to say, like, or along the lines of what he was trying to say. Like, if you ever seen a 5-year-old play with a flashlight, they understand the inverse square law, but they don't call it that. They just understand how the light intensity is brighter when they bring it closer to the wall, and when they back away from the wall, the light gets dimmer.
Right.
Like a
So
5-year-old
that's
can understand this, but they don't call it that. So everyone has a basic understanding of it. But when your field is everything to do with light, because that's how cameras work, well, of
You're
course they're going to
obsessed.
study that.
You're obsessed with light. Photographers are obsessed with light. They're obsessed with photography. You do not understand. Do you
I just
understand
got
what
to say that
obsession
that's
is?
a false equivalency. It's a false equivalency.
I'm offended, man, that you would say that about photographers. Any aspiring photographer would get so angry at you for saying because they look into light first. It's the first thing they look at. It's what the shutter speed is what the aperture, all these three basic settings affect. It's all because of the light. If it's the wrong time of the day, you're not gonna go do any shooting. Like this is how obsessed they wake up at 4:30 in the fucking morning to catch the sunrise. You're just so offensive in your ignorance, man. I'm sorry. I've done photography for a long time, and what you said,
Photographers are
I'm pretty
obsessed by
sure
lighting. I know that photographers are obsessed by lighting.
artists and even painters
I
are
know that
offended by
I
that.
know that people who work in photography are obsessed with lighting and getting the best equipment to get to meet the requirements of the
Go
lighting
try
they're
it.
working within.
Taking some photos and getting into the hobby. You're gonna realize that light is the first thing you have to learn about, and if you like it, it's going to be the only thing you care about in any scene shooting
I've
situation.
engineered optic systems. I don't need to take a photography course.
I tried I tried capturing the moon, the stars, the star trails. You know how hard it is to expose for it and to not, get it blurry. All these things you have to do working with the light. You got to go to a certain place where there's not a lot of light. Come on, man. A photographer knows. Okay, like think about the astronauts that went up there and took these photos. How nimble are their fingers? Can the gloves do that? What do they know about exposure and lighting? Do astronauts have to take a photography class? Do they have to learn about light as well? So look at those photos, and then look at those astronauts. Look at these astronauts. Hey, go. Do they know how to take photos? I mean, this is not something we should even be arguing about. It looks fake. We all know it looks fake. Even Globers. No, it's fake. It's done for political, whatever the Cold War was about. Like, fake. The moon landing is fake. At least concede to that.
There are there are some deeply suspicious aspects of the Apollo mission.
What we see, of course, just by watching the video, deep suspicions just by watching the video. It's
I think the most suspicious part is where they claim they went to the moon.
Yeah. Arrogance, and I can't stand the arrogance of this dude.
Yeah, me neither.
I want to apologize to everybody. You guys know that I don't get triggered very often. In fact, I've said many times, the only thing that triggers me is levels of stupidity that I cannot comprehend. I'm not saying this guy's an idiot. I'm just saying that the argument that he chose to deploy today was not the best of arguments that he could have made. I have no problem if people want to believe in the moon landing, but I cannot believe for 1 second that someone in the world believes that photographers don't know about the inverse square law. I can't comprehend it.
Most photographers don't call it that. They don't refer to it as that. But a lot of photographers use plenty of equipment.
So saith
to work
the
out
king.
Lighting. Okay.
Anyone who calls themselves a photographer knows as much as they can about light because they have to manipulate light. You can't just say people are not. A photographer says he's a photographer. He's saying he's a specialist in manipulating light. What do you think those people know about light? Do you think they have not been staying up all night reading their goddamn phones when they should be sleeping about light? Like what? Of course they know about light. Who's
You
a
were talking
photographer?
about you were. Oh, okay, fair enough. All right,
Like,
I'll leave it there.
just forget about what a real photographer thinks, right? Just go look at the photos. and then do your own research in light and photography, and you try to.
I don't need to do research on light and photography. I don't need
Kinds
to
of
do research.
cameras that they had in the '60s, the Hasselback that they took up there, that's $10,000. That's totally impossible to use today, right here, right now. If you try to use it right now, you're not going to get any good photos. Do you think you could work it on the moon?
He's too
You
hard
could
to
work
make
on the
school
moon
like
in a diving suit? In a
He don't know
diver's
stuff.
suit?
There's nothing remotely
Camera on the
remotely
moon?
dysfunctional about Hasselblad
How did
optics.
you get photos? How
There's
did you
nothing
expose
remotely
the
real
photos?
about the globe. And the things people go through, the contortions you go through to try to uphold your phony religion of the spinning globe. It's astonishing.
The religion.
Yeah, it's just 100% a religion. It's 100% belief devoid of evidence. You don't have one bit of evidence because if you did, you'd at the very least be able to measure the surface curvature of the Earth. And you don't have that. You have nothing but excuses and explainaways for why it can't be measured. You have nothing. It's a religion, like you said, exactly.
It's not a religion.
Yeah, it is a religion, and you're in denial. It's pathetic.
It doesn't have a god. It doesn't have a dogma. It doesn't have a mantra.
Gravity.
It has a dog. It has a dogma. Are you fucking kidding me? It has a god. Gravity is your god.
No,
And all your priests are the scientists that push this pseudoscience that you're here trying to uphold. Even though you say you're not, you are. Yeah, and you have to go to these stupid rabbit holes of that why light doesn't work because flat earthers are stupid. Probably is where you're coming from.
Probably
you don't know what the hell you're talking about anyway, and it's all just to diffuse and distract and detract from the whole thing that you think you live in a spinning monkey globe, and so you have to go to all these other aspects of how light works because you don't have one shred of evidence for your spinning monkey globe religion.
Well, is Morris not a god? Is
Let me ask this question. Hey, let me ask this.
Spinning monkey globe.
No, Big Bang created the heavens and the earth. And even though it was a random explosion of antimatter and matter, it turned out to be really good because we have marsupials that are carnivores that are now extinct, but they were once here. There's all kinds of animals that used to be here, like 98%, but they're all gone now. But the Big Bang is the creator, and gravity creates the earth, right? So you do have a God, right? You can remain willfully ignorant of the fact, but the universe was created by a Big Bang, and the sun, gravity, is your savior because if you didn't have gravity, you would float off into the vacuum of space and you would boil at a very low temperature.
Oh dear.
A god is the uncaused cause, if that's what you mean by God. A creator, a non-caused cause. That's a god. And that's what gravity, that's what the Big Bang is.
I haven't got a deity. I haven't got a deity in my life.
You're saying a
Yes,
god.
you do. Your deity is the It's the god. It's Helios is your god, and yeah, your spinning monkey globe
No, it's not.
is just part. It's just part of the doctrine. It's just part of your doctrine. That's all it is. You do have doctrine. You do have dogma, or else you wouldn't be here with all this bullshit instead of just showing us the proof for the globe.
I haven't got a doctor.
You're in denial. All you have is a doctrine.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you a definition. I'm gonna give you a definition of deity, man, friend.
Go on then.
It says divine status, quality, or nature.
A deity is a noun, so
yeah, and a goddess, a god or goddess, right?
Yeah.
And then the second part of that, it says divine status, quality, or nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So nature is your creator. It's your deity.
Creator. Oh Lord.
Oh, it's evolution. They refer to it as evolution.
Yeah.
Evolution designed this. Evolution over millions of years. Evolution.
That's what the whole thing is all about, to support their evolution.
Everybody here seems to think that the Big Bang, evolution, gravity, and the spherical Earth is all a myth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a religion.
No. Now, what that is, if you believe, that the Big Bang, evolution, and
science is not about
globe Earth,
belief is a religious thing,
climate change, space exploration, they're all the myths. You're literally just Christians. That's all you are.
Fuck you. You're an asshole.
Oh.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You said it.
He comes here empty-handed. He's got nothing, and he's projecting his religious indoctrination.
Let me say it.
Here to say? Is that what the Platter Society sent you here to say? To call us Christians? Is that all you got? Hey, what's the curvature?
I don't have to go to work today.
He's just projecting his helio-cultism on the room. He's the religious nut here.
Let me say it. Way back when light, heat, and clay got together, and after a cajillion years, life just sprang forth, and it started like an amoeba, and then it started growing and eating and evolving and changing. It didn't die right away, but it lived, and the cell lived to grow, and it turned into a plant, and then an ape, and then a human, all without an intelligent designer, and it became you and me. Did I get it right?
So basically, you think that not all photographers.
Hold on, give me just a second.
Photographers don't know anything about light, and now he's calling us names. He's calling us Christians. I mean, how more ignorant?
Let me.
Come on, bring it on. Go ahead, Hank.
You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, perfect. Yes. So I'm calmed down now. I was triggered. This guy did troll me because I allowed it. But I'm calmed down, and I'm going to attempt to steel man his argument to make sure that I got it right. So your argument was, to be clear, that because they take pictures of boobies, they don't know about the inverse square law, and they're not credible sources, and any argument that they make is going to be an argument from ignorance, despite their 30 years of field work and college education, because back in those days, photographers went to colleges. I don't know why, but people still do. But anyway, my point is to steel man your argument, and that they're not going to know about the inverse square law because that's not science, and they're not scientists. Is that what you said, Pazza?
He's muted.
Oh, someone muted him? Okay, is that what you said, sir?
He's unmuted.
The point I'm making, okay, I was trying to make it, I was being facetious to start with, okay, is that if you're looking to evaluate photographs and the genuine, whether photographs are genuine or not, yeah, you just don't turn to one or two photographers. You ask a community of people what they think about those photographs, a community of people who've got expertise in optics, in photography, and just because a few people on a documentary who have a mindset that they're fake, say they're fake, it doesn't mean to say that the vast majority of people who've evaluated those photographs think they are fake. That's not the same.
It's not a few people.
Wait a minute. That's not my argument. You're making a straw man.
No, I'm not.
Making
it's not
a
straw man.
Yes, you
I'm
are. You're making a straw man. I never said. Hold on, bro. I'll let you speak.
Yeah.
I never said one or two photographers. If I remember correctly, in the documentary American Moon that I was talking about, it was closer to 10 photographers that were all in there and showed these, 10 high-end, world-renowned photographers.
Do you know how many flat earthers?
Some of the most famous photographers in the world were asked to look at these photographs, and you're saying that because they took pictures of titties that they don't know about the inverse square law. Is that your argument?
No, I'm being facetious. I'm saying is that the vast majority of people who evaluate photographs like that don't come to that conclusion or steer clear of making a conclusion, have no parallel experience. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just again, you're saying a vast amount.
The fact you can only cite 10 photographers in the whole world who are prepared
But
to
you
go
said
on.
there were thousands of photographers that disagree.
Okay.
So you're the one doing that. You're the one saying thousands.
What's the fallacy where you say all flat earthers are dumb? What is that?
Did it say that?
No, I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that. I'm trying to remember the name of the fallacy. Where everybody, it's stereotype fallacy. Stereotype fallacy.
I've spoken to you, Hank. I've spoken to you a lot of times on here, right? And I think you're.
Yeah, and before today, I thought you were a top 5. Now I'm wondering if you're the same person. I can't believe that you would say something like that.
I'm making statements about the validity, the quantity of the evidence that points to someone making an assertion that something is incorrect is not. You know, you've got to look at the majority of people don't look at the moon photographs and assert one way or the other. Even a lot of the experts don't.
You sound like you have not even looked at them.
Yeah,
You sound like
the
a
main
person who's not looked at the photos at the moon footage.
I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified to look at the photos.
Then you're not qualified to say that these people are not
Guys,
qualified.
we gotta at least let Pazza
You
finish.
have looked at
I'm
it
not
and gave us
qualified.
your opinion of it. At least that would have been enough for us. But you're over here saying that those people aren't qualified to look at something you haven't even looked into.
Here's the point. No, that's not true.
Are
I've
you,
looked at
are you saying you haven't looked at it? Listen, have you at least looked at the footage?
Yes, in great detail.
And you think that's real?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Can I just finish a
No,
sentence?
I'm
Okay,
asking
right.
you what your opinion is of it. I don't care what you think other people think.
I
Does it look
am
good?
I am not qualified to make.
Oh my gosh,
an
Neil deGrasse
assertion.
Tyson, stop saying that. I am
Guys,
asking for your honest opinion. We want to know what you think.
I
Does it look
I'll
real or
tell
not?
if you keep interrupting me, I'm not going to be saying anything. Can I tell you where I am?
we gotta at
No,
least let him talk.
you're saying that it's not real, but you're saying you're not qualified to make that statement. But I'm taking what you're saying as a no. It looks fake. I
No,
agree
you
with
can take
you.
that.
It does look fake, doesn't it? That's why you
No,
can't
listen,
give it an opinion because you know it's fake.
Stonewalling me isn't the way to go here. Can I just say one more thing?
You're afraid
You
to
are
state
digging
your
your own
opinion.
hole, Pazza. Just letting you know, you
Look,
do
bro,
dig
you're
your own
being
hole with
police.
everything that you say.
Isn't the law? They're telling you how to think and how to speak, and you're afraid. You're afraid to speak your opinion, man. Think about it. You're saying you're not qualified to say something, and we're asking
I'm
you
not
for your
qualified.
opinion.
I'm
Your
not
opinion.
qualified.
You're afraid to say your opinion. Something's wrong.
And here's the point. If you let me speak, yeah, I have worked in the field of optics. I've designed optic systems. I've designed and implemented systems for doing stereographic superimposition. I know about optics. I know about a little bit about photography. But the very fact that I spent my time doing that as both an exercise of work and to some degree of passion, and also because it's what I was trained to do. Okay, yeah, I can tell you that I am not in a position, from my experience, and from my
Don't care. Nobody cares how what you.
No, sure.
Yeah, well, the main problem with alleged photographs from the moon is that there's no credible evidence anyone's ever been to the moon, so why even entertain it?
Okay,
Yeah, there's no. What do you got?
Okay.
You think they went through thousands of miles of thermosphere and deadly radiation in a lunar lander with walls the thickness of 4 sheets of tinfoil? That's what your religion says.
You win.
Yeah.
I can't finish a single thread without someone
Well,
jumping
bro,
in.
it's because you admitted that you were being facetious, right?
No,
And that's normally okay. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
You know me,
You
Hank.
said
I
you were
always
being
make.
facetious.
I made a facetious statement. Yeah. But here's the
Well, you
reason I
triggered
made
the
it.
fuck out of us, bro.
I'll tell you why I made it, because I'm telling you that I have some experience and some understanding of photography and optics, yeah, and that puts me in a position where I know that there's a limit. I've got even the more you understand about this, the more you understand it's difficult to work out what is real and not real about optics, because it's a very, very complex science in its own right.
Okay, well, that's your world experience, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but let me tell you mine. My world experience is I was listening to Jaron and Bob, and Jaron and Bob were having a conversation about the inverse square law. I didn't know what that was. So when I began to do research on it, guess where I learned the best information from? Scientists? No, photographers. And do you know why that is? Because they understand the physics of light. Hold on, bro. They understand the physics of light better than most scientists. Do you know why?
Because they have to apply it in a practical real world environment to get actual results out of the system.
Exactly. It's not theoretical, it's real world exercise. And they have to be masters in order to work in that kind of industry for 30 plus years. There's no other way around it. And then you said, I made an argument from incredulity.
Yes, it is one because all the experience in the world of applying science and applying the understanding in a field of technical excellence doesn't necessarily make. Oh God,
We're
here we go
talking
again.
shit production, a low budget production that doesn't even pass the standards. We're talking about shit that makes Stanley Kubrick look like like pissed off. Roland is great. We're talking about looking at a footage that was produced by a bunch of guys and determining whether it's real or not. You're telling us that you don't know the difference between Hollywood and real life. Bullshit, man.
You done?
Yeah, no credible evidence anyone ever went to the moon. No telemetry data, no original videotapes. The technology to go there isn't even there anymore. Like, it's just a story. It's a religious doctrine. That's all it is.
It's real because it looks so fake, right? What do you think about that?
You have to take it on faith alone because you have none of that stuff like the telemetry data or any of that to even verify
There is
anything
telemetry
that
data.
said they've
There is
done.
telemetry. Apollo's got a ton of telemetry data. I don't know where I don't know where you're getting that from.
I got it from NASA.
Okay.
That's what they themselves claim.
Okay, show us. Wait, he just made a claim. Show us the telemetry data from, what did you say, Apollo? Show us.
Which one? Which mission are you after?
Right.
You said Apollo, right?
Anyone.
Any one of them?
Any one of them.
You don't think there's telemetry in any one of the Apollo missions?
Okay, the ones that went to the moon. Okay, let's be specific. The ones that went to the moon, anyone that went to the moon, let's see the telemetry data. Go ahead.
Right, we're 13 on to, what was it, 20, I don't know, what's the last one? 21, 22? What was the past Apollo mission that allegedly went to the moon?
I can see computer programming because that's the only way you're going to interpret the telemetry data. Do you know NumPy? Do you know data science? Do you know how to present it to us in number form? Because that's telemetry data. Are you saying you're an AI computer that's going to translate all this into images? Is that what you're doing?
Sorry, that's a word salad. What are you asking me?
No, don't let him get out of this. He said there's telemetry data. You need to provide it now.
What is it?
Because NASA doesn't seem to know where that telemetry data is. So you can really
so Plaza has an inside line or something where the telemetry data is, so he needs to provide that right now.
I haven't.
Go ahead, Plaza. You said there was data. Where is it? Show it.
Well, what about data analysis? We have to analyze it, and then we have to interpret it, and then we have to extract the image from it. Like, how do you do all that?
Hold on, Bonk. Give him a break. He's probably looking. He's probably getting it out of his file cabinet right now. You got that data there, Plaza?
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up. And
have you checked eBay?
It's a hard thing to build back up again.
Knows.
I can't really.
The King of England knows where the telemetry data is, right? And because the King says that he knows it, right, you must fall in line and go with this King, even though he's self-appointed.
Thank goodness for the King, because NASA can't find it anywhere. They say they don't even have the machines to play it back, even if they did have the data. So maybe you could help them with those too, Paza.
Yeah. Are you almost there, Paza? You got that telemetry data? We're waiting.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
So data, Plaza, because now we're really interested. Where is that telemetry data you said was there?
It's gone.
Plaza?
Famous achievement accomplished.
Hello, Plaza. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, where's that telemetry data you said existed?
All of that
famous
based on a radius that's never been proven, never been measured. Radius.
Let him finish. Where's the data, telemetry data, Plaza, you said existed?
I didn't say existed. I said
yes, you did. You did.
You said there has loads of telemetry data.
We can rewind the tape. You said there is telemetry.
There is telemetry.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Where?
Hang on, I'll find it for you.
Good, go find it. We want to see it.
Well, yeah, never mind. Let's find it for NASA. They're the ones who need your help the most.
Yeah, they need it too. So whatever, find it for humanity, you'll be famous.
Most famous achievement.
A few years ago, they claimed that some of it surfaced at a garage sale and had been recorded over.
Maybe it was maybe Pausa dropped by the garage sale and bought that. Because he said there is on the live stream.
Maybe the Secret King recorded it and then recorded over it because he knew that he copied it on a thumb drive, which is something that we can use today. So when he over-recorded, he knew that, we've got the telemetry data, or else he wouldn't be in here making a claim, making himself a liar, because that would be dishonorable.
Right. Wouldn't it be so? If someone says that there is telemetry data, they must have got that information from somewhere. So he's looking it up. It's very suspicious that you are so certain and you say that something exists, but now you can't find it and have to look it up. But you were awfully sure. You said there is telemetry data from Apollo.
Yeah, no, I've read that. I've read that some of the Apollo missions, telemetry data is still available.
Okay, great. Provide that, please.
All right, listen, I'm going to go and find it for you.
Okay, good. We can't wait.
Can I ask one question?
Been asking for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Is the no guy that was here 20 minutes ago when we started talking, are they still here?
Daniel, is he still here?
New guy's gone, I think.
Yeah, again, I want to apologize for getting triggered. Sorry, Dave.
Why are you apologizing to me?
Well, I feel like, that guy triggered the fuck out of me, and I started, acting like an idiot screaming on the microphone, like Jim Panda.
I kind of think that that's Paz's purpose here. I think that's what he's trying to do.
I do too.
I didn't even know you were triggered.
Dude, you didn't hear me yelling? When have you ever heard me yell unless I was acting?
Oh, I heard you get louder, but I didn't think you were triggered. Yeah, okay.
That's a definite sign that I'm triggered smooth the fuck off.
Hank is kind of like the Hulk. You wouldn't like him when he's angry, right?
Yeah, you won't see me when I'm angry. Usually I split, come back when I calm down.
I mean, you got to wonder how many times these guys can stick their own foot in their mouth. Like, it's over and over. It's on a daily basis. Whenever they come in, they stick their foot in their mouth. Open mouth, stick foot in every time. It's just, who would do that?
In the field, and he might be afraid to say something, say too much. I don't know. It sounds like he works in the field, and I don't know.
Well, he's got an inside link to where that telemetry. So we're waiting for that telemetry data. It'll be forthcoming soon. I'm sure of it. Just in case.
It's amazing the lengths and mental gymnastics these guys will go to for their spinning ball space monkey religion. Go ahead.
Just in case he doesn't. Make sure you keep reading. I'm sorry, Hank.
I see his asshole on my lips.
On his behalf, he did say that he was being facetious, and he recanted on the argument about just because they take pictures of memories, that they're not going to be able to understand how light works. And the inverse square law is completely oblivious to photographers. They don't know what it's called. They just know the sound it makes when it takes a click. It's like fucking idiot.
Yep. So now we're waiting for the telemetry because that's what Pazza said. There is.
He said there's loads of it.
Most famous achievement, accomplishment
He's
of
still in
mankind.
the chat.
The landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
Yeah. Hear that, Pazza? Your moon landing fairy tale is a religious doctrine that you have to take on faith alone because there's zero credible evidence for it anywhere. Oh, unless that you can find that evidence that only you seem to be aware of where it is.
I know. Who would say that there is without any verification other than it's beyond zealotry. It's amazing.
Ooh, that's a good term. Zealotry.
Fallacious zealotry is called zealaciousness.
I prefer the term secret king. To me, it's like it has a lot of meaning, right? And it reminds me of my dad. He used to say, "Who died and made you king?" Right? And I kind of grew up on that philosophy, right? Like, who died and appointed you as the new ruler over me? I want to know. Because, you know, if you say that you have this thing, right, this evidence that nobody seems to have, right, and then you say that you have it, please, please give it to me. You know how bad I would love to be like Indio. Bro, guess what we found? Paza, the secret king, gave us the telemetry data. I am now offering it to you, Indio. That would be like the greatest, right? But this guy knows that it doesn't exist, and he's trolling us, right? And we're allowed. I don't know why. Maybe because we're bored. Maybe because we're, you know, gluttons for getting emotional and, you know, screaming at people who have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know why. But I'm just, yeah, today, whew, man, I haven't heard an argument that bad the whole time I've been here.
There's plenty more where that came from with Paza.
It's appealing to popularity. You know, it's all kinds of. Yeah.
Pause is still there.
It's funny how.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
I thought something was really weird that you said. You said I'm not qualified. Do you know anything you are qualified to think
I'm
about?
not qualified.
Give
What
an
did I say?
answer?
What did I say? I'm not qualified in. Did you listen?
Well, you just said I'm not qualified to give an
No,
answer.
I didn't say
on-
that. I didn't just say I'm not qualified. Full stop, did I? You ass
What?
hat. What did I say? I'm not qualified in.
Well, hold on. I don't want to. I'm not going to go back and quote you exactly.
No, of course you're
I
not.
don't care now. But Baz,
Of course
can you
you're
tell
not.
me what you are qualified in to give an answer on?
He's a
No,
mad British boy.
Hold on. Wait,
what did
Paz,
I say? I wasn't. What did I? You said I'm not qualified.
you said you weren't.
Question, Pazza.
Bong, hold on.
Those are real or not?
Bong, hold on. I don't remember exactly what you said, but you said something along the lines of, "I'm not qualified." Yada yada yada. Right. So I'm asking you, is there anything you are qualified in to give an answer on anything?
Yeah, of course I am.
What are those things?
What do you want me to?
Well, anything.
Oh, that's great.
What fields?
That
Wait,
sound snippet.
What could someone come up to you with a question and you would have a absolute 100%? This is the answer. I'm qualified in this field. This is it. What field is
funny.
What am I qualified in? I'm qualified at pushing buttons to make funny sounds pop up. That's what I'm qualified in.
Wait, say it again. Your mic's low.
I'm qualified at pushing buttons to make funny sounds pop up.
Yeah,
Are you
that's what
actually?
you're qualified to do, not what CB's qualified to do.
Has it? Like, what's your profession? Do you do anything for work that you've done for a long time that you can, you know?
Yeah, I argue with cunts online.
No,
He apparently he's qualified to test the NASA data, the telemetry data that he said exists. Did you find that yet?
Hold on.
Hang on, I'm digging it up now.
While
I've got
you're digging it up.
I've got ground tracking apology. I've got ground tracking.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Everybody but B. Carl's talk, please. He never talks on here, and he's a high level. Please go ahead.
I'm not these other guys. You don't have to treat me the same way you guys been button heads. I'm just asking you, because you seem to have this notion that you have to be qualified to do things, right?
Usually, yeah. That's why I don't go to I don't go to 7-Eleven for heart surgery.
Right. So what is it that you do that you're qualified and you can give answers on, and you're able to think about, and this is something that no one else can do, right? Because they're not qualified enough as you are.
I didn't say I could do things that no one else can do. That's just
Maybe he's a summer camp director.
Hold on, Godric.
That's a stupid proposition.
Pause it. I mean, in the sense that another person, your average Joe, is not qualified, right? They can't come up with the same answers that you do because you're more qualified than them. What
plenty of
is
things.
that thing that you do that you could give me an answer on?
Oh, loads of different facets of technology. I know more than the average Joe about.
Technology?
That was totally non-specific.
You're being
Oh.
very vague. Like, I'll give you an
Not me, mate.
example.
There are loads and loads of examples. There are loads of fields of technologies that I know.
So
more than the average Joe about.
are there so many examples that you can't just give us one?
Yeah,
Loads,
like servers. I
loads
know
and
people
loads.
that they deal with big server banks, and they can tell you
Yeah.
everything about it. They've been doing it for 20 years, right? Do you have like a specific example like that?
Yeah, I've got experience and qualifications in AI, satellite telecommunications,
That's
software
fine. That's fine.
engineering.
That's fine. That's
optics,
good. Right. So now,
optics, stereographic superposition, map making,
all right, good.
motion control
Now,
systems,
what's your hobby?
production analysis.
Do you have any hobbies? Is there anything you do?
My hobbies, my hobbies are drinking beer, talking to arseholes online, and reading.
No, anything that requires work, like gardening, being a
Work.
mechanic, working on your car, working on the house.
Yeah, all those sort of things. Yeah.
Right, but are you qualified in any of this?
No, of course I'm not. That's hobbies.
But hold on, but you can still do it, right? You don't have to be qualified to understand something to do it, and to have an answer, right? You changed your light bulb in your house, right? You didn't have to call
Where
an
are you going?
electrician.
Where are you going with this?
You understand where I'm going. I don't have to be qualified and be an
No.
electrician to change my light bulb.
No.
Right.
You need to be qualified to design and manufacture a light bulb.
No.
No.
I can blow some glass and.
What qualifies us for that? Where do I get qualifications to invent shit?
As you understand, you don't have to be qualified in something to be able to.
By qualified, I mean have a qualified. Sorry, let me be clear. You mean you have you have to have a qualified opinion about
What's
something,
that?
which is a
qualified
consequence.
opinion?
The qualified opinion either comes from academic qualification or professional experience.
You know what's the funniest part about that is you yourself have admitted that you don't have a qualified opinion in this subject, and now you're attacking the credibility of people who do.
No, I said the moment you acquire a qualification, whether it be for experience or for academic excellence or academic pursuit, you then start to realise there is a limit. You have an accurate understanding of there's a limit of what you can assert and what you can't assert in that field. Yeah? When you know nothing about a field, you can go, "Oh yeah, that's not true."
Okay, I agree.
Argument from ignorance.
Alcohol will fuck your liver up, right? Am I qualified to say that? Am I qualified to tell other people about that? Do I know enough about the liver?
No.
Am I a doctor?
You're not qualified, but I got a question, Pazza. Listen carefully. You said, Pazza, you said that you have to be qualified in order to design a light bulb. The first guy who invented the light bulb, the electric torch, was he qualified? Was he quote unquote qualified before he invented it?
And his light bulbs
Does that
lasted 10 minutes.
Does that disprove what you said?
No, of course it doesn't. His light bulbs didn't
No,
last 10
not at
minutes.
all. He has to be qualified to do it. He wasn't qualified and he did it. And that's not a dichotomy? No, of course not.
Qualification to have an understanding of a particular discipline comes from either academic pursuit or practical application and experience. Those are two methods of qualification for something. You can be a qualified mechanic because you've been to college and you've learned all about it, or you've actually worked in a workshop building engines, taking engines apart, and gained some experience. They're both qualifications.
Okay, so
one is experience, one is academic pursuit.
I've
They're not
pulled
the
so many
same.
teeth in
but
my
they're
life.
both-
Am I qualified to pull someone else's teeth?
Are you talking about, are you qualified? Wait, I would trust you to pull my tooth rather than one of the other guys who never pulled a tooth. If you pulled a tooth already, I'd happily have you pull my tooth than some other
when I
bloke
was
who's never pulled a tooth.
I pulled all my teeth out because I really wanted the quarters under my pillow.
Yeah.
So that makes me qualified, right?
That makes you more qualified to pull my tooth than someone who's never pulled a tooth before, because you've done it.
No, this is all bull. Come on, I want to say something real quick.
Qualification comes from two
No,
sources: practical, professional experience, or academic pursuit.
You're saying that wait, if you're saying that if Hollywood shows us footage, right, we're qualified to say that's fake, right? If some guy somewhere with a camera shows us footage, we can say it's fake. That's what you're saying, right? But if the government, if NASA shows us footage, all of a sudden we're not qualified to say whether or not that's real or fake. Even no matter how fake it looks, we are still not qualified.
If you
Call
look
it
at any,
saying
if you
that
look,
if the
if you look
government says it's real, you can't make a decision. You can't discern if it's real or not. But if Hollywood says something is real, well, obviously it's fake because it's Hollywood. That's what you're saying.
Well, we do have experts that help us out with some of this stuff, but we can use our discernment beyond the experts. As far as we can tell, at least with the shape of the earth thing, there is no shape of the earthologist who is super qualified to tell us if it's flat or round. This touches on so many different disciplines. We can all come together to figure this stuff out, whether we're a surveyor, a NASA person, or whatever. We can come together on this.
Oh, he's talking about the moon landing footage. You know, we're not talking about the ISS. He's talking about the moon landing footage being real, and he's not qualified, right?
Well,
To
there
tell
are
us what.
photographers. There are
No,
photographers who come out saying how fake it is too. Experts who say, "Hey, there's something wrong with this footage."
Hold up.
I know.
He's
I know
saying
they do.
he's not
I know they do.
qualified to tell us, to give us his opinion of the footage, whether it's real or not.
I
We're
can tell
asking
you,
him.
there are photographs I've
what do you
seen.
think?
There are photographs I've seen from the moon landings, which, in my opinion, look fake. There are also photographs from the moon landings, which, in my opinion, I can't look at and tell you they aren't fake. Yeah, but then again, that's just my
they're all
personal opinion.
unverifiable then. Everything that you've seen from the moon landing is unverifiable then.
Well, it's not like the footage looks real.
Of course, it was. I wasn't
They
there.
don't
Everything's
give us
unverifiable.
footage
Wait,
because
go
it
back
looks
to what he said.
Story then. Next.
Go back.
Okay.
Go back.
It looks
Go back to what he
you have
said,
to
Bong.
believe if
Wait,
it's fake.
he
You
said
have to
if one
believe. Bullshit
Bong.
crazy.
No, you missed what
Yeah,
he said. He said one of them looks fake. How many fake pictures do you need before you can throw it all out?
Just because I see them and I think that looks fake, that's only my opinion. Yeah,
No,
and
listen,
my opinion isn't
pause it.
qualified to do forensic evaluation of
Pause
photography.
it. I'm gonna give you an example. Right?
Yeah.
Are you in the live stream voice text? Right?
I've
There's
seen
an
them
example.
all, honestly, because
I know. I
I'm
just
deeply
wanna.
suspicious of
I
all of
wanna
it.
hear what you're gonna say. Okay.
Because the moon landings have got fuck all to do with
Pause
flat
it.
Earth and glow
Pause it.
Earth.
I don't care. Just listen to what I'm saying. In this video, this man reaches through a lemon or an orange and grabs it from the back, but he's grasping in the other direction. And the lemon's in front. How does this make sense? Am I qualified to say, okay, clearly that lemon is not real? He's grabbing something that's edited into the video.
Yeah, that looks like a snippet from me of about 5 frames from a low quality MPEG sequence, probably captured with an I2-4C algorithm.
Sounds like incompetence to me.
I'm asking you, am I qualified to say this is fake because it's impossible to reach through a lemon and grab it from the other side?
You are a total opinion. If you understand what's going on there in terms of the mechanics of video footage, then you tell me, are you qualified? Do you understand how
I'm asking you if it's physically possible to grab a lemon from the opposite side and grab it in the wrong direction. Is that possible?
It's not. If you're asking me that question, is it possible to grab a lemon from the opposite side? Then the answer is no.
Right. So if he's doing it in the video and I know it's not possible, why do I then need to be qualified to go, I can't actually grab a lemon backwards?
No, all you're looking, he's not doing it in the video. What you're looking at is 6 or 7 frames of an MPEG sequence in a video.
Okay. I don't care what you want to.
No, of course you don't.
Down to.
Of course you don't.
I'm
And
asking you.
that's why
I watched this video and I can see he's grabbing a lemon backwards.
I understand how video compression works.
Pause it.
I
don't
understand.
Need to be qualified.
No, of course you don't.
Qualified to understand that I can't grab lemons backwards.
No.
Meaning this
I know
video
you can't. Neither
is
can
fake.
I. None of us can.
Right. So
None of
then
us
I
can.
can discern this video must be fake because
Of course
it's
you can.
impossible to grab lemons backwards.
Yeah. and you're making that discernment from your understanding of how video works.
Oh, so what is it? What are we supposed to be seeing right now then? Somebody that's can't produce a quality video. This is what we get for quality of video of what they're doing.
This is what we get for Globe evidence, just endless excuses and explainaways for obviously stupid shit.
Yeah.
Well, you have to be qualified to
That's
grab
it.
words. You just
Where's the telemetry data, Pausa?
Just so you understand, okay?
Hold on, just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, please. Plaza, before it gets lost, before it's too far up there, a couple people quoted some things from the PDF that I linked. I'm hoping you downloaded that and maybe read it later, because this is at 58 after the hour it was posted. NASA.gov.
58.
Yeah, I doubt he's ever looked at any of our
No,
information.
that's Apollo 11, and everybody knows that the Apollo 11 tapes are missing, yeah? But what I'm saying is I found elsewhere, on several occasions, different telemetry, ground telemetry and other... Again?
Yeah, so now you're just switching over to ground telemetry when that's not what we're talking about, and that's not what you said. We're talking about NASA's telemetry.
I said there's ground telemetry from other from Apollo missions. There is ground telemetry from Apollo missions. I can find it. Yeah, Apollo 11. Everyone knows the tapes are missing.
Right.
Yeah, I've looked at this more than anybody else.
Yeah, we're not talking about red herring away. All you want, Pastor, you're really good at the red herring straw man fallacy. You use it like every other word. You didn't say ground telemetry in the beginning. We're talking about NASA's telemetry data, not someone else's on the ground. NASA's.
NASA's definitely got telemetry data for other missions. I've seen it before. I've seen it.
Okay, you show that to us. If it were me, you would be muted until you provide it. If it were my choice, you would be fucking muted until you provided it through DMs, or you'd be permanently muted.
Rebuke you in Jesus' name.
Okay.
You said you were gonna find it 30 minutes ago. Like, please get on that. Like, we want it.
I will
He
do.
said
I will
that
do. I
the moon
promise to come
landing
back
has
with it.
fuck all to do with that Earth, and I agree. So so how can you have a moon landing or a moon whatever if the Earth is not a ball?
Oh, God.
That's what you
No,
said.
listen,
You said
listen.
has fuck all to do
I've said
and
to you loads of times, I'm deeply suspicious about certain aspects of certain parts of the Apollo program. I spent loads of time looking at this.
Cool.
I will
But how
go
can
and
you
I'll
remember
find you.
that
I will
if the
find
Earth
you
is not a
telemetry. I
ball?
will find you NASA telemetry data for other Apollo missions.
So
There
good.
is
That
some
sounds
out
good. But hey, do you think the Earth has to be curving in order for any of that to be real? What do you think?
What, for the moon to be orbiting the Earth?
Yeah, in order for all that to exist, do you think the Earth that we live on has to present itself at least as a ball? A little bit, maybe just a little bit. I just don't like that it's flat. I don't like that it's flat. I don't like that Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's flat at 20,000 feet. I don't like that. I was like, no, it has to be curving a little bit. Come on, Neil. You know, I say that. You know what Neil likes to say on I'm not qualified to answer that question. What is gravity? We don't know. Next question. Then he starts laughing.
But Pausa knows, right?
No. I don't know what gravity is. Science says they don't know what gravity actually is, do they? They actually say that they don't know the mechanicals of, they don't know the essence of
now we're
gravity.
on to red herring of gravity.
I know what it is.
Now we're off.
I know what it is.
I didn't start talking about gravity. We're talking about one thing.
No, I'm sorry. My
gravity.
point was curvature. We can't have any of that without curvature. We at least should be able to find something, correlates with it.
I know what gravity is. It's just an ad hoc explanation that you had to come up with to try to explain living on a ball.
I didn't come up with it.
That's right. That's right. Lou is right. I got to say something. Give me just a second. I want to recant. I said that his argument was the stupidest. It's actually second place. And they used to say that toilets flush counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere and clockwise in the northern hemisphere. And that's how you know that was a legitimate argument before 2015, before you started stepping up your arguments because we made you. Right? Who said
that?
Everyone knew that before 2014.
Jim Panda. Jim Panda said it in 2015 on Free Chan. That's who
fucking
said
Jim
that.
Panda.
They
Who the
made
fuck is Jim
videos.
Panda?
They made videos trying to prove it. Straight up lying to people on TV. They made videos. Look it up.
Who are these people you talking about?
I don't know, Globers, people trying to like mock flat earthers.
Anti-flat earthers like you, Pazzo.
Wait, you've never heard of that server, Pazzo?
No.
Jim
No, I've never heard.
Somebody send him a link.
Hey, if he likes assholes, send him to Jim Pandas. He likes arguing with assholes.
No,
let's get this man a link.
We should give him the
People arguing that the toilets flush a certain direction in the world. I've never heard any
You
of that.
never heard that? You never heard that?
Yeah, that's an argument that they used to make, and now they say that they never made that argument, that it was like folklore or an old wives' tale.
Fuck them, man.
Yeah, that's what they used to say. The toilets flush backwards. That proves the Coriolis effect. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. Who are these
I
people?
can second this. This was an actual argument back a few years
Yeah,
ago.
and now we just have people saying there's telemetry data for Apollo that they don't have, but they're still saying it.
When flat earthers first came out, people were like rushing to try to prove them wrong, and this is one of their proofs that they try to put on the. So it's so ridiculous. It's like, how can that be if the Earth is spinning? Like, what kind of argument is this? Same argument as, oh, in the south the stars spin the other way. Like, how does that work on a globe? I don't know. How does it work on a flat Earth? It's like, I don't care. How would it work on a globe? Wait, show me where, how, when. Try to show us toilets flushing the other way, and it's like, pretty sure toilet design, the bowl design, and where you aim, the water to come out. I'm sure that has something to do with it.
The first thing he's going to have to show us is the globe that he thinks this is all happening on in the first place.
The jet stream.
Yeah, touche. It's all a moot point. It's such a waste of time, I think, really. I mean,
well, hey, have you heard the latest argument? It's refraction. Have you heard of it? That the reason why it looks flat was because of refraction.
no, I never heard of that. Really? What is refraction?
You've never heard? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm asking you.
No, I've been a flat earther for 5 years, and I've never heard of refraction.
No, what's his name?
What is that?
Azam.
Is that an ice cream flavor?
Yeah, it's just an ad hoc explain away for the missing Earth curvature these globies believe in.
I'm just being facetious because Paz is saying he never heard of gamma pandas. Like,
Yeah.
sure.
That's crazy. Look into the refraction argument and blow your mind at the magic that they are presenting.
I just posted a screenshot in the chat from what? Just a few days ago. How do you think I learned about the motion of the Earth? Saw toilets flush. This is like just a few days ago. Yes, people are still saying this.
I'm lucky enough to have been able to live in the northern hemisphere, and now I'm in the southern hemisphere. Wait, let me go flush my toilet. Hold on, I'll be back. My toilet is one of those toilets that don't spin. They just kind of like collapse onto themselves at the wall. And so I can't do that experiment.
Oh, you must live on the equator, Bong.
I've got that equator toilet, bro. Right in the middle, not too much, not too right in the middle. Yeah, it's like it flushes in the middle. Yeah, it kind of booms down the middle. Yeah. My toilet doesn't want to cooperate. But yes, that was a real argument. I know, right? This is what flat earthers have to listen to.
And when they ask questions, toilets.
And lying pieces of shit.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
Bending light.
People still say it.
Light refraction is a real thing, but toilets flushing one way or the other, I don't know anything about.
Yeah, but your missing Earth curvature isn't a real thing. That's the problem.
So yeah, imagine a ball that's so small, right? When you stand on the beach, you can see the end of the ball because of the radius. It's so small. It's like it's right here, a mile to 3 miles in front of you is the edge, the end of everything. And that's when it curves. And then it's so small that it's right here, 1 mile. You can see it in front of you. And then imagine, right, that ball turning into a flat surface. But it's still a ball. But the reason why it's a flat surface because of refraction. So imagine a beach ball that looks like a table because of refraction. That's their argument.
As invalid as the terrestrial refraction claim is in itself, it doesn't even account for the discrepancy of the black swan and many others. So it's just a stupid argument.
Yeah, but the point is that there is a there is a variance between observations at the horizon at a given point.
Right. We're talking about a little variance. We're talking about like orders of magnitude.
Yeah, many orders of magnitude. It's not a little variance. Yeah.
We're talking about the board being in front of you and destroying the dart behind you.
You can literally, from one point, see the horizon a couple of miles from you, and it's on different weather conditions. You can see it 10 miles away.
Right, and at 128,000 feet, you can see the horizon like thousands of miles in front of you.
That's actually exactly the point, is that it fluctuates. Sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's further away, but it could never be at 10 miles if it was a ball with a radius of 3959.
If it was a ball, it should never move because it's a ball.
It would never be that far. Impossible. So the refraction claim that you guys have...
I'm not going to give credence to anybody who says it couldn't be closer than a certain number of miles.
Look, the refraction claim that you guys have, the math involved in that doesn't even account for that. It doesn't even account for it.
You'll have to rant one at a time.
Right, only astronauts can answer those questions because they're qualified, right? About our eyes, about why we see flat when we should see ball. We're not qualified to make a decision on that, right? Only astronauts are qualified.
Observations at ground level or any level looking across the horizon are inconclusive as far as I'm concerned.
People have said
it's conclusive. It's not a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. Geometric horizon can't be at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height. Absolutely impossible in a ball that size. Even the refraction that you claim is happening doesn't even get you close to accounting for that. Nowhere near it. You're toast. It's finished. It's over.
Okay. Hey, when I get my PhD in physics, right, and I say the Earth is flat, am I still not qualified to say it, to teach and say that thing?
You get your PhD in physics first. That might be the biggest obstacle.
Right. But then would I then be qualified to say such things?
You'd be qualified to say, if you've got a PhD in physics, you'd only be qualified to say nothing until you can assert it with evidence.
Right. That's when you'll listen, right? That's if I say you will listen. Because if I was an expert, if I was a PhD expert and I said something, you would then consider it because I have a PhD, right?
The scientific community would make a consensus consideration of what you say, and they decide whether what you say was.
Consensus is a part of the scientific method. No one cares.
What if you have evidence not the
three voices at once does not work?
You know what the scientist said to me when I asked her about evolution? The scientists frown upon that. And I was like, who are you talking? Are you talking about you? Are you frowning upon what I'm saying? He said, no, the scientific community. I was like, aren't you a scientist? Yes, but who is the scientific community if it is not you and me and everybody else who's a scientist? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the Royal Society? Are you talking about a secret society? Are you talking about the Catholic Church?
Sorry, she said, what about evolution?
Yeah, who is the scientific community that people
she said that the qualified scientific community frowned upon evolution. Is that what she said?
Well, no, it would frown upon my opinions of evolution because I was asking her about evolution. Is this real? Do you use it? She said we use it as a classification system. That's it. It's like, oh, so it's not and I asked her about evolution, about the The thing, the flagellum, irreducible complexity. And I tried to talk to her about it, but she did, she didn't want to get into it because she's a bird scientist and I'm just a photographer. It's not like, we have anything in common there. But, I was like, so who is the scientific community? If it's not you, what do you think about it? But that's what she meant. She is the scientific community and she is frowning on
No, she's part of the scientific community.
right? See, even if I was a PhD with
You
qualifications,
can't be the community.
I would be frowned upon by my own community because I am not going with what everybody's going with. Back to appealing to fucking popularity. It doesn't matter if you have qualifications. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking PhD or not. What matters is what everybody else fucking thinks. Is what the media manipulates everybody else to think.
No, it's
That's
not how
what
science works. It's not how science works.
Question for Pazzo. What if I have the evidence and not the credentials?
Sorry?
Exactly.
What if I have the evidence and not the credentials?
Well, you wouldn't. You'd need somebody who is qualified to look at the evidence. You can't
Absolutely.
just call it evidence, right?
You have to. Your evidence has to be corroborated. Yeah, that's pretty much how science
How is
works.
this not a religion? How is this different from what the Catholic Church do, from what priests do, from what gurus do? That we have to go to them for the answers, no matter what our experience tells us. How is that any different from a faith-based system? How is it different from a religion? This is what we mean. It's a religion.
Yeah. You just take your information from a priest class, Pazzo. You're no different than any religious zealot that ever walked the earth.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
Man, that's the truth. It is.
You could. The difference is that there's too many people talking, not people listening. Science doesn't actually have a dogma or expert. It doesn't have.
Well, you sure do, and every time you use the word science, that's actually what you're alluding to. So
No, not at all. I work in scientific fields, and I know from personal.
Then why don't you bring anything scientific to these conversations ever? Why are you always the most religious helio-cultist in the room?
Experiences. We say what's not you, not your friends, not your scientific community, not your banker.
Helio-cultism. I can talk all the time. I'm not letting anybody talk as well because it's good. If you just talk and no one can actually say anything, because you just talk continuously, no word gets through. Because you just talk continuously. That's what you're going to do. Talk continuously. Because then if you talk continuously, no one can actually hear what you're saying. Because if you just talk continuously, just say things continuously, no one can hear what you're saying. Because if you talk continuously, talking continuously, that's what you need to do. Just talk continuously.
It's the pot calling the kettle black.
A regular conversation, please.
Use to do science with. Science is not a thing that you own.
He's still going.
Bong.
Somebody created. Science is us experiencing the world and learning from our experience.
He must get through some batteries, that guy.
Tell him, Bong. Tell him.
Science is not yours. You don't say what it is. Every person does science in their life. That's how they grow. And when somebody tells them that what they're seeing is not what they're seeing, you got to question that. And if you question that, you're not questioning science.
I'm not saying what science is.
You got to question yourself.
Oh, God.
People say science is over there. Those people do science. You can't do science. I get angry when people do shit like that. It's like you won't even look at the photos and the footage and tell us what you think. And you're telling us we can't do science. We're not scientists. We're not qualified. And who is? Santa Claus? Who is? Who can tell me that Santa Claus is fake?
When did I ever say you weren't qualified to do science? When?
That's what this is your attitude towards.
No, it's not. No, it's not at all. No, it's not.
What could be?
You don't know my attitude. You don't know my attitude because all that happens is people tell me. It's people on here are continuously telling me what I think. That's what's happened the last half hour. It's been a succession of people ranting about what I think.
Well, we're talking about things that is obviously fake. That a child thinks it's fake. We're talking about looking at the earth and calling it a ball, even though it doesn't look like a ball.
You don't win by just talking continuously.
Guys,
you don't win by ranting.
Let's get back to a normal conversation, please.
Pazzi, you just need to listen to what Bong is saying. If you think he's just ranting and going off, you actually need to listen to what he's really he's saying.
I'm listening, but if I don't get an opportunity to retort, it's a rant.
Yeah, I gotta say, we gotta be able to pass the sticks, guys, back and forth. Okay.
It always sounds like a rant. I'm sorry, but I hope you were listening. Go ahead.
I know he's passionate about what he believes. I understand it, yeah. But if you just literally just talk continuously. It's
Well,
it only
he's
comes.
gonna find himself, eventually stopping when because he's talking in a circle. He'll eventually find out, like
Sure.
Because like if you just let him go, and he'll eventually be like, man, all right, I'm done.
I mean, all you gotta do is tell us. Do you think? I think the moon footage looks real and is real. That's all you
You're
gotta
right,
say.
Bob.
Or is not real and it doesn't look real. That's all we want. That's what we want from you. Your opinion, because you're an expert. You've been doing it. You said you've been doing this, and that's why you're.
My fault. I triggered him.
I said earlier on that there are aspects of the Apollo photography I find troubling, but the point is that I'm not qualified to say with any absolute certainty that any of it is faked, and I know that because
we're anonymous.
Sounds like none of it is verifiable. So fuck it.
Yeah, we don't even need to be on. Let's go straight to how space isn't real anyway. So.
What about gas pressure?
The Apollo missions are wrapped in all kinds of Machiavellian politics and the Cold War and all that kind of propagandist rubbish. Yeah, the point is that there's I haven't said that that's not the case, and I have dug around in the Apollo stuff, the same as I dug around in 9/11, dug around in loads of things, and there's loads of things I'm deeply suspicious of, but I also know from my experience of working in optics and photography and working with mechanical systems, working with lenses and all this sort of thing, that in reality, the discipline of photographic forensics, in other words, the expertise that's needed to, in a qualified fashion, say whether photography is real or fake, is different from the actual sort of skills you get from just doing photography. They're two different disciplines. In the same way as, there are lots of skills you can have, but
Hey,
someone else.
Out of curiosity, do you like hearing your own voice?
Yeah. Is there anything verifiable for the moon landing that you can present?
If I liked hearing my own voice, this is the last place I'd come, frankly.
I'm just kidding, bro. I like hearing my own voice.
I know a lot of people here like hearing their own voice.
No, I was just kidding. I was just being, yeah.
So,
sure, I understand.
Well, at least
yes, I do like the sound of my
everybody
own voice,
knows. Yeah, I think a lot of Globers also know that the moon landing is fake. But
I totally agree with you, Bong.
All you're doing, Plaza, is talking about how you don't have the qualifications to verify or falsify anything they've shown you from the moon landing. Okay, cool story. What else now?
I've looked into it, okay, right, and I'm not certain they landed when they said they landed. That's one thing I can say for certain.
You looked into the moon landing?
Yeah.
Oh,
an awful lot.
Okay.
Yeah, an awful lot of time. I've looked at all.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So when you look into the moon landing, did you look into the skeptics only that were saying, they're the debunkers of the people who are saying it was fake, or did you look at both sides?
Looked at both sides.
Okay, when you looked at both sides, what were the arguments from the anti-moon landing people that kind of made you scratch your head and go, that's interesting?
Well, from a point of view of if I ignore any foundational position where you say, oh, the Earth's flat, therefore it couldn't have happened, yeah? If you look at the mechanics of the technology used, you look at the likelihood of the technologies in place at the time being successful, if you look at the geopolitics surrounding the pressure that's on people to actually beat the Russians, if you look at the telemetry that the ground telemetry you can find from Apollo missions, I think it's 9 onwards, because
Did you catch the question?
The narrative is that before 11, in 10 and 9, they went round and came back again. Yeah.
Okay, cool narrative. Do they have a globe for any of this to happen on in the first place?
That's it. There we go. There we go.
You're not answering
Well, that's the crux of it. Is there a globe for any of this to happen from in the first place?
Wait. Pazza.
You're a flat earther. You don't believe in the moon landings. Okay, fine. Leave it there then.
Hank asked you a question. Could you just answer his question?
What was the specific question again?
Well, it wasn't what you were talking about. I mean,
So
his
we're
question.
looking for the data, the information from the people who don't believe in the moon landing that made you scratch your head and go, that's interesting. How perplexing. This is something I need to look into further. Right? So you said you looked at both sides. So you should have some, because the moon landing is one of those things, that should really make you scratch your head and go,
Yeah,
If it
I can't
doesn't,
remember.
hold on, bro.
Yeah.
After you spend 10 hours of research, which in my opinion, for a subject this massive, is only preliminary research, that you would have to do some real head scratching after 10 hours. You'd have to be like, wait a minute, the light, that doesn't add up. The angles, that doesn't add up. How did the film survive 250 positive Fahrenheit and then 250 negative? Film can't survive the sort of radiation belts that they went through. How did they, do this? How did, there's lots of things that make me scratch my head. So can you just name a few? And you said the telemetry data. I've seen a bunch of debunking moon landing videos. Not once has anybody ever pulled up telemetry data to make an argument against it because there isn't any, right? And I'm making that claim that there isn't any, and it's a negative claim, right? Because there's no evidence for it that there is any.
I've seen a handful of videos debunking the moon landings. I can't remember the names of them. I went right through them. Yeah, I've looked at all the crap that comes out of NASA. I've also looked at some of the crap that came out of where else was it? I looked.
One example. That's what he's asking for, not what you're saying.
You want me to give you the name of one of the debunking videos? I can't remember them.
No. One example. The example he gave was the temperature range was far too great for film to survive. That was a good example. What was an example that you had?
All right. So the shadowing on some of the photography taken from the lunar landers. Yes.
Okay.
The angles of some of the cameras.
That's the first argument that I made. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. I really am. But that's the first argument that I made. And you disparaged my argument and said it was an argument from incredulity. And now you're using it as an argument from credulity. Yeah.
No.
Completely.
There are aspects.
Completely. Totally.
There are aspects of the shadows on some of the photographs that warrant further investigation. I can't assert one way or the other because I haven't got the expertise whether what I'm evaluating in those photographs is true or false. There are aspects of the flags, aspects of the footprints, aspects of the dust particulate distributions from alleged retro boosters that fired this thing on and off the surface. There's aspects of the life support systems, aspects of the computing systems, of which I've got more of an intimate. That's one of the things I focus on was the technology in terms of the computational power and the mechanisms they use to get these alleged crafts and groups of crafts together. There's aspects of the orbiter. There's aspects of the orbiter docking mechanism. There's aspects of the carbon dioxide separation systems on the thing. There's aspects of the fuel system. There's aspects in the hydrogen dry cell they used apparently to control the life support systems. There's aspects of the LEM. There's aspects of the gimbal construction they use in the gyroscopic mechanisms that allegedly use to navigate it. There's aspects in the Saturn rocket reliability, aspects in the payload mechanism, the payload to thrust distribution mechanism in the Saturn V rocket. There's aspects of the technology in the launch pad. There's aspects of the gantry separation system mechanism, how it managed to synchronize with the takeoff. There's aspects of some of the photography taken on the surface. There's aspects of the thermionic distribution mechanisms, the distribution equations to do with having that much liquid oxygen, that much liquid propellant in such a close situation, in such a confined construction. There's loads of aspects that I've gone and had a look at. Yeah, the vast majority of them I have to go by other people's input because I'm not qualified to look at them. I'm not going to assert that a whole lot of things a lot of it is deeply suspicious. Do I believe that Apollo 11 put man on the moon? I'm deeply suspicious. I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'm not going to be
That's good.
Well, sounds like the moon landing.
Blah 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 blah. Let's see if you guys got that part. Hold on, let me continue. Blah 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 blah. I'm almost done. Wait a second. It's the blah 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 part.
Well,
Blah
to be
blah
fair, I
blah.
did ask him a question.
Triplet
Right?
and quadruplet. Blah blah blahs.
He's not giving you.
So much blah 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 just to say that, well, we can't really know if the moon landing happened or not. Okay, well, it's a claim without evidence. It can be dismissed without any as well.
Yeah, let's keep it open for new people coming in. He's just filibustering.
The curvature. Have you ever thought about curvature, Pazza? Have you ever thought about why it doesn't look like a ball and why, astronomers and astrophysicists are saying it looks flat? Why everyone's saying it is flat and you'll never see the curvature until you go to space? Like, do you ever wonder why it looks flat?
Who was it who was saying blah 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 a minute ago? Who was saying that? Blah blah blah. Who was saying that?
That was Sunny.
That was
but
Greta
he's
Thunberg.
He's just waiting for his telemetry data.
Yeah, it
That's
was
why.
That was funny, or that was sorry, that was Pazza that was going
Yeah,
blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it was Pazza
Oh,
that
I-
was going blah
I
blah
thought it
blah.
was Greta.
Whoa.
It
Do you know
looks
Pazza?
So,
it looks
Pazza,
flat.
what do you? Yeah,
Wrong. It looks flat because of refraction.
Get those new guys in. Get those new guys in. That's probably the best thing.
Pazza, what do you think about
Yeah.
curvature?
Get those
We
new
got a
guys.
new guy named.
Get those new guys.
We got a new guy named
those new guys.
Precarious.
I kind of wanted to know I wanted to know what you thought about
Bong,
flat.
we
Blah
got
blah
a new
blah.
guy. Please,
Blah
sir.
blah
We
blah.
have a
Blah
new
blah
guy
blah.
named Precarious. Let Pazza go.
We got a new guy
No.
named what?
What's his name?
Precarious.
Right under Pazza.
Precarious.
Pre-curious.
Precarious.
What's that? A
You
survivor.
got your
in
mic working, bro?
Little did I know. I'm reading his about me. Little did I know my near-death experience.
Oh,
was
this
a-
guy's offering red pills. Precarious, please. Please, offer us some red pills.
Hey, I haven't spoken to Pazza.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Welcome.
Jimsy. You know what?
Jimsy.
You're absolutely right, Jim. Shut up, Jim. Shut your ass up.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass my time. I'm gonna pass my time to Bonk's house.
Pass it
I'll
back.
pass
Pass it
it
back.
back. I'll pass it back. Yo, catch. Chime in whenever you want. Pre-curious if you have questions. Just
Look, maybe he just wants to listen. That's fine. Precarious, if you ever know how to get your mic work, we would love some red pills. I hope that you're Dr. Mario or an archetype of Dr. Mario, because we love people who are handing out red pills.
I'll take one.
Take all of
In fact, you should ask your doctor if red pills are right for you.
Also,
You know what I mean?
also ask your doctor if it's okay for you to think for yourself.
Red pills are right for you.
My doctor said I had to ask
That's
my
right.
doctor for that.
Include.
I mean, make sure thinking for yourself is for you. Ask your doctor.
Man, it's good stuff. I just want to say you guys are providing so much entertainment. Positive. I wish that you were providing infotainment. We're not, we're going to give you a break today. You were here and you entertained us all. We're all very well entertained. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time coming to the server and hanging out with us. But yeah, I really would like to talk to some new people. If anybody's new and they want to come in, we'll take it easy on you. We'll try not to dogpile you. Like Pazza, he got dogpiled today. He's, a real trooper. He took it like a man. He didn't really get upset. He just kind of took it and moved on. So anybody else who wants to test their dragon skin level can come in here. And you know what? We're not attacking you. We're attacking the argument, or at least that's the goal. Sometimes I say stupid things when I'm angry. I'm sure we all do. But, we're not so petty as to hold a grudge for longer than a day. So it's a new day, old and new. Come inside and play. Or we could just rough Pazza up for years. Pazza, welcome back. Okay, passing the stick to you, bro. So what is the best way to prove the Earth is a sphere? In your opinion, if I wanted to like prove these flat earthers wrong, get their goats, and annihilate their arguments, what is the best argument that the Earth is a sphere?
Round 2.
The best argument the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, who has that? This is so funny.
That's Creation Bear. I would say that he adds a great deal of value to our production that we're doing here. It's uncanny the amount that he adds because, you know, a lot of people on the other side, they may not like it, right? But it's funny to the audience, people who are just listening and they're not involved and their egos are separate. It's really funny when that kind of stuff pops up. And he's great at when we quote somebody, right? A lot of times he'll have the audio so we don't have to like get the other person to take our word for it. They just hear the quote come out of the horse's mouth.
Right. That's great.
My time has come.
You get a little glory.
Every day I ask myself, like, is this a stupid question, Bong? What? Does the Earth have to look like a ball? If it is a ball, I was like, that sounds like a stupid. It sounds like it should be a stupid question. But is it really a stupid question? Is it? If someone's telling you the Earth is a ball with this radius, right, and then you're like, wait, that's not a big radius. Let me do some math here. Wait, that's not even a big radius, and it looks like it's flat. And it doesn't look anything like a ball. Like, is it a stupid question to ask?
No, it's stupid to say that there's a geometric horizon and then say we can't see it though.
I used to be afraid to ask because I'm not an astronaut, right? And people have died. You know what I mean? All that like history. We have a history, right? As a kid, you're like, well, astronauts know, right? But then when they tell you, you know, it's so big, it looks flat, right? Like, how old do you have to be to stop believing that shit, right? Like, and if you ask, is it stupid?
I don't think you're qualified, Bong, to ask those kind of questions. I know we're not qualified to know if a ball drops away in all directions at 8 inches per mile square. I'm not qualified to know that.
To know, yeah, why it looks flat, right? I just want to know why does a small ball look like a really big flat table?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to know. And magic is just not good enough. And bad CGI, but it's not good enough. You know, like
right.
Nazi magic spells just aren't good enough anymore.
Yeah, like imagine I'm trying to be an astrophysicist, okay, and I come across this problem. How do I, right, explain it to my how is it what is the answer and how do I accept it? How do I teach it? Right? How do I apply it so that I can do my science, do my work, send people to Mars and find hope, you know, because 8 billion years the sun is going to explode and we're all going to be dead and we need to be out of here by then. As a scientist, this is a very big concern. Very big. Yeah. Every scientist wants to help the earth, people, humanity, progress. You know,
With alien assistance is coming soon.
Yeah.
To a planet near you.
Oh,
The first step to tell that story, Bong, is that you have to make a movie of it. You have to create a story, then you make a stage, and then you get these camera experts to make it look like a ball in the production. And then you tell people the story many, many, many times until the fiction side start diluting in the people's minds. And then you tell them, we're gonna make another movie, but this one is real. We're gonna record people going to these places, and this one you have to believe it. But it's the same production team from the movie that wasn't real.
So basically it's just math. What What am I?
So
Am
basically,
I?
if you want to prove something, just make a movie about it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to build something and send it to Mars. You know, I'm not.
Based
Oh,
on a
we
true
get it.
story, and we're going to take all the liberties necessary to make it a good story.
I
Yeah, make a
forgot.
movie.
Go to space to do the math. I forgot all I had to do is take the radius that they gave me and do the math. Sorry, I forgot. I'm a scientist and I forgot that we don't do experiments in space. Let me just go back to my math pad here, my chicken scratch. I'll math it up. Right, I forgot. I do not have to see or know that it's a ball to do my work.
Hey, if English is a language and it's utilized to tell more language, and math is a language, do you think we could tell which language is telling more lines?
Right, right. Here's a model. Now get to work. And that's why I always wonder if it's a stupid question to ask. Why does why does a ball Earth look like it's not a ball? Why does it look flat? You gotta whisper it. Hey, why does it look flat though?
Bro, it looks like a ball on TV. Have you never seen a TV? What are you, some kind of caveman? You looking at the real Earth and you thinking you're gonna see a curve? Nah, bro. Get your iPhone out and send Robert Simmons your best wishes.
Haven't you seen the live stream of the ISS?
It is. Yeah, movies equal reality.
Has to be.
They couldn't have faked Godzilla for a movie. It has to be real. They made a movie about Predator. You're going to say Predator's not real?
I got the number two. Pause's argument's now number three. Number two, worst argument I've ever heard. It would be more likely that we went to the moon than faked it, because the amount of cost to fake all that paperwork, it's just ridiculous. It would be easier just to go to the moon than to fake all that paperwork. Bill Nye, the non-scientific guy.
That's like saying it's easier, right, to have actual, money, real like backing up than to just print it, right? Like, which is easier to have real gold and assets backing up the money or printing the money. It's like way easier to just print the money, of course, assets.
You're a conspiracy theorist. Stop reading Modern Money Mechanics. You're making a fool of us.
So, there's a role in the Discord for whatever that means. It's called reliability. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about it. I'm thinking about it in Spanish. Reality denier. And what Hank was saying is that someone is saying that it will be more difficult to make a movie about going to the moon than actually going there. Putting all the resources and all the time will be easier than making a movie production. That will be a reality
Who was his
denier.
audience? Who did he think that he was talking to? So basically what he said, it's easier to counterfeit something than to get the real thing. No. He said, I couldn't even say it. I'll try again. I'll try to say it right this time. What his argument was like, it's easier to get the real thing than to make a counterfeit. If that's true, Bill Nye, then why do so many people make counterfeits? Because I bought a SIM card, I bought a card from Canada, and those Canadians, they weren't very nice, eh? It was an 8 gigabyte card, right? If you read the card on the writing, but when you stick it in your PSP, oh, it's a 1 gigabyte card. Not very many PSP games fit on a 1 gigabyte card, eh? Oh, got them good.
It's easier to go to Mars than to make Total Recall. I mean, it's more expensive to make Total Recall because Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, it'd be way too hard to make that movie. Best bet is just to go to Mars, bro.
I didn't make that argument.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just such a ridiculous argument,
Yeah, Apollo 11's not even a good movie. Like, what the hell are they talking about?
13, you mean?
Like, it wouldn't be possible to make that.
How much does fuel cost to like, I don't know,
Are you
send a
saying
rocket?
Tom Hanks is a pedophile? I mean, terrible actor?
Got him.
Well,
Got him.
they calculated the
Got
amount of
him.
fuel they needed, so therefore they went.
It's true.
They forgot about the Van Allen belts that they say they didn't know about at that time, but I guess if you don't know about them, they don't hurt you.
Man, Van Allen belts. What about the Van Allen suspenders? How did they get through that? Oh wait, I just
The
made that up. That's
astronaut
what
said,
NASA does.
yeah, he said,
Because
we're fine. We didn't feel anything.
be-
No, we're fine. That's what the
because
astronaut
they didn't invent them yet. That's why they didn't know. Because it wasn't part of the script, the movie they came and gave you. They told you, hey, we're gonna go to a place, right? And there you go, we got a movie of it. And it was a recording of a screen of a movie.
out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. What
That's what you
astronaut
get.
doesn't know can't hurt him, right? Am I right? Nudge, nudge. Am I right? Nudge.
Well, if you don't see the stop sign, you can still drive through it.
It doesn't mean there was a stop sign.
That's not
You know,
driving advice.
I gotta say this. On all seriousness, guys, it doesn't matter what side you're on, left or right, you're Republican, Democrat, right, Crips or Bloods. We all need to go back to natural, right? Natural law. That's where it's at, right? I'm not talking about nasty, like don't take a bath. I'm talking about if your wife has hairy legs for a couple nights a week, it's not the end of the world. It's natural, okay? So what I'm saying is that if people start to understand natural law, like the first one that we should all understand, the law of cause and effect. If you slap me, I may slap you back, right? That's cause and effect. But if you buy me lunch, I may buy you lunch back, right? So that's how that shit works. So there's consequences for everything. Action, reaction, cause and effect. So correlation isn't causation, right? This is really imperative to understand. So if you see the moon and there's the tide, does that mean that it caused it? No. How do you find out if something is causing something? Well, this is where the science comes in. And science is really important because how do you know things? Well, you have to test things. Test all things, in fact, is some good advice that I've heard once before. So what do? You manipulate the cause, and then you witness the effect. And then you manipulate the cause the other way, and the effect goes away. So what did you do? You demonstrated a cause and effect relationship. So tell me, anyone that's ever told you that the moon's caused by the tides, does anybody and baller in here have any evidence for that? Or is it just a, just so story? Any evidence for the tides being caused by the moon? Not correlation, cause. Anybody?
That sounds like nature. Insect sound?
That is correct. Nature
What?
chimed in, chirping. Crickets chimed in because there's no evidence. But you can go to any school anywhere in the world and you can say, teacher, what causes the tides? And they're going to say, why, the moon, right? How do you know that, teacher? Well, because my teacher told me. And their teacher told them. And their teacher told them. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that the telephone game that atheists used to debunk Christians? Bam, got him.
Bam.
Dad, what causes the crickets to sing? Well, somebody told a bad joke somewhere in the world. Oh, okay. Correlation, right?
Oh, the crickets are definitely listening. Every move you make, they'll move if they have to. They're
Every
listening.
bad joke you make, that's what causes the crickets to sing at night. Or
Every
So what
step
is
you take.
natural? What is the meaning of natural? What is natural? Because in the globe, natural like some accident out of point of zero to existence or something. It came out of nowhere, and it's all
crawled into the
happened
rock.
because of time passing. So now, what is natural? What does that mean when you say natural? Hank, you said that word multiple times.
So natural means that it's not synthetic, meaning man-made, and it's not supernatural, meaning not man-made and not natural.
Wow.
So it's within the realm or the scope of the natural world. So when I talk about natural laws, right, there's a bunch of them, right? The one that I don't understand and I do not recommend you looking into is something about gender is how does it go? See, I can't even remember how it goes because I don't understand it.
What's a gender?
Yeah, that's one of those things. Gender is a spectrum. I think that's the bullshit that they added because Hermes Trismegistus is Loki, as far as I can tell. 9 make complete total sense, and then the 10th one is I can't remember how many laws there is, but the one of them didn't make sense. And that was the gender as a spectrum.
So they
But the
trying to
other ones
portray
made
it.
perfect sense.
How they give images about this spectrum. It's like a colorful. They relate it to light. So they're saying that gender biology is a spectrum. It's almost like a description of light. You know the banners, all the colors, the rainbow, the spectrum. Um, but there is actually a spectrum of people. Like each person have like a certain personality to them, even though everybody is very similar to each other than what many people give credit for. But we are very similar to
That
many
makes
things.
sense.
But we are abided by natural laws or designed uh, environment with specifics mechanisms to how things are and work, cause and effect relationships. So when the Globers
Dude, that's
say
really good.
natural, they say it's an accident. When the Globers say natural, they mean an accident, a spontaneous. So what is in the real sense of it natural?
The natural law, is that what you're asking? What is the natural part and natural law?
The meaning the word has a lot of.
Yeah,
No,
the
it's okay.
word.
That's a lot of meanings. Okay, so let me go over another one. The law of correspondence, as above, so below. Okay, so we're here on Earth. There's water here below us. You can dig a well. And there's water in the sky, as above, so below. Okay, so the laws of heavens are very similar, if not the same, to the laws here on Earth. As above, so below. So these natural laws, I'm sure you guys have all heard of the laws of thermodynamics. That's also a natural law, right? But the ones I'm talking about are much, I won't say older. They're probably all the same age. The ones I'm talking about are from the Kabbalion. And you can find, I'm not talking about the Kabbalah. You can find these, you can find these writings about Hermes Trismegistus on YouTube. A really good one is High Frequency Radio. He reads it all to you, so you don't have to read because I know people ain't trying to read these days. But yeah, High Frequency Radio read the Kabbalion. His YouTube channel is about the stuff that Issa talks about. It's the exact same thing that Issa's talking about. But he goes into natural law a lot because they're trying to get us away from nature like as much as possible. They're trying to make us synthetic robot, automaton robots or whatever.
Sure. Sure.
To be born. That's what it says. Nature. Means literally to be born, to beget. Essence. Essence. The natural course of things. Then there's another nature, is like Gaia, Mother Earth. It's an entity as well. I mean, it's a creator, I guess.
Existing in or caused by nature, not made or caused by humankind.
Yeah, but saying that is saying that nature is an intelligent designer person, like an actual entity. Because that's what I say about evolution too. Like if when people say evolution did this and did that, I was like what? Like a person with a mind,
Okay.
developing something, building something. So in the same way, nature, when you say things, nature. You're pointing to a higher power that may or may not be the creator.
So carrots contain a natural antiseptic that fights bacteria. Is that a natural description of natural things that we see? Well, one second.
When we hear the word natural being used like that, we understand it as this definition here, like the way things are or born life. You know how that it's through life, and that's how it is. That's how, if that's how it was designed to be. That's what we're saying. That's how we understand it. That it was designed to do that.
Like many other things, you can describe things like describe things in a natural state. What an apple is sweet, you can say that. But yeah.
But try explaining to somebody how something just came out of nothing. Like people can't even process that. You know what I mean? But
You don't understand because you're a flat earther. If you just listen to Lawrence Krauss, he'll explain to you that nothing really isn't nothing because beer bubble universes, the quantum foam, pops in and out of existence, and therefore nothing is really, it really isn't nothing.
we didn't really mean nothing. Okay, like we meant something. So why is he saying nothing? Well, nothing is not nothing.
Can I have a bunch of nothing? In a cup?
Yeah, you know what? English is starting
Depends on how big your mug is, bro. You got a lot of quantum foam there. What is that, a 40 ounce?
Yeah. But the idea that people understand it was designed by a creator. It's like automatically in your mind, like, yep, whoever put this here, whoever made this, people don't say, yep, out of nothing, nature. You're like, what the? People don't understand the word that way. Natural. They understand that it's God. It was God that made it. They don't think, oh yeah, billions of years ago, nothing came into something, and nothing. It's still doing it. Like I don't know. Like as if there's no cause and effect. As if there's no system here. As if it just boop, came into existence like that. Out of nothing.
What do you guys think about what I just said? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
So I'm not sure the Big Bang Theory suggests that everything came from nothing. It's undisclosed as to what happened before the Big Bang, isn't it?
So yeah, I was just being extreme. Okay, life coming from
the God. I think the Big Bang Theory doesn't say it comes from nothing. It said it doesn't actually make a claim about what's before.
Well, that begs the question.
Absolutely.
Question: which Big Bang Theory are you talking about? I believe there's three.
None of them allude to everything coming from nothing. They allude from everything coming from something they can't disclose.
Oh, that's what.
No, I believe in. I know that's incorrect. Hold on. There's one of them that says that it took up one dimension. Let me get it right. I'm trying to remember. One of the three Big Bang theories say that it was one dimensional. There's one dimension, and if there's one dimension, obviously that there's no material in one dimension. So this thing that took up zero space expanded, and when people are saying nothing into something Big Bang, there actually is a theory, and I don't think it's the predominant theory, but there is a Big Bang theory where it's nothing into something, and that's why people make fun of that one theory. Now, granted, that may be a straw man to the Big Bang people who believe in one of the other two Big Bangs, but apparently somebody believed in the violation of the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy.
It's the expanding universe. It's that one where
That's one of the Big Bangs.
Yeah, where before the Big Bang there was nothing. Like what we call things like existence is inside the explosion.
So before, outside of the explosion, before when it was just a point singularity, like there was nothing but that. So what? Then the question, yeah, then you be, well, what caused that, and what caused the cause that caused that, and then you just keep going, cause to cause.
No one. The Big Bang Theory only is just literally that. It is the theory that everything emanated from an infinitely small point at some juncture and expanded the universe. The postulations about what came before that, what you're talking about, some people postulate it was from a one-dimensional
nobody
vortex.
postulates. Yeah, nobody postulates before the Big Bang because there can't be before movement of particles. So if it was all in one spot, obviously nothing could
they're
be
doing.
moving.
The
I know,
Big Bang
but
Theory. Big Bang Theory asserts that everything came from a singularity.
right. But what I'm trying to say, hold on, time out, hold on. I know, I agree, but what we're saying is infinite is a concept, a point is a mathematical concept. So they have this concept of, God, the creator force of the universe, and it's just a concept, right? Just like some people have a concept of Yahweh, some people say Allah, some people say there is no God, the God is within, right? So all these people have all these different concepts of, the source. And people have all sorts of names. There's probably more names for this thing that we're talking about than there are words.
Sure.
I mean,
That's because of materialism. That's because we assume, right, that for things to be real, we have to be able to always science it. It's like the metaphysical doesn't exist. It's like our spirits don't exist. It's like whatever's driving us, the people that we are identifying ourselves, as like I'm experiencing. It's like that doesn't exist. All we care about is measuring the thing, right? And then when it comes to the origins, that's when we go back to the metaphysical and say, well, yeah, it's a point. But it's fine tuning. Fine tuning is a big problem. It's like it can't. It's impossible. And according to science, math, statistics, and probability, this thing that we exist in should not exist. The only way that it can exist if there was a god, an intelligent designer. Because it's like
no, you don't understand. There's no God. There's multiverses, see? And I can't prove it, but we know there's no God, right? Because we know everything because we're pompous secret kings. So you don't understand, Bong. There's multi-universes, and if I ever meet an alien, I'm going to flip it a coin to make sure that he's not made of antimatter.
It's the configuration, right? The scientists in AI today are able to simulate 1,000 years, right, with life on it and what would it would happen. And they had to configure it properly, right? The temperature and the way things grow, all that had to be taken into account. So if you imagine the configuration, okay, that's required for the Big Bang and all this to exist. So imagine 1,000,000,000,000 settings you have to set. And each of those has to be set perfectly setting in order for the conditions for gravity to be able to, in order for gas to form and gravity to be in right places to bring the gas in and all this to happen and turn it into solids, and then there's us, then there's this solar system, that shouldn't exist because of the positioning of everything, and then there's do you know what I'm saying? The moon being the right distance from the earth and the sun to eclipse it to cause the seasons,
Yeah,
and
but
then
bro, you don't understand. The Big Bang was lucky, bro. Lucky time and magic wind created everything that you see here. You'd have no reason to believe that there's a creator just because there's a creation, cause and effect. Remember, there doesn't mean that there has to be a creator.
It doesn't dismiss the notion of a creator though. Big Bang Theory.
It doesn't.
Okay, so tell me, where does God fit in the Big Bang Theory? Was he the space? Was he the time? Was he the matter? Which one was he?
He's doesn't God if God exists, he exists outside of space time matter, doesn't he?
Oh, so you do understand how this works. Okay, so where is God in the Big Bang Theory? Tell me where Lamont, hold on, tell me where Lamont talked about God, because he was he was a particle physicist and a priest, right? So where did the God part come in the Big Bang Theory? Where does he talk about God at?
he proposed a notion that God created everything from a single spot in one go, that's where his.
Do you know why he did this?
Pardon?
Do you know why he came up with this theory? Because Hubble, the man, not the telescope, discovered the Doppler effect. And he said, I see red and blue, right? Everywhere in space. Well, it must mean that the universe is expanding. And if it was expanding in all directions, then that means it must have had a beginning. Before this, the scientists said that the universe was eternal. So at the beginning of the
Even
20th
that
century,
claim,
the Bible was correct and the scientists were wrong. Good job keeping up, guys. Try to catch up.
Our senses are correct, and what they tell us is a lie. A computer, AI bots, their brain that has to learn. And in order for the brain to learn in the environment, they need senses to receive the inputs, right? And this is what computer scientists have found out. Without the sensors, the brain is just useless. In other words, without our senses, the inputs, the eyes, the ears, our brain can't learn or do anything. But
How
if you're
about all
trying
the
to learn
electricity that is going through your body?
Well, if you're
How about
trying to
that?
learn from your senses, but somebody's telling you your senses are faulty, you're not seeing what you're seeing, then how can you learn anything? If the brain relies on senses to learn, and somebody's telling you your senses are wrong, then how can you learn? How can anything?
I want to meet some of these Globers who think they can't trust their senses. And when I start urinating on them and I tell them, bro, relax, it's raining, right? How are they going to trust their senses, right? How can you trust your senses, bro? It's raining. Can't you feel the water?
No. To be fair, no one says you can't trust. They said there's a limit to what you can trust in your senses. Of course, there is.
Well, this is how ridiculous it is because the
Dude,
radius.
I've heard it over and over again. You can't trust your senses. So
by
you're going to say,
That's why
okay, hold on.
Optical illusions are a consequence of your eyes and your brain.
Your
brain taking signals from your eyes and making assumptions cognitively that your eyes don't
Okay,
evaluate.
so you're talking about optical illusions. I agree, right? You can't trust your senses 100% of the time. Is this phenomenon, is it rare? Listen, bro,
Yes,
is this phenomenon rare?
Yes,
Or
it
does
is
it
rare.
happen all the time? Okay, so they don't teach Marines about optical illusions. They tell them to shoot their targets dead center mass, probably, right?
You teach them about natural phenomena that may affect their target position.
That's not what they mean. That's not what they mean by don't trust your senses.
Hey,
It's not.
Pazza.
Yeah, that's not what they mean. What they mean is, if you look at a basketball, right? It looks like a ball. Okay. If you look at a table, it looks like a table. This is what they mean. That table looks flat, but it's actually a ball. Okay, you're just it's just so big that you can't see it. Remember, the size of a basketball is small. Okay, and the size and you can tell the difference between a basketball and a table. Okay, this is how off it is. This is what they mean. Okay, they're not talking about an optical illusion. They're not talking about if you go high enough. They're talking about something that's so small and obvious. Okay, it's like magic. Okay, they're basically saying it's magic. Okay, we're not talking about like optical illusions or shadows or things the clouds looking like animals, pareidolia. We're talking about them literally saying that a table is a ball when you're looking at the table. That's what they're saying. You can't trust that you're seeing the table.
No, they're not saying that at all.
Because of the radius of the ball, okay, and because of how high we have sent things,
Sorry.
Hey, Pazza, can we trust that the horizon is geometric if we see it at maybe 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but not trust that the horizon is where you say it is if it's at 10 miles instead? Or not trust our senses, rather?
You're saying balls look flat.
It seems like we can trust our senses with you when the horizon looks like it should be where you think it should be. But if it's not where it should be, then all of a sudden we can't trust our senses.
I didn't say
Well, because you've been showing me a picture in the chat for the last few days where it seems like you think the horizon might be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and you seem to be able to trust your senses well enough for that. But then we show you that it's at 10 miles, and you go, "Oh, we can't trust that because our senses can't register what's going on there properly."
Stop. Let me talk. You didn't. I showed the picture in response to another picture being shown every single time. What I was demonstrating was that the same guy from the same position conceded that most of the time he sees it one way and occasionally sees the other. So what I was demonstrating was that you can't just look at the black swan and go, that's what you see from that spot.
It's not really a concession because that doesn't matter at all. If the horizon is ever at 10 miles or 30 miles, as it's been seen as well, then it can't be geometric.
So it's an apparent horizon.
Yeah, that's all the horizon is. It's apparent. That's the whole point. It's not geometric because it's past the geometric limitations of the globe.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, right? When you put a pencil into into a beaker of water, and you stand at an angle, and you see that apparent pencil bend. Yeah, there's an apparent.
Okay, yeah, you're invoking free media there. Who cares? It's not the same situation as the air. You're invoking free media.
Listen, let me finish
a few minutes ago, you said, no, hold on, bro. You just made a fallacy. You want to finish your fallacy?
Do you want to finish what I'm saying?
You
we don't care.
Finish your fallacy? It's a fallacy, bro. It's a false equivalency. Apples and oranges. Okay, so tell me. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait a minute. We got a dispute. Hold on. I don't want to meet you, bro. We have a dispute. Let's cover the dispute first. Okay, you said it's not a false equivalency. So tell me, if I have one shoe, is that the same as having two shoes?
Is that a serious question?
No, seriously, what you're
contingency. You have one medium, right? When you're talking about the Atmos, the gas, right, in between you and the horizon, you don't have two medium, right? So is that the same as having one shoe or having two shoes?
That's a fallacious argument to make.
No,
that's what you're doing.
Okay. Tell me which fallacy it is. Everybody shut up. Yeah, I'm going to go on mute, and he's going to tell me which fallacy is that I just made, and he's going to explain. Go ahead.
You're drawing a false equivalency between refraction and what you see in the atmosphere. Okay, what I'm saying is that the argument is
about shoes.
Okay, there we go. See, I can't say a bloody word. It's not worth the effort. It's really not worth the effort. The point is that.
But you called it.
The argument is there's an apparent horizon and an actual horizon. Yeah, there's a geometric horizon.
What does that have to do with my fallacy? What does that have to do with my fallacy? Please explain to me which fallacy I committed.
Because we know there are cases when you look at things and you're looking at the actual thing, the geometric thing, and there are distortions that may be caused by refraction.
This is where this started. This is exactly what I was asking him. This is exactly what I was asking him. Can we trust our senses when the horizon appears where he thinks it should be? He's just saying, yes, now there it is. It's in its geometric position. But when it's not, refraction, and we can't really trust it.
I've always said here that looking to the horizon to work out things is inconclusive because it appears to be in different positions at different times.
Yeah.
Then how do you know it's a sphere?
What I will conclude when I look at the horizon at different positions at different times is not that the shape of the Earth is changing. That's the asinine conclusion to make. It's not breathing. It's not changing
I got another asinine conclusion that you can make. You could say refraction through one medium. That's another asinine conclusion that you can make. But I'll tell you one conclusion that you can make. You're seeing too far because there's no curvature, sir.
I think there are different.
Did you just look up refraction? The argument?
He doesn't even know his claim. He doesn't understand the mathematics or anything behind it, because if he did, he wouldn't make that claim, because they don't even account for how much he's out by in the black swan alone.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do the refraction thing, because if you understood it properly, you would think it was stupid and ridiculous. That's
yeah, he doesn't understand it. That's why he says it. It's just a word that he thinks makes the problems with the globe go away. He doesn't even understand the claim that he's making with it.
It's called terrestrial refraction.
The point is,
so
here's the point.
You have to assume it's a ball.
God, here we go.
So that's
blah 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 blah. Blah blah.
Just from a listener.
Point I'm making.
What do you mean, blah blah?
No, we're not going to listen to that because
What do you mean, blah blah?
you're distracting from. You're moving away from the thrust of what we were talking about. Listen. When you look to the horizon, it moves. It appears to be different positions. So there is a parent somewhere.
Yeah, because it's apparent, not geometric. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Granted, there is no.
Right,
You don't know where it actually is. No, not at all. You can't. That's just a dismissive thing to say. There is something I don't understand. Welcome to Flat Earth. Brilliant.
You don't understand how balls can look back. Because balls cannot look flat. That's why you don't understand it. Okay, so stop thinking balls look flat. Stop thinking that. And you'll understand when it looks flat, it's because it's not a ball. What's wrong with that logic?
Look to the horizon.
I just want to
see
say
variance.
Hold on, bro. I just want to say that, I'm sorry, I'm all within my, feels or whatever, but you accused me of making a fallacy. Would you like to recant? Because I want you on a fallacy, and you said, no, you, which is another fallacy. So I want to give you the opportunity to clear yourself, because I got 3 fallacies on you in like 4 minutes, right? So which fallacy did I commit?
Which fallacies do you get on me then? Which fallacies do you get on me then?
Wait, but Pazza.
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
First, you said nobody does this, right? And I don't know how you can know what everybody does or doesn't do. That's the first fallacy. I forget what it's called. The next fallacy was you're making a false equivalency between one medium and 2 mediums, right? That's the second fallacy. And then the third fallacy was no, you made a fallacy. So I'm giving you the opportunity to clear yourself up, right? Which fallacy did I commit? Okay, you don't know logic? You never took a logic class?
I was talking about.
Let's get this train back on track. Because Hank made an example about shoes, and you called fallacy, but he asked you to back that up. Just from a listener's perspective, that never happened. You jumped to another.
We were talking about apparent and apparent observations of things, and you jumped to the next sentence was: "Is there a difference between 1 shoe and 2 shoes?" That's what you were jumping to. It's a fallacious direction to take the argument in. We're talking about apparent observation of things.
I heard what you said.
Observation of things.
I heard what you said. Okay, so in order to have refraction, right, do you need a barrier in order for the light to slow down? Because if light is traveling through a vacuum, it's good. What's an assertion?
Light isn't traveling through a vacuum anywhere between me and the horizon. What are you talking about vacuums?
Okay, I didn't, bro. You didn't let me finish.
You just did a vacuum. What's a vacuum got to do with this?
It's a medium, is it not?
No. Well, a vacuum is an empty.
No,
is a lack of
a vacuum is. Oh, okay. So it's a perfect vacuum now.
You just why you walk?
When I say vacuum, you know I mean that I mean a near perfect vacuum. Is that a medium? Sure. Yes or no? Okay. So when light is traveling through a vacuum, it's going to be roughly the same speed, right? And then at that point where it reaches a new denser vacuum, is it going to change angle? And is it going to change speed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the second medium in between you and the horizon? Take your time.
It's not a change in medium. It's a change in density of the medium, which effectively acts as a different medium.
Jamsey. Sorry about that, Pazza. Go on.
No problem. No problem. It's like if you have a change in density of medium, you have effectively a change in medium as far as refractive properties are concerned.
And nothing that light can do gets anywhere near compensating for the issue in the Black Swan and others.
Okay, so I agree. If there's a difference in density of the medium, there will be a change. Completely agree. So we're on the same page. Okay. So now, how much of a degree, and by degree I mean angle, How much do you think is going to be a change between, I don't know, let's say 1 foot above the ground to like 30 feet above, let's say, the water?
I couldn't possibly tell you. I don't really. I've lost you, Hank. Your mic's gone really bad. Oh.
Yeah, so nothing refraction does would account for that anyway. You wouldn't claim that if you knew what the claim was. I don't think anyway, because it doesn't do anything to deal with the issue there at all. Nothing.
Don't give yourself a headache. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, no one uses that. It's only these trolls that put that on the internet.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's not worth
Can you even tell us what form of refraction?
Going there to try to. It's not even science.
Can you tell us what form of refraction it is you're going with to explain away the black swan?
They made up a refraction for it, and it's not your. Like,
I'm just trying to find out if he even knows what it is, like if he even understands the name at all.
There is plenty of evidence that there is refraction in the atmosphere.
That's not just words, buddy. What kind of refraction?
You talk about how you talk about
talking about the specific category. I'm not asking you to say that there's evidence and then not provide any. I'm asking you to categorize it. What kind of refraction are you saying is making that happen?
They give them colloquial terms like looming, do they, and things like that. But I don't know which one they're talking about.
It will be terrestrial refraction. And the problem is it begs the question 100% because the first assumption it makes is the globe radius, the very thing that's impossible with the observation that we're making there. And the next problem is that it also begs the question of the atmosphere, which you can't have without the globe. And then even after that, their standard formula for it is 7/6R. That's not just the maximum geometric horizon distance.
Did he just say you can't have the atmosphere without the globe?
Yeah,
did you just say that?
Right, curved gases. You can't have a spherical gas.
You're looking through the densest layer, right? And you're supposedly looking out.
So I am saying that you can't have the atmosphere without the globe because the atmosphere is spherical gas, and you can't have it without a sphere.
What about the Atmos?
Atmospheric refraction does not need curved gas.
No, it does, dummy. I'm educating you on your claim. Terrestrial refraction does require that.
No, terrestrial refraction is terrestrial refraction on the Earth is described by the equation of the radius. But you can still have
exactly. That's what I just said, begging the question of the globe Earth and the atmosphere that adheres to it.
You still have density gradient in a medium, which means that it has a refractive coefficient to it.
Right. So the curvature that
basically they just hijacked the term terrestrial refraction for their model.
Well, you're saying you need a curved surface. But then when we say you're going in circles, right? It's like a circular argument, right? You're saying it's because of refraction, and that's why it looks flat. Okay.
So the problem with him is he's begging the question of his globe in the first place with his terrestrial refraction claim. But even like letting him do that, the mathematics that are involved in terrestrial refraction don't do anything to get your geometric horizon anywhere close to 10 miles. So it's just a stupid claim that doesn't even work.
Okay.
Okay, Plaza, I got a question. For you. You said that it's not in there, okay? So will you show me the equation, right? You said that it's the radius is not baked in to terrestrial refraction. So can you please show me the equation for terrestrial refraction?
No, they have an equation.
What is R?
They have an equation with the radius in it. Of course they do, because they're working on the basis that there is a radius.
Okay, then it's baked in.
No,
it's baked in. Right?
Hang on. All of the refractive models that have got nothing to do with looking at the atmosphere or looking at the horizon are all built upon the notion that you have refraction when you move from one density level of a medium to another. Okay, and atmospheric gradients mean that you have a differential density layer in the atmosphere. It's got nothing to do whether it's flat or.
Even if you had your imaginary globe and your imaginary curved gases in the atmosphere supposed to be this globe, you still wouldn't be able to get the maximum geometric horizon distance where it's supposed to be.
Yo, bunks out. You're leaking, bro. You're hot miking.
sorry.
Yeah. Even with the terrestrial refraction claim, the horizon still can't be at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height. So why do you claim that?
What do you mean, even though it... Who said it's at 10 miles? Who said it's at 10 miles?
That's where it is in the Black Swan.
That's where...
It's because of the rate.
More than 10 miles.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do you think that the horizon is in front of the platforms?
There are several visual artifacts that look like horizon remnants in that image. The fact is that the furthest
That's not an answer to my question.
Horizon remnants.
You think the horizon is before? Is it before? Yes or no?
The very extreme of what you can see of the sea is beyond the furthest oil rig. Yes.
There you go. Impossible on your globe. Even granting you terrestrial refraction, it's impossible.
There's also an apparent compression at the rig at the base of the rig that's furthest.
Okay, that doesn't matter. Non sequitur.
No, why not?
It has nothing to do with anything. The conversation is about the horizon.
Well, at least you didn't say red herring. That's a start.
Yeah, but there's
red herring.
Something on that.
Oh, right, there we go. The fact that the oil rigs, the observed altitude of one rig against the other is vastly different between the two pictures is another fact.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter because the limit of our vision is the horizon. So you look at where the horizon is.
Yeah, you're trying to make it about the rigs. It's not about the rigs. It's about the horizon. The rigs are distance markers. Stay focused here.
The vertical position of something in the distance, is different.
Yeah, things drop with distance in perspective.
Right. Blah blah blah. Caveat.
Like
I see a distant thing at a different height in one picture than I do in the other. It doesn't matter whether it's the oil
resolution.
Oil rig or the sea. They're distant things at different heights.
If you draw a figure of a stick man, okay, and on a ball, okay, and you point his eyes towards the edge of that ball, right, he's looking down. But if you put him on a flat plane, right, a flat line, and you make his eyes look at the horizon, depending on the like the limit of what we can see, he's not looking down as much. See, so if you were on a ball, if you were on a ball,
on
that's
a globe or a flat
the
sphere. The horizon is looking down from where you are.
Horizon should be way in front here, in front of the oil rigs, because of the radius of that ball. So the smaller the ball, the more we'll be looking down at the horizon. So it should be way in front of these oil rigs, and we should even see the oil rigs. I mean, I don't know what it would look like, but
there is a photograph. There's video footage he takes on a different day where the
you're doing it again. It sounds like he's doing it again. Now he wants to trust his senses when it looks like the horizon is where he thinks it's supposed to be, but we see it way beyond where it can be in order for it to be a globe. And he goes, "Oh, we just can't."
The point is, you show the black swan. You say, "Look, the horizon is over there."
Yeah, that is the point. If it's ever at 10 miles, it's not geometric because nothing you're claiming even does anything to account for a 10-mile horizon.
You never show the bit of the video where he shows the horizon in front of the oil rigs because it doesn't fit with your narrative.
Well, why would we? That's not the point. The point is, here it is at 10 miles. It can't be at 10 miles if the Earth is a ball.
The point I'm making is, yes, it appears at 10 miles in your picture. Yes,
exactly. That's the end of the globe right there. That's why we're showing you that picture.
And in other photographs, it appears in front of your rig, so you know that it's an inconclusive observation. That's not how science works. They don't go, "Oh, look, I've looked at it this time."
It's not science. It's geometric. It's a geometric claim.
Fitting it to a narrative. That's what you're doing.
No, it's an observation that completely disqualifies the reality of the globe. 100%.
You make there are two observations. One is in front, one is behind. Which one is accurate?
Then we're saying that balls look like flat surfaces. Then what do flat look like? Then what is a straight line?
Don't let him get away from this, though. He's trying. He's trying to dance all around it. Like the point is that the horizon.
You're not addressing the point I was making.
No, you're not addressing anything. This is all you ever do is try to slither away from the point. The point is that the horizon cannot be at 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height on the ball that you believe that you're on. So that's the end of it right there. It doesn't matter if it fluctuates closer or further away or whatever. Ever that far away, and that's it for the globe. That's it.
All you've got is it appears to be that far away at that
No,
time.
it
because
is that far away. It's past
no,
the oil
because
rigs. It's
because there's another
geometrically
photograph
impossible.
where there's another photograph where it isn't. So what
Yeah,
we
that
have
doesn't
is a
matter.
different. Oh, of
Every
course not.
swan would have to be white in order for the globe
Cherry
to exist.
picking
All the
like
horizons would have to be.
Hold on.
Okay.
Ozzy, you're walking into the actual trap, bro. Like you're in the trap. If it's inconclusive, then the Earth is not a ball. It's the most beautiful argument. Yes, that's exactly right. As soon as it's inconclusive, it's over. You can't measure the horizon, therefore there's no R value. It's over, dude.
You can't measure the horizon by looking out at sea. That's the conclusion you draw if you're being intellectually honest. There's a variance in observation.
No, look, he keeps going back to this. There's no variance that allows for a 10-mile horizon on your globe. That's the
Great.
point.
We're looking down.
The point is this: you make observations that are radically different on 2 different days. Therefore, which
No.
observation is the accurate one, and which one is the fallacy?
There's no accurate one. It's an apparent location. It can be
If it's
anywhere.
an apparent location, it doesn't prove anything. It's an illusion.
It's wrong. If it's a
Then
ball,
it's
why
not-
is the radius so small and tiny, like a stupid? Why is it wrong then?
You're just making an assertion again.
What do you
There
mean?
are two observations.
There
If I look,
Yeah, okay. Hey, there's two observations. Hey, there's two observations. One of them is impossible on the globe that you believe in. The end.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
One of the if one of them was the
Okay, he says not at all. No, before you go on to waffle, I want your refraction formula and the physical data that you based it on to get your geometric horizon at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height right fucking now.
I haven't got one. But the point.
Okay, then fuck you. Shut up. Stop wasting our time because you don't have a claim then.
Okay, good night.
Wait, look. Not even your argument, man. Hold up. It's not even your argument. You don't have to die on this hill. Okay, let's move on to a better hill.
I'm not dying on a hill. I'm just saying that if you look at if I do a science experiment in a lab,
You can die on me, bro.
I make two observations, and the observations are radically different. Yeah, then the only conclusion I will sensibly draw is that my method of observation is inconclusive. That's the only observation you can draw. I don't look at one of them and go, "Oh, that must be the one that's accurate because it suits my narrative."
No, nobody's saying that one of them is accurate. It is an apparent phenomenon. Nobody's saying this one's accurate or this one's accurate. What they're saying is one of them is impossible on the globe you believe in.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, unless you can show us the action formula that you're using and the physical data it was based on that makes that 10-mile geometric horizon distance possible.
Sure. I get
Yeah,
it.
sure. So don't bring it up again until you do, because you're wasting our time.
No. You think it's impossible observation.
No, you don't have a claim. You don't have a claim that makes it possible.
Tens of thousands of people, right?
Oh God! So now we've got popularity fallacy.
Let him talk, please. Go ahead, Pez.
Many people, right? Okay, who have got some experience in this particular science don't agree with you. Who do I
It's
believe?
not a science. It's a geometric question. I have to cut you off because everything you say is just so incorrect.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
You think the vast majority of the scientific community who see the black swan think it's a threat to the model? Do you?
This is geometry. What do you mean by science? What do you mean by what do you mean by science?
Optics, geometry, and atmospheric conditions. The vast majority of those people are either just basically just brushing under the carpet.
Are you talking about natural science? I'm sorry. Are you talking about natural science verification?
You're not answering my question. You're being pedantic. Yeah.
I have an answer.
The vast majority of people.
Yes, I want to answer.
So you're talking about a appeal to majority.
No.
Yes. You're saying all these scientists disagree with you. Do you think that they're worried about the black swan? Obviously, they are, because the government. Hold on, the government specifically requested that the social media companies do something about fake news and flat Earth. So obviously, yes, they are very concerned. When the government tells people what to do,
they also told to do something about extreme jihadists. Yeah, I don't believe them either.
Wait, he's dragging it into the weeds. Why should we care what anybody thinks? If it's a geometric impossibility, it doesn't matter what authority you want to appeal to.
If you think it's a geometric impossibility, that's fine.
The Red Bull jump. Have you seen the Red Bull jump from space? Okay, That jump was a mistake because there were two cameras. There was a camera inside that was looking out and seeing the horizon right out there, right? And there was a camera outside that was looking down to Fish Islands. Obviously, the whole state of New Mexico looked like the Earth, right? So obviously, so that had to be explained. The horizon at eye level at 128,000 feet. And it was so dangerous. Neil deGrasse Tyson dedicated a whole episode on one of these, science channels with a beach ball to explain it away, to say that you are not going to see curvature at you are 2 millimeters off of this beach ball. And you know what he yelled into the camera? You will not see the curvature. You do not see the curvature of the Earth. He's saying you will never see it. But 128,000, even at 250 miles where the ISS is, it's like almost double, you're not going to see curvature from there as well. That this is what they are telling us now. Okay, the people that oh yeah, they're scared. They're so scared that they're giving us this now. That it's always going to look flat, which is why the question: why does it look flat?
Wow.
How can a ball look flat? And
Somebody let Creation Bear go. Let Creation Bear go for a second.
We're working with a mysteriously big ball that we don't know the radius of. We're working with a small one.
You got to take a breath. So Creation Bear, he's going to add production value.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Yeah. So when do we see it, Pazza? It seems like never.
You don't see the height. You don't see the height prescribed. You don't see it from a plane. You don't see it from when you're jumping from a high position.
Yeah,
exactly.
Where do you see it from? You see it on TV, bro. You see it on TV.
You've not actually segued away from the point I was making about observations of the horizon, though.
You never had a point. We debunked every single point.
Hold on a second.
Let
him do it.
Yeah,
see,
do not let him skirt away from curvature.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
He's going to tell us. He's going to tell us how the measuring, method is inconsistent, and so we can't use that. Well, the problem is that elevation angle is how the Earth curve was supposedly measured, and so if you're telling us we can't use that, then we have to throw out the original measurement. So, tell me again how they found the curvature of the Earth, please.
Yeah, great point. That's the end for Alvaruga.
Exactly. Says who? Says who?
Says who about what?
You need to tell me since we.
Go ahead, bro. You got it. Go says.
Here's the deal. You said that we used an elevation angle. This is how the Earth was measured, right? So if that's inconsistent, like you said earlier, then we have to throw out the original measurement. So can you tell me how we actually detect the curvature of the Earth? Go ahead.
How I detect the curvature of the Earth, or we, you, or me, or who are you talking about? Exactly?
All of your scientific priests, the one that you said would disagree with us. How are we going to do that? How are we going to measure this curvature? Please.
The vast majority, but the original classical observations were made by looking to the horizon, or approximations looking to the horizon. But they were pretty.
The refracted horizon that can't be trusted. You must have another way.
No, which is why their estimates were shit. Yeah, the first raft of Greek classical observations were made by looking at the sun or the moon or the stars.
Well, okay. Since we can't.
So I'm gonna. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Well, you go ahead.
That's the answer. Then.
Okay, so we know that the Earth is a globe because we look at the sun, moon, and stars, and you know that I have big feet because you measured my head, right? You measure my head size, right?
You're right. Actually, now Hank, now you put it like that. Okay, right. I'm a convert.
No, see, Pazza, you've done that before. Okay, you just did something you've done before. You conceded because you said, "Oh, if you're going to put it that way." That's because there's no fucking Earth curvature, dude. End of story.
You just said if I measure my feet, I know what hat size I've got. That's perfect. That's exactly where we
exactly. And don't be smug about it, dude. That's the argument. Can you counter it or not?
Or
Everything
if it's in
in
the
this,
sky when
everything
you
in
check your light
every
bulbs. Man.
Yeah,
every celestial observation, celestial
God.
observation sits much more conveniently into a globe
Cool
rather
cool
than
sky
one of
stuff.
them
Hey, did you
do.
know that the Earth measures flat?
Yes, I just said we just had a conversation for half an hour about how
Okay,
you look
so
at the
don't talk
horizon.
about celestial anything.
All right,
Yeah,
no, of
you
course
don't have
not.
a
Of course
direct
not.
surface measurement of curvature.
Don't look up. Don't look
How
up.
big does the ball have
Why
to be
would you?
to
You're
measure
measuring the
flat?
ground. Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, what
How
Black
big
said.
does the ball have to be to measure flat and look flat?
This is where it gets. This is where it always gets abusive.
It doesn't.
Oh no, I'm
It's
done.
Every
because you're
observation
just coming here and wasting our time, and people
You
kind of
embarrass
ignore.
yourself, dude. I just wanted to get in a little couple jabs.
every celestial observation, right? Drawing any conclusion about the shape of the Earth from celestial observations makes you retarded. That's what you just said.
Oh, every single celestial observation. So your globe explains selenelian eclipses, then, right? Oh,
Okay, it was
they
an
used to
honest
really
question.
think
I
it's
don't
another.
know if you're retarded or not because you seem to be arguing against reality. So it is a valid question.
You know I'm not
It
retarded.
is.
You're just being
I don't know that
unnecessarily
anymore,
unpleasant.
Paza. I can't. You know, it's anybody's guess what the hell's going on with
All
you
right,
at this point.
pause it.
You know,
Pause it. Here we go.
you're
Okay.
not retarded.
Here we
people
go.
like
Pause
you.
it.
Grow
Pause it.
up.
Relax. Pause
You're
it.
not
Okay.
retarded.
So if I wanted to know something
Stop
about
calling me
A,
retarded, then you fucktard.
Hey, that
No,
was
no,
me.
no.
okay,
Get mad at me.
we're,
Don't get
we're
mad at
gonna
them.
we're gonna
No, no.
reset. We're gonna reset. Relax. We're gonna
Let
reset.
me say this real quick. When people tell
Oh, come on,
tell
Bong.
us, right, that the reason why this is when people lie to us and we believe them, okay, and obviously we that's our excuse. This is the reason we tell people somebody told us that makes you retarded. Okay, it's not like you sat there and thought it up
You
yourself.
don't know what
That would
retarded
have been
means.
something different. It's
The
because
word retard comes
believing
from
people right.
retardando, and it's a musical term. It
You're,
means slow. So don't take
No,
offense,
it
dude.
doesn't. No, it
you're
doesn't. No, it
Yeah,
doesn't
believing
come from
sure
that.
does.
Not
a
the origins
lie.
of the word retarded.
You're believing a lie that's obviously a lie. So that's what it means. Nobody is
Just catch
attacking.
up to reality, right? Then
Like,
you're not
you
slow
know,
anymore. It's real simple.
well, yeah, it's the arguments and you believe and people believing the lies cannot um believing the experience and making critically thinking about things. Like you are always appealing to experts, and when we ask you, you say, "I'm not qualified to answer that." I don't even know what that means. It sounds like you don't think, like you can't have an opinion, and if you have an opinion, you can't say it to anyone, especially if it goes against the narrative. I don't know if it's because you might lose your job or how you might feel about yourself.
No,
How
he's not worried about losing his job, bro. So
yeah,
forgive me for interrupting, but I just wanted to say, if I want to know something about A, should I inquire B or C? So that's the problem that we're having right here. Okay, so if you ask a flat earther, how do you know if there's curvature? Well, you directly measure it, right? If you ask a glober, how do you know if there's curvature? The sun, the moon, the stars, and we have like a Messiah, not Archimedes. We have a Messiah, Aristosthenes, right? And this guy, he
He's not a
measured some
messiah. He's not a
shadows,
messiah.
right? And we
He's not a
believe
messiah. This was an
he's not.
approximation.
Oh,
He's
I
not a
forgot.
messiah.
He's a
He's not a messiah.
librarian. Sorry, he's a librarian. I get those
Don't
two
call him a
confused
messiah.
sometimes.
He didn't create any. He didn't do any miracles. He didn't
Yeah,
turn
but
water
how
to
many?
wine.
Okay, bro, you don't
He
understand.
didn't rise
How
on the
many
third
atheists?
day.
Hold on, bro, relax. How many atheists have said to me that you believe in Jesus? Like, how could you even believe in Jesus? Like, that was 2,000 years ago. Like, how do you know he even existed? But Glober after Glober, atheist after atheist comes in here and they like bring out the Aristophanes and they don't doubt it for a second. Isn't that confirmation bias?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. So when I point that out, I don't need to be interrupted, right? And I do my best not to interrupt. And I'm not perfect. And fair enough, we're retarded as well, right? So it goes both ways. But what we're saying is directly measure it. And you guys are saying, don't do that. Oh, shit. Don't do that. Don't directly measure it. That would be a bad idea. Because if you directly measure something, you might actually get the correct information. So what we want you to do is think about the sun, moon, and stars. And how many times did they ask me about the eclipse before I finally thought about the totality and how it debunks the size of the moon or the shape of the earth? How many times did they ask me about what about eclipses? How does that work? How does that work on a flat earth? Right? How many times did they ask me that before I figured it out? That it was a true dichotomy? Many times.
100? No, way more than that. So would you like to hear that argument, Pava? How you can't have a moon a fourth the size of the Earth, or the Aristophanes measuring the shape of the Earth. You can't have both, right? Because light either travels at 90 degrees, like Aristophanes says, or it doesn't, like the diagram that they give us for a solar eclipse. Which one is it? Do you want to keep the size of your moon, or do you want to keep the shape of your Earth? I'll let you decide. I'll let you decide. Go ahead.
Light travels at 90 degrees to what? What are you talking about?
From the sun to the Earth, or does it take a turn?
Light.
Does it travel? Does light travel parallel, 90
No,
degrees, like Aristophanes said?
90 degrees. What you mean, to tangentially to the surface of the Earth? Directly? You're saying the sun's directly above you everywhere? I don't know what you're
No,
saying.
I'm asking, does light travel from the sun to the Earth at 90 degrees or not?
90 degrees. An angle is measured between two straight lines, two planes. Which planes are you talking about? 90 degrees.
I don't think.
Okay, are you familiar with Aristophanes? Look at the live stream voice text.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at the bro. Listen, I'm trying to give you directions, and then you can talk. Look at the last thing that I posted. It shows the sphere on the right. Okay, the light is coming at a perfect 90 degrees, right? Now look at the first thing that I.
The light rays are parallel. Is that what you mean? They're parallel.
Yes, they're parallel.
That's not 90 degrees. That's parallel.
Go ahead,
That's
Christian.
what you mean.
Go ahead.
You mean parallel, not 90 degrees. Parallel. Yeah,
I just wanted to like level out the conversation because Pazza, man, you've been here for a while. You're not going anywhere. You just pass the mic back and forth, man. Okay, let Hank make his point and you can respond. You don't have to do it while he's talking. So Hank, if you want to continue, that'd be great.
Right. So the first thing that I posted said, "Can someone explain to me why this is considered true and this is not?" Because it's a dichotomy. Both can't be true at the same time. So either the light is coming at a perfect 90 degrees, right? Like the bottom right-hand picture shows with the sphere and the light coming parallel, as he says, or is it not parallel and converging like the top picture shows with the sun on the left and the earth on the right, and the totality of the eclipse showing the umbra and the penumbra? Which one is it? It can't be both.
Holy crap. Umbra and the penumbra.
So do you want to keep the shape of your earth due to Aristophanes, or do you want to keep the size of your moon? Which one is it? You can't have both.
Point is that any when you got a stick in the ground, yeah, in the shadow, your stick does have an umbra penumbra. It just happens to be very very close to each other because it's the object is close to the medium in which it's casting its shadow. Everything has an umbra and a penumbra.
It's a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur.
Fine.
I'm asking, is light traveling parallel or is it crisscrossing? One or the other. Now choose wisely, because you're either going to lose the shape of your Earth or you're going to lose the size of your moon. But you can't have both. Both can't be true.
You can
No,
have both. There's light in
yeah, once you eat your cake, it's gone, bro. So I need you to decide. Which one is it?
No. So you don't. It's a fatal misunderstanding of the model. Yeah, the sun, right, has got a diameter. Yeah, it's got a visual size in the sky. From one side of the sun, there are light rays that come parallel to you, and there are light rays that also cross over, like they do in the first diagram. That's happening simultaneously.
Oh,
yeah?
so they do both, right?
They do both.
If that's happening, then we can't have Aristophanes because it requires the light to come down parallel in order to get an accurate measurement. So you no longer have the shape of your Earth.
No,
you are dismissed.
Listen. You do every object between a light source of the nature, like the sun, and a surface has both an umbric and a penumbric shadow. However, when something like a stick in the ground is so close to the ground, you can't discern the umbra from the penumbra. They're still there.
Once again, that's a non sequitur. I'm not talking about the umbra and penumbra with the stick. talking about the umbra and penumbra with the shadow cast from the sun, from the moon to the earth. No, it doesn't have anything to do with the umbra and penumbra and the stick. That's a straw man, sir. Please.
How can light rays be parallel and not parallel at the same time?
Because you talk about a range of light rays. You don't talk about one particular light ray, do you? One light ray can't be parallel. You talk about a group of light rays being parallel.
We're not talking about one light.
Parallel light has to be all this manipulation is so that the shadows on a ball can match shadows in the real world. So you need parallel light. Whatever that means, I know it doesn't exist, doesn't work in your mind. That's what it is, and that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson also explained that away and said it can work on both, but you can't have parallel light. That's the problem. Like, what does that even mean?
I've learned
Strictly speaking,
that's what you need to have the shadows. Okay, you can't have a mixture of both. You need parallels.
That's right, Bun. So I'm going to ask you, dude, do me a favor. Look at what I just posted. And I'm asking you, what is the mechanism that causes the moon to magnify the shadow and make it small the same way that a magnifying glass magnifies the light? Look at what I just posted, right? It's really important that you understand that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow in totality is only about 100 miles in diameter, sometimes even less. So how is it that a shadow can be casted this way if light is traveling parallel like the Aristosthenes thing? How is that possible? How can you have a married bachelor? Right? If he's married, he's not a bachelor.
More band-aids and ticky-tack for the globe model, sounds like.
I mean,
go ahead, bro. Just say refraction. Just say refraction, and then we'll just hand wave dismiss it. Refraction. No, I want to hear your honest answer, bro.
Can you have a
How does the moon magnify the shadow? How does the moon magnify the shadow? If the light is traveling parallel, like Aristophanes said that it is.
Sorry, I'm trying to work out what you said. Wait, I'm trying to drill
It's
down.
okay. I'll say it again. How does the moon magnify the shadow that the sun is casting from the moon to the earth? How does the light bend perfectly around? In fact, if it bent a little bit more, there wouldn't be an umbra and penumbra. Right?
I thought the
there wouldn't be a totality. If the light bent just a little bit more around the moon, there wouldn't be a totality, would there? It's almost completely gone. It's 100 miles in diameter, sir. It's 100 miles. Yes, it is. When it goes from totality, right? You can drive an hour away, or if you had a friend an hour away, I'll say an hour away, 80, 100 miles away, maybe an hour and a half. Okay? They're not going to be able to see the totality that you're in because they're not in the, I forget which one it is. Let me look. They're not in the totality, which is called the umbra.
Yeah, but what that umbra is a function of the position you're in when you can't see any part of the sun behind the moon. Yeah, it's about 270 kilometers. Yeah, diameter.
That's not how.
We've seen it. No, it's not 200. Okay, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's a lot smaller than that. Okay, sometimes it's less than 100 miles in diameter. Right? That means across. Right, which is not very much. We're talking about a moon that's 1/4 of the size of the Earth, right? The moon is 1/4 of the size of the Earth.
I don't see why you find this a problem because that's if the
Are you
sun is
kidding
behind
me? Can light diverge?
Unless you're in a position where the moon is directly aligned with the sun, yeah, and on certain conditions, you don't get a total eclipse. You either see the moon, you either see the sunlight, the corona of the sun around the moon, or you see it to one side. The moment you're slightly off kilter and there's a part of the sun shining beyond the moon, you're no longer in the umbra.
The umbra can't be smaller than the object. It can't be. I mean, that's
Yeah, okay, but
And if it is, then light's not traveling parallel. Okay, let me ask. Okay, hold on, bro. Relax. Can railroad tracks be parallel and converge at the same time?
The light from the sun is traveling radially, it's moving out radially in all directions. Yeah.
So just answer the question, please.
What's the question again?
Go ahead.
Can railroad tracks be parallel and converge at the same time?
No, because there's two lines, and you
Can
can't.
Can anything else do both of those things at the same time?
A light source can emanate parallel photons and radio photons at the same time, from your personal perspective.
Say that again.
A light source can emanate parallel photon lines of parallel photo rays of photons from your perspective, and also be doing it radially at the same time.
Shadow causes the shadows, photons.
Okay, so if that happens, right, then how is Aristophanes' little experiment, so-called, how's it going to be accurate? Because if light isn't traveling parallel, then the numbers that he's getting when he measures the shadow, the angle of the shadow, it's going to be inaccurate. So you no longer have the shape of the Earth. You can't have both. Sir, can you be married and a bachelor at the same time? Do you know what a true dichotomy is?
This has got all right. Yeah, I agree. Yes, I understand the mechanics of marital law. Should we get back to what we're talking about?
That doesn't answer the question.
It does. It does answer the question.
No,
you can't be married. You can't be married and single at the same time. You can't be hungry and full up at the same time.
Okay.
It can't be summer and winter at the same time. Are we going to waste our time on these pointless analogies?
Okay, in the same way, diverging and converging, or diverging in parallel light rays.
We're not talking about
If it's diverging, it's not parallel. If it's parallel, it's not diverging. It's the same concept.
You need very all parallel light. All light rays must be parallel. Okay, does that make sense? To have those shadows match with the real shadows in the real world.
If you
produce those shadows, all the light rays must be parallel, because that's how shadows are produced.
Oh, it's not true. I can get a light bulb in a room. Listen. A light bulb in your room will cast a shadow on the wall if you stand between it. The light rays from a light bulb aren't all parallel.
They're not parallel.
Diverging.
Exactly. You just said they must be parallel to create shadows.
Is there walls in the room? Is there reflections on the walls?
That's what they're saying. That's what Eratosthenes' argument is saying.
No, he had it all wrong. That's a false analogy. There's reflections on the walls. There's nothing reflecting from the sun to the earth.
Yeah. What we're saying is that light diverges, and the shadows are like that because it's flat. It's a flat surface. They're trying to say, no, it's a curved surface, because assuming that the sun is 93 million miles away and the light rays can be parallel, it would cast the same kinds of shadows on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay, let me ask a different question. What's the shortest distance between point A and point B?
The straight line between them. The straight line segment between them.
Right. So a straight line. Okay. So can you have a straight line, right, and another quick way to get there?
There's one unique line segment between 2 points in the medium in space or whatever.
All right. So you get what I'm saying. The shortest distance between two objects is a straight line. Any other path, then the light is going to miss the Earth, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Right, because if it turns to the left, it's going to miss by like 250,000 miles or something, right?
If the sun was a infinitely small light source, then there would be a range of light rays that meet the Earth from one side to the other, and the rest would miss it completely. Yeah, it's radial light.
Okay, so let's assume that it's traveling through space 93 million miles in a straight line. It would kind of have to, right? Okay, so now when it gets to the moon, what, and you know, you can say refraction if you like, what is causing that light all of a sudden to go, this is NASCAR, left turn, and the other side of the moon, they're going to say, this is NASCAR. Wait a minute, NASCAR don't take left turns. They're going to say, this is Demolition Derby, right turn. What causes the light to turn like
Okay,
that? And then the light
right.
that goes under the moon is going, no, we're going up. And the light above the moon is going, no, we're going down to a focus point. What is the mechanism that causes the moon to focus the shadow onto the earth to create a totality shadow that is 100 miles in diameter when the moon itself is 1/4 the size of the earth? Thank you.
Okay. If the sun was a very, 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 very small, by that I mean nearly infinitely small, single point of light, yeah, then I grant to you, yeah, the shadow, the totality shadow of the moon would be bigger than the moon because it's projecting onto a surface that's beyond it, yeah. However, we know that the sun isn't an infinitely small light source because even when it's aligned behind the moon, it's roughly the size of the moon, which means that at its distance, wherever it is behind it, it's big. It's either very close to behind the moon and roughly the same size, or it's a long, long, long way beyond the moon and it's much, much bigger. But the point is, they appear to be roughly the same size. Yeah. So unless you're in a position on the ground where they are perfectly aligned, you don't see the totality. And the fact is that the moon's only got to move a tiny amount one way or the other, and you get a coronal effect on one side. You can see light, therefore you're never in the umbric, which means the umbric zone on the surface is very small. That phenomenon only occurs when either the moon and the sun are roughly the same size near to each other, or the sun is much, much, much bigger but further away. But there is no difference. The umbric shadow is a consequence of light rays coming from the entire domain of the visual radiance of the sun, not just from a singular point. If the sun was a singular light source point in space, and it was and the moon was casting a shadow, yes, the umbric of the shadow, the umbric shadow and the penumbric would be the same, and it would be bigger than the moon. But that's not what we see with the sun. The sun is either directly behind the moon and roughly the same size, which means that you would get a umbric shadow much, much smaller than the moon, or the sun is a long, long way from the moon, but it still looks to be the same size in our visual sense. In which case, again, you get a tiny umbric shadow because the moment the sun or the moon moves out of alignment, you see light. That means you're no longer in the in the umbric zone.
Is it me, or am I the only one that thinks the umbra is always the same size as the object casting it, or bigger, but it can't be smaller? Am I misunderstanding what the umbra is?
Yeah, you are misunderstanding
Okay,
what the umbra is.
you are misunderstanding it, but I just want to address what he said. Can you demonstrate this, how it's possible? And I know that I'm using words that are layman and it's probably incorrect, and you could probably tear it apart with a dictionary. But what is the mechanism? Show me. I'm asking you to show me the mechanism that you're talking about that causes an object to magnify the shadow and for the light to bend perfectly around it when the whole time it's been traveling through space for 93 million miles, it's been traveling in a straight line. All of a sudden now it's refracted in all directions towards the moon. What causes that?
It's not a function of the light being diffracted. You're looking at, there's a whole range of light rays coming from the sun towards you. Some are emanating from one side of the moon, the topmost part of the sun, the bottommost part of the sun, the leftmost and the rightmost, as you look at the sun, yeah? Each point, each infinitely small point in your visual acuity looking at the sun is generating radial light coming towards you. Each point. Now, if the sun is sufficiently, if the sun is as distance as they say, then the radial light looks near parallel. But the point is that from one side of the sun, you're getting near parallel light reaching you, which is coming at one angle, and from the other side of the sun, you've got near parallel light reaching you from the other side, coming in a different direction. There is an angular disparity between those two parallel near parallel radiances. The point is, if you stick them, if you're in the area of the umbra when the moon is in an eclipse, you are literally seeing no light come, make its way between the sun and you. It's blocking all of it. But that's a fleeting moment. The moment the moon moves a tiny bit, you get a coronal effect on one side. You see light. The moment you see light, you are no longer in the umbric zone. You're in an area around it. It doesn't go from being completely dark to completely light. There is a graduation as you move away, because as more light slowly comes around, makes its way around the out of that circumference, you're no longer in the umbral zone. It's a tiny little slither of space where you're actually doing that, and that only works. This phenomena can be done in a lab. It only works if the light source is the same size as the obstruction and nearby, and I'm not saying one of these is true or not, or the light source is very, very much bigger in terms of its diameter than the obstacle, and a distance away that makes them look the same size by perspective. Either way, in both these cases, there is a very small umbric zone. If the sun truly was a very, very small light source a long way away, then yes, the shadow cast, the umbric shadow projected from an object like the moon onto a surface would be bigger than the moon, because we can see that. We can clearly demonstrate there is, by triangulation.
That's all assuming we know what the sun, moon are, how far they are, how big they are, what they're made of.
Precisely,
Okay?
exactly.
But we can't assume that. We can't even assume that.
No, we can assume. This is the point, though. This is the point I'm making. You don't have to assume the proportional, the perceived size of the sun and the moon during an eclipse are roughly the same, and that's not always the case. There are certain types of eclipse where the moon, even when it's perfectly in line with the sun, there is still a corona right around it. It appears slightly smaller.
We're about the annular eclipse, right? And
Yes,
I would say, how do you explain an annular eclipse? Because for the moon, right, to move that much further away to where, what is it, like 10% of the sun's corona is seen around the moon, and it literally looks like the ring of fire, right? Because I've seen that eclipse myself with my own eyes.
Sure.
As the sun set in West Texas around 2012 or so.
Yeah.
And no, the sun set. I was in East Texas, excuse me. So I've seen that. So how far away would the moon have to, go to reveal that much percentage of the sun? If the moon is in a pretty constant orbit, that wouldn't be possible. So how much of the moon's orbit is deviating in your model to create that much revelation of the sun?
I don't know the exact figures, but as far as I'm aware, there is nothing. The trouble is that lots of people assume that the Earth's in a massively ecliptic orbit or the Moon is in a massive ecliptic orbit, and neither one is true. I think percentage-wise, I think the model they give, the Sun goes between 91 and 93 million miles. And if you draw a circle where the diameter is 91 million miles in one direction, 93 in the perpendicular, and you show it to someone, they cannot see that's not a circle. Yeah. The moon is slightly different. I think there is the eccentricity between the two axes, as far as they tell us, are slightly different. But the point is that unless the fact that there is this deviance between sometimes the moon covering the coronic effect and other times it not covering it, so you can see the light even all the way around it. In both those cases, the umbric zone on the ground is different sizes.
Let's say I'll give you that. Okay. You guys have an answer for everything, it seems. But how do you verify any of this? How do you verify your answers?
Hey, Pazza, you know what you don't have is a geometric horizon.
On the ecliptic, right? Something like that, as the Earth is going around.
Geometric horizon.
Happens. Coincident at just the right distance from the sun.
Hold on, Bong. Who said geometric horizon?
Oh, I said that what Pazza doesn't have is a geometric horizon, so it's all just cool stories.
Refraction, that's you. What's your normal name on here?
It was Central Banker.
Okay. I'm just saying, I've been listening to you for an hour, steering us back on course over and over and over again, and I want to commend you, sir. How good you are at getting us back on topic.
Hey, he doesn't want to talk about the geometric horizon, so yeah, I'm trying to just take it back there.
I'll come back and talk about the geometric horizon tomorrow because it's very early and I've got to get to bed now. I will come back and talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for hanging out, man. It's been fun.
It's 4 a.m. Where are you going?
There we
To
go.
bed. To bed, mate.
Is it
Yeah,
school
good,
night?
good job. So here's the thing, man. They got explanations for everything. They got experimentation for nothing.
We know there are demonstrations of the eclipses. We know how big the umbra is, don't we? Just by simultaneous observations over time from the surface, we know how big the umbra is. You don't need to get a calculator out for that.
Well, I'm just going to say that all you Globers are poets and you didn't know it. And when I come back in a few minutes, I want to cite my source and prove that is all correct.
Lightweights cancel each other out too. Yeah, good one. Yeah.
I'll speak to you again, okay?
Yeah. Have a good sleep. Yep. What if the light waves are canceling each other out? How's that work?
No one said they were cancelling each other out. You're making shit up now.
But they're lights in the sky. That's not making shit up. They are lights in the sky.
Wait a minute. All that speculation you just did, and he speculates for one red hot second, and you call him out for speculating?
No, he said he's alluding that I said they cancelled each other out. Didn't say that at all. Didn't say any light waves are cancelling each other out. I use that terminology.
We can demonstrate that light can create darkness. Two lights, if you align the waves, they'll phase cause zero. Like two waves. Like sine waves.
Resonance. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you invert the wave, can equal zero. Silence.
Amplitude resonance. Yeah. Amplitude resonance and cancelling. Yeah. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking. That's got nothing to do with eclipses, though.
Well, I just want to throw that in before you left because two lights interacting.
But if you talk about light cancelling each other out, there's none of that. I didn't mention any of that to do with eclipses. None of my description of eclipses has got nothing to do with cancelling light cancelling light out.
If they're just
he didn't say that you did, bro. He didn't say that you said that.
If
he's speculating.
If the Earth is not okay, what could they be but lights in the sky interacting? And that's what happens when light waves or waves, they can cancel each other out. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying this is what we know down here. Understand about light and sound down here.
I've never had two light bulbs in a room cancel each other out myself. What about you?
Because it could be an electrical system.
Are you sticking around or not? Because if you're sticking around, I'm going to ask you a question. If not, then bugger off.
I'll go now.
Have a good night, Plaza.
Have a good one.
Good night.
And that's how you get rid of Glovers. You just have to ask them questions.
I think he wants to hang out, but he's tired.
Nah, he's alright, actually. I like Plaza. Even though he's got a fundamentally incorrect cosmology.
Yeah, I got kind of triggered.
At least he's friendly.
It really annoyed me. My bad.
Why? What did he do to you, central banker?
What's that?
What did he do to you? Did he raise the interest rate?
Yeah, he just kept trying to lead the conversation into the weeds and trying to steer away from the geometric horizon he doesn't have, and it just really pisses me off going in circles with him for weeks.
Oh, weeks?
Yeah, I've been having the same conversation with him over and over again, and he just, I don't know. You know what he does. He does what he does.
Okay. So everybody can call me a QE parroting whatever. I don't care. But I just want to actually never said this. But it is something that he has used as a source. So experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. This is a quote by Max Planck, Nobel Prize Physics.
Planck time, yeah.
So this guy Planck, is he important? Is he like a scientist or something? Does he know what that means? When he says this, that means that everything that comes out of a Glober's mouth, unless it has to do with the scientific method, it's all poetry. Right? That's why I call this religiosophy. And if I could mix poetry in that word somehow, I would do it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't win a Nobel Prize for nothing, right?
Well, I
And
probably would have
Planck time, you
left
guys
out the
heard of
Nobel
Planck time?
Prize if I'd have been smart enough to. Go ahead, bro.
The smallest unit of time is Planck time. It was also named after him. Some kind of super math. Yeah.
Hank, I've got it. You can call it religiosophy. When you've got religion.
Religiosophy.
Yep. Bit of a mouthful, but you get all three.
Religious. Yeah, that is all three. It took me a second to say it like 3 times in a row.
So Michio Kaku wasn't kidding when he said the pants of their seat. What was the off the edge? Guesswork. Right? He wasn't. He said,
You have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
So, in other words, I'm going to translate this for the layman, right? Because he's a scientist. In other words, they just make shit up.
leaps of logic. I was like, what's that like? Is that like the Hulk? Where he just jump really far? Jump to the moon? Leaps of logic. I was like, what is that?
Well, that's when you leap to the assumption that you have a globe Earth with a radius of 3959 miles and just leap from that to all sorts of other assumptions.
When I was 7, I assumed that if I drew the words Batman on the video cassette, that when I put it in, it would be the movie Batman. And I did that a lot. And it didn't work. Leaps of logic, yes.
Oh, the movie Batman. That proves Batman, you know.
Well, I couldn't. Well, it proved to me that just because you write, the name is on it, doesn't mean it's on it. It's just like, but so how is it on it?
And did you see that guy? He was like one of the tigers, the circus, man. He was jumping through so many hoops, man. Somebody ought to get that dude a steak. Anybody in the UK send that dude a steak for me?
Yeah, can do. Yeah, no problem at all. Bong, I was just thinking, instead of trying to put Batman into the video player, you should have realized that you were Batman the whole time.
Not realizing the whole time.
I'm the Batman.
I didn't know that you had to record it, and I didn't know it was on that black thing, that tape inside, right? I didn't know that. And even when I did find out that that's what it was, I didn't know that it was like recorded by people. Like, it's crazy.
Did you just say that black thing? That's racist.
That black thing inside, yes. Leaps of logic, right? Like that's what being a natural physicist is like. Trying to figure out how, like things work by guessing.
Imagine trying to be like an experimental physicist, and there's like in the next room there's like a bunch of theoretical physicists, and they just make shit up, and then they come to you and go, right, you've got to justify this with experiment. and you and your like colleagues are just downtrodden from all the like changes in direction, and they think that there's unicorns on the moon and we've got to prove it now. Fuck's sake, that's your whole life.
Exactly. So I was telling Pazza, it's like, don't even bother with refraction, dude. He's trying so hard. He doesn't even understand the actual argument that.
Yeah, that's the thing that really aggravates me is he'll never elaborate from refraction. He'll say, "Oh, well, it looks like there's some refraction on those rigs, isn't there?" And then he just won't go on from that. You have to teach him his claim, and then he still argues with you.
What?
Right, I got another one here. Whew, man. So it doesn't matter. Oh, sorry. It doesn't agree with the experiment. It's wrong, right? And this guy, he might be pretty important. Richard Feynman. I think he like some kind of prize winner. Maybe he jumps through hoops. But yeah, this guy, Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. So when Michio Kaku said wrong, apparently he saw the Feynman lectures.
Shiokaku was so happy when he said that Richard Feynman was dead. Because shit was going down.
If it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. It sleeps the logic. Guesswork. So let me translate that again. It's logical fallacies, making shit up.
Yes. Nobody's here to challenge me.
Can somebody give me an example of a leap of logic? I think that females are cool, therefore all females are really nice people. Wrong. That goes both ways, by the way. I think men are awesome, therefore all men are awesome. Wrong.
It's like saying
That's a leap of logic. That's a huge leap. That's a quantum leap.
I've got a fantastic leap of logic. The Earth looks flat, therefore it's a sphere.
Yes. Wrong.
Yeah, can we, Creation Bear, can we just get the wrong button? Just Michio Kaku going wrong.
You just gave me the idea, so I'll do it right now. That's actually so funny. The way he says it, man. Wrong. So much conviction.
He sounds like he might cross over to the dark side. I mean, to our side.
Every time a Glover's speaking, he's just gonna be like spamming that wrong, but wrong.
Well, I'll have a nice rotation. I've got the Trump wrong, and I think I've got another one. I forget. I don't know which movie it's from, but it's also good.
So if you can go back and find any of the old debates with a guy named Big L, like the only thing he ever said in the debates, because he didn't know shit what we was talking about. The only thing he ever said is "That's right." So you gotta have wrong and "That's right."
Yeah, add that one too. That'd be cool. Donald Trump is funny.
Wrong.
That one, yeah. Negative? Oh, negative? Like, who says that? Arnold. Wrong.
Wrong!
That sounded like Lou.
I think it's Kevin Spacey. I'll post the video. I'll post the clip just if anyone wants to see it. I'm not actually sure what movie it's from. Well, let's give a quick shout out to some of the VC verified in the panel. We have Filament of Life. That's the first time I've seen that name, so welcome. Who else do we have here? Precarious. So thanks for getting verified, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to shout out to the panel.
That is an interesting profile pic. Filament. A whole lot of stuff going on in there.
Is it?
Filament's profile pic is Avatar.
Oh, I just came in here to let you know that the YouTube channel's bugged.
Yeah,
What do
it
you
looks
mean?
Helio's bot is not in this VC. So if a moderator could move the bot back in here or wherever the heck it went, yeah. I will.
I just got through talking about that.
Filament, I will post a link to the backup channel just in case that ever happens again.
Okay, thanks.
The bot went down, and I think Healy has to fix it on his end. I don't see it.
Yep, that's why I'm glad Roger made a good backup. So I posted the link and the live stream voice text. So this is our backup stream, and it seems to be working right now. So yep, check it out. So that loose rocket crashed into the moon, apparently.
A loose rocket?
Yeah, they've been arguing back and forth about whose it is.
Maybe Pazza can grab us some telemetry data from that.
Well, it's going to be from the ground again, right? Ground telemetry data, whatever the heck he was saying.
Maybe he has power outage, because I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, there were some bad storms rolling through Arkansas. Like really bad tornadoes and shit. So hopefully Helio's okay.
I'm sure he will be. Well, that Raza or whatever his name is, man, he is a tough old bird. Fighting to the bitter end, wasn't he?
Every time.
Just can't let the globe go. Sometimes when I'm really stoned, I think he's some sort of government shill, but I'm probably just stoned.
He was really defensive at first, and then he kind of, relaxed a little. Does he think we're a flat society? No. Oh wait, he's been here for weeks, right?
I think he's been around long enough to know better.
I just have the same conversation with him over and over again.
Shit.
Yeah, he's been here for months. He's a good time waster. He can just bloviate for extended periods of time.
Bloviate. Yeah, I think that's an accurate way to sum it up. Recent space news, NASA offers to fly your name around the moon for free. The offer is to have your name saved on a flash drive. It's the perfect treat for space fans who go to space. What's that, Hank?
Sorry, bro. Precarious, are you there? Precarious.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's it going? We'll bring you to the server.
All right. I'm just listening in. Usually I listen from YouTube, but
yeah, I think I know who you are. You sound familiar. Have we met?
I've spoke before.
Okay. Is that the guy that's always in here with a different
drinker? Is that you?
Yeah.
Might need a shower to wake him up a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of late here. Usually I'm already a bit in bed right now, but I slept all day long today.
I don't know. Is that him? I can't tell. You're tired.
It's close.
Are you pea drinker?
Am I? Yeah, but I'm not drinking one right now. I'm puffing one. Might be why.
Puff and Peachy. Okay. All I need to know. Dude, why you gotta be saying that stuff? Ain't nobody trying to listen to that. Don't care about no Peter Puffs. Gotta hear that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something.
Why don't people eat poop? Just a question.
They do. You just put it in coffee.
Why do people have to
I'm
drink
sorry
poop?
I asked.
It's not. It
Yeah,
doesn't make
sorry.
sense.
We talked about this yesterday. I just can't bear it. Let's not do it again.
Yeah.
But
Are you talking about the coffee?
yeah, because every time I hear this dude talking, I'm like thinking to myself, like at a fundamental level, how do you remove all the semen out of your urethra before you drink your pee?
Oh.
That's why I brought the poop. If you don't eat, people don't eat poop, right? Because we know that it's bad, right? It's waste. It smells bad. It's probably not
So you
good
weren't
for us.
thinking about that, were you? You weren't thinking about that.
Therefore,
Well, I'm going to violently change the subject. Hey,
Yes.
hey, new
Yes.
guy. That is an old guy, but new guy for this evening. Is the Earth a spherical ball? Is it a ball? Is it spherical? What are we doing with this?
Pear shaped.
What's his
I'm
new
still
name?
trying to get
What
it
is it?
shit together. Red pill.
Red pill. Per-curious?
Precurious?
Precurious.
Okay, pre-curious.
You're asking me?
Super duper, yeah. Are you a flat earther?
Oh, yes, I've been since 2018.
Okay.
I remember the moment I went flat, before I, finally swallowed the pill, you call it. Yeah, since 2018. There are a couple times, well, I'm sure with y'all too, that you almost switch back, that you find like something like that. I had two that I know of that I thought, okay, maybe.
Yeah, there was two things that held me up, but it wasn't because they were good arguments. It was a lack of my own understanding that was holding me up. So when you say there was a few things that almost pushed you back, no, there was a few things that you didn't understand. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's what it rendered to.
So it's impossible to know every single logical fallacy. So I would say that this is, one of those things that you just have to project your own understanding, right? Because no one ever actually goes back, in my opinion. Because once you see it, it's kind of like your grandma. You can't unsee it. Right?
Yeah,
It's
you
not
can't
possible.
unrealize.
Not.
You
Right.
can't change a pickle back into a cucumber now, can you?
That's right. Cucumber is gone.
One of mine, I don't know if y'all have heard of where they got reflections from the moon. Like using a telescope, they send a light beam to the moon and measure the reflection, how long it takes to get back.
They did that in 1962.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, they had already done that at some college, right, in California, I think it was.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, before NASA even did it.
Yep,
So,
that was the
like you said,
argument that
was a
they
lack of my
used
own
for a long
understanding.
time. Yep.
Yeah, but to the question he asked me, yeah, I'm flat. Yeah, I don't believe stuff anymore. I attempt to know rather than believe anything.
Well, there you go then. How many
one of-
accents have you gone through since you've been coming to this server?
How
many what have I gone through?
Accents.
Is it him? For a
Accents.
second, it didn't sound like him.
Well, and then it got just a tad thicker when you say accents. It's almost like you're leaning into it, partner. That's all I'm saying.
Leaning into what?
The character you're playing.
To what?
Let's just say this. There's a guy here that hangs out, and he has a similar voice to you, Precurious.
Not sure who that is. I mean, I know Hank has, I guess, called a Southern draw, but you can tell from the south. And I think he sounds similar to Helio.
Nah, bro,
If I'm not
that's a
mistaken.
big mistake. So yes, I do have an accent, right? But it's an extremely rare accent because my dad is from Dayton, Ohio, and my mom is from Dallas, and my grandpa is from South Texas, and the other grandpa is from Tennessee. So if you find somebody who sounds like me, you let me know.
OH.
I'm from Texas.
You ain't from this part of Texas.
I don't know. I've been all over Texas. I'm not from Dallas area. But yeah, I'm from like Gulf Coast. And I was on West Texas for a while, South Texas for a while.
You sound like an oil man. You chasing them oil rigs.
I don't know. Like I said, like I said earlier, I had one lit up earlier, so
Yeah, you're talking about puffing on your Peter or something. Peter Beck. So here's the thing, man.
I might have misheard him.
You
I think
sound like
he was. Sorry, Hank, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think we might have misheard him. He said that I think he thought we asked if he was drinking. He said that he was actually puffing on one. So,
PUFF.
Yeah, I don't think he meant he was puffing on the other thing. So, sorry to interrupt, Hank. Go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, I still like to make jokes from time to time, but some of them they're not very tasteful. Like that one, probably a little salty. Sorry about that. Moving on. All right, so here's the deal. The Earth is flat, and you can measure it yourself. If you believe that there's curvature, by all means, take the challenge. Go find it. Should be out there because boats go over the horizon. I know that you guys don't like to use that argument anymore because we thoroughly debunked the fuck out of it. But if that's the claim that you know the Earth is a globe because boats go over the horizon, now you guys are like, no, don't say that. Don't say boats go over the horizon. So you got to go to space, and once you go to space, then you can see the truth. If you go high enough, you can see the curvature. Right? It's like, yeah, shamans, they probably believe that shit too. If you get high enough, you can see all sorts of things that aren't real.
See hope in space. Hope.
I saw one thing on TikTok. I don't know. There's the Facebook Shorts rather, and I don't know like if it was. I don't know how much of it was fake. I mean, I know it was fake, but it was a ride to the moon where people get in it, and I assume they're looking at like TV screens. I don't know what I don't know what it was because it's just a short video, but it's a ride to the moon, and yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard about anything like that, but
Nope, never heard about a ride to the moon.
yeah,
Sounds like a bunch of fugazi to me.
it was just something else on TikTok, and I was like, why,
Is that like
why
a
have I
new?
seen this before?
Somebody actually thinks they're going to get on a ride to the moon then?
Well, the video made it look like it was already made. That's the thing.
Got it, yeah.
That's just like a TikTok VR. Is that like a VR game or something?
That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest that they're, starting to do that. Get someone used to the VR version of a trip to the moon, and then they won't know the difference between the real trip and what they see in the VR headset.
No,
Yeah,
that is the real thing. You just put the glasses on.
Well, you know what I mean.
We can't even go to Venus, the sun, like, hey guys, I went to the sun. It was so cool. Get it? Cool. Like anyways.
Yeah, that actually it's one of the things that
was funny.
Sorry, that's one of the arguments that I really like from QE. They say that the surface of the sun is cooler than if you step back, get further away from it, it gets hotter. Okay.
It was the coolest. It was like so cool, man. You went to the sun? Yeah.
Yeah, who was it that pointed out the other day when I was I was talking about how they touched the sun, and it's like they were like, "Oh, 5 million miles away is touching the sun."
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Icarus.
I mean, it should be so hot within 100 million. No, because you're at 93 million miles. So, okay, so I mean, you could be millions and millions of miles away and still get burnt as if you were nearer, right? You get burned up.
I'll tell you what, if you had a spoonful of the sun, it'd be enough to cook a pig's ass.
Sure, yeah, I'd say make it evaporate.
Yeah, when I was a serious glober, I used to think about that, like how, like what happens. You know how you're out there and there's nothing, like no molecules for. You don't know how hot or cold it is. But then there's this one piece of metal floating. You know, and there's no magnetic field to protect it or atmosphere. It's just. I just wonder about that. It's like, what about the guys on the moon? Like, how did they survive the moon? Wait, what kind of suits are these suits? You know, like, I want to look at their boots. See if they got some.
Unobtainium is what they're made out of.
Yeah, I was wondering about the boots. Do they have to, you know, tie their boots? Like, or is it part of the suit? You know?
Fact check
It's a
true,
mixture.
but
It's a mixture of. It's a mixture of adamantium from Wolverine's body and unobtainium from fucking Narnia. Yep.
Oh, so it's an alloy. Okay.
So no vibranium. So vibranium's not
Avatar,
real.
not.
Ah.
So you're saying that brains aren't real.
I don't know. Yeah, I used to.
So you're saying that dogs don't have brains, right?
I don't know.
What if we just straw man? What if every time a Glober came in here, we just straw man the shit out of them?
You'd think we'd be good at it by now after all the times they've done it to us. You'd think we might have learned something.
So you're saying that dogs don't have brains? Oh, wait a minute. Every time they do a logical fallacy on us, what if we like reverse?
When was the last time your dog did a logical fallacy on you?
Well, I asked him. So you're saying
That's Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Thank you.
So you're saying balls look flat, right? How many balls have you seen look flat?
Well, in the maths, they're infinite flat.
Dude, all I know is don't talk to them about disco balls because they'll use that. They'll say, "Well,
they will."
Well, disco balls now, and they're fucking right, which sucks. I'm just kidding.
The Earth is a disco
You guys
ball.
talking about flat balls? Are you talking about like a ballogram instead
I'm
of a
just saying, man. I'm just saying.
A ballogram. That's a good one.
That the Earth is a disco ball.
I mean, come on.
Well, with water.
I better shut up, man. I'm gonna give the Rockefellers like some new ideas. Like, hey, let's irradiate those testicles to see if
I
there's
don't
any
think
cancer.
that you can give those people any new ideas.
Come back in 6 months.
I'm pretty sure you could spend your whole life trying to give them one new idea and you wouldn't have it happen.
Got to schedule my regular ballogram. Like, what's that? Oh, let me tell you how this works. First, we take them and we pancake them and we radiate them. And then we say, oh, not yet. Come back next month.
Sounds like a wild ride.
Like at the bottom of the black.
If you think that's crazy, look up a lobotomy.
I just think, I mean, how is it that you're going to cut some shit out and it's going to make things better? Anyway. It's above my pay grade.
See, you know, science says that your appendix is a vestigial apparatus that you no longer need because of evolution. So we're just going to take that right on out. You're not going to miss. Oh, your tonsils? Those two. Adenoids?
Yeah, the tonsils. I have my tonsils. Yeah. You know, I never got them taken out. I was like, what the fuck for?
Me
They're like, well, they're going to get infected. I'm like, what? Okay. Let me keep them in and let me see. They're like, no, it could kill you overnight. I'm like, fuck you guys.
It's crazy because we're learning now that these things that I just mentioned have more to do with, I think the appendix has something to do with like regulating a lot of things in your body. And then the other things have to do with like your immune system.
I'll put it to you this way, man. There's not one part of a car that's useless.
That's right. Yeah, so the appendix holds in the gut bacteria. That way, if you somehow mess up your gut bacteria by drinking, like, I don't know, aspartame, and they call it aspartame for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. If you take too much, if you take Tylenol or aspirin or something, that'll fuck up your gut fauna. So what your appendix does is it regrows the gut fauna that you killed. So it has to do with your immune system.
It
That's
tries
big.
to, but if you are an alcoholic, it can't. Can't do its job.
What about the pinky finger? Do we really need it? I think.
Yeah,
Yes, we
you got to
do.
hold it up, be fancy, bro.
Your gut bacteria is way worse if you don't have an appendix and if you're drinking.
What about earlobes or earlobes? Can we cut them off? They're pretty useless, right?
I have a sneaking suspicion that so much colon cancer is caused by upper digestive problems, like it's just sitting in the colon and making shit worse. I don't know.
Hey, what about our heads? Can we cut our heads off? I don't think we need them anymore. That'd be cool,
Turns
right?
out you don't need them. Like, remember Lord of the Rings when they captured the two hobbits and they were like, they don't need their legs.
Hey, you're right-handed, right? Right. I don't think you need the
Yeah,
left one. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's logic. You don't need it.
Well, I'm left-handed. That's why I don't have any friends.
Me too, bro.
Lefty, cut off the right hand.
Right on.
Evolution. What's that? Here we
I
go.
don't know.
Round one. It's the most validated theory in all of science, or at least that's what it said on Prometheus.
So why can't they just call it a fact? Keep calling it a theory, guys. Come on, if it's validated, let's just get it right back up there, okay? Is it a fact or not? I don't care if it's a theory. Is it real? Or is it not?
You can think of it as real.
Right, that's what a theory is. You Never mind. I'm not even going to do it. I'm too tired to try to go down that rabbit hole.
Was that history?
I can't believe how many times in 2015 someone asked me, do you know the difference between a theory and a scientific theory?
It's a great question.
What, they used to ask you that in 2015? Is that what you said?
Yes, the ballers did. Before pre-QE, they used to ask us that all the time.
Right.
And then when QE came around, so I kind of knew what was going on, right? Because I was like, wait a minute. In order to do the scientific method, you have to make an observation. You can't observe dark matter, the Big Bang, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So how could it be science if it can't pass the first step of the scientific method? And then QE came along later and kind of perfected that argument, of course, and said, how could you have science without independent and dependent control variables? So I was kind of catching on, right? And I think I learned that from Kent Hovind, I think is where I learned that from. Because he was, dude, in my opinion, Kent Hovind was OG flat earther. Because he asked the question, why is Venus, and I think it's Neptune that spins backwards? How you have a planet spinning backwards if everything came from the same Big Bang? Wouldn't there be a conservation of angular momentum? Right? And then he asked another question, what is gravity? Can you put it in a jar and paint it yellow for me? And then he asked another question, oh yeah, how can you have the Big Bang without, observing it? How's that science? So in my opinion, he was the first one asking flat earth questions way, way before Matthew Bolin or whatever his name is, Math Powerland, whatever, started asking, you've never seen the earth as an object in space or whatever he said. So, dude, he was asking these questions in like the 90s, 2000s era. So, in my opinion, whether hate him or love him or whatever, Kent Hovind is the OG flat earth. He just didn't know it. He was on the track.
Well, it's about principles, not personalities. So if the facts and the information are the focus, then yeah, instead of the people.
Well, Kent's got to pay those bills now, so make sure you sign up for Super Dinosaur Adventureland or whatever the hell he's doing nowadays.
Wait, is he a flat earther that believes in dinosaurs?
I don't know. Has he said anything about flat Earth specifically, Hank? But I know
Those
he
are some
did.
weirdos. I'd like to
he
sit down for a
opposes
few
it.
minutes with.
Yeah, I
He
thought
won't
he.
address it. Yeah, I'm telling you, he went to prison. But instead of like going to prison like a normal person, where if you're in prison 8 years, you're probably going to be in the same place unless you like fuck up. But he went to like several different. I think it was like 20 something different prisons.
Whoa.
It was like, man,
They just
why do
didn't
they
cook
need
the
to like?
fish right in those other places. I get it.
I guess so. But my opinion is like, if you're
Comedy.
moving a dude around that much, like fresh fish, oh fuck, here we go again. Fresh fish, oh.
Maybe he was just really good at being unattractive to everyone. You know, there's just some slime balls that go in there and nobody touches them. Maybe he's one of those.
I don't think too many people want to beat up, preacher man.
I'm not talking about fights, but you know what I mean. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Sorry,
some
the
of
other
them
F
are
word.
fights. Okay, I'll stop.
Moving on. Yeah, so the thing
Shit.
about Kent Hovind, he's got this theory that there used to be an ice canopy, but after the flood, the firmament went away.
Oh,
So he
because
comes
he
up
was
with all
around back
these
then.
yeah, he knows. Kent, did you
Cool.
observe that? Oh, sorry, moving on. Not science.
I mean, honestly, if they're so obsessed with observations, it should be a done deal. You can't observe curvature, no matter where you go, no matter how hard you look. That's the observation. So instead of having empirical evidence, they say, well, my empirical evidence is I observed this. Okay, take me there. Let's go see it together. They'll never do it.
Who told you that? I love it when he said that shit. I fucking love it. Who told you this? Who told you that? I'm gonna try to do it better. Okay, so I'm gonna channel my inner Helio. Who told you this? They say I sound like them, right?
That was good.
I could tell that you were doing a Helio impression, yes. I'm not even going to try it because I know I won't be able to go near it. People will be like,
Well, for me,
listen, dude, we know that Barry White is cheesy, but you just ruined his voice. So, never do that again.
No White Betty.
I love it. Barry starts a song by reading what should sound like poetry, but he's just kind of like, hey, baby. The whole time, stuff like that. And then it turns into a song.
Doing that dark chocolate voice.
Right? It's like the beginning of a sleazy 70s softcore porn, and then it's and then it's a love song. I don't know. It's funny.
It's not a love song. It's a love making.
I mean,
yeah, that dude. Yeah. I like Barry White. I'm not gonna lie.
He's great. No, Barry gets it done for sure.
Yeah, if I come home and my wife's playing Barry White, I'm not changing that shit.
Right.
I wish I could remember the lyrics.
Well, my current favorite is "Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Baby."
Yes,
that's the
one. That's the one I was thinking.
Can't get enough of your love, baby. But yeah, it starts out. It's like the way it starts out. It's like I really don't want to hear this. Look, what's he doing?
Who told you that?
Yeah. Did you get it? Did you find the sound?
I can't hear myself. I only have one headphone in.
Did somebody find the Helio sound, the sound clip?
Barry White is playing. You go into your room and pretend you're watching the news. Like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here on the bed and pretend I'm checking what's on the news.
Precisely.
When she turns on the Betty White, you turn off the light.
Or Frank Black.
Oh, work was so hard today. Oh, I'm just gonna check the news. If Barry White's playing, check the news. All right, let's just wait right here.
I'll have to listen to him say it a few more times. Try and get the correct amount of bass in my voice.
You guys only marry a girl that beats the shit out of you in Scrabble. Okay?
That's right.
Well, the last part got cut off. Beats is what? What? I'm just kidding.
You believed him? Oh, whoa. No, he was a scientist. He's a doctor. Yeah, but you believed him though? But he's a doctor.
Dude, one day I went to the hospital. I was delivered to the OB, and I see like the well-known OB doctor. And I'm walking beside him, like right next to him, and he looks at me, and I go, "Doctor." And he goes, "Pizza guy."
Good. And you
Yeah,
believed
because
him?
they're always like, "Doctor, doctor, 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 doctor."
Oh, Spies Like Us?
Be like, well, you believed him? Well, he was the
I don't know
pizza
what
guy.
that is.
It's Spies Like Us with Chevy Chase and is it Bill Murray? No, who else is it? Chevy Chase and someone else.
You're taking me back to the 80s. I don't know. Maybe I saw it. I don't know.
No, I think it
think
is
it
because
is.
he says doctor. They're posing as doctors and they're trying to chase these girls, these nurses around like the desert or something. Anyway.
Steve Martin.
Okay, maybe I did do that. I don't know if he saw the movie, but I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It was a Martin. Yeah. Oh wait. Think about the Three Amigos, right? Is there a Three
Yeah, that's a
Amigos?
funny movie too. In the same vein, yeah, it was afterwards. After like right, that was right around the time like City Slickers.
Oh yeah.
Classic. That dude with that high pitched voice.
Who? Billy Crystal?
No, the tall guy in Home Alone. He's the one that hit that high pitched scream.
The tall
Remember
guy.
they used to.
Yeah, I forgot
Home
his
Alone.
name.
He's the
Yeah,
guy
Home
that
Alone.
is. He's the guy that narrates the Wonder Years.
No
That's
shit.
the same guy.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's like one of my
Fred
favorite
Savage.
songs. No.
You know the
I'm
voice
just kidding.
as a grown up. Yeah, that's it.
Fred Savage as a grown up is about 5 inches taller than when he was about 5.
Yeah, don't you worry about that pudding.
Poor guy.
Voice of the Wonder Years. Like I was always like, it always, you feel like it's a, like that person, because of the way his voice sounds, and then you look it up and you find out it's the same guy. It's like, hey,
Right.
Yeah, a lot of those really famous actors do a lot of voiceover stuff that I love to pick out, right? And everybody, and I'm like freaking out. People, and I'm like, hey, that's Sean Connery's voice. People are like, okay, yep, yeah, cool. Anyway.
Yeah, but you
Like,
got
no,
a
you don't
sensitive
get
ear
it.
because of the music.
That fucking insect on that cartoon is Sean Connery, guys.
Yeah. Dude, I used to love watching those animated films, and then you go watch the behind the scenes, and then the actor isn't wearing makeup or anything. They're just like showed up in their pajamas, and they're like doing the voiceover. And it's like I used to love watching that shit. But yeah, I used to wonder about the Wonder Years. That lead female actress, I think her name was Wendy or something. I used to wonder why is her eyes always shut like that? She's stoned as fuck. You've got like a resting stoned off my ass face. I do too. I got beady eyes. When I grew up, people used to call me a beady-eyed what? Junelle? Yeah, something like that.
Juniper berries.
Yeah, juniper berries. Those are good for you, actually.
Yeah. Not in the form of gin, though.
I don't know. I got a neighbor.
I feel like
asked him,
gin's
"Is there
not
anything I could
healthy.
do for you?"
I feel like
He
it's
was
not
like,
healthy.
"If you give me a fifth of gin," it takes me back.
See, I know people that get wild on gin, right? Gin's like their thing, and if you give them any gin, they go nuts and ruin the party.
Well, I won't be around that day that I give him the gin. But I was thinking
Right.
about getting him some gin. He
Gin's
probably
like
would
a
have asked for some
speedy
cognac.
drunk where they just like people go nuts. I don't know. Maybe it's just my experience. It's
Well,
like
from my
tequila,
experience,
right?
gin tastes like shit.
Gin's
So it
awful.
probably
I don't know
does.
why. it was ever made. It's horrible.
I was like, gin. Oh, I know that name. I'm gonna take a drink.
Right. Yeah, like I had a gin gimlet years ago for the first time, and I was like, so somebody made gin taste good. Really? They're like, yeah, it's like a $47 drink. There's a bunch of shit in it. Take a sip. And I was like, I can still taste the gin. I'm not going to finish that.
$47.
Yeah, very expensive drinks.
I'll tell you
No,
what I
I'm
like.
serious. Like, at like Friday and Saturday nights in downtown Austin,
Oh, dude,
you could easily spend $25 per drink. No problem.
that's crazy.
For hours.
Yeah, the
It
markup
doesn't matter
on
where
that
you
shit
go.
is
You could go
crazy.
to a cheap fucking hole in the wall bar and spend 18 on the same drink.
What kind of
Well, you
cocktails
could have
do they
bought a
make?
house.
Sheesh.
It's just it's all hype. The prices are hyped up because Austin for a long time was trying to be the coolest city in America and the world because people just kept flocking there, and so they're like, holy shit, well, we got to get really cool now. We got to have our own cool stuff going on. Anyway.
So Austin is one of the music capitals of the world, in my opinion.
It is.
Deep
Technically,
Ellum used to be one of the music capitals of the United States. And when I say I'm not talking about like the one percenters. Like Michael Jackson didn't go play at Deep Ellum. I'm talking about it if you wanted like good live music that was like different from everything else that you're hearing. Because back in like the 90s, it was like, we had this radio station called The Edge, and it was like everything alternative. And it was just like such a wide variety of music that was coming out of Deep Ellum. And I missed a lot of it. But
I missed, I think,
Deep Ellum
all of
used to
it.
be the shit.
But I was playing in the same area after they started to rebuild it. And I heard a lot of fucking stories. Sorry, I was just talking. I played a lot of shows after they started rebuilding Deep Ellum. So I caught
Deep
the tail
Ellum
end
is
of all
like
that.
if
What's that?
you're in downtown Dallas and you go just east of there, like you're no longer in the city, you're in Deep Ellum, and it's kind of a cool place. It's a pretty cool
It's a
place.
great little like armpit of the city.
Yep, pretty cool. So yeah, I hate Dallas now because when I did Uber and Lyft, at first I was like, this is my city, I fucking love this place. And then like right there in the middle of Dallas is a giant fucking eyeball. It's like, what is this? What are you doing
Oh, dude, yeah, Dallas is all Illuminati'd out. It's horrible. Yep.
And I kind of felt like Will Smith, like, what are you doing here, Jeff? You guys want to be here, Jeff?
In I Am Legend. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, bro, that eyeball is out of place. Like, what the fuck are you doing here, bro? You looking for an optometrist? Down the road, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's just an eye sitting there.
No, it's an eyeball. It's a perfectly clear.
No, I know. It's just sitting there.
Just sitting there for no fucking reason. They're like, it's art. No, it's not. That's not art. I know what art is. It's not an eyeball.
Dude, anything is art. Someone the other day said the word art comes from the word artificial because it's man-made. It's like, oh, fuck. That makes total fucking sense.
I didn't think about that. Etymology wins again.
Mind blowing.
So who was it, Glatt? Who was it that you played music with, by the way? You mind telling?
You would never have heard of any of these bands. It was just a couple bands that I started and ended while I was living in Austin for about a decade.
No record of them on YouTube or nothing, huh?
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you want, I can send you some stuff. Hit me up in the DMs.
Yeah, I just get interested. I would just like to know a little bit about that. I'm interested. I just think it's cool shit. Whatever, bro.
Yeah, dude. Here, I'll send you one link in your DMs.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about my music career. We couldn't keep a drummer. I was in a garage band for like 2.5 years.
Well, then send me some shit, Hank, for fuck's sakes, brother.
Dude, we recorded it on like tape, like from the microphone from the tape player.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to that, but it probably got over. That got destroyed.
I had some involvement with some bands, but I owned all the equipment, and I know a producer in New York named Billy Coyne. He produced the first two Kiss albums. You can look up on the first two Kiss albums. He's the producer, Bill Coyne. He's a friend of mine. Lives in upstate New York. So I've had a little bit of involvement with some bands locally here in Utah. I bought a bunch of equipment.
Nice.
Tried to help them out and this and that. And just I don't want to get into what happened because just they kind of
we know what happened.
They kind of screwed me around a little bit, so I just kind of took my shit and went
Dude,
away.
you ain't even got to explain no further. You said that, and I was like, oh, okay. Gene Simmons. Mm-hmm. What happened to the other two guys? Snip, snip.
Oh, this was Bill Coyne. He was the producer, Bill Coyne.
Yeah, I know. You got screwed.
Yeah, well, I did, but not with those guys. I'm talking locally here in Utah. But anyway, that's beside the point. But I know Bill quite well. He used to come out and try and help me out, trying to get these guys a record.
So, when I was watching Straight Outta Compton, there's like this very serious scene where they start realizing that they're getting screwed over, right? And I'm like, oh shit, I know what's happening. Somebody's getting screwed with a J. It's like, man, they are totally getting screwed over. And then like the plot reveals it like 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the plot reveals it, and I'm like, I told you to get screwed over by that guy. Really.
Yeah, the music industry is a dirty business. That's for sure. Especially if you're on the low end of it, trying to get in, trying to break through to get some kind of a record deal or whatever.
I know.
It's not a pleasant situation for the most part.
I grew up with this guy. I played football with this guy. We weren't exactly hanging out best friends, but I've been to his house and smoked so much so I couldn't figure out how to get home, which as a delivery driver was pretty embarrassing. But yeah, hanging out with this dude, he was telling me about the music industry, and he was like, "Bro, it's demonic. It is like the worst, like creepiest, like terrible thing that you can think of." And then I think back to Cat Williams talking about his first experience with a mansion party, and I was like, "Man, I'm glad that I didn't get in that shit. I'm glad that a drummer wouldn't stick around."
Yeah, I feel fortunate that I didn't get tied up in it any more than I did. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's some nasty shit goes down in that industry.
Okay, guys, real quick. I just scooped up somebody from the Cog Dis room. So Rico,
release him from jail.
Early release program. What's up, bro?
Yeah, so he's on a listening pass, and I'll kind of keep an eye on him just in case things go crazy. But Hank or somebody, you guys want to talk to Raikou?
Raikou. Hi, you've got 3 guys in here that want to talk to you.
Perfect. Yeah, can I have 2 ground rules before we start?
You don't make the rules.
I mean, I'm willing to hear that.
Yeah, we can listen.
Yeah, it's just that last time when I was talking, I think his name was like Roger Hyder. He kept like muting me every time I had like a point, so it's kind of like, what was the point of him talking? So if you could not mute me.
Fair enough. We're gonna do our best not.
Yeah.
We're gonna do our best not to mute you or interrupt you. But here's the deal. We do have to moderate, right? And when you tell us how to moderate,
I won't get out.
It's not really going to work out. So we're going to do our best to act like gentlemen, and we'll agree to that. How about that?
Okay. So,
yo, bro, if you cool, we cool. You know what I mean?
Don't start no shit. There won't be no shit. Yeah.
Welcome.
So, where do we want to start with? Because I myself do not believe in the curvature.
Well, are you here to learn, or are you here to give us a hard time about it?
Well, I want to. I'm pretty sure I probably won't be convinced here, but I want to see what your.
We're not trying to convince you.
It's flat. Yeah, I know.
We're not trying to convince you that it's flat. We're trying to convince you to go measure it yourself, right? And if it wasn't flat, why would we say that? Because if you ask the Globers, how do you prove that the Earth is flat? They'll tell you. You can look on YouTube. Look at the sun, the moon, the stars. Walk in a triangle for 1,000 miles and take a left. Take another left. Do you know anywhere on Earth that you can walk for like 1,000 miles in a straight line? You ever heard of topography? Can you walk on water? No. They say you walk in a triangle for 1,000 miles and take a left, and another 1,000 miles and take. Dude, there's topography. That's an impossible experiment. It's
No,
not even really
I
an
didn't say that
experiment. But
was my experiment.
no, listen, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. You
He's trying
ask
to
the
make a
glober,
point.
how do you prove that the Earth is a globe? They say, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipse. You ask a flat earther, how do you prove that the Earth is flat? You directly measure it,
You look at
right?
the
So
Earth, not the
what do you think?
sky.
So
Yeah, you
is
directly
there a
measure the
border?
Earth.
Is there a border to the flat Earth? And is that Antarctica?
Okay, bro, I just made a valid point. I'm asking you to acknowledge it. What's the best way to find out if the Earth is a sphere? To hypothesize about the sun, moon, and stars, or to directly measure the curvature?
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that I wanted to bring up was a thing about time zones. I was asking how do time
Okay, so
zones
you're
work?
saying that dogs don't have brains.
Question.
Hold on, Hank. Hold on,
That's
Hank.
what you mean, right?
Hold on.
What's wrong
Hold
with
on.
you?
Let's play his little game here. What's your question?
You don't
So
want to get
if
Go ahead.
you don't want to
if
get
there are time
you're not going to get out of hand, are you? Are
Hold on.
you?
He
You don't want
already
to get
is.
out of hand, bro.
He
Answer the
ignored.
question.
Listen, guys. He ignored Hank completely. So let's join him on his level. You know, very juvenile. Let's just let him control things for 2 seconds. See if he has a valid question, a valid query for us. Okay, son, go ahead.
So I was just wondering how did the time zones work if the Earth is flat?
Who
Time
cares?
zones work on Earth. Next question.
No. But if there's the sun, I've seen like a diagram. Do you guys have like an accurate diagram you could give me, or?
Maybe I
So
can
let me
address.
get this straight. Does a diagram physically demonstrate Earth curvature, or
No. I want to give me a diagram of time zones in like
right?
like a
But
flat Earth
that doesn't
time.
demonstrate whether or not the Earth is a sphere.
But go ahead, Crypto.
I'm not trying to demonstrate it's sphere.
Oh, then why the fuck are you here?
No, I'm asking how do time zones work if the Earth is
Right, but that
flat?
has nothing to do with Earth measuring flat, my friend. Can you try to stay on topic?
You believe in God?
Yeah, maybe
Guys,
I can address
let's
it.
let Crypto slide in.
You can give it a shot.
Can everybody be quiet except for crypto? Thank you.
All right. I thought you said everybody be flat, and then I heard. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I don't know what this guy's name is. Can you demonstrate how time zones work on a globe?
I'll get up the time zone map because
No. I'm asking you.
yeah, I know, but I don't know like the exact parameters.
Okay. Cool. So you don't know how they work on a globe. That's fine. It's not a problem. So the way time zones work is that we notice there are patterns in the sky. Okay, and these patterns in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the ground at all. We notice that after a certain period of time, as the sun passes overhead, it goes from morning to noon to nighttime. We also notice that pattern is different where we are on the Earth. Okay, so if I'm in South Africa and someone else is in England, we notice that there is a slight difference in when that sun appears to pass overhead. This has nothing to do with Earth shape at all, but it's just what we notice about different parts of the Earth.
If there's like for this like idea, the sun's light should be able to be seen from any area.
No.
If the Earth is flat.
No.
Why not?
So that's the fundamental assumption where you're wrong. Why would that be the case?
Because
Light attenuates.
light doesn't
Light
dissipate.
doesn't travel. No, light does dissipate. It doesn't travel forever.
Well, unless there's a force acting on it, then it doesn't dissipate. Unless it's being converted into another type of energy, it doesn't dissipate.
I think you're confusing things. We're not talking about physics in terms of physical objects anymore. Light objectively dissipates. We know this through experimentation. You can say, "Oh, I don't know why that is." Doesn't really matter.
What's the experiment?
Hey, if you don't think that light attenuates, you should check the ocean below 1 kilometer. There ain't no sunlight down there.
Well, that's because there's water that's dissipating it. It's
Yeah.
converting it into heat. It's converting it
So
into heat.
air also emits, and air is a fluid like water, although it's not a liquid. Light doesn't travel forever through the air. This is just very well known. Like I'm amazed that you don't.
That is no. There's nothing that's blocking. There's nothing blocking light when it's
Apart
being,
from
the reason, the example you gave before with the ocean, it converts it into heat energy, and that's why the lower you go down in the ocean, the colder it gets, because the light's being dissipated.
Yeah, so the same thing happens in the atmosphere.
Hold on. You think there's any reason that there's a temperature in the ocean is because of light?
Well, yes, when you go down deeper, it gets colder because there's no light down there.
That's not just because of the light from the sun, bro.
What is it from then?
From many different things. It's a dynamic system.
Such as?
What do you mean? Energy transfer from everything.
You can't just say everything. What? Give me another thing other than light.
Geothermal would be one.
Geothermal is from the earth. I'm talking about like the surface of the surface water is hotter than deep water.
Air is not nothing.
We're at distant space, don't you?
So there's a few people talking then.
I'm going to ask everybody other than Crypto to be quiet because you're over talking him and he's perfectly capable of handling this himself. Thank you.
Yeah, so energy transfers and then heat is transferred or stored. Therefore, what?
So wait, are you asking me a question? So
yeah,
the surface of water is the hottest because that is where the light is directly hitting it. That's where it gains the most heat. And the deeper down you go, less light gets through there, and less light is converted into heat energy.
Yeah,
so the deeper down you go, it's much colder. And there's there are other factors such as geothermal, which is only from the earth. I'm talking about the surface going deeper. I'm trying to explain to you that the light doesn't dissipate unless there's something blocking it or something it can convert into.
Okay, so the air isn't nothing.
Air is a gas.
Yeah, cool.
It won't get in the way.
Gas is, yeah, but it doesn't.
It won't dissipate it.
Okay, well, you're just objectively wrong about that. Like, there's nothing else to say to that. You are wrong. We can move on.
Is there any response, Rico? Or
I don't know how to even. Like, I feel like we can't get anywhere if we're at a disagreement because I'm saying that it will slow down light. It will not dissipate it though. Like, and even if it'll do a minimal amount, something an amount that is not even noticeable. So sorry, I missed that.
I think you need to do a bit more research before you come in here. To be honest,
I feel like we're just at a disagreement right now because light does not.
We're not really at a disagreement.
A disagreement
Hold on.
would be.
I just sent you some things. I'm sorry.
So disagreement would be like, I like purple, you like red, or I like Biden and you like fucking, I don't know, Ron Paul or whatever. That'd be a disagreement. What you're talking about, you are objectively wrong about, and there is no disagreement. You're just wrong.
Well, can you prove to me that light dissipates through air? Like, I'd love that.
Check your messages.
Play the wrong. Trump wrong.
I'm not looking. I kind of don't want to click a link, to be honest.
Maybe I can help a little bit. So you know what a lighthouse is, right? So can you see a lighthouse at nighttime from 1,000 miles or 2,000 miles away, or does it dissipate before that?
That, as I was saying, it was there's a minimal amount of dissipation, and that minimal amount, you cannot compare a tiny lighthouse light to an unfathomable gas giant burning in space. You can't really compare those two.
Miles away, right?
So he didn't trust the NASA link that I gave him, right? So
I
guess
don't
I'm just
want to
going
click a
to
link,
read
to
from
be
it.
honest.
So this is called the inverse. That's fine. You can remain ignorant if you like, right? So the inverse square law. This is from NASA, right? So overview. We know that light, such as a candle or a street light, looks dimmer the further away we get. This activity gives an easy way for students to measure the relationship between the distance and brightness. Once students discover the relationship, they can begin to understand how astronomers use this knowledge to determine the distance to stars. So, what's the important part that you need to take away from this? We know that the light, such as a candle or a street light, looks dimmer the further you get away from it. This is known as the inverse square law. You are more than welcome to look at it for yourself. If you type in the inverse square law of light on DuckDuckGo, this NASA link is going to pop up. It says,
Wait, inverse square
let's
what?
see. Inverse square law of light. Just go on mute, read for 2 or 3 minutes, and then come back and talk to us and tell us how you were wrong.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, thanks for posting that up.
Yeah, I just didn't think you were going to get anywhere with him, not because of your own skill set, but because of his own lack of understanding. We can cure ignorance, but we can't help anything if he comes back and he rejects, this fundamental knowledge of inverse square law. This is like basic stuff when it comes to how light works. Everybody knows that if you shine a light 3 feet away in your eyes, it's going to be, pretty detrimental, but 150 feet away, you'd probably be okay.
Yeah, and he did say that the sun was an unfathomably large gas giant.
Yeah,
that was funny.
So we've got a major problem there as well. So,
well, that's funny because they don't even say that it's unfathomably large. They actually fathom it by giving you an exact size.
That's what they say about the edge of the universe, though, right? It's expanding faster than the speed of light. That's pretty much unfathomable.
yeah, well, it's obviously, there's the problem with the sun is not 93 million miles away. We know that to be true because of the rays that come through the clouds. What are they called? Percuscular rays, however you say it.
Crepuscular.
They indicate that the sun's local and small, and so without that understanding, he's never going to get the light dissipating at the rate that it does.
Well, I don't get how he, maybe he's new to the subject, right? So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he studied, computer science or something. But it's obvious to every single person that has ever experienced light that it's really bright the closer you get, and the further you get, it loses its intensity. The same way that the light from the non-visual spectrum, right, like radio signals, the further you get away from your hometown, you can no longer listen to your favorite radio stations. So you can't pick up the edge in Mississippi. It's impossible.
I did want to ask Rico another question about time zones when he gets back.
Yeah, he's all yours. We'll be quiet.
Yeah, I just want to wish you good luck on that.
Oh, no, I don't want to dominate. I just want to ask him a few more questions and I'm going.
Well, you're not dominating because you're not much, and some of us are fans of crypto, and we would like to hear the way that he makes his argument.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We do actually have an expert in light. In the call at the moment, AI is here and he speaks very well on light. So.
Yeah, and I want to dominate.
The thing is, though, I feel like what you say will be about 6 levels above what you can understand anyway.
Well, if you want to dominate, I got propane and propane accessories.
I got.
Can I get that propane just use gravity, no container?
Or see you educate. That's what I would like to see. Someone educate this poor fellow.
It's simple. Where I live, there's mountains that are about 12 miles away. And when you look out from the other mountain, the different mountain ranges turn darker as you look. So they start out green, then they turn like a grayish gray, then they turn like a blue, and then eventually they meld into the sky. And on certain days when the sun goes over the mountains, you can see the sun, and then all of a sudden you can't see the sun, even though it's midday.
So what's the sun behind? The curve of space, or just the sky? You can not see the sun circle just from having a hazy day. So if the whole super unfathomable sun can't make it through 12 miles of atmosphere, that tells you something.
I mean, as
Look,
an English person, I'm very, very used to not seeing the sun.
Yeah. I once had a globe guy tell me that it's not true that the mountains turn gray and blue as they go in the distance. I really.
Then he's
the only
obviously
way to
got his head
reply to
down
that.
when he drives.
Well, I mean, he could live in a place with no mountains.
Well, no, it does the same thing here, right? When I live in East Texas, like I'm in the edge of the piney forest. When you're driving down the interstate, you can see about 2 or 3 miles away, which is about the max distance I'll ever be able to see around here. The trees up close are very dark green. The ones that are further and further away, they start turning like a bluish tint, and then eventually they just kind of get close to washing out, just like you described with the mountains. So I don't really see how anybody could deny that.
Yeah.
And I used to describe this saying that the light is diverging and spreading out, and it's causing the color to like weaken, not weaken, to change a little bit because of this. I mean, I've
Yeah,
known
and the
that since I was
technical
5 years
name.
old.
The technical name is atmospheric occlusion, and the artistic name is atmospheric perspective. So when you're drawing in perspective, you obviously use linear perspective to make things appear smaller, but you also add tones of blue and gray to them to make them look further away, to mimic reality.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was called, but I literally knew this when I was 5 years old. We moved from Dallas out here, and I was like, those trees are like light green, and the trees right here are dark green. And then I would notice, like, the further down the interstate you get to, and I would keep my eye focused on the same group of trees. When you get close to it, it turns dark green. And I was like, that's interesting. Like, literally 5 years old. Of course, I was focused on the trees because living in Dallas, not a whole lot of trees around, but out here, nothing but trees.
Yeah, well, I lived in Georgia for a while, in Savannah, which is very flat. And then I live in New England up here, which is very hilly and mountainous. So I got the benefit of both for a long period of time.
So has Raiko learned that light dissipates in air yet?
Well, you got the inverse square law, you got scattering, you've got occlusion. I mean, that's what, 3 things that cause light to not permeate indefinitely.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I did.
All right,
I'll
Crypto,
be honest.
take it away.
I've been proven wrong. I've been not completely, but I'll agree that light does dissipate, but because of what's it called, what you were saying, it spreads out over a longer distance. So
Well, that's
that
just
still doesn't what's it called, bring about the fact that the light has a lot of energy, and it can still pass through our atmosphere without much interruption.
Well, now you're making.
There is an interruption over thousands of miles. That's where you get your time zones from.
But
So I want to ask you a question, Rico. Do you know how many time zones China has?
wait, what?
Do you know how many time zones China has?
No, I can check. Has one.
Yes, it has one time zone. Why does it only have one time zone when Russia has, I think, 9 time zones?
It's probably because they all want to be on the same clock. then even though they're gonna take the they're gonna like I don't know what the word to use. They're just gonna stack having some time zones be off, but just so their whole country can run on one clock. It's like how other countries have those.
Hot mic,
If you look
AI.
at it, it like has like a rectangle sticking out. It's because like it they don't want to make it all convoluted because like you can change time zones just by going across a country, and they don't want that. So even though they're going to be running on the wrong like clock, so their 7 o'clock at night might already be nighttime. It's gonna be like different for wherever you are, but it's still gonna be on the same time. I don't know how really to explain that to you, but it's just kind of how it is. That's how they decided they want to run their clocks.
Well, you don't need to explain it to me. I'm offering you a leading question. Yes, it's a political decision to have one time zone in a country, correct?
Yep.
So, is China flat, or is it part of the same Earth that everyone else is on?
Part of the same Earth.
Okay, so are time zones political or physical?
Well, when they choose like I could say that it's what's the time for you? It's 4:37 p.m. for me. What time is it for you right now?
Yeah, it's 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, I could tell you that it's 4:38 p.m. right now, but it wouldn't make sense, It's the sun is actually down, or yeah, it's down for you, right?
We're not talking about the time. We're talking about the time zone.
Yeah, well, you could make the choice that everyone runs on the same clock, but it would also mess up like patterns of the sun. You wouldn't your sun would rise at like 12. Like it needs to be a static thing, so everyone understands 12 o'clock would be like the sun is at its peak. But when you want to say that everyone should run on the same clock, 12 o'clock, some people the sun could be at its peak. Some people the sun could be like 3/4 of the way. Some people it could be like not even risen. So it's just like a factor so that everyone can be consistent with what time they want referring to. And that's why we have like Eastern Standard Time and stuff. So
That's
people
fantastic.
can show their whole region.
Like you've spent about 6 sentences not answering my question. Are time zones physical or political?
Political, but they should be factored in because they are a construct so that we can have a natural clock.
Yeah, but if the government decides they don't care about that, then they can just do that. So
Yes,
by
but
then,
that would also mean that like times would be different for other people, or like not times, but
I've let you talk a lot. You need to let me talk. Okay. By their nature, time zones are political. So when you say, why does the Earth have time zones if it's flat? Well, the flat Earth has governments, and governments decide when their time zones are. Is your answer?
okay, I understand where you come from. When I say they have time zones, I mean like sun patterns, not really like actual time zones. So I mean that where the time zone is a good accurate representation, but when you want to get into the nitty gritty of it and like the actual like core of what a time zone is, it is just like determining when the sun is like at what time where it is. It's just like it's a political thing, but it has like implementations into the real world.
Yeah, of course it does. But the thing is again, like if a country decides to have one time zone, then it will have one time zone. So
yes, but it could be night at one side of the country, which would be and day at the other side, which would be like it can mess up like.
You wait for me to say about 5 words, and then you can't wait to just start talking again. You need
I
to
thought you
chill.
stopped.
No. I was literally still talking when you started talking. So just chill. Just chill. We can have a conversation. It's not an argument. It's not a competition. It's a conversation. So the point I was making is that, yeah, you've got these time zones. Cool. There is a pragmatic kind of element to it. Fine. But this doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe. There is no reason to believe that at all.
No, that's where we bring back to light. It does. I can see what you're saying. It spreads out, but it does not nearly enough spread out to, or dissipate enough to not be seen from any spot. If the
cool
sun
story.
doesn't disappear in.
Bro, about 10 minutes ago, you didn't even know that light dissipated at all, and now you're an expert on light.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, but that still doesn't take away from what my point is.
Well, it
What
does.
is your point?
First of all, you've got dissipation. First of all, you've got dissipation, which is based on the inverse square law that Hank very kindly posted. AI also brought up many other effects, including occlusion, scattering. You've got like different types of light bending through atmosphere as well. There's no one standard model for predicting the movement of light through our atmosphere. Okay, there's people can say that they have it, but no one actually has a good model for it, and so you cannot actually categorically say what you just said. You can't make that statement with any scientific basis. So it's just your opinion, which, to be honest, has no basis, because 10 minutes ago you didn't know that light even dissipated. So there's no reason for anyone in this room to take your opinion on light seriously.
Well, I have some things that I want to mention. Is if light does dissipate, wouldn't that mean that I got two things to say. If light does dissipate, then the sun would fade away. It wouldn't set. So how can the sun set at the horizon instead of just fading away because it's become like out of the dissipation, whatever you want to call it?
Hold on. The sun does fade away. The sun actually does three things, and it does different things at different times. It sets, quote unquote, it fades away, or it goes into a very small pinpoint. It does all three things.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the GIF that I don't even know how to say that name. Said it's there's a I don't know exactly what it's called, but light can bend because of the gravity of the Earth. Yeah, let me show you quick.
More begging the question. I think a better question for you. Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to. He said that the light is bending from the gravity of the Earth, and I love it when they say that because I get to say the word refraction. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No, I took that as me refraction, but yeah. So a better question is, how can the Earth be a ball that's spinning away from the sun at sunset if the Earth is not curving on its surface?
Oh, wait, I need to process that. Say it again.
How can the Earth be a ball that is spinning away from the sun at sunset if its surface is not curving?
It has to be a ball that's spinning away from the sun if its surface is not curved. Wait, so
well, that's kind of what you're saying a sunset is, right? Is the ball Earth spinning away from the sun, right?
So yeah, so the Earth is on a axis. Yeah.
But the Earth rotates, right? So you get a sunset, right?
Yes. Until the yeah.
Okay, but how can that happen if the Earth's surface is not curving anywhere? How can it be a ball in the first place? How do you get that effect without the curvature?
How do we get curvature?
Yeah,
because of gravity. Gravity is pulling everything into a center mass.
Okay, but is the Earth's surface curving? You just told me a story about what made it curve, but you haven't measured any curvature or shown that it is curving.
Well, we can measure curvature by getting the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, how would you do that?
By flying around it.
You would measure it by flying around it? It was first claimed to be measured thousands of years ago. Is that what they did? They flew around it?
If you want a confirmation, I'm not talking about thousands of years ago. I'm talking about today.
Okay, but I'm just talking about what can be done to measure the curvature of the Earth to demonstrate that this is actually even a ball in the first place.
You fly around and measure how much you've flown, and then
an airplane is not a measuring tool.
You can measure in kilometers how far you've gone.
That's just distance. That's not telling you that the thing you're flying over is curved.
That gives you the circumference.
No, it doesn't. You're just presupposing that the ground is curved and that it's a ball. Is that all you can do? Is just assume that the
how would you fly in one direction and then
what does that have to do with measuring curvature on the surface of this thing that you're standing on? Why would you go thousands of feet?
If you have a ball and you go around the ball, you end up right where you. So the same concept applies to Earth.
Oh,
If
you're
you go in
talking
one
about.
direction, you'll end up where you started.
So if you go east, which is a circle around north, you're going to end up where you started?
East is a circle around north.
Yeah, on the
East never
plane,
goes-
that's what it is.
No, east is the east does not go to north. East goes around to west.
So east and west on the plane are just circles around the center point, which is north.
North
So
is
that's
not
how
the
that
center
works. So
point.
that you're just
North
talking
is
about
the
circumnavigation. Essentially, all that is just going in a circle. And you're just saying that what you're doing is flying around the ball, but you're not actually doing the thing I asked you, which is presenting a measurement of this ball.
you can measure it. It's the same. It's as easy as concept as when you're driving a car. It measures how many kilometers
Okay,
you've traveled.
if it's such an easy concept, just measure some surface curvature for us. If you drove around in a circle and went, see, I must be on the ball, that's not measuring and proving that you're on the ball. That's just you begging the question. Take a surface measurement of the curvature and show it to us. Or just, just
me
say somebody who
personally?
has done that.
Wait, you're telling me personally I should fly around?
No, yeah, that's why I said you can just cite somebody who has done that.
No, don't fly around the world, because flying around the world is not a measurement of curvature.
I can't. I'm not allowed to cite anyone. I've had if I cite someone, it normally ends up with you can't trust them. You guys don't trust NASA, do you?
Whoa. Don't assume what we're going to accept. All information is
I said
information.
as a question.
Yeah, don't do that. You cite your sources. I've put a few things in the live stream voice text that I would like you to look at. I wouldn't expect you to dismiss it from where it came from. That's called the genetic fallacy. And we're not that stupid to commit the genetic fallacy. Please continue.
I'm looking at Adam Unsalted's thing. For a plane to move around in a circle like that, it would have to be turning.
Right. And
so if you stayed on course and didn't, go off course, then you would do that first one. You'd go around the Earth.
Yep.
How do you go around the globe without turning?
Hold on. It's irrelevant.
You don't need to turn.
Listen, boys, my friends. It's all irrelevant. Nobody takes these types of flights, period. All flights are jumps. They go in like straight lines from this city to that city to this city to that city. Nobody gets in a plane and tries to fly around the whole Earth. Doesn't happen.
People have done that before, though.
Sure. Are you sure?
Yeah, I could look it up right now.
All right,
but what
cool.
What would be better is to look up what we asked you for, though, which is a surface measurement of the Earth's curvature, right? I mean, is that how Al-Biruni measured the curvature or the radius of the Earth as he flew around it in the 10th century?
Say it again. I was typing something up.
Well, I'm just asking for what I've been asking for, which is just a measurement of Earth curvature.
So you're asking me how to measure Earth's curvature?
Yeah, so you would do it on the surface, right? You would measure a drop, right?
Measure a drop of what?
Earth curvature.
Drop over distance.
Wait, what do you? I'm confused. Explain to me what the experiment is.
Well, it's just a measurement. It's not an experiment, but like a ball's surface is curving in all directions. So any point on the ball, right, is the apex of the ball, where everything is curving down and away from you in all directions, right?
Well, that isn't really applied because we obviously have mountains and stuff like that.
Okay, there's topography. Yeah, so I would suggest using water, because water is supposed to rest level, and if it is a ball, then level will mean curved. So you should be able to find that drop off over a body of water.
So you're saying that, but you can't if you just drop some water. Are you saying that it should what? Like it should?
No, I'm not talking about dropping water. I'm talking about a body of water like a lake or an ocean, and there should be a curvature drop. So with the radius that they've claimed, at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. Can you measure that?
Going away from you in all directions, it's, like it's curving away. That's what I mean by drop. And when you look straight, when you put a ruler on a basketball, there's a drop. You know what I mean? It's dropping away from the ruler. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ruler would be deviating from the basketball. So, do you know of anyone measuring the Earth by constructing a straight line and marking the distance to show how long the straight line is and showing where the Earth is deviating from it, which would be a direct measurement of the alleged curvature of the Earth? Do you know of anyone directly measuring it?
Yeah, I'm a little lost with everyone saying different things, but the main hit thing I'm hearing of this is that you should be able to see the Earth's curvature. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, measure it. So back to the basketball. So you know what a basketball is, right?
No, I don't. Of course, I know what a basketball is.
And you know what a ruler is, right? Like the ones we use in school.
Don't talk to me
All
dumb.
right.
I know what a ruler is.
So I know, but so just think of the ruler as just a straight measuring device, a straight line that has been constructed. You put it directly up against the basketball, and you can measure how, as the ruler goes straight outward, the basketball deviates from the ruler. There's a point in time where the basketball is no longer touching the ruler, right?
But only in the middle it's touching the ruler, yes?
Yeah, in the middle, but I mean down the ruler, it's not touching the basketball anymore, right?
Okay.
So we're asking you, has anyone ever done the same thing with the Earth?
Put a ruler next to it. Like you can't measure it that way. You can't just that's not a
So that would be the only way to measure it.
Wait, say it again. You can't.
That would be the only way to measure it. Anything else that's not that is not a measurement.
Yes, it is.
Well, he said if you can't measure it, then how do you know it's a sphere? Sorry, if you can't measure it, how do you know it's a sphere?
You can, though. You don't need a straight line to measure a circle.
Well, okay, so how does
do you
anyone
measure a
measure
sphere,
it?
not a circle?
Radius.
How do you measure it?
How do you measure a circle? I believe it's a
sphere.
No.
Oh, a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how do you measure a sphere?
Is just a circle, but it just in like 3D. So it's the same.
A sphere is not a circle. That's why there's different words.
If we're getting the what's it called? I can't remember what it's called.
The word
cross section. The cross section is would be the circumference of it. Yes, the circumference of the Earth would be the cross section of it.
Curvature. That's exactly what we're asking for.
So the curvature of the Earth would be the circumference.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So how did they get the circumference? With what method?
Well, here. Do you want me to look up methods we use to measure the Earth? Because I actually don't know myself, but I know there are ways. Because the flying around obviously isn't a very reliable. It's not the most reliable way, but it is a way.
I think you should look that up, but we've all done that here, just so you know.
Okay, give me like another 3 minutes or something. I'll be back.
Okay, I just want to say I'm really proud of every single one of you guys holding your tongue. I know we got the prana effect going on, but I remember back in the day when I first joined the server, there was this guy that used to come around all the time that people called Judas. And man, when he was in here, he just completely directed the conversation well, and conversations were smooth like fucking eggs. And I gotta say that you guys did it tonight without Judas.
Awesome, thank you.
Eggs are smooth.
Yeah, if you put butter on them, melted butter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have some eggs.
Smooth as eggs.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it on fair.
Let's be fair, though. It's my responsibility to offer critique. So he was presented with the fact that the sun actually does 3 things, not just one, and nobody allowed him to address that or give a response before moving to the next topic.
Crypto.
No.
We'll
wasn't crypto.
We'll address it when it comes back. I was just joking.
Yeah, it was me. I took it back to curvature.
Yeah, I did feel like there was a point that needed to be made by AI that he could get to.
Well, he's got an opportunity now, doesn't
he? Well, I mean, look, to get to the logical contingencies underlying the premises, sure, that's fine. The problem is when you're dealing with somebody like that, they get the effect that they're being scattergunned. And that's why you said, I can't follow all 3 of you seem to be saying different things. Now, it may be the case that we were all saying the same thing, but to him, it felt like there's 3 different conversations, which is why he said that's how he feels.
You know, I gotta say that he. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say that's also why I stopped talking, because I realised that there were too many
I just thought he was.
I was just saying it wasn't 7 or 8 dudes this time. That's what I was saying. But I just want to point out that I apologize.
I mean, I guess he was just presupposing his globe sunrise and sunset. So I was like, well, where are you getting that from in the first place?
Yeah, his premises were that the sun and light behave in a certain way, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, and he's saying that the air on the Earth, or the atmosphere as he has it, can't attenuate that much light. So basically, what he's saying is the only way that you can get a sunrise or a sunset or time zones is to have the sun obstructed by physical Earth curvature. So where's that at?
I posted some gifts for him to look at in the live stream. Please direct him there if he goes back to that, or if the conversation flows back to that. Thanks. Yeah, see, the thing is that somehow what happened with this argument from 2015 to now, it's went into the most convoluted, complicated thing that we can all agree that is the subject of light and what it does and what it doesn't do and what we think it does and what we think it doesn't do. It's like it all boils down to, well, what do you think light can do? Can it turn? Can it make a turn like around the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared? Well, yeah, if there was multiple media and it was like bing, 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 like ping ponging down around the curve. But then wouldn't that make the image like all zigzaggedy? Because the light doesn't curve like a bow. Isn't that right?
Well, different wavelengths of light refract differently. So you would expect chromatic aberration if terrestrial refraction was true. But there's not any evidence that I've seen or that I can think of that could be presented that would demonstrate that that's happening. Because you could shoot lasers and different wavelengths and see the differential and then decide what the refractive index is in the media. So why can't you do that with the regular light? See, the globe model is all based on ideal models. For example, even terrestrial refraction is an ideal model. They'd like you to believe that it's about light. And so they'll say, oh, you can see that because the light's bending around the curve. But terrestrial refraction isn't a model of light bending around a curve. It's actually a model of the radius of the Earth increasing geometrically to lower the hump in between point A and point B by means of the circle segment formula. It essentially lowers the midline apex, which is called the sagittah, and it makes it lower, which means now assuming straight path of light, you can now see the object. So you can see even in their trying to save the globe against observations, they actually defeat it. Because what they're admitting is that the refraction requires a broken radius, which is really the problem, is they don't have a functional radius.
Well, this is the thing that I think is so funny about their claim, though, with refraction, is because essentially what they're trying to do is artificially inflate their radius, but even the formulas that they claim don't even get them anywhere near explaining the problem with, like, the black swan and others.
Yeah, the most interesting one is actually the Mount Canigou shot. So the Mount Canigou shot is about 250 miles away. And the mountain, is supposed to be under a mile of curvature. So the tip of the mountain should be 1 mile below the hidden height off of the apex, right? So 1 mile. Yet you can see the entire mountain all the way to the base of the town. So how do you explain that? Via refraction. Well, you go to the Walter Bisson calculator and you just keep adding refraction until you get something where it shows, oh, this much refraction would allow you to see that mountain that's supposed to be a mile below the curvature. And
So that begs the question, how do you get that much refraction with one medium? Go ahead.
I'll tell you how. It's super simple. You'll be surprised how easy it is to get that much refraction. So you go to the business calculator and you do that out, and then you go down to the index, and they have something there called like super extreme refraction. And it just so happens to be the exact number that you need to be able to see the Canigou shot. So let me ask that question, knowing what I just told you, where did they get the refraction from?
There really isn't level?
Well, they just mathematically calculated that this must exist because the Earth must be a ball. And if I can see this, then this refraction must exist as well.
So that validates what I've been saying for years, that the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile square.
Yeah, so
Doesn't it?
where do we want to leave off from where we were? I'm
yeah,
back.
please continue.
So wait, where were we? We were calculating the Earth's curvature.
Well, not calculate, but measure.
Measure? Well, if we don't want to do it the brute force way, then we're going to have to calculate it, so...
Well, I demand that it be measured, not calculated. I want direct measurements.
Well, my last measurement you denied.
That wasn't a measurement, though, so I didn't have anything to deny.
Well, a plane going around the Earth can measure how far it's gone. That is a measurement.
Of distance, not of curvature of the surface of the thing you flew over.
That gives you the circumference.
If you beg the question that it's a globe, that's why I'm asking for direct surface measurements of curvature.
Well, when you have the circumference, you can find out the curvature.
Okay, if you assume that it's a globe in the first place, that's why I keep asking for direct curvature measurements.
He said circumference, so how did they get the circumference?
Okay, now we're just backtracking. With the easiest, most simplest form, you just fly around the Earth and you measure how far you've gone. And that
let me quickly ask you something, buddy. Let me quickly ask you something. If I were to measure my dining room table, would I pull out a yardstick and measure it 3 feet or 5 feet by 5 feet, or would I suspend myself from the ceiling, hold a ruler out in front of me, and just, or fly a helicopter far above my dining room table and just look down at it? Would I measure it that way, or would I measure it directly?
You see, I would like to measure differently, but you don't want me to. You don't want me to use calculations. You see, you're trying to compare the table to Earth, which is completely different.
Do you understand that your so-called measurement, all it's doing is you're just flying around in a circle over something and declaring that that was a curved surface that you flew over? And I don't think anybody's even done that necessarily.
People can fly around the Earth very easily.
Yeah, but around the entire equator, though, what's the point even?
It doesn't even matter. It's not measuring the ground.
It's giving a good estimation.
Okay, it's only a good estimation if you know that the Earth's a globe in the first place. You are just assuming it's a globe. I'll just fly around the equator and I'll get the circumference. But where did you get the idea it was a globe from?
It is an assumption, and then you need to do an experiment to prove that assumption. The experiment, the thing that's proving that assumption is flying around the Earth.
That's not proving it.
That is, though.
It's just completely circular reasoning. That's why you got to measure.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about it. Because there are ways you could do that and actually validate something.
Let's talk about north to south circumnavigation.
No, let's not get off on that track. AI, could you take over a little bit? There was a point you missed with light to begin with. Maybe you can lead back into that.
Too late. There's no reason to backtrack. We're on the plane right now.
I would like to mention, though, with that old Adam Unsalted with these great images, I would like to go back on, like, how is that second image? Why is the plane turning there? I don't know if I can reply to it. Yeah, it's like... Actually, it's not that far up in
the one where it's going around in a circle above the Earth?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, perfect. So you have both images, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your claim is that if a plane just flies around, it's going to tell you. Well, that's not true.
It'll end up right where it started.
Hold on, bro. How would you validate which path it took out of the two images?
Would you validate which path it took using what's it called, north and south?
No, check it out. You claimed that if the plane was doing one path, it would have to constantly be turning, right?
No.
And the other claim is that it would just go straight.
Down or up. It wouldn't have to go side to side.
No, there's two. No. Hold on, bro. Try to pay attention to the own things that you say, okay? They said that if it's going around a flat Earth in a circle, right? Or it's going around a globe Earth in a straight line. You said if it's going around a flat Earth in a circle, it would constantly be turning to the left or right.
Yep.
So the plane arrives back at its destination in both scenarios. So how would you validate which path it took?
Using north and south, you can follow a compass.
Well, the compass for north on a globe is still going to put you around in a circle.
Yep. So that doesn't work. So now how are you going to do it?
Wait, the compass still puts you at north. Wait, what are you saying? When you
both
get to
both paths, check it out, kid. Okay, we ain't got time. You know, we have lives and families that we love and we'd like to be with. So let's cut to the chase. Okay. Both paths, if you use a compass, the compass is simply going to point to north. And it's going to show the same thing. So the compass isn't sufficient to validate. So how would you validate the path?
I see. Okay, I see what you're trying to get across. That still doesn't make sense though, because what's it called? You would have to physically turn your plane to get in that what's it called?
Okay,
If you left it down to the machine and put it on autopilot so it'd only go in one direction,
Right.
it would prove that.
Okay, so how are you going to validate it?
So if you went west and ended up where you left off, you don't think you're going around in a circle on a globe?
No, I still think you're going around on a circle in a globe.
Right. So again, how would you validate it?
It's by not turning in the flight. You put it. You can leave it down to the machine if you don't trust like human intervention.
Okay, no. I said, how would you validate it? You don't have a plane.
Okay, now we're boiling down to how can you validate it? How can you prove the sources you've given me? Like you can't.
Right. So here's the point. You're claiming that if a plane goes and arrives back where it came from, that would be conclusive evidence to you that the Earth is a globe. But I just told you that you would need extra information. So how would you get that information?
That would be conclusive evidence that you can measure the circumference. You'd be able to measure the circumference off that.
No, because we just told you it can work on either.
Would you have to dip your nose down, or would you fly straight in the same elevation?
Don't go in that direction. That's not the point right now.
Yeah, he's got it pretty well.
What are you asking me?
Continue, AI.
I'm asking you, what information would you need as a third party who didn't do this in order for you to say, yes, this has been validated?
I can do that, actually. But this is what brought... Okay, I feel like we've gotten into an infinite loop here, because the way that the hardcore evidence that you want to measure it is it's unrealistic. I don't have a plane myself. I haven't gone around the world myself, obviously. But the way I could do it is with calculations, but you guys refused to accept my calculations before.
Why are you going?
How
why are
can
you
I
not
prove
talking
it to
about the plane? Why are you not talking about the plane?
No, I'm saying that I don't have a plane. You said, how am I meant to prove it? How am I meant to prove it if I don't have a plane?
So if somebody else did it, let's say somebody else did it and they were going to present you the evidence. Like, what evidence would be sufficient to validate?
It would show the distance
they can't. I'll put it to you like this: they can't simply go up and arrive back. That's not good enough. They have to give you more information than that.
Well, okay. Wait, explain to me what you're asking again.
Okay,
I think that you might be missing the point. Go ahead.
A plane takes off, goes around in a circle, and arrives back where it landed. How would you validate which path it took in those two images that you previously saw? Whether it's going around the globe or whether it's going around a flat Earth?
Okay, with that. Here we go. With your demonstration, if you went from north to south, south is Antarctica, correct? Oh, actually, no.
It's outside, not necessarily.
What is it? Wait, what measurements do you want to use? Because how does the compass work on the? Oh, yeah, actually, I won't get off topic. Never mind. If I went north to south,
points north. That's how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
So north is that the center of the flat Earth? Is that what I'm getting at?
It's the center of any azimuthal projection, and the definition of azimuth is the angle to north.
Okay, so now you're making me confused, because how does a compass work on a flat Earth, bro?
Well, it works the way it does on Earth.
Compass points north.
A compass uses.
The real question you should be
magnetic
asking
fields.
yourself is, how does a compass work on a globe Earth?
Yeah, a compass uses magnetic fields. Hey, I'll get an image for you.
Yeah,
we understand. We understand.
Yeah. You ever seen a magnetic field around a ring magnet? It emanates out from the center
on a
radially.
So what's causing that magnetic field, though?
What? Who cares?
I do.
Maybe there's a big ring magnet attached to the bottom of the Earth. Whoop-de-doo.
You have no proof that a compass works because of that. My proof is gravitational fields.
Listen, bro, it's irrelevant. You're not understanding.
No, it's very relevant. This is relevant.
No, it isn't. Check this out. Compasses work. Period.
But
what
why
more
do they
needs
work,
to be
then?
said? Why is it relevant?
Because it's my point is that a compass works because of gravitational fields.
One more time, friend. Compasses point north to the North Pole. Period.
And they also point south. Or they don't point south, but they have a south on them, which is the opposite of north. Correct?
Right. So when the compass is pointing north, the other end's pointing south. Correct?
And what causes that compass to point north?
Dude, you're getting into the weeds.
No. If this is such
what
an easy
causes
thing,
it is magnetic fields. That's what causes it.
But how does a magnetic field work on a flat Earth?
It's a magnetic field. So let me.
Bro, what does that have to do with the price of the rice? I'm sorry.
The reason it's hard. Listen. When you approach the subject, it's really hard to let go of all the presumptions that the globe model has woven into their story of how things work. And so when you're talking about the way that the globe says magnetic fields work, it may also be an assumption based on reverse engineering, so it would work with the globe. Where it could point north, it could point. No. The topic is that you're getting off topic. Is the topic right now, because you're saying that it has to work the way the globe says it is. Otherwise, if it doesn't work on a flat Earth, then you don't have a model for that, and therefore it couldn't point north in the center the way that the globe makes me go around in a circle in the same way. Talking about the plane going around in a circle, regardless, it goes around a circle on a globe, it goes around a circle on a flat Earth map. So how would you know the difference? Is the point?
No, I want to stay on this compass topic because you guys don't understand how a compass works.
How does a compass work? Start off on airplanes.
All right, let's real quick. Let's bang out the compass and the magnetic fields, okay? A bar magnet has a magnetic field. A ball magnet has a magnetic field. A ring magnet has a magnetic field. So I got 3 different shapes. They all have a magnetic field. Whoop-de-doo.
You're telling me the North Pole has a massive magnet at it?
I think that's what a compass tells you.
Hey, bro, we've clearly demonstrated who doesn't know how magnets work. Okay. I suggest you take your next 3 minutes. While we chill out, right, and talk smart stuff, and go figure out how magnet lines work. But when you figure it out, come back.
Field does
let me just tell this guy real quick. Compasses are one of the great things that we like to bring up for an argument against the globe. I'll just tell you that. Now, there's a lot to that, but that's a totally different subject. Talking about the airplanes going around in a circle right now.
You missed his claim where he said it points, or the magnet would be at the North Pole. I don't think he knows where magnets point.
I think he has no idea how magnets function, to be honest.
Hey, what's the plane question here that we started off with? I just joined.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to backtrack. We're on a good course here. I want to say, how does a magnet work on a flat Earth?
Hey, let me make something clear here. We're not making claims as far as what's creating the magnetic field specifically. We observed the magnetic field. We observed compasses point north. We're not going to replace a fairy tale claim with another fairy tale claim. We're just saying they don't have any evidence for this molten core they speak of that's creating the magnetic field.
And compasses wouldn't work on a globe for a lot of reasons we can go into. And airplanes wouldn't work on a globe beyond the reasons that we're even getting to. So we don't want to go down those trails.
Okay,
how does a compass work on a flat Earth? It works exactly the way it does on the Earth, where the surface of it doesn't happen to be curving at all.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll show you.
Yeah, so hold on.
I don't know if this diagram is going to copy over
too
well
because
it is
hold on. Does a flat magnet have a magnetic field? Does a ring magnet have a magnetic field? Does a ring magnet have a north and south? What shape are the field lines? A toroid.
Yeah, but they do have magnetic fields, but that doesn't prove your point that of what is the attraction to the North Pole.
It proves a point that if you go around radially in the magnet, the north and south polarity will be pointed towards the center.
By what?
Okay, magnets point towards the North Pole.
For what reason?
They point towards the North Pole. It's irrelevant. They point towards the North Pole if it's a globe.
No, it's very relevant. You need to have proof
flat.
that it works. You need to have proof that a magnet points to the North Pole, because you can't just say it points to the North Pole just because it does. That's not proof. You're not proving anything to me. You're just telling me.
Did you hear what I just say when I said I don't claim things and these people don't claim things we don't know for sure? Did you hear what I just said when I just said that?
But I know for sure. I know for sure, but you guys are making claims based off no proof.
No.
You're actually
Here's how it's going to go. All right, this is painful. Go take your 3 minutes and go find out how magnets work.
I think I'm done though. But think about that. How does it work on a flat Earth?
Why don't you think about the fact that you can't measure any surface curvature at all? All you can do is beg the question about the globe, and now you're asking questions about how the Earth would work without a curved surface. It's kind of silly.
Just prove the Earth is a ball, man. Who cares? We're not saying it's flat Earth. We're saying it's not a ball.
How do Mexicans work on a globe Earth? They work their ass off. That's how.
Ryko, have you ever heard of a reification fallacy? You know what that is? Did he leave?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just getting fun.
Hey, I think we should circle back to planes here, because as someone who flies for a living, I kind of want to debate a little bit here.
Oh, yes, please.
Well, you have to assume the Earth is not a ball. That's the thing about planes.
Second, who are you talking to, Raul?
What do you mean by that?
Are you Raul?
Am I Raul?
Motionless.
Yes.
Okay, so you fly planes for a living?
I do.
You do? What kind of planes?
I fly Cessna 172.
Okay. So, what is your question about planes?
Why would they not work on a globe Earth per se?
Do you always nose down when you fly?
Don't have to now.
No. So there's no curvature to follow then. Where's the curvature that you have to follow?
It's so long and drawn out that there's not a noticeable drop that you have to make. You're always making different corrections, but not for curvature of the Earth with attitude.
Oh, that's weird, because they claim Earth has curvature, and now you don't have to account for it?
No, because the Earth is fucking massive.
Oh, massive. So ships don't go over the horizon then?
They do?
Oh, so it's not massive then? So it's not massive.
Big.
Yeah, it's not massive then. If ships can go over the horizon, why does your plane not nose down, follow curvature?
Because the Earth is massive.
So ships don't go over the horizon then?
They do go over the horizon.
So it's not massive then?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does.
How?
You're holding two statements that are contradictory at once, right?
Are you claiming that the Earth is not a big object, whatever shape it is?
Can we get a little more precise?
It's big.
But if boats go over the horizon, Raul, then your plane has to follow curvature at one point.
Oh my god. You don't have to make an actual correction for the curvature of the Earth, because the curve is so long.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth then, right?
And that means boats are not disappearing over the curvature of the Earth.
So you believe you live on a ball, right? You believe you live on a planet, correct?
I'm coming from that perspective. Yeah.
All right, so do you know what the radius they claim of this planet Earth is? They speak of?
I don't specifically know the radius now.
All right, I'll just tell it to you. It's 3,959 miles. Now, do you know how they got that radius value? Do you know how they came up with that number? Do they measure anything to get that number?
I don't know, honestly. I can only speak from my own experience. I don't know how they would measure that.
Do you know how they ever measured axial rotation of the Earth? You know how we observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by, and we observe the Earth is stationary, but they tell us that the Earth is spinning on an axis, and that's why we have day and night. Do you know how they ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
I don't know how they measure that now.
All right, and they tell us that we have gas pressure here and a vacuum somewhere above our heads, but we know that gas fills the available space. So do you know how anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container or proven that gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum without a solid barrier?
Without a solid barrier?
Yeah, due to gravity. They claim it's gravity that's doing it, so let's go with their claim. Do you know how anyone has demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
No, I mean, we have barometric pressure. And what the fuck are they called? I forget. What is specific word I'm looking for here? Hold on.
Do you experience a spinning globe?
Well, anyway, that word has nothing to do with gas pressure existing without a container due to gravity. All right. So I just wanted to point out, maybe you should research these claims and how they may have or may have not validated any of these claims.
And by answering no, that you don't know for all three of those questions, we've basically established that what you have is a belief that you're on a globe. You're not really.
I'm not claiming that
knowledge
I'm
of
not
that.
coming
You just
to
have
that
a belief.
perspective. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's a belief. Okay, so we've established that.
Yes, basically.
So wouldn't you want to know how they came up with that radius value if you're on a planet with that radius value?
Enlighten me.
Well, that's just it. What I'm telling you is, to the best of my knowledge, they just pulled it out of their asses because the Earth is flat.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, they pulled that out of their ass too. I don't know.
Well, as far as I know, the Earth is flat. In your mind, it's not. If the Earth is flat, wouldn't you want to know if it is?
I would want to know, yeah. That's why I'm here to learn.
All right, man. Let's stick around.
Yeah, so when you're in your plane, right, you don't nose down, curvature. So when you're on the runway and you spin up your gyro, you set up your horizon, right? It's called an artificial horizon, correct?
Yes. Actually, no, it's not. It's called an attitude indicator.
Okay. So you spin that thing up, right? And then you go. And you go from, let's say, northern tip of Norway. You go down, right, to, let's say, the equator, or... So that thing will always give you your horizon, right?
It's not necessarily giving you where the horizon is. It's your position in space, according to it.
So when does
So
that
your
thing...
attitude.
Yeah, so when does it flip around, right?
It doesn't flip around?
It does. Yeah.
Why would it?
So
why would it need to flip around though?
When your gyro keeps its position in space, rigidity in space, at some point you would be flying upside down, right? According to your instruments.
If the Earth, wait, no, because that kind of assumes that, like, say you're looking on a map, Australia is at the bottom of the map, but if you flip it upside down, it's at the top. There's no bottom of the Earth. on a globe. Though. There's no bottom.
Let's say you were able. Let's say you keep your now. Actually, planes when they fly, they actually nose up. You know that, right?
In what
That's how they
context?
keep the. Well, they have to nose up to keep the wind going in the right direction to keep the plane in the way it's supposed to go. But if let's just say you were able to fly the plane directly without tipping the nose down or accounting for curvature, no matter how big it is. Let's just say you were able to fly flat and horizontal for as long as possible. Wouldn't you technically then eventually fly off into space if you didn't curve around the ball?
Maybe.
Right. So let me ask this question. You correct for all sorts of things, right? You correct for turbulence, right? You correct for minor adjustments, right? And you correct when flying around east to west, right? You're constantly going in a circle, right? And they're micro corrections, right? Do you ever correct for the Coriolis, like the spin of the Earth?
No.
All right. So when you're landing, on a stationary runway. It's not a runway that's moving.
Nope.
Right. So it's not like landing on a ship in the ocean. What do they call them? The cruiser. The I forget what they call them.
Aircraft carrier.
Yeah, aircraft carrier. Right. Thank you. All right. So those things are moving, and you have to make slight compensations and lined up, and match the speed and all sorts of things like that, because those things are actually moving.
AI, you're hot miking. AI, you're hot miking.
Right. So you have to correct for turbulence because turbulence exists. You have to correct, to keep your direction, your heading, because that's real. But you don't have to correct for the Coriolis effect. But even though they say that the Coriolis effect is real, Neil deGrasse Tyson, a famous astrophysicist, claimed that a football game was either won or lost. I can't remember, because the spin of the Earth under the field goal, when the guy kicked the football, the Earth was spinning under it, and he claimed that it either won them or lost them the game. I can't remember which. So, according to some people, snipers have to correct for this Coriolis effect, but people say that they don't. So here's the thing. The Coriolis effect, if you look it up, it's 2 reference frames. So imagine if you got 2 kids on a merry-go-round, 2 adults. The kids are trying to pass the ball to each other, and at first they don't know that they have to lead each other, right? Kind of like the Vietnam guy in the helicopter. He leads the person that's running as he's trying to mow them down, right? You can't just shoot where they are. You got to shoot where they're going. So once the child learns very quickly that they got to, if it's spinning one way, they got to throw it a little bit to the left, and then by the time that person gets there, the ball will be there where they're going, not where they're at. So according to the children on the merry-go-round, there's an apparent deviation of the ball. But to the adults on the outside of the merry-go-round, what they're seeing is the ball is flying in a straight line. You with me so far?
I'm following as much as I can.
So this apparent deviation, it's not an actual deviation. It's only apparent to the people who are on the merry-go-round.
Hey, Hank, could I add something to this whole thing about the Coriolis? Because
Yes, please.
I like to try to talk about this sometimes. Raul, do you know what the Coriolis effect that before?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Have you heard of the Coriolis effect?
I have.
Do you know what it is? Like when they talk about like snipers shooting bullets?
Relatively.
Okay, like picture this. Okay, so if the Earth is spinning east to west at 1,000 miles per hour, the equator, right? And someone's standing at the equator and they're shooting a bullet from north to south or south to north, right? Now, when they shoot that bullet, once the bullet's in the air, it's in a separate reference frame from the Earth, right? So the Earth is spinning independently of the bullet, right? So the bullet's going to keep going straight north, and the Earth is going to be spinning east to west below the bullet, independently. You understand what I'm saying? Do you get it?
Yeah.
So if the Earth is spinning east to west below the bullet, where you were originally aiming the bullet for is no longer going to be there once it gets to the target, right? So they claim that they have to shoot the bullet and account for Coriolis because the Earth is spinning east to west. So if the target was like a rabbit, you'd have to aim where the rabbit isn't, so that by the time the bullet got to where the rabbit will be, the rabbit will have spun in front of the bullet. You get it?
Kind of.
Because there's once an object is in the air, it's no longer on the Earth, which is a separate reference frame. They call them reference frames, right? So they're traveling independent. Reference frame is like the one spinning object compared to another in the air. You're not spinning with the Earth anymore once you get up in the air, right? Now there's a whole other discussion that goes along with this, which has to do with conservation of momentum, right? Like if a hot air balloon goes up in the air, then they'll say, well, it's conserving the speed of its original position, so it's going to be still moving 1,000 miles per hour. That's why it looks like it's just floating in the air, right? Yeah. But when you're talking about north to south, now you're going over different latitudes as well as different speeds of the Earth spinning below the object that's in the air that's no longer spinning on the Earth's surface. And an airplane also has to follow those same rules.
Just real quick, think about it like this. You got a drone, right? And you put it on the merry-go-round, and then you spin it, and then the drone takes off. Well, before the drone takes off, it's going to be in the same reference frame as the merry-go-round. But once it takes off and clears all the metal bars so it doesn't get damaged, right? It's then in a separate reference frame of the Atmos, above it, right? And then eventually it's going to start being very stationary, because that's what drones do, or a helicopter that's just hovering. And then the merry-go-round is going to spin underneath it. Now, do you understand it clearly?
I do. But
okay,
say I took off.
Hold on.
Wait.
Real fast.
You keep going.
Then you got to land the drone back on the merry-go-round. You don't have to do any of that stuff when you land a plane in real life, do you? Doesn't matter which way you're facing, it's all the same, correct?
No, because
runway can be north to south, east to west, southeast. You get it, right?
No, because my plane exists in the atmosphere that is also spinning with the Earth.
Right, but then you wouldn't be able to fly anywhere. If you can't fly against the spin, then you're stuck with the Earth's atmosphere.
You just did a fundamental misunderstanding of the way that the Coriolis effect works. So is the atmosphere spinning with the merry-go-round?
I'm confused here. Honestly, my head's spinning a little bit. I'm gonna be honest.
It's okay, bro. This is a difficult concept to understand. Okay, let's say you got two merry-go-rounds in deep space, no stars, no nothing, and they're like two coins stacked on top of each other. Except for you're in between one of them. You're in between them, right? And the one that you're attached to, that's your reference frame because you're glued to it. So you don't. And you see that because they're painted, right? You can see that there's motion, right? So there's one that's spinning and one that's not, but you can't detect which one it is, right? Because you're in the middle of space, right? So now let's say there's a third person, you got a buddy, and he's floating like 10 feet away, right? And that's a separate reference frame than the one you're on. He's not spinning, you are.
Yeah.
He's not glued to the merry-go-round, either one of them. So he's in a separate reference frame. Savvy?
Sort of following.
Okay, it's a difficult concept to understand, but what we're saying is that you don't land on runways that are moving. And if you say that the atmosphere is connected to the Earth, I would say, well, what do you mean? Atmosphere, there's no bonds, right? So how could it be like Velcroed to the Earth or tethered to the Earth, right? And then you might say, well, gravity keeps it that way. Well, then there's no Coriolis effect. Because the Coriolis effect, you just look it up on Wikipedia, it says when you have two reference frames independent of each other. So you have the inertial and non-inertial reference frame. The non-inertial reference frame is the spinning Earth. The atmosphere above that, right, that's the inertial reference frame. So imagine you take off in a hot air balloon. Up and up and up you go. And let's say this is a one from the future from 1,000 years from now. And there's no limit to how high it can go, right? So you're going up and up and up and up and up. Eventually, wouldn't you think the Earth would start spinning? Let's say you go 1,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 5 miles, 20 miles, 250 miles, 500 miles, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 6, 100,000 miles. Wouldn't it eventually start spinning? Wouldn't the Earth eventually start spinning if it was a spinning sphere?
Would it eventually start spinning?
Would
what?
No, you'd eventually see the spin as you go up. You would see it spinning right below you. How high up do you have to go before you see the Earth spinning below you?
It doesn't spin below you.
Well, if you went into space, it would be, right?
Yes.
Because you're no longer in the sphere. Right?
Well, hold on a second. I'm lost, honestly.
You know what? Take a look at the live stream voice text. Do you have access to the live stream voice text?
I do.
I just put a GIF in there that helps explain what he's trying to explain about when a plane lands. If the runway is facing in every which direction, right? And the plane, by even the globe logic, is in its own reference frame, right? Then it would never be able to land the plane because it would have to time it as the runway is going in a different direction sideways to it. You see that?
I do.
Okay, awesome. All right, so now you get it, right? So what you're claiming is that no, that's not happening because the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, and we're saying no. There's another option. What if the Earth and the atmosphere both aren't spinning? Do you understand now?
Yeah, I understand where your perspective comes from.
Right, so here's the thing. You don't know that the Earth is curved. Sorry?
That. He said our perspective. Or does he have a different perspective where he feels the Earth move or see the Earth move?
No, I'm talking about your opinion on. You know what I mean?
All right, this is a complicated subject, maybe we'll get back to it later. Let's just go right. So
well, just one more note on this though, real quick, Hank.
Sure.
You might want to just note that all flight simulators assume a stationary level plane for their simulations of flying planes, and that's how they train pilots to fly planes. So why would they train a pilot in a simulation that assumes a stationary level plane and then put them in the air where they have to deal with a spinning Earth below them? Does that make any sense?
Absolutely not.
All right, perfect. So Hank wants to bring it back to curvature, so I'll segue it. So if a plane is flying over a curved Earth, okay, it of a necessity must, no questions asked, continuously change its attitude throughout the entire flight in an arced path in order to maintain parallel to the curve. So this claim that the plane must nose down is true. Now, you may think that you don't have to do it.
No, you do have to do it. It's just so minuscule that it's not something you
do
notice it.
No, you're not getting it.
I think I am.
No. The plane is going to change its attitude just by the change in the differential of the down vector of gravity, allegedly. Correct?
Allegedly.
You would not have to touch any controls. It would just happen. Right?
I mean, not necessarily, because it's if you're letting go of the controls, it's not gonna do what you want it to do. So it's kind of something you can't.
Right. So you don't. So check this out. Would you agree that if you take a bubble level or a plumb bob and go around the curve of the Earth, that it's always going to point down? As it changes its position in free space relative to the center of gravity, the center of mass is going to point down? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that of a necessity, the plane is going to change attitude continuously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where's the direct evidence that that is taking place?
What do you want me to do here?
Well, I just want some direct evidence that that thing that must be happening is taking place.
Take a flight lesson.
That wouldn't tell me.
Well, I can't tell you then. I'm not a scientist.
Okay, so perfect. So when you're flying a plane over the ground appears to be flat and stationary. Your plane appears to be level, right? And the only thing that you could think of about a globe is in your mind. So flying around in a plane is really not any kind of experiential evidence that you're on a globe whatsoever, is it?
Had some experiences.
No, I'm saying when you're flying a plane, the plane flies level and you see flat ground everywhere you look. So experientially, when you're flying around in a plane, you're not experiencing a globe.
I've been much higher than what a Cessna can do.
And then what happened?
Saw the curvature.
Really?
I did.
How high were you?
60,000 feet.
Not high enough.
60,000 feet.
Yep.
Okay, what did the curvature look like to you?
It was minuscule.
All right, then how did you know what you were looking at?
Because I was looking at a curved ball.
Whoa, hold on now. You said it's minuscule, but you're looking at a ball. How could you be looking at an entire ball when it's minuscule?
Because I'm looking at the curve.
Of what?
Of the Earth.
Are you sure? You just told me you couldn't see the whole ball in one frame. So how do you know that you're not looking at the extreme edges of the vision of your barrel distortion of your eye? Or the lens which you're looking through being the glass of the window.
The glass of the window has nothing to do with it. If the glass of the window were to affect what I'm seeing,
the glass is curved.
It was curved.
Is your lens of your eye curved?
Yeah.
Right. So how can you be sure that what you are seeing is actually the curve of the surface of the Earth or the curvature of the lenses in between you and the light?
The fuck?
Yeah, it's not as simple as you thought it was, is it?
Can I take this a quick different direction for a second? So let's say you and I go up in that same airplane, that same altitude together. You look out that window and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out that same window next to you and I say, I see it as a flat Earth. How are we going to figure out which one of us is telling the truth? So the problem is, this is kind of more subjective, not so much objective. Because it's just, looking with your eyes out a window at the ground. So when you go down to the ground, you can measure the ground. You can measure the Earth directly from the Earth. So you need to just forget about the airplane, forget about the window. That's not a measurement of the Earth. That's not how you would know it to be one way or the other.
Fair.
Can we let AI continue? Because he was getting somewhere again. I think you might be heading in the other direction.
No, he's correct. You have a proposition from a viewpoint in the sky where you don't have sufficient information to say whether what you're seeing that appears to you to be the curvature, let's be clear, the curvature of the image that's being resolved in your optic. That's what you're seeing. You have to then say, well, am I seeing a curved optical effect or am I seeing a curved object? And so the other guy offered to you that the way to truly answer that proposition is to just measure the object itself. And that will tell you conclusively.
Okay.
Would you not agree?
I would agree.
Even though a plane can't land on a moving surface, which is also conclusive.
Hey, can you look at the Livestream voice text? I just posted something. And it's kind of a silly meme, but If you look at the top picture on the right and you see the guys in a plane, you can see the curvature of the Earth. And then you look at the same guy, same plane at 0 feet, and you can still see the curvature of the Earth. You see what I'm showing you?
It's just a camera lens, though.
Exactly. So when you're in an aircraft, right, the windows, they're not like planes, right? Like a glass plane. The windows are curved so that there's aerodynamics, right?
So are you saying if I was looking at it through a flat glass plane, say theoretically that's what the window is, I would see it flat?
It would be a better image because you know what happens when you bend mirrors, right? And when you bend glass, some of the same properties are still happening. Even though you're not quite getting the reflection, right? You're still getting the bend, right? So when you bend the mirror, right? When you bend, right? You know about like, glasses, right? You bend the glass, right? It bends the image, right?
Yeah, but then wouldn't I be seeing the image bent with my own eyes, not through a camera lens? Because it changes.
Right, but you weren't expecting to see curvature on the ground. But I bet if you went back in that plane, you would see that there is no curvature. And if there was, there would still be curvature at like 200, 300 feet right as you take off. So the thing is that we've had a lot of research on this. And we've seen people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, again, I'm citing my source, when he was talking about the Red Bull jump, he said that you would not see curvature at 128,000 feet. So when you come in here and you say that you saw it at half of that, we're like, maybe there's something else going on, right? So do you know what affirming the consequent is, right? Like if I say the lamp isn't working again, it must be the bulb because I changed the bulb last week. And you say, well, I just changed the bulb again. It wasn't the bulb. And I'm saying, no, it has to be the bulb. And then you walk outside and power's out on the whole block. So you can't just say it has to be because of the curvature of the Earth. Maybe there's something else causing it. Because if Felix Baumgartner couldn't see it at 128,000 feet, when you look at the camera from inside the cabin that was not a wide angle or fisheye lens camera, you could see the horizon all the way up to eye level, just like you do. When you go into your airplane, you go up, it's always at eye level. It never curves down. You're never going to get high enough to see the curvature. And I want you to think about it like this. Say you got you play pool? Yes?
Not regularly.
Okay, so do you play guitar?
I play bass guitar.
Cool. So, dude, can I see your bass? Oh, cool. It's a nice bass. Really nice. I'm going to look straight down the neck, right? I'm going to put the butt of your guitar on my eye, and I'm going to aim it like a rifle, and I'm going to detect the amount of curvature to make sure that you're getting the best action that you can out of that bass guitar. Because if you got too much bow in your neck, it's going to stretch the string as you're pushing it down, and it's going to change the note, right? It's going to make it a little sharper when you press down on the string, right? Okay, so if you just handed me your guitar and like didn't let go and you said, is it curved right? I'd be like, bro, let go. Give it to me. Let go so I can look at it. Because you can't see the curve left or right, can you? You can't see the curve of your neck until you aim it like a rifle. Is that correct?
Let me go grab it. It's like,
you with me? Did you understand what I said?
The luthier's with you. I'm with you, baby.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is you wouldn't expect to measure the curvature from space, right? You're on Earth. So I would say go to a large body of water at rest, like we have done, and make some observations. Use the Earth curve calculator. You can reflect light with a mirror, get a high zoom camera, binoculars, telescope, etc., and see what you can see. See how far you can see on a clear day. We're claiming that we could see way too far. In fact, the ball earthers, the guys that argue against us, they also agree that we can see too far. They just have, an argument against it as to why. Okay, so I'm going to try this. This is the first time. This is the second time I've tried this argument. So they say that the Earth has curvature rate, right? And the ever horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in other words, if you got a camera at 1 foot off the ground, it's going to be the horizon will be 1.2 miles away. Well, what if I told you we could never ever see past that? We never ever ever saw past it, but the reason that we're flat earthers is because of refraction, right? You would say that's pretty dumb, right? Well, that's not actually what's going on. Actually, like I said a few minutes ago, we could see way too far, not off by a margin of error, but we can see an order of magnitude further than we're supposed to be able to. And we can go over that argument with a minute if you're interested. And the ballers are saying, well, the reason you can see past the geometric horizon is because of refraction. That's the literal argument that they use. In fact, if you type in black swan refraction, you'd probably be able to pull it up immediately. But I want to know if somebody could go over the black swan with this guy, because
I'm not sure. Hey, Hank, I'm not sure he's ready for the black swan, but if he is, fine. I just wanted to let him know. I put another link you can click on in the voice text that backs up what I was saying about flight simulators never using anything but a stationary plane for their flight training. There's 35 documents, government documents, that also assume a stationary Earth that you could check out.
Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, you really want to check on it first because you're a pilot. And when you see like NASA saying flat stationary Earth, flat motionless Earth, you're going to be like, why would they lie? And we're going to say, I don't know, bro.
I'm looking at my
I
bass
don't know
here
why they would.
on the side. I'm looking at my bass guitar here, and I can see the bow.
Oh shit! You got to get that fixed, man. I'm a luthier.
Yeah,
I've set up no less than 600 bass guitars in my life. Anyway, yeah, you got to get that checked out, man. That's too much bow. You might see very slight at around the 5th fret. You want the slightest amount of bow right at the 5th fret, man. Just a touch. Yeah. I mean, it's like I'm talking about like a fraction of a millimeter. You know,
right? So I'm
thousands
a bass
of
player
inches.
as well. I've been playing bass
You
since
want
I was about
a little
16.
bit right at the 5th fret. You want that thing to start to bow up towards the headstock, the nut. And
that's what it's doing.
The slightest bow. If it's bowing too much, if you can see it too much, man, you got to get your truss rod straightened out, man. You got to get that thing tightened up a little bit. Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
You shouldn't be able to see it left or right.
No, you shouldn't. It should look pretty straight.
Yeah, bro. I don't know where you got your guitar, but you might need to take it to the shop and have them.
Yeah, man. Find yourself a nice
because,
guitar tech, luthier, man.
And I'm seeing the bow
most
exactly how
importantly,
you're
man,
explaining it, coming up from around the 5th fret, just slightly.
Okay, most importantly, get that bridge down at the bottom. Get it perfectly tuned. That way you can tune with harmonics. It's a much better way to tune your bass. Plus, when you learn to do it like that, you don't need an amp to tune your bass. You can just tune it by feeling the vibration. Anyway, moving on. The thing is that
yeah, we should. Hey, I think I want to step in just a second. Hang on. I think he's right, man. We should be able to detect the slightest curves. We should be able to detect that, right? I mean, I was at a guy's house the other day. He had his coffee table, man. It was just poured glass and it had these waves in it. And I could see every little fucking wave in this glass, man. It was cool. I should have taken a picture of it, but if it was totally flat, I wouldn't have seen any of those different shadows and undulations. So yeah, if there's any curve out there that we can notice, we should be able to notice it pretty easily, man. And that's my point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing Raul had no glow proof.
No.
Well, we're still looking for that.
I asked him for the flight data records to prove that a plane is necessarily changing attitude, and he couldn't provide it. So I'm guessing he has no proof whatsoever.
Not something you record.
Measurable, observable, but
it's not something you really can record.
Well, you should be able
unless
to
you have specialized equipment for that. It's not the kind of thing where you're actively thinking.
The turbulence.
What about
No,
altimeter.
you don't need specialized equipment to detect the turbulence because it's real, right?
Yeah.
So if they say that the Earth is spinning underneath you, right, you should be able to detect that because once you lift off from the ground, just like the bullet, you're no longer attached to the ground, right? So the Earth is now spinning independently underneath you. So if you're swimming upriver, it's going to be a lot harder than swimming downriver, right? But when you fly east to west, aren't the flight times almost identical other than tailwinds?
Trade winds.
Say that again.
So when you swim upriver, it's harder than swimming downriver. So when you fly east to west, you have similar flight times. If the Earth is spinning at 500 miles an hour, I know your Cessna don't go that fast, then how do you even fly with the spin of the Earth and match the speed of it, right? It's because it's not spinning. All we're saying is that we all experience the same thing. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball. You've never seen the Earth as a ball. But every time I say Earth, you picture the blue marble. Really, the Earth is that thing that's between your toes when you're at the beach. The stuff that the earthworms are playing in, that's what Earth is. You have been brainwashed through television, the mobile above your crib, spinning with the earth and the sun, moon, and stars, magazines, cartoons, every Universal Studio movies to think that this is what the earth is, when in actuality the earth is dirt, right? It's literally dirt. That's what earth is, dry land, right? What we're explaining to you is all of us experience a flat, motionless plane. If you were to go in your backyard and meditate for 3 days and 3 nights and not move an inch, your senses will tell you for certain that the earth is flat and stationary. What has caused you to deny your primary source, knowledge, your senses, to believe by secondary information that you live on a spinning water ball?
Yeah, basically.
I'm glad you agree. Because
Raul,
it's what we experience in reality.
Globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter or football?
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Chips are in the front, beers in the back, music's all night long.
Yeah, no drift, no 15-degree drifts.
Yeah. All right, since you're interested in airplanes, I posted a video to you from a pilot. I want to say she was flying for 20 years, professional pilot. And one day she thought to herself, why doesn't my gyro flip over? And then she had an epiphany. I would like you to watch it.
Yeah.
Or I'll nuke your city. Those are your options.
I think Putin's on that already.
I'll nuke your city, man, if you don't watch it. Yeah, check it out, man. I'm glad you came in and you got some leads. You can check it out. We don't want you to believe us. We want you to go check it out, man.
Hey, man, I'm completely open-minded.
Go ahead and disprove it, and if I can spend a couple of days, check it out.
So under the that same logic, say you threw something up in your car, why wouldn't it stop?
You're in a closed system.
Your car is a closed container, closed system.
Try that shit with try that shit in the back of a pickup truck, man.
The easiest way to explain it is the car is one reference frame, and globe Earth Coriolis effect requires 2 reference frames, which the globers never know that globe Earth requires 2 reference frames. So when they say there's no drift, that's 1 reference frame. Or 0. So globe Earth Coriolis requires 2 reference frames, 1 non-spinning, 1 spinning. If you say there's no drift, you debunked yourself.
If I was spinning and the air is spinning and I was on a motorcycle and I was going with the wind and the spin, I shouldn't feel the wind, right?
Yeah, if Earth is spinning at 800 miles at the equator, a plane takes off at 600 miles per hour. The plane going backwards in the globe model. The plane is fine.
I am here for giggles and reality checks.
And if you press them on that, they will have to say that, and you will get them. Yeah, it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. What's up, New Perspective, man? How you doing, brother?
Good, bro. Good, bro. You?
Yeah. Hanging in there, man.
Right on.
Yeah.
This guy Raul. Do you want to know if we're right or not, or would you rather not know? Is the question.
I'm here to hear what you guys have to say. I'm not saying that I can't prove the Earth is a globe. I can't prove it's flat.
Yeah, you can. You can prove it's flat. You can totally prove it's flat, man.
What do you think of a helicopter hovering and then landing in the same spot 6 hours later? What do you think of?
All right, we talked to the guy for a while about the Coriolis effect, and I think he was having trouble conceptualizing it, which is not a big deal. So why don't we go over the swan? Would somebody like to hit him with the swan?
Hit me with the swan.
AI, man, you got this down, Pat. You busy?
Oh.
Huh? It's kind of a blurry image of this black swan, man. A better one? Blurry.
I'm not a big Black Swan fan. Somebody else can do that. The reason I say that is because the way it's titled, just to point out real quick, the way it's titled is called the Black Swan, but it kind of gives anyone that, especially new, the idea that this is like one observation out of all the observation that seems like it may turn out to be a stationary plane instead of the ball. Like all the other observations are white swans showing curvature. That's not the case. Yeah. So it's not named in a way that makes it very obvious the way that we're talking about. The reason it's called Black Swan is because it's because all it takes is one black swan to prove that not all swans are white. But every observation we have is a black swan technically, because we haven't ever measured curvature or seen curvature, observed it at all.
I learned something cool about swans today, man. They're kind of graceful birds in the water, you know. But underneath, man, they're constantly paddling their feet, constantly. I thought that was interesting.
All right, so I'm gonna go over the argument. All right, so I'm gonna
wait, real quick, Hank. Also, real quick, I just want to add, if you're saying that you can't prove the Earth is a ball, you can't prove it flat. Well, we're not proving the whole Earth to be anything, because the whole idea of this conversation has kind of been cornered in that because they showed us the ball and that's supposed to be the whole thing, then it's up to flat earthers to show us the whole thing being flat, which is ridiculous because the whole thing could be infinite. We don't know. You know, we just know that everyone agrees, including ballers, that locally, and as far as your senses can tell you, we're on a stationary plane. And that's all anyone can assume once you stop believing in the ball. So I sent you some links in the note that precedes that. That's kind of what I mean. It's not a gaining of a new belief that it's flat. It's just the loss of a belief. And then you're just left with your default reality, which is the same for all of us.
It is what it appears to be. How dare me think in such simple terms? It has to be more complicated than that. How dare it be exactly what I experience it to be? That's crazy. That's crazy, think I tell you.
You mean my reality is just like it seems? No way.
No way. That's crazy, man. The sun appears to come up and go over my head and go away. It's weird.
Anyway, that's why we used to call it the golden swan.
The golden.
There you go. Here's the golden Swan argument. Yeah, I'll post it right here.
There you go. I want to see the golden swan.
So, Raul, you said you have zero globe proof or zero globe evidence?
Oh, the golden swan. Must explain. Please explain those.
Are you talking to me?
The shadows.
Yeah, he's not here to prove the globe. He's here to listen to what we have to say.
Yeah,
so he's not arguing for it. He wants to hear our
what
argument.
I'm saying is
I can't even ask a question. It's just I can't ask him. Do you find it odd that you get through 18 years of school and you join a flat earth server and they ask you for globe proof and you can't provide anything?
I never said I had definitive proof of the globe. That's why I'm here to learn.
Exactly, man. None of us did. Man, none of us did. That's the point, man. I think it's the kind of point we're getting at. It's like we all went into flat earth going, whoa, wait a minute. I can't prove the globe. Oh, shit.
That's where I'm at right now.
I can't fucking prove the globe. This sucks. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to go fucking, to my friend and go, dude, I can't prove it. And he went, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And I was like, oh, fuck. All right. Thanks. Thanks a lot, man. Can't prove globe. But the golden swan, man. Look at the shadows on that curvature.
Welcome to the Golden Swan Palace.
Welcome to the Golden Swan.
All right, you guys want to make the argument now? All right, here it goes. All right, so I'm going to give you a test run. I'm going to give you a test run first. So, to help you understand the analogy, I'm pretty sure you're a smart guy, but not everybody gets it. So, if you have a woman who's 9 months pregnant with triplets, and she's laying on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? She's got a big swollen belly, and she can't see past the curvature of her belly, right? If she says, "I do know," and she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. Either that or she's got a giraffe neck from hell, right? So here goes the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And basically what that means is that if the Earth is a sphere the size they told us it is, then the horizon at 1 foot observer height is going to be at 1.2 miles away. If it's not at 1.2 miles away, and we can see further, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So I would ask you to type in any search engine and pull up an Earth curve calculator, and you type in 1 foot observation height, or eye height at 1 foot, and then find on there where it says horizon distance. And this is something made by the globe earthers, right? The globe earthers make these calculators, and when you use them, you can calculate, because you don't have to do all the math. You can if you want to. If you're a mathematician, by all means, dig in deep. But if you're not a mathematician, use this calculator, and it will tell you 1.2 miles away at 1 foot observation height, that's going to be where it's at. Now, do you see the image that I posted in the live stream voice text, right, where it's got the oil rigs?
Yeah, I do.
All right, where's the horizon in that image?
Kind of hard to tell.
Well, the horizon is either before, in between the oil rigs, or after.
Is this one picture?
It's from a video.
Well, it's a still shot.
It's still shot from a video that was taken out here.
We can give you the original video, and it's going to eliminate all the variables, because if you're scientifically minded, you're going to be like, are these guys trying to roost me? No, this isn't meant to convince you that the Earth is flat. This is meant to convince you to go measure it yourself, because once you see this, you can't unsee it, and it's going to make you curious. Right, so where's the horizon? Before, between?
Say it's past on that picture.
Right, so it's after the oil rig. Now look at the oil rig on the right. It's 9.41 miles away, right?
On the one on the left.
Yeah.
Sorry, the one left, yeah. So can we roughly say that the horizon distance is somewhere past about 10 miles?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So we're going to send you the video. Somebody will probably do it because I'm busy. And when you watch the video, you can see the guy walks up to the ocean. He puts the camera almost in the water, like 1 foot away from the water, and then he zooms out into oil platforms, right? And you can see, phone call. You can see that it's too far away. It's not off by a margin of error. It's actually off by an order of magnitude. It's about 10 times further than it should be. Right, I'm going to answer this phone call. Here.
It's 10 times farther than we should see. So either we live on a globe that's like
I get what you're putting down here.
Huge globe. It would be a huge globe. Or
yeah, the
water's always
globe would be like 340,000 miles.
It'd be huge. It would be too big. Yeah, it would be like 300,000 fucking miles. It would be huge. Anyway, water's always level. Water always seeks its level. You can test this right there in your own kitchen, man. You can find that water will always be level, man. They use water levels to build buildings very accurately. It's a fascinating substance. Thank you, water.
Now remember, in the globe paradigm, the horizon is the leading edge of the curve of the Earth, upon which, when things pass, from your point of view, it obstructs the bottoms of things and causes them to disappear. That's the claim from the globe.
That is the claim.
But here we have the horizon beyond the oil rigs. So if the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, which we all can clearly see that it is, then what is causing the very, very bottom of these oil rigs to be disappeared if the horizon is not it? Any ideas?
No. I like the term angular resolution myself, but there's another word for it.
Well, there's only two options. It's either waves, right, or optical effects. Those are the only choices.
Resolution, yeah.
Neither of which are Earth curvature.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I'm still learning, man. I'm still learning.
You may say to yourself, okay, that's interesting. But what about, different observations? Well, this observation could be repeated multiple times. And in fact, this is only a 10-mile observation. We don't know the distance to the horizon. We know it's greater than 10 miles. But you can get this same effect even greater than 10 miles.
Yeah.
We've gotten visual lasers across like 28 miles, 32 miles. I think there was one.
Really?
Yeah. We can see lighthouses and stuff we shouldn't see from like 50, 60 miles. There's some people that said they can see some lighthouses from over 100 miles away. That's accounts of that. I don't have any direct evidence of that, but if there's 100 mile, there should be almost 7,000 feet of curvature at 100 miles. Now, I was just out here driving the other day, Friday. I was coming down this mountain. I was looking across out in the Pacific Ocean here in California, man, and I could see all the way to Mexico, man, which is like 120 miles away. I could see mountains in fucking Baja, Mexico. I was like, holy shit. And I was like, damn, I wish I had my camera with me.
Yeah, one of the best ones is the Chicago skyline, because they showed it on mainstream news, and it's a real picture that nobody can deny. 56 miles, 2,000 plus feet of zero curvature.
It is. That's an epic one too, man. Yeah, there's some observations you have to go make yourself and just kind of go, wait a minute, man.
But you can show them the news clip
I can show you the news clip.
Other observations you can't. But the Chicago skyline, you can show them the news clip. You can show them Joshua Nowicki, and then there's even going to be Globers that claim it's CGI, and then you got them. If they say CGI, like they're done. It's over. It's a wrap.
That was a pretty famous thing that came out early, mid 2015 or something, and it's dated actually. It came out, late
that video,
mid 2015. The video, I've seen the video, of course.
No, I'm telling the new guy. Sorry for interrupting. I posted the video, right? Because, like I said, you might have questions about variables, like if there's any fuckery going on.
Right.
So when you watch the video, he's going to use Google Maps, landmarks that he's going to show you with his camera, all sorts of things, observation height, and you'll be able to see that, okay, this guy made this impossible shot, right? But we're not asking you to trust the video, right? Because there's video of Bigfoot, right? Obviously, video could be fucking around with. We're just showing you this so that you'll go outside and do it yourself. So if Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, then you can go and measure and make observations by yourself, maybe with a friend with a mirror, reflecting sunlight into your eye as the sun is setting behind you. You're facing them on the other side of the bay or something like that. But it's been known for a long time that, you can see things from way too far away, right? How would a periscope on a submarine work if the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared? After 10 miles, you wouldn't be able to see a boat under 66 feet. So if there's a ship that's taller than 66 feet, then periscope would work at more than 10 miles away, right? So it's not only that. There's all sorts of line-of-sight weapons that the military uses. So, you've never been in the military and your drill sergeant said, damn it, you're shooting at, refracted targets. No, you're shooting at the target that you can see, right? So you can't see targets that are behind a building that's 6 stories tall. You can't see targets behind earth curvature or water humps that are 6 stories tall, right?
What about 100 miles, Hank? 100 miles. We're talking 7,000 feet.
Yeah.
And they got weapons that go 100 miles, huh? Guaranteed. All day long.
The railgun, line of sight weapon, railgun. It's effective at 100 miles at least.
100-mile bullet. And this is not a rocket. There's no propulsion on this thing. This thing is shot out of a gun. Straight.
Using magnetism.
Using magnets. It shoots this thing out at like fucking supersonic fucking, I don't know, Mach fucking 4 or some shit. It's hauling ass, right?
Yeah. Hey, fellas.
So it's not only that. Hold on, real fast. Real fast. Hold on, I'm almost done, and then I'm gonna go on mute. So it's not only that, right? It's these observations are made all over the world. We got plenty of them. People have measured over frozen lakes with lasers and hit their targets, right? So the thing is that there's Guinness Books of World Records. People that were not flat earthers took a picture of a mountain at 273 miles away. So we can't, write Guinness Book of World Records. Like the people come in, they get paid to check and see, like, oh yeah, this is the longest photograph ever taken. So, this sort of thing you can't really ignore. 273 miles away, those mountains should have been under a mile of curvature. Peace.
Mic drop.
I was just wondering who are we talking to right now at the moment?
Oh, we're just hanging out, man.
Nobody specific.
We were talking to King. We're talking to King, yeah.
Oh no, you don't want to talk to him.
That was King. That was the guy in the.
Hey, King. Welcome to the one.
Raul is his name. Raul.
Okay,
Raul, my bad.
Raul was cool in the check-in, so shout out to Raul. But we also have a couple other names I just wanted to give a quick shout out to. We checked in Saifullah, but I think he just left 2 seconds ago.
Right.
So him. We just checked in King, so if it starts to die down and he's around, I think he's working on his acting skills. So just keep that in mind.
Hey, I was in the check-in for a second, and I heard King going off, and calling you guys idiots and stupid fucks and all kinds of that's,
I don't think he was that bad. He's just practicing. He's trying to get his
practicing.
acting skills on.
He's trying to get his nerve up to come in here with his.
I think he's just practicing.
Oh,
But
it's recorded now. I would love 3 minutes with him.
Go for it, man. Take him on, man. I'm gonna mute up.
All right. So, yep. Let's see. He's still here. So, King, are you there? You think you can hold it together for a few minutes?
I assume so.
All right. Well, I'll start the clock.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna go kind of lurk a little bit here. I'm gonna make some food, so I'll give the mic to someone else.
All right, Raul.
Hey,
Raul,
Raul, man.
appreciate you coming.
Raul,
You're
man.
more than welcome to come back.
Thank you, brother, man. Come back. Don't be
No
shy now.
problem. I'm still here. I'm just gonna go make food.
Oh, okay, man. Yeah, get some food, man.
I like talking with you guys.
All right, man. Cheers.
All right. So,
what kind of food you
Northern Rebellion. You said you wanted a few minutes with King.
Yeah, I would like to say, like, what brings you to the server, and do you have any globe proof?
Be honest.
I don't bring a bag with me, no.
See what I mean?
Like,
hey, man, I got a bag of weed here, man. Does that prove the Earth is a spinning globe, man?
Well, hold on, FED. He's easily distracted, so let's not give him too many distractions.
I got like tunnel vision.
But yeah, King, just let's see if we can hold character for longer than 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, boss.
And no, it's all. I probably need a couple questions. Like, say he won't answer, it's just gonna be.
I'll answer.
So you have no globe proof, no evidence.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Do you find it weird that you've been through how many years of school and you come on a flat Earth server, government teaches you the globe model, and you have nothing to back it up?
No.
That's not weird. It's not. It's
No.
okay with you.
Absolutely.
So why did you go to school?
Because I was forced to.
And you didn't learn anything?
No.
And
you didn't learn English? You're not
remember
Literally
anything?
The fuck learned English, dude. I didn't learn anything relevant.
What do you remember?
Remember English.
So you don't remember anything, and you can't tell us anything, and we tell you stuff, and then you just fight it. So no.
Learning it.
Hey, I think the question we should ask him is, so you think you live on a planet, right?
An object.
Well, do you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, right?
Maybe not a ball.
Do you?
Yeah,
do you or do you not? Or do you acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary?
I don't know what I believe. And I don't think, you know what I mean?
I like his answer.
Hold on, King.
I like his answer.
You said you don't know what you believe, but you do know. You know that you don't believe. So you know something.
I guess if you want to get real.
And I don't think anybody here is buying that you didn't learn anything in school.
I mean,
because earlier when we were talking, you were arguing that things disappear over the horizon. Hey, hold on. You said that things disappear over the horizon because of geometric curvature.
Perception, yes.
Okay, so that means that you either believe something or know something. There's some context.
No, I can directly see that in my perception something goes over the horizon. But I can also imagine that in somebody else's perception something also goes over the horizon. I know these things.
No one here is denying that things disappear into the horizon. But what is the cause of that thing disappearing? Is it because of curvature or?
I'd assume so.
Okay, how does it logically follow that things disappear because of curvature? Like what's blocking it?
I have no clue.
Oh, actually you do, because earlier you said that it was because of curvature.
Maybe.
Well, just now.
Okay, so stop saying you don't know.
You tell me.
Because if you're going to argue for something, that implies that you do know, right?
I'm not arguing for something, dude.
Wait, let's go back to the first question. Do you think that you're on a planet? Do you think the Earth is a planet?
I think the best thing to call it is a planet. That's what we're going to call it.
Okay, all right. So what is it that you observe that makes you think that it's a planet? Or what is the one thing that, above all, makes you think it's a planet? Is it ships going over the horizon or something else?
If it weren't a planet, what would you call it?
Graphical plane of existence.
My existence.
Well, it's just a longer term, a topographical plane or plane, just not a planet. Just plane. Just drop the T.
So just drop the T.
Yeah, you know.
It's a plane.
Kind of like an AutoCAD template before you fill it up. There's a plane.
T drop.
Mic drop, yeah. T drop. I don't know. Like, that seems like a really odd question. I don't got any proof. I don't really.
Okay, King. Well, maybe here's an easier question for you. What do you experience the Earth as?
The thing I walk on.
Do you experience activities on? Do you feel like it's moving? Are you thinking about curve when you're walking around, or
shouldn't have to
building something?
No, I think I'm building something. I think I'm doing something.
Right. And when you use a surface level, is that a curve, or
okay?
Is it assuming a curve, or is it a straight line?
Okay, but this is already a dumb case. But this case, it go as far as to say that if I'm standing on something, right, then I must know that what that thing I'm standing on is. Obviously, right? I guess it must be flat because I know it's flat. No. It's something. I know I'm standing on something, but what am I standing on?
You're standing on Earth, my friend.
Exactly. Standing on a big ass rock.
Then welcome to flat Earth, because all you experience is a stationary level plane. And if you no longer necessarily believe it as a ball, that's right where we are. We don't believe it's a ball any longer. So you're left with your default reality, which is a stationary plane. That's all we all experience.
My default reality isn't directly it's a plane. If it's not a ball, it must be a plane. It's really dumb. If it's not a ball, then maybe it's another shape.
You know? Well, we're not saying it couldn't be. We're just saying that all we can really know personally is what we experience. That's all we're saying.
Wait, King.
To try to define the whole thing is the mistake. To think that we could define the whole thing, it could be infinite. How are we supposed to know what shape that is?
And just so you know, it's technically not a shape because we're talking about the surface. So this is a description of the surface.
The thing that I'm standing on right now.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is a shape would imply that you've, mapped out in places where we haven't. So I'm just saying it's a description. It's not a shape. So it's just a description of the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what shape is flat, King?
A plane. Flat.
No, a circle would be flat as opposed to a sphere.
But no, that's 2D.
Yeah, exactly. As in,
so we live 2D?
Like a flat piece of paper, is flat.
He's getting it.
And then you got a ball, a little more three-dimensional.
Point is, flat is not a shape.
So flat is not a shape.
No,
that's correct.
It's a description.
Well, flat's obviously not a shape. Thus, does the Earth not have a shape?
Well, what shape is a lake?
Not a verified one.
What shape is a lake?
The shape a lake is the shape that it carves out due to erosion.
Okay.
So what
whether we make it or not.
So
it's not really a specific shape, is it?
Think of the Atlantic Ocean as a big lake. I mean,
what if the Earth was kind of like that?
It's the Atlantic Ocean. That's what we've named it. That's what we've given it. That's the shape.
So King, what if the Earth is kind of like? What if it's like that? Then who's going to be able to tell you what shape it is?
But what if it wasn't?
Well,
and who can tell me what shape it is?
Well, we're not telling you.
We live here, man. We can at least measure what things are because we live here. We can bust out a tape measure, yardstick.
Yeah,
Laser.
but like that's to say that like, well, if
I'm pretty sure, man.
we're measuring those based on like a tape measure and a yardstick, those
or a laser
were made on the spherical Earth model, right?
What?
No, they were measured direct line of sight between California and Tokyo. Man, it's like almost 6,000 miles, right?
So we can.
He doesn't even know the model. He doesn't know the radius. He doesn't know the circumference.
No, he doesn't.
I know there's a radius.
So he's just
it's like a
spouting
circle.
bullshit.
Bullshit.
Shite.
Maybe not.
Yeah, well, you're just going what you might have been taught in school or learned in Scientific America
I don't know
or
what
whatever.
I learned. Didn't learn anything. Didn't look this up. I'm just.
You told us
about
that
no
earlier. You said you didn't learn anything in school. That's the perfect place to start, man. Not knowing anything in school is a great place to be, man. Because I didn't learn shit in school either. I didn't learn fuck all in school, man. Not even fucking like basic reading and writing, man. They fucked me up so bad. It was ridiculous. But one thing I did get out of it, man, is things I can measure, man, and put together. You know, I can do that, man, and you can too, man. We can measure.
I had shop class in school. We can measure things
together.
I can measure. You know, I'm not sped class.
There you go. Exactly, King, man. You're on the right track. I'm just kind of being your cheerleader and not knocking you off the fucking edge.
Yeah,
of
we
the
don't want to
ladder.
over brutalize. We don't want to over brutalize you, right?
Fucking curb stomp me into a wall, you know.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that. But here's the deal, man. You can measure it directly.
You
over
can
a large
do this,
body
man.
of water.
You can measure shit. I learned to measure shit.
You guys are pumping me up, right? So like, I can measure the whole.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Fuck yeah,
I've done
dude.
it.
I'm gonna.
I didn't even
I've
graduate
done
high
it.
school.
Everybody here's
I didn't
done
graduate.
it.
I'm gonna
Once
sell
or twice.
everything. I'm gonna sell everything I own.
No.
And I'm gonna measure
It
this
doesn't
fucking
cost
thing.
anything. Dude, it's going to cost you like a couple of days, right? You're going to take a vacation at the beach with your family. You're going to make some observations, right? A bay or be perfect, right? You put somebody on the other
hours
side.
a week. I don't got time for that.
King.
Well, you will eventually. You can't keep that up forever, bro.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I know
Right.
some men do it, but here's the deal, man. We're saying that you can do this yourself, or you work 70 hours a week. You can pay somebody to go do it for you, right? And what you're getting them to do, that's why you got to do it yourself, man. What you do is you get listen, bro, listen. You get one of your lady friends. You tell them sit right here and point this mirror at this direction, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna see if I can see the mirror. Now you put the mirror in the water like a stand-up mirror that girls like to check their outfits out with, right? And if you can see it from 10 miles, it should be behind 66 feet of curvature. So she should be standing behind a 6-story building. If you can see her, that 6-story building isn't there. If you can see her, the curvature of the earth isn't there. Now, if the earth is 70% water on the surface and it's a sphere, then it has to be curving. The water has to be curving. We're claiming the water is level all over the world, and the land is topographical, meaning valleys, mountains, hills, right? But the water is level. Water at rest is stationary and level.
It's funny you brought up the 10 mile, 66 feet example, because Giab and I actually touched on this with him in the check-in.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has a good understanding of that. But just so the panel is under the same impressions that we are, he's here working on his acting. So let's just keep that in mind.
All right. Keep that in mind, boys and girls. We got a practicing actor, and he's doing great. You're doing great, King. You're almost a flat earther. In fact, you are a flat earther because guess what? You live on a stationary, non-rotating, non-vibrating, non-shooting. Well, it might vibrate if you have an earthquake. Plane, man. Water's level. You can check it out. Don't believe me. You can go to your kitchen. Cost you nothing, man. Grab a glass of water, make it bend. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Earthquakes are real.
We already talked about earthquakes. Next.
Earthquakes are real, man. I've been in them. I seen the fucking ground wave like a sound wave right in front of my eyes down the street. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
That
CB
was
said it
freaked
was
me
just
out, man.
like
Freaked me out.
landslides. No, like CB said it was just landslides.
No, I didn't say anything about landslides.
No. Earthquakes real, man. Fucking whatever earthquakes are, they're totally real, 100%. I'm not sure what they are. It seems like the Earth's moving. How dare me use my own? It seems like the Earth is moving. I can guarantee you that.
I mean, the Earth is moving.
When I've experienced earthquakes, it seems like the Earth is moving. Yes.
No.
Hey, earthquakes happen. It does not prove the globe model in any way.
No, it doesn't. But it does prove that there are times where we get shook up, man, and
the ground beneath us shakes
will
randomly.
shake.
But
There's streams under there. There's water. There's oil.
Then
sand, quicksand. There's all kinds of shit down underneath the ground.
Look,
man.
next we already covered the earthquake.
Shifts. Just completely shifts and
all right, back it up. Next,
earthquakes.
We covered that. Next, we're gonna move on to like space, man. What do you think of outer space? What do you think it is?
I think it's space.
Space. What does that mean to you?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
What do you mean? What do they tell you it is? What did they tell you space?
It's like an infinite vacuum.
Yeah, infinite vacuum inside of what?
Inside the universe.
Inside the universe. See, you're right there, man. You're getting it. So this space out there is different than the space here where we live, right?
There's obviously an atmosphere.
We have an atmosphere. We have an atmos. I don't know about the sphere thing, man. Haven't checked that out yet, but atmos is gas. Sphere is a shape, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So we have a gas
in a
sphere.
spherical...
A gas sphere. Think about it, man. Gas sphere. We have a ball
of gas.
Around the Earth, right? A sphere of gas around the Earth. Think about it.
Gases have no inherent shape. It's a
gases don't have shapes, man. Exactly.
So they're not.
What you need to make gas into a shape is what we call a container. If you've ever cracked a beer and it goes, psst, that is high pressure to low pressure every time, man. Every time. Psst. If you ever barbecued, man, and had to get a propane tank, you ain't bringing propane home without the fucking tank. And you can talk to Hank about that because he knows what he's talking about when it comes to propane tanks. Anyway, so without a container, there is no pressure, ever. And there's no experiment that's ever been shown to me, and I've tried experiments, and I do experiments, and I would be willing to do this one all day long. If you can show anybody in the world gas pressure without the container, then you will, I guaranteed, win a Nobel Prize, man. I fucking guarantee it.
Yeah.
And that means the gas is escaping out to this incredible vacuum of space.
You're talking about
gas is what we breathe, man. We breathe gas.
And I totally vibe with what you're saying, right? I understand. I kind of get what you're saying, right? But like,
no, you better not only get what I'm saying because you cannot disprove what I'm saying. It's
Who
impossible.
was that spoke up? Was that Raul?
Into that shape, isn't that weird?
All right, King, hold on a second, buddy. Let's let Raul go for a little.
So, when you're talking about a pressure outside of a gas pressure outside of a closed container, are you just talking about any difference in pressure?
Well, if you have gas. Well, okay, so the question on the table is, can you demonstrate, not you specifically, but can it be demonstrated, gas pressure without a container?
What is the gas pressing on?
Yeah. Can you demonstrate propane without a container?
You can demonstrate Bernoulli's principle. That's how planes fly. It's the difference in speed of the air.
Demonstrate.
A pressure differential.
Post it.
Post what? Oh, Bernoulli's principle?
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container, preferably propane, like you're going to go barbecue without the propane tank? I know you're going to
I'll be here all week, man. I'll be here all week, man. Do not take your time with this one, man, because, I've looked into it for like a couple of...
I want you to show me propane without a container and being used for a barbecue.
It's just floating in the air conveniently for the barbecue.
Because you don't need the container, so the propane, you can just grab it, carry it, hold it underneath your barbecue. You don't need the container, right? Gravity. And then you can come
Where can I post a picture?
You can DM it to CB. I'll message you and I'll post it.
You can post it in the, it's called Livestream voice text.
He probably doesn't have image terms.
I'll just send it to CB.
I'll send it to CB.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, gas pressure without a container is a kind of a easy one.
Conundrum for the globe.
The issue is we know what you're going to post. We know what you're going to send. We know what you're going to say. So, like, you might be new and you might be innocent and you might be legit. But we know everything you're going to send.
Oh, man, lift of an aircraft. Bernoulli principles. Yes, man. Have you ever sailed on a sailboat?
I have not, actually.
It's the same principles, bro. Exact same. The wing is the sailboat, and a sailboat is the wing. The wing is the sail, and you can just use that. It's the most interesting high pressure to low pressure example that I can think of, man. It's one of my favorites. Exactly. You're gonna get the lift because of the pressure differential from underneath, right? It's fat. It's like the air underneath lifts the plane, not like the air above. You would think, right?
To get any pressure differential, you need the container first to get the pressure.
The container is the wing, man. Don't you see that? That's the beautiful thing about this example.
Yeah.
Without the wing, man, you don't get any of these other principles. And without the container, you don't get the same principles. Think of it that way.
So, when you say container, you're talking about the object.
Something has to push against some object, some physical object.
Give me one sec. Raul, post a citation of gas pressure not needing a container.
I don't have a citation of that.
Here's the thing.
It's over.
If someone was to ask me this question and I was a globe earther, what I can't do is just point to the sky and say, see, that's my proof.
Yeah.
So we need to see a physical demonstration.
I know. What I thought you guys were talking about is there's no pressure outside of a closed container. I didn't know by container you meant an object that's interacting with the gases.
Well, that's the only way the gas can interact. It has to push against something, brother.
I get that.
The walls of a container.
Yeah, the best way to destroy them is ask them for the citation of gas pressure not needing walls of a container or volume.
Yeah, well, it has to have a container.
And just like this one, like he won't have it, and it's like he'll try to change the subject.
It doesn't exist, man. I've been looking for 5 years, man.
When you ask for the citation, I'm looking at Livestream and I see
no gas pressure without a container. It's impossible. Thank you.
But they can easily change Wikipedia and make up a citation, but you also need a demonstration of it. So
show it to me. That's my motto. I should have been from Missouri, man.
But at this point, they do not have the citation and they do not have the physical demonstration.
There is no physical demonstration of such a phenomenon. No. Something has to interact with the gas, a container, a wing on the airplane. I get it, bro. But without
I get what you guys mean there.
So without something to press against, man, I ain't gonna do fuck all.
Yeah, I was just clarifying.
No, I would say Raul seems genuine from even
totally. The guy's legit, man, 100%.
Yeah, dude, I'm not trying to disprove you guys.
No,
on anything. I'm here to see what you guys have to say.
No, not even that. It's I can tell by your answers if you're anti-flat earther or if you're denying or if you're real or like
We have
all
a
of us.
lot of
All of us.
experience.
All of us can tell.
We have a lot of experience in here with people answering questions.
So all you would have to do is answer a certain way, and it's like, oh shit, like this guy is in denial. But you've answered
red flags, and you're not red flagging, man, for sure.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hold on,
like,
I do got some
even
citations. I do got some citations for gas pressure without a container, so let me put them in real quick.
What do you got? Oh shit! Get fuck off. Fuck off, man. You got another 22 hours? Anybody to lay around and watch all the fucking read? Fuck. There's no way we can read all that shit, man.
But Raul,
shit.
Raul, you may think we're harsh,
incredible,
or like
citations.
mean, but all we're doing is trying to find out if you're honest and gonna answer honestly. And obviously, we want you to stay around, and we want you to research the truth, and we want you to like fight beside us, or like we do ask hard questions and direct questions, and if you're honest, you have nothing to fear.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate the conversation, man.
We
and I can say you guys. I don't think you're harsh necessarily, but I think you guys definitely deal with a lot of trolls, just with pretty much all the same people.
At least 5 years of fucking trolls, man. Are you kidding me? This is like, yeah, we've seen it all, brother. Well, I appreciate this place too, man. I love talking about science, physics, atmosphere, weather.
It's interesting shit,
surfing, sailing, air pressure, flying. I mean, there's so many cool things we can dive into, man. And this place does a great job of mixing in a lot of different informations besides just the fact that we live on a place that we can check out by ourselves, with ourselves, and say, hey, man, do I feel like I'm spinning or moving or shooting through space at millions of miles? Fuck off. No, you don't feel like you're spinning and shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off.
Okay, so has anyone tried talking to existentialists before?
Let's talk.
Have you guys spoken to him yet?
What's up, X? X?
Not to put you on the spot, I was just wondering if anyone had spoken to him.
On the last hour or two.
Okay, yeah.
He's verified.
We were in the check-in for quite a while, so.
All right. He dipped
but
out.
yeah, he seems to be the only. It's Raul Zoop.
We still
back.
got King on it.
Zoop. King is here, and we have existentialists. So shout out to all the new VC verified. You guys respect.
You're welcome. Totally welcome.
Don't be shy if you have any questions.